Chapter 101. Lahai City. Chuhi angrily said, "This Yamano Ichiro is a coward. He talks big, but in reality, he doesn't even have the courage to go to the battlefield." Zhou Jiawei said with a scowl, "They can't deal with the mermaids themselves, but they blame us, Yin Nation. If, as Riyah says, other countries can't deal with the aliens, it's also our fault." Chen Li Mei worriedly said, "Let's not talk about Riyah. The most important thing now is the statue built by the mermaids. We previously knew that the aliens were backed by world-devouring gods, and this will soon be confirmed." She clicked on a photo on the big screen. It was the latest Riyah statue of the mermaid god. The mermaid god had a human body and a fish tail, a burly figure, and held a trident in his hand. The fish tail had been filled with a special material, and the human body had begun to be constructed. Chuhi explained in amazement, "The construction is so fast. When I saw the photos yesterday, it was just a rough outline, and today the lower body is complete. It only took 1 day." Zhou Jiawei frowned and said, "At this rate, the entire statue will be completed in 3 days at most." Chen Li Mei said with a grim expression, "Once the statue is completed, the gods will descend." Yang Jun said angrily, "This damned Riyah nation is not only harming itself, but also us. We are so close to the island nation, we will suffer too. I don't think everyone needs to worry. The dragon god told us to stay in Lahai City, so we will stay in Lahai City." Zhou Jiawei consoled her. Chen Li Mei nodded and said, "There's no need to worry too much. The only one who can prevent this disaster right now is the dragon god. We no longer have the power to stop it." According to information leaked by the Kingdom of Riyah, the Mermaid King, the strongest of the mermaids, has devoured the Water Emperor Yamamoto Nijiro and has reached level 75. Yi Tian, having devoured numerous Snakeman crystal cores, is only level 72. The Mermaid King's strength is greatly enhanced when fighting at sea. Aside from the Dragon God, Yi Tian's battle against the Mermaid King at sea would be essentially a suicide mission. Chen Li Mei knew the Dragon God's character, and could only obey his orders. After so much, she was willing to trust him. Riyah's Supreme Commander, Ichiro Yamano, abandoned Kyushu, the last major island after Hokkaido, Honshu, and Shikoku. This meant that the entire kingdom of Riyah had been occupied by the mermaids. Ichiro Yamano stated that he had done his utmost and requested assistance on behalf of all humanity, but the Yin Kingdom was unwilling to give up its prejudice, and he expressed his frustration. "This Yamano Ichiro is absolutely ridiculous. He's been hiding in the rear, not even having the courage to fight, and now he's blaming us, Yin Nation. The righteous mermaids, please quickly destroy Riyah. Riyah is the greatest sinner of all humanity." This isn't bad news at all, but good news. We've been looking forward to Riyah's demise for a long time. The release of these 2 pieces of information didn't make anyone feel threatened, but rather pleased. No Yin Nation member will ever forget what Riyah did to Yin Nation. After the mermaids occupied all of Riyah, they began building an altar. Inside the altar was a statue filled with a special blue material. Once this filling was completed, the deity would descend. For selfish reasons, Yin Nation wants to destroy all of humanity. When Riyah's deity descends, the entire planet will suffer, not just a single region. What a pity for the Eagle God. If he were stronger, Yin Nation would have ceased to exist. We nations work so hard to prevent the gods from descending, but Yin Nation has no regard for the lives of humans. The arrival of the mermaid god of the shark tribe is entirely Yin Nation's fault. People on the outside internet blamed Yin Nation entirely for the shark god's impending arrival on Riyah. If the dragon god doesn't intervene and annihilate the mermaids, I feel like Yin Nation will suffer as well. I think everyone should put aside their prejudices now. The dragon god should help Riyah. This is not the time for the dragon god to be stingy. We too want Riyah to perish, but the current situation doesn't allow it. A small number of people, seeing the situation was not right, hoped that Lin Luo would intervene. Cheng Xuexin angrily said, "Some people are such fence-sitters. Just now, they were supporting the dragon god and not helping the Yin Nation, and now they turn their guns on him." Lin Luo dismissed the idea, saying, "There are always bad people among the people. It's perfectly normal." Cheng Xuexin said, "You're right. I think the dragon god must have some agenda in allowing the mermaid god to appear." "What agenda?" Lin Luo asked curiously. "I won't tell you." Cheng Xuexin deliberately kept it a secret. "Looks like I need to punish Sister Cheng." Lin Luo grabbed Cheng Xuexin in his arms, causing her to tremble violently. "Stop it, I'm telling you." Cheng Xuexin quickly said, "The dragon god deliberately allowed the mermaids to summon the mermaid god. He's probably trying to devour him. Level 80 in the devouring world is a god, but I don't think 80 is the end point. There are higher levels. Some people are too short-sighted. The world-devouring gods aren't that weak. The dragon god must reach the highest level to better protect Yin Nation. Lin Luo nodded. I didn't expect Sister Chung to have such strong analytical skills. Your analysis is spot on. Of course. I don't just sit at home every day and eat for free, Chung Xuexin thought. It seems you and I need to reward Sister Chung. Lin Luo approached Chung Xuexin, startling her. Chung Xuexin trembled and said, Xiao Luo, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. I need some rest. Lin Luo smiled and said, Sister Chung, you can help me somewhere else. Chung Xuexin complained, say goodbye. My mouth and hands are still sore from last time. Let's go into the room. It wouldn't be good if Yin Yin saw us. I was just kidding. I need to go out for a few days. Lin Luo prepared to leave early for the kingdom of Rya. He couldn't wait for the mermaid god to appear and attack Yin Nation. It would be too late for him to go to Rya. Lin Luo went over to watch the mermaid descend, only then could he seize the initiative. Huh? Chung Xuexin was slightly disappointed. Women always say one thing and mean another, and she was also in there. What's wrong? Shall we continue? Lin Luo smiled. Chung Xuexin said fearfully, It's not that I don't want to, but my body can't take it anymore. People say women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40, a time when satisfaction is hard to come by. Logically, Lin Luo should have been the first to give up, but when the two of them switched, Chung Xuexin was the first to give up. Sister Chung, don't be so scared. I was just kidding. Lin Luo smiled. Chung Xuexin said coquettishly, You just love to joke around like that. Come back soon and take care. Lin Luo nodded, I'll be back soon. Sister Chung will give me a huge reward then. You can't say you're not feeling well. Okay. Chung Xuexin blushed. Rya country. The statue was built very quickly, and a huge blue statue stood on the island. Chapter 102. A gigantic blue statue resembled a human body and a fish tail. Its upper body resembled a handsome, muscular man, while its lower body was a massive fish tail. After the deity was established, the entire ocean became restless, with waves surging. The great elder of the mermaids excitedly declared, Now we can summon the mermaid god. We will be the first alien race to successfully summon him. The mermaid god will rule the entire earth, just as we rule the earth. The mermaid king, equally excited, said, Yes, after countless years of wandering, we can finally stop wandering. The great elder of the mermaids said, I heard from humans that there's a Yin Nation next to our Rya Nation. Within Yin Nation exists a powerful gamer who has become a god within the game. This could be true. We should quickly summon the mermaid god to prevent any unforeseen events. Once he descends, all our worries will be over. The mermaid king sneered, A god? Perhaps it's just a human fantasy. Becoming a god in the devouring world is incredibly difficult. Humanity isn't the first group to return from the devouring world. There are many races more powerful than humans, yet none of them have achieved godhood. The great elder of the mermaid tribe nodded and said, Your Majesty is right. This so-called dragon god is likely only level 79, mistaken for a god by these unworldly humans. If this person were truly a god, he would have attacked us long ago. Only the gods of the devouring world can coexist peacefully, not gods from other worlds. Earth's area is very limited, and it can only accommodate 5 gods at most. Yin country is not far from where we are, and they won't allow a second god to be by their side. The mermaid king said, Even a level 79 warrior must be taken seriously. He's only one step away from becoming a god. When the time comes, I have the mermaid god personally travel to Yin country to slay this so-called dragon god. Last time you weren't there. Yamano Ichiro, a powerful human from Rya, offered to join us. I decided to accept his offer and allow him to join us. Humans are more familiar with Earth today. The mermaid god doesn't want just an island nation, but the entire Earth. The mermaid elder said, I contacted him and told him to come quickly and kneel before our god. Only those who bow to the mermaid god together will be able to cooperate with us. The blue glow of the statue grew increasingly dazzling, and the mermaid god's arrival drew closer. At this moment, satellites from around the world focused on the capital of Rya. The statue is complete. The gods behind the mermaids are about to descend. We humans are doomed. Yin Nation and the dragon god are responsible for this. They are willing to sacrifice their achievements and annihilate the mermaids. No gods will descend. The world-devouring gods will never be satisfied with just one island nation. Everyone will suffer in the future. Using satellites from various countries, everything happening in Rya is broadcast to everyone's mobile phones. A swarm of insects using technology to spy on us is truly unpleasant. The Mermaid King is extremely powerful and can detect satellites in outer space. The Mermaid Elder shrugged. Humans on Earth can only vent their discontent in this way now. There's nothing they can do to stop us. The Mermaid King said, when the gods descend upon Earth, I will implore them to destroy every mechanical creation in outer space. At this moment, an attack helicopter descended from the sky. The helicopter touched down, and 4 or 5 people emerged. The leader was Inagami Yamano Ichiro, at level 68. After the game feedback ended, Yamano Ichiro had reached level 68. 2 months had passed since the game feedback ended, and his level had barely changed. When Yamano Ichiro saw the two, he said enthusiastically, "You are the great Mermaid King. My name is Yamano Ichiro, and I am the strongest of this nation of Rhea." The Mermaid King said sullenly, "You requested to join us earlier, and I agree. I explain the rules to you later. Now, kneel with me and pay homage to the mermaid." The Mermaid King's chief elder said, "Would you like to join us in paying homage to the mermaid?" Yamano Ichiro exulted, "It is my great honor to be able to pay homage to the mermaid. How could I refuse?" The Mermaid King nodded in satisfaction and said, "Kneeling before the mermaid god is truly a blessing for us." "What's going on? Isn't this Ichiro Yamano, the strongest man of the Rhea Kingdom?" He was just asking for help from all nations, hoping to conquer the mermaids. Now, why is he hanging out with the mermaid god? The people of the Rhea Kingdom are truly the most shameless people in the world. Judging by this, Ichiro Yamano has joined the mermaids. How disgusting. Someone just said that the Rhea Kingdom is for all of humanity. What nonsense. The appearance of Ichiro Yamano on camera immediately sparked discussion. Many criticized Ichiro Yamano, calling the Rhea Kingdom shameless. Ichiro Yamano breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Mermaid King had no intention of killing him, and had agreed to his kneeling before the mermaid god. What he worried about didn't happen. This was the best possible outcome. Yamano Ichiro smiled and said, "Sanji-kun, once we successfully join the mermaids, we'd be just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of our lives." Sanji reminded Yamano Ichiro, whispering, "Right now, the internet is giving us a very bad review, saying we're the ones betraying humanity." Yamano Ichiro felt no remorse. What do they know? I'm a man of insight. Please help me reply online. This is all Yin Country's fault. Hey! I understand. Sanji, you also believed it was Yin Country's fault. Yamano Ichiro, I joined the mermaids out of necessity. The mermaid summoning of the mermaid god was inevitable. If I didn't join now, I never have the chance to do so again. Actually, I didn't want to join the mermaids either. It was mainly due to the Yin Kingdom and the dragon god. Now that I think about it, it wasn't the dragon god's lack of help. I felt like he was just afraid. The Yin Kingdom's dragon god hasn't reached divine level, he's just a bit higher. Everyone should just accept their fate. Humans can't resist gods. You can curse me all you want, but I'm going to kneel before the mermaid god and become his subject. You'll only be able to envy me then. Sanji, you edited Yamano Ichiro's message and posted it online. Yamano Ichiro's words sparked a two-pronged response. One group thought Yamano Ichiro was shameless, believing that humans were the original inhabitants and the mermaids were invaders. The other group believed Yamano Ichiro was right, believing that humans couldn't resist the gods and were better off surrendering. It's quite interesting. Lin Luo arrived in the capital of the Kingdom of Rhea and stood on the rooftop of the tallest building. He was bored, scrolling through videos, waiting for the mermaid god to arrive. Chapter 103. Lin Luo hadn't expected Yamano Ichiro to come and kneel down with him in homage to the mermaid god. He had originally planned to visit Yamano Ichiro's base and slay him. Now that Yamano Ichiro had joined him in the homage, he could skip the trip. In his previous life, Yamano Ichiro had also been a famous figure, his most notable characteristic being a bully. When Itojiro, Yamamoto Nijiro, and other Rhea gamers fought against the mermaids, Yamano Ichiro betrayed his teammates. The mermaids were annihilated, but several of Yamamoto Nijiro's strongest men died at Yamano Ichiro's hands. Itojiro narrowly survived and executed Yamano Ichiro. Because of Lin Luo's reputation as the dragon god, Itojiro was so frightened he left the island nation, leaving Yamano Ichiro as the supreme commander. Yamano Ichiro's personality remained unchanged, and he displayed his bullying and fear of the strong to the fullest. If Yamano Ichiro hadn't used moral coercion against him, Lin Luo probably wouldn't have killed him. But after Yamano Ichiro had used moral coercion against him so many times, he couldn't stand it anymore. Having Yamano Ichiro come over and kneel down with him to worship the shark god would have saved Lin Luo a lot of effort. You said the dragon god hasn't taken action. Could it be that he doesn't have the ability to fight gods? Yamano Ichiro suspects that might be true. It's possible. Although the dragon god has always been called a god, he has never fought against gods. He only kills beings below them. If a true god descends from the kingdom of Rya, we'd be in dire straits. Do you think the dragon god will be frightened and flee? It's very likely. The dragon god hasn't spoken for a long time. He might choose to flee. Gods devour each other to become stronger. The dragon god isn't a god, so he might choose to flee. Is it too late for ordinary people to escape now? Waiting online, it's urgent. Everyone began to doubt the dragon god's strength. The dragon god had many glorious battles, slaying the blood ancestor, the diamond demon, the serpent man queen Medusa, the eagle god, and so on. None of these deceased beings were gods. But the mermaid god summoned by the Rya nation is a true god. Yamato Ichiro had a point. If the dragon god were truly powerful, he would have attacked the mermaids long ago. Lin Luo didn't pay much attention to the online comments. His strength wasn't weakened just because others said it was. The moment the mermaid god appeared, Lin Luo would follow. Begin the kneeling ceremony. The mermaid elder chanted mysterious incantations and performed various elaborate rituals. The powerful mermaids performed these rituals with reverent eyes. Yamato Ichiro and several other Ryans followed the example of the mermaids beside them. The blue light emanating from the statue grew increasingly dazzling, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. Lord Mermaid, please descend. The great elder of the mermaids uttered his final plea. The statue shone with an aurora, temporarily blinding everyone. What's happening? Yamato Ichiro felt a sudden pain in his eyes. The aurora quickly faded, and his vision gradually returned. The statue had vanished, and a mermaid with a muscular upper body and a massive fishtail appeared. Seeing this mighty god, Yamato Ichiro's face turned utterly pale, and his body trembled violently. He felt the god before him like a mountain, weighing down his body, making it difficult to breathe. Too powerful. Yamato Ichiro felt that this god was 100 times more powerful than the Mermaid King. The difference between level 80 and level 70 might seem small, but in reality, it was enormous. Yamato Ichiro became increasingly certain that the dragon god was not a true god. Bah! What dragon god? Does he deserve to be called a god? The one before me is the true god. Yamato Ichiro's eyes burned. He believed that his choice to join the mermaids was absolutely the right one. How could humans rival a god? This mermaid god controlled the entire earth. As the first to join him, he would surely receive preferential treatment. This is a true god. He looks so powerful. I'm afraid no one among us humans could defeat him. I believe the dragon god is stronger than him. I won't argue with that. Humph. The dragon god is stronger than this mermaid god. You're clueless. The people the dragon god killed were all small fry, and now he's a truly powerful god. Stop bragging about the dragon god. The dragon god's power is truly comparable to that of a god. He would have wiped out the mermaids long ago. I used to be a huge fan of the dragon god, but after seeing this mermaid god, I think the dragon god is powerful, but not on par with a god. Seeing the mermaid god so powerful, everyone despaired. Even the dragon god, Yan Nation's most powerful gamer, couldn't compare to the mermaid god. Some people believed the dragon god was still stronger, but their voices were drowned out by the majority. The mermaid god opened his blue eyes and took in the surrounding scenery. A charming smile appeared on his lips. I don't know how many years have passed, but I have finally left the devouring world and arrived in a free world. Here I will build my own kingdom. The Mermaid King said respectfully, Lord God. The mermaid god spoke from above, Mermaid King, you done well. You allowed me to be the first to descend to Earth. I will raise you to level 79, second only to myself. The Mermaid King said excitedly, thank you, Lord God. The mermaid god looked at the mermaid elder and said, you're also quite good. I help you reach level 78. Thank you, Lord God, the mermaid elder said gratefully. The shark god spotted Yamato Ichiro and asked, is this a native of Earth? The Shark King nodded and said, this man is Yamato Ichiro, the supreme commander of the kingdom of Rya, where we are now. He was once an enemy, but now he has joined us. Yamato Ichiro couldn't hear the conversation and could only speak in Rya. It was all my fault before. Please forgive me, Lord God. The shark god replied in Rya, let's not talk about the past. Now, just serve me well, and I won't kill you. Yamato Ichiro said with joy, thank you, Lord God. The shark god asked, Do you know who are humanity's most powerful gamers? I'm going to devour them now to prevent anyone from becoming a god in the new world. Yamato Ichiro replied, there's a country near our kingdom of Ria called Yin. Yan's strongest gamer is called Devouring Jackie-chan. It's said that his level 80, becoming a god. The shark god frowned and said, among the game's feedback users, there are also those who have become gods. The Mermaid King asked, Lord God, are you saying this is untrue? The shark god shook his head and said, I've been asleep for too long, and I don't know much. Regardless of whether this person has become a god or not, I must visit this country. Our current territory is too small. This Yin kingdom should be much larger than Libya. It would be perfect for me to become my kingdom. I kill these powerful game players to prevent gods from appearing in the new world. The mermaid elder said, Lord God, why don't you rest for a while before heading to Yin kingdom? No, you successfully built the statue and summoned me, leaving me with no damage to my own strength. It's safe for us to go now. The shark god looked at Yamato Ichiro and said, is it okay for you to lead the way? Chapter 104. Yamato Ichiro beamed with joy. It is my blessing to serve the Lord God. The same god nodded with satisfaction. Once I have slain the so-called false gods and conquered my own free kingdom, I will raise you to level 75 to help me govern this kingdom of Ria. Yamato Ichiro exclaimed ecstatically, thank you so much, Lord God. He had never imagined that restoring Ria would be so easy. By then, he, Yamato Ichiro, would be a hero throughout Ria, and many would praise him. As for being the center of humanity, he cared nothing. Besides, the same god was so powerful that he would surely conquer the entire earth. By then, everyone would bow down before the same god, and no one would be able to criticize anyone else. The shark god smiled and said, I'm a man of clear rewards and punishments. As long as you do good things, you naturally be rewarded. Yamato Ichiro said respectfully, thank you, sir. The Shark King said, I will now gather our strongest men and lead them towards the nearby Yin kingdom. Yes, the faster the better. There are too many gods in the devouring world, many of whom are more powerful than me. I'm not greedy. I'm content to conquer a large area and make it my own, the shark god instructed. It will only take half an hour for us to set off. The great elder of the merman tribe blew the merman horn, summoning the powerful merman back. Yamato Ichiro added, Sir, the Yin kingdom is not like us, the Rya people. They will likely not listen to you, and will definitely rebel against you. My advice is to kill them all. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in the shark god's eyes as he spoke, I only need one of you humans. When the time comes, I will exterminate all of Yin nation and make it the home of my people. Yamato Ichiro continued to exaggerate, especially the one called the Dragon God. He previously wanted to exterminate the entire mermaid race to prevent you from descending to Earth. The shark god said gravely, I will find the Dragon God and torture him severely, showing him that not all creatures can be called gods. Yamato Ichiro was overjoyed. The shark god before him was very powerful. But this shark god was easily deceived and believed everything he said. Yamato Ichiro decided to deceive the shark god more often in the future, so that Yin Nation would be filled with people from the Ryan Nation. I heard someone wants to torture me. I'm here myself. I wonder how you're going to torture me. The shark god immediately looked up at the sky. A giant golden dragon was circling in the air. The golden dragon was much larger than the shark god, its scaly body radiating a dazzling golden glow. Yamato Ichiro quickly pointed into the air and said, This is the dragon god. My lord, capture him and give him a good beating. The shark god's expression darkened. Is this the false god you were talking about? As a powerful god, he was extremely sensitive to gods of his own level. The golden dragon before him was level 80, and his experience points were quickly reaching their limit. The shark god was also level 80, with almost no experience points. Besides experience points, gods of the same level differed in other aspects. Dragons are inherently more powerful than other races, and the golden dragon before him was a leader among them, a powerful descendant of the ancient true dragon. The shark god quickly determined that he was no match for the golden dragon before him, and his chances of winning were practically zero. Yamato Ichiro, unaware of the shark god's unusual behavior, flattered him, My lord god, this man is just the gamer the Yin people boast about. He's a far cry from you, a true god. This fellow is here to die. Quickly, kill him, and then destroy the entire Yin nation. Lin Luo frowned, Are you sure you want to kill me, torture me, and then destroy the entire Yin nation? Before the shark god could speak, Yamato Ichiro spoke first, Are you scared? Before our great shark god, you're nothing but an ant. Lin Luo sneered, It was the shark god next to you who gave you so much confidence that you lost your mind. What do you think is the reason for my presence here? Of course. Yamato Ichiro's face paled. The dragon god hadn't appeared long ago, yet the shark god had arrived on Earth. He recalled the law of the world devouring. Mutual devouring leads to greater strength. The dragon god was likely plotting a grand plan, aiming to wait for the shark god to descend upon Earth and devour him. The shark god manipulated his giant hand and grabbed Yamato Ichiro. Yamato Ichiro immediately sensed something was wrong and begged for mercy. Sir, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. His body rapidly transforming into a gigantic Shiba Inu. The shark god didn't hesitate, and the force in his hand suddenly increased. With a loud bang, Yamato Ichiro was crushed into a pulp, dead beyond death. Being not a god, he had no strength to even stand up to a powerful god. The mermaid god said with a kind expression, "How dare a stink bug gossip in front of two powerful gods like us? Now that I crushed that stink bug, I think we can have a good chat." Lin Luo shook his head. "I don't think there's anything for us to discuss." The mermaid god's expression turned slightly grim. "I think there is. You and I are both gods, so we can discuss cooperation." Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not thinking of cooperating with you. Dragon god, you should listen to me. It's not too late for us to take action later." The mermaid god said, "I suspect the dragon god deliberately left the mermaids alone, allowing me to descend into this world, ready to devour me." Lin Luo didn't deny it. "I intended to devour you, so I deliberately didn't stop the mermaids from invading the kingdom of Rhea. Also, there's a grudge between this kingdom of Rhea and my country, so that's partly why." The mermaid god's face turned ashen, his suspicions confirmed. The powerful golden dragon before him had indeed devoured him. The mermaid god calmed down and said, "Dragon god, have you ever considered that you alone can't conquer the entire Earth? You need strong allies." Lin Luo shook his head and said, "I don't think I do. I allow weaker gods to descend through the altar, but I prevent the powerful gods from descending until they cross the realm and become inferior to me. Only then will I allow them to descend." This was his plan, but there was still much unknown. For example, level 80 wasn't the end of a god's journey, but the beginning. In the devouring world, many powerful gods existed. The mermaid god was exceptionally clever and identified the problem. "Dragon god, you became a god through game feedback. You don't know much about the entire devouring world. Gods are divided into different levels of strength. A level 90 god is a true god, and a level 100 god is a celestial god. There are even more powerful gods above that, beings I can't reach. Every level difference creates a huge difference in strength. For gods of the same level, the key factor to consider is the experience bar of each other. You're almost at level 81, and I'm only at level 80, yet you're much stronger than me. Secondly, the race of each god depends on their abilities. For example, gods of the dragon, phoenix, and divine human races are exceptionally powerful. I said all this to prove that the devouring world has many powerful gods. You are stronger than me, but that doesn't mean anything. In the devouring world, there are many gods more powerful than you. It would be difficult for you to defend Earth." Chapter 105. Lin Luo didn't follow the Jiao mythology story, but raised his own question. Can the devouring world continue to receive gods? Jiaoshan said, "This is what I'm going to talk about next. The gods of the devouring world don't randomly descend into any real world, there's a limit." Lin Luo expressed his speculation. "You mean that for every number of gods that Earth can receive, a number of gods from the devouring world will descend upon Earth. Once that number is reached, the devouring world will cease receiving gods. If Earth's gods haven't reached their limit, then the devouring world will continue to receive gods, including even more powerful true gods and celestial gods. Until Earth's gods reach a critical number, the devouring world's gods will cease descending." "Am I right?" Jiaoshan replied. "You're right. There's a threshold for the devouring world to descend upon Earth. I can tell you what that threshold is. 10 gods in total. Including you, I already have 2, and 8 more will descend. These 8 gods should all be stronger than me, possibly even 2 or 3 levels higher. But if you and I unite, we don't need to fear any of these 8 gods. This is why I said that if you devour me, it won't be the end of the trouble, it could very well be the beginning." Lin Luo nodded and said, "According to you, working together is the best option." The mermaid god smiled and said, "It's best that you understand this. Yen country is your territory, so I won't bother you. I go explore other countries. But I still don't believe you." Lin Luo had already learned what he wanted to know, and he boldly attacked the mermaid. A sharp dragon claw lashed out at the mermaid, who quickly blocked it with his trident. Bang! The two collided violently, resounding with the sound of steel. The mermaid hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Killing me won't do you any good." Lin Luo said coldly, "I don't believe the words of old scoundrels like you. You made it clear just now, you can cooperate with me, or with others." The mermaid quickly said, "You're being suspicious. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Give up all resistance now, and I trust you." Lin Luo simply didn't believe it. "You?" The mermaid knew he couldn't deceive Lin Luo any further. His words were a deception, a way to stall for the next god to arrive. The human before him was powerful, but he couldn't withstand two gods. At that time, the mermaid god was the mastermind, controlling the lives and deaths of the humans before him. Unable to conceal his presence any longer, the mermaid god fled toward the distant sea. Lin Luo extended his sharp dragon claws and grabbed the mermaid god. The mermaid god blocked with his arm, leaving 5 deep wounds on his arm, from which bright red blood gurgled. The blood dripped down his arm, staining the sea's surface crimson. "You forced me to do this." The intense pain drove the mermaid god mad, and he raised his trident and stabbed Lin Luo. Lin Luo made no move to dodge, his sharp dragon claws slashing at the mermaid god's chest. The trident pierced Lin Luo's golden scales, causing a minor scratch. The sharp dragon claws had already pierced the mermaid god's chest, a beating heart already grasped in his hand. Without hesitation, Lin Luo yanked his arm free. With a loud puff, the mermaid god spat out a large mouthful of blood. A god-level creature could survive even without a heart. Facing the powerful golden dragon, the mermaid god was filled with fear. The mermaid god realized his misjudgment. He had previously believed that defeating the golden dragon was impossible, but surviving would be easy. In reality, even surviving a battle with the golden dragon was difficult. The mermaid god's trident shone a dazzling blue light, hurling it towards the golden dragon. Without his heart, he was powerless, hoping to buy time with the thrown trident. The trident, emitting a dazzling blue light, flew at Lin Luo at supersonic speeds. Lin Luo's golden dragon claws shone with a golden glow, swatting the flying trident away. At the same time, the mermaid god had already dived into the sea. The largest part of this blue planet was the ocean, and he believed he could survive by entering it. The mermaid god thought he had escaped danger, but when he looked behind him, he saw a giant golden dragon following him. Lin Luo gave the mermaid god no chance, opening his enormous dragon maw and spewing flames. The flames were so powerful and strange that even the seawater couldn't extinguish them. The mermaid god was instantly engulfed in flames, and the crackling sound of burning continued. "I only just arrived on Earth. How can I die so suddenly?" The mermaid god was unwilling to accept this, and his body continued to tremble with pain. As the first god to descend to Earth, he had the initiative, and was ambitious to rule the entire planet. But the mermaid god hadn't expected to die in the deep sea less than an hour after arriving on Earth. Lin Luo ignored the mermaid god's complaints and swallowed him whole. The roasted mermaid god tasted not unlike grilled fish. After devouring the mermaid god, Lin Luo successfully advanced to level 81. His body instantly grew over 100 meters longer, and his weight increased by hundreds of tons. The golden scales were harder than before, emitting a dazzling golden light, and the flames it exhaled were even hotter. This mermaid god hasn't lied to me in many of the things he's told me. The gap between each level above the god level is enormous. Lin Luo felt a surge of joy as he felt the power within him, several times greater than before. He believed his plan was sound, to prevent the world-devouring god from descending to Yin Nation through the statue, while allowing gods from other nations to descend through the statue. If Lin Luo persisted in blocking the world-devouring god, he would likely die miserably. He couldn't afford to have two gods descend without his permission. At the same time, if Lin Luo wanted to evolve quickly, he still needed to devour powerful gods. Lin Luo devoured so many level 70+ aliens, but it wasn't as good as devouring the mermaid god to gain half the experience. He had just broken through to level 81, and wasn't far from level 82. His greatest gain was understanding the pattern of the god's arrival. Weaker gods descend first, followed by more powerful ones. The pattern of the god's arrivals mirrored that of aliens, which reassured Lin Luo. If a powerful god suddenly descended, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Luo controlled his massive body and headed towards the kingdom of Lia. The powerful members of the mermaids needed to be dealt with. The island nation was close to the kingdom of Yin, so they couldn't cause trouble there. The mermaid king and the mermaid great elder, following the mermaid god's orders, went to gather their powerful tribesmen and set out for the kingdom of Yin. When they returned, the mermaid god had disappeared. Their subordinates reported that the mermaid god was locked in a battle with the golden dragon. Both sensed something was amiss, but neither chose to flee. The mermaid god was their faith, unwavering. The Mermaid King gazed at the sea and said, "Great Elder, do you think we gods can defeat this human?" The Mermaid Great Elder hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I choose to believe in the Mermaid God. The Mermaid God is the most powerful being. I choose to believe in him, too." The Mermaid King nodded vigorously. With a splash, a massive creature emerged from the sea, a giant golden dragon. In the sunlight, the dragon shone dazzlingly, and seawater streamed down its scales. The Mermaid King and the Mermaid Great Elder felt death approaching. But they could not escape, and they collapsed to the ground in fear. Chapter 106. A photo of the mermaid being summoned to the capital of Rhea spread across social media platforms. After satellites captured this photo, they temporarily lost control, unable to observe the ground. The nation scrambled to restore satellite communication and film the mermaid again. But every time they tried to aim their satellites at Rhea, they lost control. So they abandoned satellite photography and called this mysterious force the power of the gods. The gods, who wished to avoid being observed, could use their power to influence the magnetic field, preventing satellites from capturing images. This was called the power of the gods. The first god has descended upon Earth, and the second will follow. From now on, Earth will not belong to humans, but to powerful gods. We're still thinking about the question of who will own Earth. Now we need to think about whether we're all still alive. This shark god seems okay, and might accept us humans. Yamato Ichiro is so shameless. He's actually surrendered to the shark god. I wonder if the shark god still accepts humans. My life-owned nation wants to join as well. I don't think other countries need to worry too much. Yin Nation will definitely be in trouble next. The shark god will definitely destroy it. The shark god's arrival in Rhea became everyone's biggest concern. Neither the zombie crisis, animal mutations, nor the arrival of alien races could wipe out humanity. The arrival of a powerful god, however, could. As everyone was concerned about the disaster the shark god's arrival would unleash, a photo appeared on social media. The photo was taken from high altitude, needless to say, by a satellite. Hundreds of blue dots appeared on a large island, and a giant golden dragon emerged from the sea. Is the golden dragon the dragon god? Those blue dots are mermaids. Where did the mermaid god go? The events following the photo suggest the dragon god will not let these mermaids go. There are two explanations for the mermaid god's absence. One is that he's dead, the other is that he's escaped. Do you think it's possible that the mermaid god was summoned by the dragon god with the intention of devouring him? For gods to evolve, the best way is to devour each other. Everyone speculated that the dragon god had driven away the mermaid god and casually exterminated the mermaids. The nations were then astonished to discover that satellite images of Rhea were unaffected by divine power. In the city, humans and mermaids were battling, with humans annihilating the mermaids one by one. Amidst the speculation, Yamamura Hikaru, the interim head of Rhea, released the latest information. "Hello everyone, I'm Yamamura Hikaru, the current supreme commander of the kingdom of Rhea. The coward Ichiro Yamano has been punished with justice. I want to thank the dragon god. If the dragon god hadn't slain the same god, we wouldn't have been able to restore our nation. I'm deeply grateful for the dragon god's help. As long as the dragon god has any requests, our kingdom of Rhea will unconditionally meet them. I'm deeply grateful to the dragon god." In the video, Yamamura Hikaru bends his back 90 degrees to thank the dragon god, his attitude remarkably sincere. The dragon god truly killed the same god. His power is truly terrifying. Some people used to say the dragon god wasn't a god, but now it seems he's far more powerful than ordinary gods. Those haters are talking nonsense. It's not that the dragon god is too low level and afraid of the mermaid god, it seems the dragon god is actually waiting for the mermaid god to arrive. I really want to immigrate to Yin country. Other countries don't have gods right now, only Yin country has gods protecting it. I apologize to the dragon god here. I shouldn't have doubted his power. I wonder if there's a video. I'd love to see the battle between these two powerful gods. It seems it won't be easy for the dragon god to defeat the mermaid god. Maybe he killed him after a tough battle. Everyone was delighted that the dragon god had killed the mermaid god. Many crises have occurred on Earth, impacting humanity's survival. Only the arrival of a god is the most deadly. A single mistake could lead to the extinction of all humanity. At the same time, everyone was eager to see the two gods battle. They believed it would be a thrilling spectacle. Cataclysm Shelter. Everyone had received the latest news and breathed a sigh of relief. Chuhi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The mermaid god descended earlier. I think the dragon god was being overconfident. If the dragon god couldn't defeat the mermaid god, that would be troublesome." Jinli Mei echoed, "I was worried too, but the truth is, Our worries were unnecessary. The dragon god isn't reckless or arrogant. He must have absolute confidence to do what he did. Zhou Jiawei said with unwavering confidence, as the dragon god's biggest fan, I always choose to believe in him. Many people say that the dragon god's level isn't even level 80, and that he doesn't dare to attack the mermaids primarily out of fear. Zhou Jiawei has done nothing these past few days, except confront these people online. In real life, she's a well-mannered public servant, but online, she's a troll. Everyone experiences contrasts, and Zhou Jiawei is no exception. Zhou Jiawei deals with those who slander the dragon god by lashing out if she can, and banning their accounts if she can't. As the deputy director of the Cataclysm Shelter, it's easy for her to shut down a few trolls. Yang Jun sighed, it's a shame there's no footage of the dragon god and the mermaid god fighting. A battle between the two gods would have been spectacular. Chu He said, I'd love to see it too. I only seen the dragon god crush others before, but I never seen two evenly matched opponents fight for ages, with the outcome difficult to determine. Zhou Jiawei had a different opinion. I think given the dragon god's power, he's likely to crush him. Chu He countered, I think it's normal for the dragon god to crush beings below the level of gods, but the mermaid god, as a god, is not someone the dragon god can easily crush. Zhou Jiawei continued, you don't know how powerful the dragon god is. He's also very powerful among gods. He was able to slay the Basnake god at level 79. It's not unusual for him to crush a mermaid god. Chu He continued, that was because the Basnake was dormant. The Basnake was only level 80, not much stronger than the mermaid god. The two people, who usually had a good relationship, were arguing fiercely over this matter. Chen Li Mei clapped her hands and called for silence. The powerful mermaids in Riyao have all been annihilated by the dragon god. The people of Riyao will handle the remaining mermaids on their own, and they won't ask for our help. Chu He said unhappily, those who live comfortably are short-sighted and treacherous, fearing we come and take over their territory. Yang Jun snorted, they don't want us to help, and we don't want to help either. Okay, I won't discuss the island nation's affairs. We have our own affairs to attend to. The next place the world-devouring alien race will descend is Hangzhou. Chen Li Mei began to discuss the details of the ghost-crying tribe. With two previous experiences facing the alien race, everyone was less panicked. Plus, the dragon god was in Maohai City, just a stone's throw away from Hangzhou. If anything happened in Hangzhou, the dragon god would rush to its aid immediately. Chapter 107. Capital City. After suffering the humiliation of the snake people, Yi Tian began to work hard to become stronger. Hearing that a foreign race of dog-headed people had descended from Mongolia to the north, he specifically guarded Inner Mongolia. After wreaking havoc in Mongolia, the dog-headed king also invaded Inner Mongolia. Yi Tian waited a long time in Inner Mongolia, finally awaiting this opportunity. Besieged by the dog-headed king and several powerful dog-headed men, Yi Tian nearly died. Fortunately, Yi Tian finally unleashed his potential, and slew the dog-headed king and several of the dog-headed men. After this battle, Yi Tian gained a great deal of benefits. He advanced several levels, from level 73 to level 76. Yi Tian said proudly, Panhua, there's been no major news about the dragon god lately, has there? Panhua ruthlessly attacked, you don't watch the news, do you? The mermaids in Ria have been causing a stir lately. They even built a statue to summon the mermaid god, and the dragon god slew him. No one read your news. Yi Tiansheng said with resignation, can't the dragon god just take a break? Can't you let me show off a bit? He Huang advised, you better give up as soon as possible. Your little grievances are nothing in front of the dragon god. Panhua asked, the Cataclysm Shelter released a video praising the dragon god. Shouldn't we, the Heaven-Defying Alliance, release one? He Huang nodded, delete the video Yi Tian just posted. Let's release one praising the dragon god. We must surpass the Cataclysm Shelter, and let the dragon god feel our enthusiasm. He Huang. How rude of you. My video is so new, and it's still getting a lot of likes. Yi Tian shouted hurriedly. The Black Emperor mercilessly attacked, just comfort yourself. You don't need to explain to us. We still have eyes. Everyone says you are not as good as the dragon god. Yi Tian angrily shouted, how dare you say that? This slang is not as good as the dragon gods. It's you who's responsible. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight He Huang. Someone's defense is broken. You can't argue with him, so you're going to fight. He Huang showed no fear and taunted Yi Tian. Yi Tian couldn't contain his anger and started fighting He Huang. He Huang had been staying home lately, not going out to devour and level up. Then, He Huang was beaten to a pulp by Yi Tian, screaming in agony. Black Emperor, bruised and battered, said, "You were so ruthless." Yi Tian said proudly, "Who told you to mock me?" Pang Bo, used to their playful banter, had no intention of joining in. He said, "The next alien race to descend from the devouring world is Hangzhou. The Cataclysm Shelter has invited our heaven-shaking alliance to help. Are you planning to go? A powerful alien race?" Yi Tian said excitedly, "I, the alliance leader, will personally go there." Black Emperor taunted, "The dragon god is in Lahai City. Hangzhou is very close. He will definitely intervene. Wouldn't you be embarrassed to see the dragon god?" Yi Tian said, Yi Tian. I am not inferior to others. Since the dragon god is intervening in this matter, it's difficult for me, Emperor Yi Tian, to intervene." The Black Emperor, his plot having succeeded, chuckled, "It's best if Yi Tian doesn't go. We should gather the more capable members of the alliance. The alien arrival is a great opportunity to level up." Pang Bo agreed. The aliens descending from the devouring world are growing stronger, and with the arrival of powerful gods, we should do our best to improve our own strength so we can survive longer. The Black Emperor said, "We should set off quickly. The weeping ghosts are only a few days away. We should reunite with the people at the Cataclysm Shelter, and be better prepared to face them." Wait a minute. Watching the two men leave, Yi Tian grew restless. Yi Tian's level had improved considerably, but he was still a long way from reaching level 80. Exotic races were the best path to leveling up, and Yi Tian naturally didn't want to miss out. And the dragon god was in Lahai City, ready to provide support at any time. This was much safer than staying in Inner Mongolia. Yi Tian didn't have to worry about his own safety. Black Emperor raised his lips, revealing his sharp white teeth. "Why does someone want to go with us?" Yi Tian said indignantly, "Even if you invited me, I wouldn't go." Pang Bo said calmly, "It's just as well you're not going. The capital needs expert protection." Yi Tian felt Pang Bo was quite unfamiliar. Black Emperor urged, "Pang Bo, let's go quickly. It would be bad if we were late and kept our colleagues at the catastrophic shelter waiting." "Okay, I already arranged for those staying in the capital and those heading to Lahai City." As the brain of the heaven-covering alliance, Pang Bo was extremely efficient. Before leaving, He Huang taunted Yi Tian, "I hope someone says one thing and means another, saying they won't go to Hangzhou, only to sneak over later." Yi Tian angrily said, "You underestimate me, Yi." Not long after He Huang and Pang Bo left, Yi Tian began packing his luggage and heading for Hangzhou. "If you don't want me to go, then I Yi must go." Yi Tian possesses spatial abilities, allowing him to teleport over long distances no slower than an airplane. Lahai City. Zhang Xuexin wore a stepmother's dress that accentuated her impeccable figure. Beneath the slit skirt, a pair of long, snow-white legs, slender yet voluptuous, clad in black mesh silk. Black fishnet stockings tightly hugged her long, snow-white legs, leaving a distinct mark. Zhang Xuexin sat on the sofa in her high heels, Lin Luo resting his head on her stockinged legs. Her pretty face flushed with discomfort as she asked, "Xiao Luo, don't you think I look a bit slutty dressed like this?" Lin Luo smiled, "I don't think it's slutty at all. On the contrary, it's quite charming. You torture me in different ways every day." Zhang Xuexin rolled her almond-shaped eyes at Lin Luo, her every move full of charm. Lin Luo said innocently, "Sister Cheng, I'm not asking for anything. You changed this dress yourself. You said it. I change it now." Zhang Xuexin feigned anger, and stood up to change her clothes in her room. "Sister Cheng and I will go back to the room together." Lin Luo stood up first. "You're still here." Zhang Xuexin blushed. "You can handle it, but I can't. Then I just wear this dress. That JK outfit, my professional outfit, and my nurse's uniform are still in the washing machine. If this gets dirty, I have nothing else to wear." "Sister Cheng, you shouldn't have said this earlier." Lin Luo lay back on Zhang Xuexin's thighs. Her thighs were soft and fleshy, and it felt very comfortable. Perhaps because he was wearing stockings, he felt even more comfortable. Zhang Xuexin thought, the dragon god is too powerful. He easily killed the mermaid god and even the mermaid warriors. The only bad news is that the kingdom of Riyah is about to reclaim its lost territory. Lin Luo said unconcernedly, "Riyah is facing more than one alien race. Perhaps more will arrive, and Riyah will be overwhelmed once again." Zhang Xuexin nodded and said, "You have a point. The world-devouring alien races are constantly descending, and Earth rarely has a peaceful moment. Next, the ghost-crying tribe will descend on Hangzhou." Lin Luo asked, "How many days until they arrive?" Chapter 108. Zhang Xuexin replied, "There's still a day left. The Cataclysm Shelter, and the heaven-defying alliance have already sent people there. I hear it's going to be a fierce battle. Do you think the dragon god will intervene? Lin Luo countered, I'm not the dragon god. How would I know if you ask me? Zhang Xuexi nodded, I'm just asking. I have a feeling the dragon god will intervene. The strongest member of the Ghost Crying clan is level 76, and the strongest, Yi Tian, is only level 76. He might not intervene, and it might be difficult to deal with. This guy won't intervene. Lin Luo remembered Yi Tian as a battle-savvy maniac, constantly fighting to level up. The Ghost Crying clan presents a great opportunity for leveling up, and Yi Tian wouldn't miss it. Zhang Xuexin thought, the latest list of the Heaven-Defying Alliance doesn't include Yi Tian's name. There's a good chance something else is going on. Perhaps? Lin Luo stood up from the sofa and stretched. Zhang Xuexin was terrified. Xiao Luo, Sister Cheng really can't take it anymore. After Lin Luo had been away for a day, Zhang Xuexin missed him even more. When Lin Luo first returned home, Zhang Xuexin had deliberately put on a JK uniform, the kind worn by students. Zhang Xuexin's well-groomed figure made the JK uniform bulge out. Lin Luo smiled. Sister Cheng, how can you have such impure thoughts? I was just stretching. Zhang Xuexin, humiliated, said, you know how to tease me? Then I do it for real. Lin Luo hugged Zhang Xuexin by the waist. Zhang Xuexin's face turned pale with fear. No. Lin Luo smiled. Sister Cheng, you're making it difficult for me to live like this. Do you want it or not? Zhang Xuexin quickly said, no. Lin Luo's smile grew even wider. I've seen a lot of action movies, and the word no in them actually means yes. Bah! Zhang Xuexin spat. Are those movies you see serious? Lin Luo said, it seems Sister Cheng has some understanding. Let's go to the room and try it out. Zhang Xuexin blushed. If you say that again, I ignore you. An hour later, Lin Luo emerged from the room. Ever since the game had fully completed, his energy was abundant, and his desire for many children and a prosperous life was growing stronger. Zhang Xuexin was already satisfied, but Lin Luo hadn't reached his limit yet. Lin Luo decided not to continue, fearing Zhang Xuexin might not be able to handle it. He went to the room where the game pods were stored. It had been a long time since he logged into the Devouring World. Lin Luo prepared to enter the Devouring World and take a look at the various gods. He skillfully laid down in the pod and activated the Devouring World. Lin Luo received a lot of information from the Mermaid God, but he couldn't fully believe it. The gods of the Devouring World all lived for a long time, and were cunning old monsters. The best way for Lin Luo to obtain information about the Devouring World was to enter it. He also wanted to see if the situation in Hangzhou had changed since his previous life. Ding! Welcome, distinguished Devouring Jackie Chan player, to the Devouring World. A familiar electronic sound echoed in his ears. Lin Luo had just logged into Longhai City when he discovered two dormant gods. One was the Snow Wolf God, the other the Green Face God. Both gods were still slumbering. The Snow Wolf God had sent goblins last time, but Lin Luo had dealt with them, and they were silent. He didn't think the Snow Wolf God would give up easily. He might still be plotting his arrival. The Green Face God was even more powerful than the Snow Wolf God, and Lin Luo was completely unfamiliar with him. In his previous life, he only knew the Green Face God by name, nothing else. Ignoring the two gods, Lin Luo immediately controlled his massive body and headed for Hangzhou. The Green Face God and the Snow Wolf God wouldn't descend to Earth anytime soon. As he headed for Hangzhou, his body shrank rapidly. Lin Luo's massive form was easily visible, but his small size would make it invisible. The ability to control his body size was acquired by devouring the base snake. Lin Luo had never used this ability before. This was his first time using it. After devouring the Mermaid God, Lin Luo developed a stronger affinity with the ocean. Each god possessed powerful abilities, which he could gain by devouring them. Lin Luo could also gain abilities by devouring creatures below the rank of god. But those abilities were too weak, practically negligible to him. Lin Luo wanted to become stronger, and needed to devour even more powerful gods. As soon as he arrived in Hangzhou, he sensed a familiar presence. The Weeping God, a gigantic infant, 100 meters tall, chubby, its face perpetually etched with sorrow. A pair of large, dark eyes darted back and forth, observing everything around it. The Weeping God appeared harmless, but in reality, he was far more ferocious than the Mermaid God. In Hangzhou's previous life, Hangzhou had failed to control the Weeping Ghost tribe, and the Cataclysm shelter was forced to retreat to avoid further casualties. After arriving in Hangzhou, the Weeping God unleashed a terrifying wail. In an instant, All creatures except the ghost-crying clan perished. Luckily, Lin Luo's body had shrunk considerably when he arrived. Otherwise, the Weeping God would have spotted him, and his attempts to gather information would have been impossible. The Weeping God was at level 80, no more powerful than the Mermaid God. The five-clawed golden dragon Lin Luo had transformed into was already level 81, easily capable of crushing the Weeping God. But he had a foreboding feeling that things wouldn't be so easy. Lin Luo's plan was to annihilate the ghost-crying clan, forcing the Weeping God to descend at a reduced strength. That would make devouring them even easier. The Weeping God wasn't as clever as the Snow Wolf God, and was likely to do something like this. The Weeping God looked like a child, and his IQ was similar. Lin Luo landed in Hangzhou and observed the Weeping God for a while. The Weeping God remained as innocent as a child, showing no signs of abnormality. Am I being overly suspicious? Lin Luo was about to quit the game when something unusual suddenly occurred. A child, the same size as the Weeping God, arrived above Hangzhou. The chubby, pale child's face wore an eerie smile, not sadness. Laughing God. Lin Luo didn't recognize many gods, and this Laughing God was one of the few. He remembered the Laughing God descending in Guangzhou, so how could he have ended up in Hangzhou? Guangzhou was maintained by a disaster shelter, whose principal officer was Jiang Ming. Lin Luo was very familiar with Jiang Ming's game ID. It was the Supreme Demon Lord from his previous life. In Lin Luo's past life, Supreme Demon Lord was not a quiet person. The disaster shelter had repeatedly invited him to join, but Jiang Ming had always refused. It was said that Jiang Ming was not optimistic about the authorities, believing their attempt to restore Yan Nation's former social order was a pipe dream. Jiang Ming believed the authorities should continuously narrow their fronts and proactively abandon certain areas. Both the capital and Longhai City were too dangerous, and they should both be abandoned. He suggested that the authorities should find a small city to stay in and concentrate all their forces there. Jiang Ming felt that Guangzhou was a good fit, with its picturesque scenery and outstanding people. His partiality for his hometown naturally led to official rejection. Lin Luo found Jiang Ming's online comments both hilarious and deeply selfish. Jiang Ming's implication was that everyone should die, as long as his hometown of Guangzhou remained. Lin Luo learned that Jiang Ming's ID was Jidao Mozen, and many things suddenly became clear. As expected, there are only random names, not random game names. Overall, Jiang Ming wasn't a bad person. Aside from his partiality for his hometown, everything else was quite good. He had always remained in Guangzhou, never leaving. With Jiang Ming's presence, Guangzhou remained completely safe. Until the arrival of the Laughing God, which led to the fall of Guangzhou. Chapter 109. The alien race controlled by the Laughing God is called the Laughing Tribe, humanoid monsters with a constant smirk on their faces. Jiang Ming wanted to stop the Laughing Tribe's arrival, but it was impossible for him to do so alone. In the end, Jiang Ming fled Guangzhou alone, leaving the others' fate unknown. Not long after the Weeping God occupied Hangzhou, his influence spread throughout Zhejiang Province. Zhejiang Province became the Weeping God's backyard, and no other creature or god dared to tamper with it. Similarly, not long after the Laughing God occupied Guangzhou, he quickly became the entire Guangdong Province. The two gods looked similar, possessing a smiling and crying expression, respectively, and their abilities were extremely similar. Many believed that these two gods might be brothers. In this life, Jiang Ming did not reject the disaster shelter, but actively joined it. After resolving Longhai City's troubles, the disaster shelter headquarters provided assistance to many of its branches. Guangzhou has become one of the few cities to have restored order, now under Jiang Ming's control. Jiang Ming had undergone a significant change, and unexpectedly, the Laughing God had also changed. The Laughing God chose not to slumber in Guangzhou, devouring world, but instead came to Hangzhou. The two nearly identical gods met, but with unfriendly intent, they began to punch and kick each other. Wow! Ha! The two gods clashed with true fire, unleashing their powers. Lin Luo felt a sting in his ears, but it wasn't a major issue. The Devouring World server had been shut down, and neither the game's players nor its gods could kill each other. Even if the two were in the real world, Lin Luo's presence wouldn't have had much of an impact. The God of Weeping and the God of Laughter were both level 80, one level lower than Lin Luo. Unless the two combined to attack Lin Luo, there was no way he could be harmed. At this moment, a gigantic, strange woman approached. The strange woman was enormous, 10 times larger than the God of Weeping. The two gods, the God of Weeping and the God of Laughter, looked like children in front of the strange woman. The strange woman had ugly features, slanted eyes, a flat nose, a crooked mouth, and an expression that seemed neither crying nor smiling. She had long limbs, pale skin, and sharp nails on her fingers and toes. Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy. Lin Luo's mind flashed back to the devouring world's description of this strange woman. Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy, an extremely powerful deity, level 83, with a deep love for children. After experimenting with several men, she finally gave birth to the god of laughter and the god of weeping. The laughing god and the weeping god inherited her abilities, emitting laughter and tears, respectively, which generate a strange power capable of killing the other. As the mother of these two gods, she possesses both abilities. Her own combat prowess is considerable, capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart with bare hands. Ordinary gods of the same level are no match for her. No wonder the laughing god appeared in Hangzhou, the devouring world. It's likely the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy was responsible. Lin Luo recently killed the mermaid god, and this fact cannot be concealed. The devouring world gods likely already know of his deeds. The game's introduction states that the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy loves children. The weeping god will be the first to descend into Hangzhou, and there's a high probability that he will face danger from Lin Luo. The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy summon the laughing god, preparing to cross the boundary and descend to Earth together. The two gods' combined cross-boundary arrivals have suffered some loss of strength, but together they should be able to withstand gods below level 82. This Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow underestimates me. Lin Luo is level 81, yet possesses the bloodline of a five-clawed golden dragon. Furthermore, he evolved into a powerful god by devouring a powerful god. Compared to gods of the same level, Lin Luo is even more powerful. His only concern is that the Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow will learn of the death of her two children and forcibly descend to Earth to fight him. Madam, you don't want your children to suffer, do you? Lin Luo suddenly had a bold idea. After the Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow appeared in Hangzhou, the two children stopped fighting. The two children ran over innocently, and the Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow smiled. The Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow and the two children began to play out a drama of loving mother and filial piety. Mom! Mom! My two darlings! The Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow clutched a large lump of meat sauce and handed it to the two children. The sauce had unclear layers, a mixture of various colors. This sauce must have been a secret recipe, blending the meat of various creatures. The two children took the meat sauce and began devouring it frantically. How heartwarming! Lin Luo sighed, when the time comes, I definitely send this family off together, complete and well, so we can perform a loving mother-son drama on the road. He already knew about the Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow, and didn't plan to stay in Hangzhou. Ever since completing the game feedback, Lin Luo had neglected the game Devouring the World. After this incident, he had to pay more attention to the game Devouring the World. A lot of key information was in Devouring the World. Lin Luo wouldn't log in there this time. Thus, he wouldn't know that the god descending from 1 to 2 gods had descended on Hangzhou. Caught off guard, Lin Luo would likely be caught off guard by these two gods. Lin Luo's ability to know their information would greatly increase his success rate. On Earth, he was invincible. But in the Devouring World, there were many powerful gods. The true gods and celestial gods that the mermaid god spoke of were beings far superior to gods. Lin Luo wanted to become stronger through devouring, and knowing the information in advance was essential for his own safety. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in battle. Lin Luo exited the game, and didn't rush to Hangzhou. The Ghost-Crying Clan didn't need his intervention, the Cataclysm Shelter, and the Heaven-Defying Alliance could handle it. With Lin Luo's help, the two organizations had become countless times more powerful than in his previous life. Even if one Ghost-Crying Clan wasn't particularly powerful, the two organizations could easily hold them off. Hangzhou. Before the Ghost-Crying Clan arrived, the Cataclysm Shelter and the Heaven-Defying Alliance were already waiting. The Cataclysm Shelter had scouted the area and knew where the Ghost-Crying Clan would descend. All troops donned helmets to block out outside noise. The most terrifying thing about the Ghost-Crying Clan was their cries. Any creature lower in level than the one making the cries would be killed by the strange power generated by their cries. Zhou Jiawei asked in confusion, Yi Tian, hasn't he come yet? Peng Bo replied, he should have arrived in Hangzhou. There's no way he wouldn't be here, but we don't know where he is. Chen Limei nodded. It's good they're here. The Ghost-Crying Clan is difficult to deal with, and we need more help. Liu shouted, the aliens are coming. Everyone, get ready, Chen Limei warned. A rift in space and time suddenly appeared, and medium-sized, weeping-faced humanoid monsters burst out. Fire! The troops present had experienced many battles, so they didn't panic and open fire. Tanks, planes, missiles, and other lethal weapons bombarded the Ghost Crying clan. Wow! A high-level Ghost Crying clan cried out. The 100 or so soldiers in front suddenly felt uneasy, falling to the ground with eerie smiles. The soldiers in the back row slowed down their movements after seeing their comrades in front of them die so strangely. Chapter 110. Fortunately, these soldiers had undergone professional training and quickly adjusted themselves and continued fighting. What's going on? Zhou Jiahui asked, puzzled. The soldiers were wearing helmets, blocking out the crying outside. Why did they die with tears on their faces? Chu He asked, puzzled. Could it be that the crying is so pervasive that it's impossible to block it out? Peng Bo thought for a moment and realized, I know it's not crying. If it were crying, it wouldn't be possible for only the front group of soldiers to die while the back group survived. The problem lies in their eyes. Chen Li Mei shouted into the intercom, anyone in front who can see the Ghost Crying clan, close your eyes immediately. Seeing the Ghost Crying clan's appearance will kill them by a strange force. The soldiers in the front row received the message and quickly closed their eyes to fight. Half an hour later, the army began to withdraw. The remaining powerful Ghost Crying clan were beyond the reach of gunfire. The others put on their sound-blocking helmets and tried not to look at the Ghost Crying clan's faces while fighting them. Zhou Jiahui transformed into a white dragon, possessing powerful dragon bloodline resistance. Ordinary ghost criers could not kill him with just sound. After a day, the battle finally ended. The Ghost Cry King evacuated with a large number of elite ghost criers, and the Cataclysm Shelter and the Heaven-Shaking Alliance did not pursue them. After the previous battle, the official team was also severely depleted. Zhou Jiahui panted, the Ghost Cry King is level 76. We cannot defeat him. Yi Tian will need to intervene. He Huang said, this little Yi is really no match. Logically, his space jump should be faster than ours by plane. Why hasn't he arrived yet? As a good friend of Yi Tian, Peng Bo was well aware of this. Is there a possibility that Yi Tian is lost? He Huang clapped his hands and said, what you're saying is indeed possible. This guy is very likely lost. What? Lost? Chen Li Mei was a little incredulous. He Huang sighed, it wouldn't happen to anyone else, but it's perfectly normal for Xiao Yi. How about we make a phone call? Zhou Jiahui asked. He Huang analyzed, there's a 90% chance your call won't go through. There are two reasons for that. Xiao Yi doesn't have his phone with him, and he's being stubborn. Peng Bo agreed, I think the second possibility is more likely. Chen Li Mei took out her satellite phone and said, let me make a call. Business is more important. The satellite phone dialed Yi Tian, and the call was quickly connected. Hello, Director Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Tian asked. Chen Li Mei bluntly stated, you should be in Hangzhou now. The Ghost Crying clan descended upon Hangzhou, and we already wiped out most of them. Now only the Ghost Crying King remains, leading a group of elite Ghost Crying clan members. We can't eliminate this group of Ghost Crying clan members, so we need your help. Ha ha. Yi Tian laughed heartily. He Huang explained, Yi Tian's sound basically means he's gotten carried away and is about to start showing off. Yang Jun covered his mouth and laughed, Yi Tian is your master. You really understand him. He Huang said unhappily, what are you talking about, little girl? What do you mean Yi Tian is my master? Can you distinguish between the primary and the secondary? Yang Jun quickly corrected himself. You are Yi Tian's master. Black Emperor said with satisfaction, you're quite sensible. Otherwise, I have to take on another favor. Yi Tian said, Director Chen, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm powerless. I'm in Beijing, guarding the Zhaqian Alliance's headquarters to prevent any accidents. You can let Black Emperor do it. This black dog keeps saying he's powerful. He can handle this alone and doesn't need my help. Black Emperor taunted, little Yi, stop pretending. You're already in Hangzhou. You're probably lost. Don't think I don't know? Yi Tian said excitedly, you're talking nonsense. How could I be lost? I'm your master. I don't know you well enough. Don't keep calling yourself the main character. You're nothing in front of the Dragon God. You're not ashamed, but I am. Black Emperor sneered. Yi Tian angrily said, if I had known you, this big black dog, were rebellious, I should have stewed you. The man and the dog exchanged insults on the phone, ultimately parting on bad terms. Peng Bo smiled bitterly, just get used to it. They bicker like this all the time, so it's nothing serious. Chen Li Mei nodded, the Ghost Crying clan, which once numbered nearly 20,000, has been reduced to less than 300. It's easy to deal with them. We still have time to wait for Yi Tian. Chu He shouted as he ran, this is bad, chief. What happened? Chen Limei had a bad feeling. Chewie panted, Devouring World has released another game announcement. Another alien race is coming to Hangzhou. This alien race is called the Laughing Clan. The description of this alien race is similar to that of the Ghost Crying Clan, but the Laughing Clan laughs, and creatures that hear their laughter die. Yang Jun asked nervously, when will it arrive? Chewie replied, it's already 12 o'clock, and they said it would arrive at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yu, can you sense the larger spatial fluctuations there? Chen Limei asked. Li Yu used his ability and said, I can sense it. It's in Hangzhou's West District. Should we rush there now? Chen Limei nodded and said, we only have 2 hours. We need to hurry. Yi Tian can be in Hangzhou. He'd take action if he finds us. Pang Bo said, Yi Tian can be childish sometimes, but when faced with major issues, he still knows how to choose. A group of people marched towards Hangzhou's West District, preparing for defense in advance. Hangzhou. South District. You damn black dog, sooner or later I tear your tendons and bones apart, then boil you in a giant pot and eat your dog meat. Yi Tian angrily hung up the satellite phone, his dissatisfaction with the Black Emperor growing intense. He used his spatial ability to travel from the capital to Hangzhou. Then, unfamiliar with the area, Yi Tian got lost in Hangzhou. He had been directionally challenged since childhood, often forgetting places after just one visit. Yi Tian considered asking Panbua and He Huang for help, but the thought of their likely mockery immediately dismissed the idea. Even if he, Yi Tian, starved to death, died of thirst, or jumped from a distant building, he would not ask for their help. Just as Yi Tian was despairing about how to find a disaster shelter, Chen Limei called. Yi Tian had intended to act impressive, making He Huang and Panbua realize their mistakes and apologize. In the end, his pretense failed. He was still wandering Hangzhou like a headless fly, unsure how to find the Dao Ghost Crying tribe. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out from not far away. Wow, wow. Along with the sound of gunfire came bursts of eerie, sinister cries. The cries were filled with an extremely strong negative emotion, making Yi Tian feel a little uneasy. Yi Tian is at level 76, and even the crying of the Ghost King cannot kill him easily. Chapter 111. That's the cry of the Ghost Crying Clan. Yi Tian made his judgment. Wow, haha. I, Yi Tian, am truly the chosen one. Wherever the protagonist goes, there's usually a villain. Yi Tian's mood instantly brightened, and he rushed towards the nearby Ghost Crying Clan. The Ghost Crying King led hundreds of powerful Ghost Crying Clan members, besieging a multicolored phoenix and an extremely beautiful woman. Between Suya and Yi Weiwei stood hundreds of soldiers and Shen Xian. The two were preparing to support Zhou Jiawei, Chen Limei, Pang Bo, and the others, but unexpectedly, they encountered the fleeing Ghost Crying King along the way. The Ghost Crying King led a group of Ghost Crying Clan members so powerful that ordinary people wouldn't even be qualified to fight. Suya and Yi Weiwei protected the others in the middle, facing the Ghost Crying King and the elite Ghost Crying Clan members. The soldiers could only fire their weapons and provide cover for the two. Suya fell heavily with feathers, the multicolored feathers covering the ground. After the cleanup of Hangzhou and the extermination of the snake people, her level rose to 63. Yi Weiwei's condition wasn't much better, with wounds covering many parts of her body. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds, staining her clothes red. She wore a special helmet that blocked out outside noise, making her condition slightly better than Suya. The others communicated with each other using a special microphone and headset, allowing them to talk even during the battle with the Ghost Crying tribe. Yi Weiwei's level was 2 levels higher than Suya's, reaching 65. Luckily, the Ghost Crying tribe's wailing was powerful, and their combat effectiveness wasn't very strong. Plus, the Ghost Crying King hadn't attacked, attempting to deliver the final blow. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been slain by the Ghost Crying tribe long ago. Suya's breath grew weaker, and her feathers fell more and more. The Ghost Crying King leaped with all his might, leaving a trail of shadows in his wake. Be careful, Sister Su, Shen Xian hurriedly warned. But the Ghost Crying King was too fast, and by the time Suya reacted, it was too late. Suya's entire body was cleaved in two, and a torrent of blood rained down from her. Shen Xian was splattered with blood, and stood there in a daze. The five-colored phoenix, severed in two, fell heavily from the sky, and the air around it was thick with the smell of blood. Captain Su. A dozen soldiers were the first to react. Suya had always been kind to her men, and would never intentionally sacrifice a single one. Seeing Suya's death, every soldier's eyes welled up. Shen Xian's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She covered her mouth with her hand and choked out a sob. Sister Suya. Yi Weiwei's face was ashen. Suya is dead? She was heartbroken by Suya's death, and the pressure had increased many times over. Without support, she and the group behind her would all be dead. With a boom, a ball of five-colored flame shot up into the sky, and the body of the five-colored phoenix, cut in two, vanished from the ground. The five-colored flames then vanished, and the five-colored phoenix reappeared. The wounds on the phoenix disappeared, and its feathers grew dense again. Sister Su. Shen Xian wiped away her tears. What's there to cry about? You all forgotten my abilities. I can rise from the ashes after death. Suya feigned a casual air. Shen Xian hummed, I believe in Sister Suya's abilities. Have you contacted the director and the others? Suya's rebirth from the ashes isn't infinite. It can only be used once at intervals. Her rebirth from the ashes is usable every 3 days, and she's already used it once. If she's killed by the ghostly king again, she won't be able to be resurrected again. Shen Xian shook her head and said, I can't get in touch with him. I tried many times, but to no avail. It seems some force is blocking our communication. That's strange. I didn't have this power just now, so why is there suddenly this mysterious power? Suya had a bad feeling. Yi Weiwei fought off a member of the Ghost Crying clan and shared her assessment. This kind of power seems to have appeared during the mermaid god's arrival, blocking all satellite detection in the sky. Now it's blocking our satellite phones, so it's very likely this power. Shen Xian's face paled. Are you talking about divine power? Could it be that a powerful god is about to descend upon Hangzhou? That doesn't conform to the rules of divine descent. A statue isn't required for a deity's arrival. Yi Weiwei learned from Lin Luo another method. A god could pay a price and descend across the boundary to Earth. Ordinary gods wouldn't resort to this method, so there's no guarantee they use it. There's a possibility. Shen Xian made a decision. Sister Su and Sister Weiwei, you two should leave. If you stay here, you die here together. Captain Su and Captain Yi, you two should leave. There's no need to make a worthless sacrifice. If you stay here, it only means 2 more deaths. As ordinary people, we're already satisfied surviving the disaster. Yes, we're satisfied. If you really feel bad, you can take care of our family. And try to take Shen Xian away. She's a psychic, and will be useful to you. Hundreds of soldiers on the scene urged Suya and Yi Weiwei to leave. Suya and Yi Weiwei remained silent, knowing that giving up was the best option. Ha ha ha. If Yi Tian hadn't been born, the world would be dark forever. Yi Tian hovered in the air, looking down from above. Stop talking nonsense and come help, Suya said angrily. Are you asking me to be the protagonist? Yi Tian's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but he still stepped forward to help. Sword. A bright black iron sword spun several times in the air before landing in Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian was level 76, and charging into the Ghost Crying tribe was like a wolf among sheep. The black iron sword in his hand was incredibly sharp, slicing through the Ghost Crying tribe one by one. The Ghost Crying king suddenly vanished from his position and reappeared beside Yi Tian in an instant. You want to compete with me in speed? A mocking smile rose at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, and he also vanished from his position. After a while, the Ghost Crying king returned to his original position, his arm having vanished without a trace. Yi Tian said proudly, this time it was your arm, next time it be your head. The Ghost Crying king no longer hesitated and chose to flee. Damn it, trying to escape. Seeing the Ghost Crying king fleeing with many of his fellow Ghost Crying people, Yi Tian chased after him without hesitation. Yi Weiwei frowned slightly and asked, will Yi Tian be alright? Suya shook her head and said, Yi Tian is still quite powerful. He won't be in any danger. Let's use this time to recuperate. The Ghost Crying king fled swiftly, leading the way. For him, the lives of his people were nothing compared to his own. Suddenly, a giant golden dragon swooped down from the sky, charging towards the Ghost Crying king. The Ghost Crying king froze, unsure how to face the golden dragon. The golden dragon extended its massive golden claws and grabbed the Ghost Crying king. With a single exertion of force from the golden dragon claws, the Ghost King was crushed into a pulp. Lin Luo collected the crystal core, preparing to give it to Yi Weiwei. After reaching level 81, he no longer had much experience devouring creatures below level 80. Lin Luo was standing on the rooftop of a building when a handsome, rather immature-looking man rushed over. Chapter 112. Lin Luo recognized the man before him as Yi Tian. Yi Tian considered himself the protagonist and enjoyed posting his own videos online. Lin Luo had seen several of Yi Tian's videos and remembered his appearance. Yi Tian asked, Have you seen the ghost crying king? Lin Luo shook his head. No. Yi Tian nodded. The ghost crying king is so powerful, you wouldn't survive even if you saw him. I won't waste my time talking to you. Maintaining world peace still requires the intervention of Yi Tian. Before Lin Luo could say anything, he had already rushed forward. A great reputation is a true hero. This Yi Tian is truly a bit of a middle school kid. Lin Luo headed towards Yi Weiwei. From high above, he could already see Yi Weiwei Suya and Shen Xian being besieged by the ghost-crying tribe. Thanks to Yi Tian's help, Yi Weiwei Suya and Shen Xian were lucky enough to escape. By the time Lin Luo descended from the sky, the ghost-crying king had already chosen to flee. Brother Lin. Lin Luo leaped over to where Yi Weiwei was, and Shen Xian was the first to spot him. Who is this? Suya looked at Lin Luo warily. This was their third meeting. The first 2 times, Suya had seen Lin Luo in his 5-clawed golden dragon form, not in human form. Lin Luo wanted to say, Suya, we know each other. You almost peed yourself the first time I scared you. My name is Lin Luo, and Yi Weiwei is my sister. Lin Luo smiled. So you're Weiwei's younger brother. Hello, my name is Suya. Suya extended her slender, white hand, expressing her goodwill. Lin Luo, without hesitation, grasped Suya's hand. Suya's hand was so white and soft that Lin Luo couldn't help but squeeze it a little longer. Mr. Lin, my hand? Suya's pretty face flushed. I'm sorry, I forgot. Lin Luo quickly let go of Suya's hand and apologized. Ever since the game feedback ended, Lin Luo's dragon bloodline had made him constantly yearn for many children and good fortune. Suya was incredibly beautiful, every bit as beautiful as Yi Weiwei. She had delicate features, fair, smooth skin, and a tight-fitting combat uniform that accentuated her perfectly curvaceous figure. It's okay, it's just skin. Suya took the initiative to ease her awkwardness and anger. The soldiers nearby felt Suya was particularly unfamiliar today. They had the impression that anyone who teased her would be crippled or even killed. One of the soldiers had been with Suya for a long time, having been accompanying her on missions since the Cataclysm Shelter was first established. He remembered that while Suya was handling a case, a gamer tried to tease her. The gamer tried to touch Suya's hand, but was beaten half-crippled by Suya. Afterward, the gamers didn't dare to do anything to Suya, because she was formidable. Could this person be Yi Weiwei's younger brother, and Captain Su couldn't get angry? He took a look at the man's face, and a lot of things became clear to him. The biggest difference between the gamer and the man before him was that Lin Luo was incredibly handsome, and he carried an air of dominance. This dominance wasn't comparable to Yi Tian's naive aura, it was the aura of an invincible power. Lin Luo approached Yi Weiwei and asked, Sister Weiwei, how are you feeling? Yi Weiwei replied grumpily, I'm fine. You don't need my concern. Lin Luo smiled, Sister Weiwei, you're just jealous. Yi Weiwei grew even more angry. You're just my younger brother. I have no business interfering in your affairs. Lin Luo sighed, I always considered Sister Weiwei my girlfriend. You saying that really hurts me. I wonder if I can convince Suya to be my girlfriend with the Ghost Crying King's crystal core. As he spoke, he pulled out a massive purple-black crystal core. It's huge. Yi Weiwei couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by huge? Yi Weiwei blushed. You're getting more and more out of line. I mean, this crystal core is huge. This crystal core belongs to the Ghost Crying King. Yes, it is indeed the Ghost Crying King's crystal core. Lin Luo nodded. Yi Weiwei asked happily, Is this Ghost Crying King's crystal core a gift for me? Lin Luo shook his head and said, This crystal core is for my girlfriend. Sister Weiwei just refused to be my girlfriend, so I decided to give it to Suya. I let her be my girlfriend. Suya is quite beautiful, and she suits my taste. How dare you? Yi Weiwei stood up and snatched the Ghost Crying King's crystal core from Lin Luo's hands. Lin Luo said, Sister Weiwei, just because you took my crystal core, you're going to be my girlfriend. Yi Weiwei rolled her eyes at Lin Luo and said, Aren't you afraid Su Qing will find out about our relationship? You won't be able to comfort your girlfriend then. Lin Luo nodded and said, Next time I see Su Qing, I tell her about this. How dare you? Yi Weiwei jumped up and said, You can't tell Su Qing about this. Okay, I listened to Sister Weiwei. Lin Luo hugged Yi Weiwei in his arms, taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Damn that dragon bloodline. It's all his fault that he's in this state. Yi Weiwei feigned anger and said, If you touch me again, I'd be furious. Lin Luo said righteously, Sister Weiwei is my girlfriend. It's only natural for me to hug my girlfriend, touch her hand, touch her face, and touch my child's lap. Yi Weiwei feigned anger and said, Who said I'm your girlfriend? Lin Luo smiled. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. I think you're my girlfriend. Yi Weiwei was also wearing combat uniform, her figure showing off her curves, her legs long and straight. Her face was equally beautiful and exquisite, not inferior to Suya's earlier. Perhaps because Yi Weiwei was older, she exuded a mature charm, more attractive than Suya. Don't move. Everyone outside can see. Yi Weiwei noticed that Lin Luo's movements were becoming increasingly bold. Lin Luo suppressed his inner turmoil, and did not proceed. Yi Weiwei panted, you should keep this Ghost Crying King's core for yourself. There must be many powerful gods in the devouring world. Lin Luo shook his head and said, Sister Weiwei, keep it. After I reach level 81, I won't gain much experience points by devouring creatures below level 80. Yi Weiwei asked in disbelief, really? Really? Lin Luo nodded and said, Sister Weiwei, your level is too low. It's very dangerous out there. You need to level up a few more times. For example, today's incident was quite dangerous. If Yi Tian and I hadn't just happened to show up, you would have likely died at the hands of the Ghost Crying King. Okay, then I take it. Yi Weiwei thought Lin Luo made sense and accepted the Ghost Crying King's core. She recalled something and wondered, originally, we weren't in too much danger in Hangzhou. We could always contact the catastrophic shelter and request their assistance. But when we encountered the crying ghosts, our satellite phone suddenly stopped working, and we couldn't contact the catastrophic shelter at all. Suya and I have deduced that our satellite phone isn't working. It's likely that divine power has appeared in Hangzhou, hindering our communications. Could a god be about to appear in Hangzhou? Lin Luo didn't hide the truth. You two are right. A god is about to appear in Hangzhou. Chapter 113. Yi Weiwei asked in astonishment, is what you're talking about a possibility about to happen? Will the gods from the devouring world descend directly to Earth, without the aid of statues? Lin Luo nodded, yes. The two gods from the devouring world aren't planning on descending directly to the real world via statues. Wait a moment. Yi Weiwei asked even more astonishment, will two gods descend from the devouring world, not just one? Lin Luo explained, with my current strength, the arrival of one god from the devouring world would be like delivering food to me. Two gods descending would be a waste of time. Only then will they be able to resist me. Yi Weiwei stroked her chin with her delicate hand. You're right. One god can't resist you. She said urgently, if you can't resist two gods, we voluntarily abandon Hangzhou and get everyone out of here. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Sister Wei, I haven't finished my words yet. Actually, the two gods weren't my enemies either. Yi Weiwei pinched Lin Luo's flesh and said angrily, you didn't finish your words and made me worry for nothing. It hurts. Lin Luo pretended to be in pain. Yi Weiwei said disdainfully, stop pretending you're tough. I didn't use much strength just now. How about I go back to Lanhai? Then you can tell Su Qing the truth. Well, Lin Luo has a sister named Cheng at home. He have to explain that later. Yi Weiwei chuckled, you said you weren't afraid, but when I mentioned going back, you couldn't answer. I was just teasing you. I left Lanhai City to explore the world, not to return so early. Sister Weiwei is getting more and more naughty. She needs a good lesson. Lin Luo picked up Yi Weiwei. Yi Weiwei's face paled with fear. Don't mess around. Suya, Shen Xian, and over 100 soldiers are nearby. Lin Luo smiled. Sister Weiwei, what are you thinking? I'm taking you off my shoulders. I need to take care of something. Yi Weiwei blushed. You're just teasing me. Before I leave, Sister Weiwei, I'm going to give you a little reward. I can't just give it away for free. Don't mess around. Before Yi Weiwei could react, Lin Luo sealed her sweet little mouth. He pinched the child's stomach, confirming one thing later. Lin Luo and Yi Weiwei's child didn't need formula. When you come here, nothing good ever happens. Yi Weiwei complained. Then I'm leaving? Lin Luo smiled. Leave now. Yi Weiwei feigned disdain. Lin Luo said sternly, Sister Weiwei, try to stay away from Hangzhou. The arrival of these two gods will undoubtedly cause widespread destruction. Yi Weiwei nodded, I understand. Lin Luo didn't linger any longer and headed toward Xiqing district. He had already sensed the power of the gods. The god of weeping and the god of laughter might descend simultaneously. Xiqing district. The surroundings were filled with ruins, the ground charred black. Lying on the charred ground were vast piles of corpses, most of them from the Laughing tribe. The Laughing tribe's build was similar to that of the ghostly Crying tribe, most standing around 1.7 meters tall, and their features were not much different from those of humans. Their faces were nearly identical, though they wore a twisted smile. When fighting, the Laughing tribe would let out a wild laugh. Any creature that saw or heard the laughing tribe's smile would be infected by their strange smile and die a strange death. Zhou Jiaohui's combat uniform was torn, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin. She didn't have time to bother with her clothes, panting as she said, "The laughing tribe is more powerful than the weeping ghost tribe." Fortunately, the laughing tribe was more frantic and didn't know how to retreat, so we were able to wipe them out. Pang Bo, with several scars on his face, said thankfully, "The laughing and weeping ghost tribes have unique abilities. Their combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of the serpent people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily." He Huang's black fur was soaked. The alien invasion was terrifying. I almost couldn't withstand it. I need to rest well when I get back. Chu He, with a penetrating wound in his chest, thankfully wasn't fatal. He said weakly, "Next, we will." With the ghost crying tribe eliminated, the third alien invasion is considered resolved. Yang Jun said happily, "It seems we're lucky. I thought this alien invasion would be very dangerous and would require the dragon god's help, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. I always felt a little embarrassed when the dragon god intervenes, but this time it seems that's no longer necessary." Qin Limei smiled. Not only did we not need the dragon god's help this time, but our losses were also minimal. Only 2 or 3 players died, and 300 or 400 soldiers. Compared to last time, this is still acceptable. Indeed, it's acceptable. Everyone agreed with Qin Limei. The apocalypse is different now than before. Achieving 0 casualties is impossible. Old Dragon God is in Lahai City. He'd definitely give us a thumbs up if he knows we eliminated 2 aliens. Yang Jun's smile widened. Li Yu suddenly shouted, "Oh no! I feel the space fluctuating violently. This fluctuation is greater than that of the ghost crying tribe and the laughing tribe. It's as if a god has descended upon earth from the devouring world." Pang Bo's face paled. "That's impossible. We already wiped out these 2 alien races. How could the world-devouring god descend to earth? Is it my bad mouth?" Yang Jun quickly apologized. "It's all my fault for talking nonsense here. Heaven, just pretend you didn't hear anything. It's not your fault." Qin Limei had a hypothesis. Is it possible that the world-devouring god doesn't have to descend via statue, but can descend directly to earth? Pang Bo nodded. "You're right. Everyone run. I sense the god's arrival will be very soon. He'd be on earth in less than 30 seconds. Li Yu shouted urgently. 30 seconds? We won't even have enough time to escape. Zhou Jiahui frowned. Maybe even less than 30 seconds. My level is too low to accurately sense the god's timing. Oh no! He's coming! Li Yu exclaimed in panic. A rift about 10 meters long suddenly appeared in space, and a pair of plump, white hands reached out from it. A chubby little white hand pulled hard, tearing the entire spatial rift open. The spatial rift continued to expand, reaching a width of about 3 meters. A baby's head emerged from within, followed by a chubby body, and finally, chubby little feet. A gigantic baby appeared on Earth. When everyone saw the child's facial expression, they all turned pale with fear, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. The face, half crying, was almost identical to that of the ghost criers. The ghost criers' cries could be blocked by special helmets worn by the crowd. The weeping of the powerful god before them was simply beyond their control. Chapter 114. What are you all doing standing here? Run away. Everyone who can escape will win. The Black Emperor was the first to react. Everyone reacted and quickly fled. Since the powerful weeping god didn't cry, they chose to flee as far as possible. I cover your retreat. You guys run? Zhou Jiahui quickly shouted to the ordinary soldiers. Deputy Commander, you're more important than us. You should run. We probably won't be able to escape. Despair filled the eyes of the 30,000 soldiers present. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to flee before a god. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I told you to leave now. Now that the weeping god hasn't cried, you still have a chance to escape. The Black Emperor said angrily. The 30,000 soldiers no longer hesitated and ran ahead. A quick-witted soldier drove an armored vehicle, leading some soldiers away from the weeping god. Let's hurry and leave. It's too late to escape. Qin Limei knew she was no match for the weeping god, so she hurriedly led everyone away. The gods were beyond their control, all they could do was flee. 30,000 soldiers were already in the front, and the others followed behind. Oh no! The weeping god is chasing us from behind. Black Emperor shouted urgently. The weeping god, seemingly amused, rushed forward with a sorrowful expression. Everyone felt the immense pressure, their breathing stagnating for several seconds. The weeping god seemed slow to react, but in reality, he was swift. He stood over 100 meters tall, and his legs spanned a maximum of over 50 meters. Many buildings that seemed obstacles to the crowd were like toys to the weeping god. The weeping god could easily leap over these obstructing structures and catch up with the others. In less than a minute, the weeping god had caught up with Zhou Jiahui and Black Emperor. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Black Emperor felt the immense pressure, his breath choking. This was the first time he had ever felt such a powerful god. Black Emperor believed he was level 70, and with his innate alien nature, he thought escaping from such a powerful god would be relatively easy. The powerful weeping god ruthlessly shattered Black Emperor's illusions. Once captured by the weeping god, there was no chance of survival. Zhou Jiahui transformed into a white dragon, her speed comparable to Black Emperor's. However, she was not as nervous as Black Emperor, having seen the power of the dragon god. The weeping god was still weaker than the dragon god. In a matter of seconds, the weeping god had caught up with Zhou Jiahui and Black Emperor. He stretched out his chubby little hands and grabbed Black Emperor. "It's over." Black Emperor felt a wave of sorrow. Before the god, he had no power to resist. Suddenly, the weeping god's chubby little hand paused in midair before reaching for Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui's white dragon was enormous, but in front of the weeping god, it looked like a toy. The weeping god grabbed the white dragon and happily held it up. Zhou Jiahui. The Black Emperor wanted to go over to help, but a wave of fear seized him. Jiahui, Chu He, Pang Bo, Chen Limei, and the others all stopped. "Don't worry about me. Escape quickly. Try to contact the dragon god. The gods are beyond our reach." Zhou Jiahui felt despair, knowing they couldn't help her. Rather than sacrifice herself in vain, it was better for everyone to escape. "We can't let Jiahui's sacrifice be in vain." Chen Limei suppressed her grief. Everyone ignored their grief and ran forward. As they struggled to escape, a giant golden dragon rushed from behind. "The dragon god is here. Jiahui is saved." The crowd exclaimed in joy. "Don't stop, keep running. The weeping god isn't crying now, so we can escape safely. If he cries, and we get too close, the strange power generated by his cries will kill us." Chen Limei warned everyone. No one dared to relax and continued running, until they left Xiqing district and reached a soundproof safe house. The safe house was a makeshift shelter, designed to prevent the weeping god from killing them with his cries. Chen Limei arrived at the safe house and immediately dispatched several drones. "I'm dead this time. I was thinking I see my parents sometime, but now it seems there's no chance." The weeping god grabbed Zhou Jiahui and swung her around like a child playing with a toy. When the weeping god got tired of playing with her, he would kill her. The weeping god, tired of playing for a while, grabbed Zhou Jiahui by the head and tail, attempting to tear her apart violently. Zhou Jiahui felt a sharp pain radiating from her body, nearly excruciating. Just as Zhou Jiahui was about to despair, a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon approached the weeping god, its sharp claws striking out. With a loud bang, the weeping god could not withstand the terrifying power of the golden claws, and fell heavily to the ground. The dragon god wrestled Zhou Jiahui back from the weeping god's grasp. Zhou Jiahui's transformed white dragon was like an ant before Lin Luo. The golden dragon Lin Luo had transformed into was much larger than the weeping god. "Dragon god," Zhou Jiahui exclaimed with joy. "Call me dragon god now. Didn't you call me ungrateful before?" Lin Luo smiled. Zhou Jiahui said sheepishly, "That was in the past. If it weren't for your encouragement, dragon god, I wouldn't be able to become a powerful dragon now. Okay, you better leave quickly. The weeping god is about to cry." Lin Luo released Zhou Jiahui. "Dragon god, be careful," Zhou Jiahui instructed. "Okay, bye Suzhen." Lin Luo nodded in agreement. "You're my idol, and since I can't beat you, I can only endure it." Zhou Jiahui hated being called by Suzhen. Even Chen Limei didn't dare joke with her like that. She was clearly a white dragon, having shed her snake form. The weeping god slowly climbed to her feet, and Zhou Jiahui fled at breakneck speed. She could sense that the first thing the weeping god did after waking up was cry. "Wow!" The weeping god stood up, letting out a piercing cry. Zhou Jiahui fell from the air, hitting the ground hard. Blood flowed from her dragon ear, but she ignored the injury and hurried to the soundproof safe house. Everyone in the safe house wasn't feeling well either. They quickly covered their ears, but the piercing sound continued. "This is strange. I searched all of Yi City, but I can't find the Ghost Weeping King." Yi Tian searched many times, but couldn't find the Ghost Weeping King. He had slain many members of the Ghost Weeping clan, almost to the point of killing them all, but he still couldn't find the ghost Weeping King. Suddenly, Yi Tian's ears bled, and his body convulsed. Damn it! This is the power of the gods. He didn't dare stay in Hangzhou, and used a space jump to leave. Yi Tian was at level 76, very close to level 80, a god, and only then could he withstand the terrifying weeping god. Anyone else would have collapsed and died upon hearing the weeping. Yi Tian wasn't wearing a sound-isolating helmet, so he simply tried to block out the terrifying sound. He left Hangzhou so quickly because he couldn't withstand a second, identical cry. 30,000 troops had already withdrawn from Hangzhou and headed for a nearby city. Even though they had retreated so far, their helmets still on, several soldiers still collapsed, tears etched on their faces as they died. They had retreated as far as they could, but they were still too close. At Lin Luo's command, Yi Weiwei led the others to Lake City. Yi Weiwei felt a wave of discomfort upon hearing the weeping. Su Ye and Shen Xian were in similar situations, both feeling a wave of discomfort. Compared to Shen Xian and Yi Weiwei, Su Ye was in better condition. Several soldiers, their willpower weakened, fainted. Su Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Weiwei, it's a good thing we listened to you and ran here. With the crying just now, if we had stayed in Hangzhou, no one except the two of us would have survived. Yi Weiwei said a little embarrassedly. This is mainly due to my brother. He told me that the Hangzhou god of weeping might descend, and told us to leave early. Su Ye explained. Your brother is really impressive. You two have different surnames, so he can't be your biological brother. Yi Weiwei sensed something was wrong. Lin Luo and I are in a sister-brother relationship. He's used to calling me sister, but we're actually not related at all. So that's how it is. Su Ye's eyes flickered with disappointment. It was so hard to meet someone she felt attracted to, but unfortunately, he already had a girlfriend. Su Ye thought that the chances of interacting with Lin Luo in the future would be slim. Yi Weiwei said that Lin Luo disliked constraints, and would not join an official organization. Chapter 115. So noisy. Lin Luo was at level 81, and the strange power generated by the crying couldn't kill him. He simply felt it was extremely piercing, not in any danger from the god. Lin Luo launched another fierce claw strike, slamming the weeping god to the ground. The weeping god had just stood up when Lin Luo knocked him down. Wow! The weeping god let out a terrifying cry and struggled to get up. Lin Luo didn't use his full strength to kill the weeping god, wanting to wait for the laughing god to strike with force. If he killed the weeping god with force now, the laughing god might not descend. He had the power to devour two gods in one breath, so he didn't want to let him go. Besides the weeping god's terrifying cry, his flesh was also tough and thick. Lin Luo held back with his extended golden dragon claws, which were still extremely sharp, but they couldn't scratch the weeping god's skin. The weeping god's flesh looked delicate, but it actually had extremely strong defenses. The dragon god is so powerful. He could actually withstand the weeping god's wails at close range. His strength is incredible. Pang Bo exclaimed in amazement. Chen Limei said with lingering fear, I feel like if we had stayed outside, listening to that terrifying sound, we'd probably have died. The helmet can block other sounds, but not the voice of the gods. Chu He trembled. The gods are too powerful for us to resist. Black Emperor is already level 70, only 10 levels away from level 80, yet he couldn't withstand a single cry from the weeping god. Black Emperor shuddered as he recalled the previous incident. That was the closest I ever been to death. If the weeping god had just grabbed me, I'd be dead. If General MacArthur of the Starry Sky had come here, he would have said that the gods are invincible. No matter how many stars he has on his shoulders, they can't withstand the god's attacks. Yang Jun thanked him. Thank goodness the dragon god arrived just in time, otherwise Jiahui would have been dead. Jiahui, you're already outside. I go open the door. Yang Jun arrived at the door, entered the code, and opened it. She quickly helped Zhou Jiahui inside. Zhou Jiahui was drenched in cold sweat. Chen Limei asked, How do you feel? Zhou Jiahui recovered a little. I feel okay. My previous experience was a near-death experience. If the dragon god hadn't appeared, I would have been eaten like a spicy snack by the weeping god. This kind of terrifying experience, once experienced, no one wants to experience it again. Chen Limei concluded, From what happened today, we can conclude that the battle between gods is not something ordinary creatures can interfere with. If we have to find an exception, it's the dragon god. Zhou Jiahui nodded and said, I used to think gods weren't that powerful. Now that I reached level 79, I can devour a god just like the dragon god devoured the Basara, becoming a powerful god. After this experience, I realized that only gods can kill gods. Ordinary creatures, even at level 79, are still powerless against powerful gods. He said excitedly, last time, the mermaid god used divine power, preventing us from observing the battle with satellites. This time, our drones are using the latest communication technology. Even the weeping god used divine power, but he couldn't sever the drone's connection with us. We can get a good look at the battle between the gods. The thought of it makes my blood boil. Chen-Li-mei warned, we're safe in the safe house, but we can't relax too much. The weeping god can kill people not only with his cries, but also with his weeping face. If the drone captures the weeping god's weeping face and transmits it to us, we all die. Be extremely careful. Pang Bo said, I fly the drone. Try to avoid the weeping god's weeping face. In the footage, the dragon god and the weeping god are fighting. The weeping god is at a disadvantage, and the dragon god repeatedly pushes him down. Every time the weeping god rises from the ground, it lets out a terrifying cry. The wails grow louder and louder, making everyone's ears ache. Except for those in the safe house, nearly all living creatures in Hangzhou will be wiped out. Thankfully, Chen-Li-mei, fearing any mishaps, evacuated the ordinary people ahead of time. He frowned and said, are battles between gods so plain and simple? Why do I feel like the fight between the dragon god and the weeping god is like children playing house? He Huang began to doubt his life. Could it be that the great way is simple, a return to nature? Zhou Jiahui said, that's possible. The battles between gods may seem ordinary, but the power of each attack is terrifying. If we faced it, we'd be dead, not dead anymore. He laughed. Some say the dragon god can kill the mermaid god instantly. Now, this weeping god is weaker than the mermaid god, and even the dragon god can't kill him instantly. We're all colleagues, so someone can be more self-aware. I won't mention their name. Zhou Jiahui said angrily, I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I help you carry out a mission when the time comes. He said with satisfaction, my colleagues are quite reliable in this regard. You? Zhou Jiahui was furious. Yang Jun said, He, you're such a straight man. I'm curious about how your wife got along with you in the first place. He tossed his hair confidently. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. Black Emperor mercilessly attacked. If you don't have urine, you must have a cell phone. He said, that's what you don't understand. I may not be handsome in your eyes, but I am handsome in my wife's eyes, especially when I'm playing games. She's also a gamer. Okay. Everyone suddenly understood. Many men find wives through games. He's finding his wife through games is not an exception. Pang Bo had a different opinion. I always feel like the dragon god is letting me off. Am I being overly suspicious? Wow. After being pushed down countless times, the weeping god simply sat on the ground. The terrifying cries caused the surrounding buildings to shatter and collapse. Several buildings collapsed, leaving them in ruins. The cries targeted not only living things, but also inanimate objects. When the cries reached a critical level, even buildings could be destroyed. This mother goddess of joy and sorrow is so cautious. I was almost about to kill her son, and she hasn't come out yet. Lin Luo had somewhat underestimated the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. He thought that if he beat the god of weeping into tears, the god of laughter would descend immediately. Unexpectedly, the mother goddess of joy and sorrow was so cruel and remained unmoved. Lin Luo did not lose his patience and continued to torture the god of weeping. After all, he wasn't the one suffering, so the mother goddess of joy and sorrow could afford to ignore the god of weeping's fate. A strange and hideous woman suddenly appeared, her face half smiling, half crying. The god of weeping continued to wail on earth, and the mother goddess of joy and sorrow finally couldn't bear it anymore. She chose to send a clone to earth, just like the snow wolf god. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow immediately came before the god of weeping, offering her motherly care and comfort. Under her comfort, the god of weeping ceased crying. Lin Luo remained silent, watching the mother goddess of joy and sorrow perform her actions. It wasn't that he was too chaste to see the scene ruined. Rather, Lin Luo wanted the two young gods to descend so he could further complete his devouring evolution. Chapter 116. In Lin Luo's eyes, if the world-devouring gods wanted to descend upon Earth, no one would be innocent. For example, if the mermaid god and the weeping god descended upon Earth, they would cause the deaths of many humans. Also, if alien races came to Earth under the gods' orders, they would cause the deaths of countless humans. The arrival of gods on Earth would be a catastrophic event. Human! You beat my son and made him cry. You know the serious consequences. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy scowled, speaking fluent Yin dialect. As a god, it was easy for her to master a language. The weeping god couldn't speak to beg for mercy, primarily because he was still a child. The weeping god and the laughing god were both so powerful in their childhoods, who knew how terrifying they would be as adults. Lin Luo was curious about the father of these two gods. If possible, he'd like to create a large-scale family search program called Dad, Where Are You? Lin Luo said indifferently, Your son came to Earth and caused the deaths of so many people, so why didn't you say anything? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said coldly, They're just a bunch of ants. Dead or alive? Lin Luo retorted, I'm the ant you're talking about. So I beat your son, and what can you do to me? Damn it! The mother goddess of sorrow and joy clenched her fists in anger, her whole body trembling. She treated both of her sons like precious treasures, and no one in the devouring world dared to bully them. She would fight anyone who touched her sons. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said gloomily, Aren't you afraid that I, despite the power of the interface, would forcibly descend upon Earth and slay you? Lin Luo showed no fear. If you can descend to Earth, then do so. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said with a sullen face, It seems I underestimated you. You know many of the rules governing the divine descent, and you know that a more powerful god like me cannot descend prematurely. Lin Luo said calmly, If I didn't understand certain things, I'd probably be dead by now. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said in a negotiating tone, Now that you receive game feedback, you're no longer a mere human. You're more accurately a dragon. There's no need to fight for humanity. You are stronger than my son, but there's a huge gap between you and me. If we were to fight, it would be disastrous for both sides. Prophet. If you retreat now and establish your sphere of influence, I will restrain my son and will not enter your sphere of influence. Lin Luo said indifferently, What will you do if I don't agree? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said angrily, This is already my greatest concession. If you still refuse, then we can only part ways. Lin Luo feigned hesitation, Give me time to consider. During this time, you cannot let your son attack me. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was overjoyed, No problem. You can let the people of this city leave. I won't stop you. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring both sons down at once, but she wanted to devour the world. From the previous battle, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy was certain of one thing. The man before her wasn't much more powerful than her own son, the god of weeping. With the arrival of her other son, the god of laughter, she knew that the man before her would not be able to withstand both of her sons. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy thought that if time was right, Lin Luo would give her the opportunity. Yang Jun exclaimed in horror, This strange woman gives off a powerful vibe. If she descended upon Earth, even the dragon god wouldn't be able to resist her. He remembered something. Not long ago, I logged into my Devouring World account and discovered that the entire Devouring World has been completely overrun by gods. Just being near them makes me tremble all over. He Huang lost his previous playful smile and spoke with a hint of despair. The Devouring World has many powerful gods, and only the dragon god is worthy enough to fight. The appearance of this strange woman has made it easier for the crying god to kill the mermaid god, and given him a powerful backer. Chen Li Mei despaired, faced with this powerful strange woman, will the dragon god have to give up? If the dragon god agrees to the strange woman, Yan Nation will have no choice but to cede Hangzhou to the crying god. The dragon god alone can prevent the crying god from remaining in Hangzhou permanently. If the dragon god intends to abandon Hangzhou, no one in the world will be able to stop the crying god from occupying Hangzhou. Zhou Jiahui shook her head and said, I don't believe the dragon god will easily abandon Hangzhou and hand it over to the strange woman and the weeping god. She had been abused by the dragon god before, and knew how difficult it was to take advantage of him. She had been devoured twice before simply threatening the dragon god, and was severely toyed with the third time. This deal clearly put the dragon god at a disadvantage. He wouldn't gain anything from the strange woman and the weeping god. The others remained silent, not arguing with Zhou Jiahui's point. They were desperate, but they could only hold onto a glimmer of hope. Li Yu suddenly sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation and shouted, Oh no! I'm sensing another spatial fluctuation in Hangzhou. Whether it's a deity or an alien being descending will depend on the subsequent spatial fluctuations. Pang Bo's face turned purple as he asked, Could it be another god descending? He said nervously, It's possible it's a god descending. When an alien race descends to devour the world, there's a game announcement. The staff in Lahai City have already alerted me. But when a god descends to devour the world, there's no game announcement. This is most likely a god descending. Chen Li Mei asked anxiously, Can you sense what's descending? Li Yu's face turned pale as he replied, The spatial fluctuations I sense are almost identical to when the weeping god descended. This is a god, almost as powerful as the weeping god. Pang Bo remembered something. You've forgotten something. 2 alien races appeared in Hangzhou. The ghost-crying clan represents the weeping god, and the wild laughing clan represents the laughing god. Laughing god? Chen Limei wasn't unfamiliar with the situation. Guangzhou is now under the protection of Jiang Ming. There's an inside scoop you might not know. Jiang Ming is the supreme demon lord. Aside from being a bit selfish and protective, he doesn't have many major flaws. He sent me a message not long ago, saying there's a fat demon in the devouring world's Guangzhou area. The infant god, Dudu, wore a half-smile on his face. I thought of this when the laughing tribe appeared earlier, but the situation was critical, and I forgot to mention it. This is most likely the mother goddess of joy and sorrow's plan to summon both of her sons to Hangzhou. The Black Emperor's expression sullen, he said, "We're done for. This bitch has no moral principles. She never considered making peace with us, and instead wanted to summon her 2 sons to kill the dragon god. Once the dragon god is killed by her 2 sons, no one in Yin Nation, or even the world, will be able to stop them." Zhou Jiahui hurriedly said, "We must alert the dragon god." Chen Limei said, "Use a drone to try to communicate with the dragon god. Ideally, we can get through to him." Pang Bo said despairingly, "I tried to contact him, but it's probably too late. The spatial fluctuations are so severe now." Chen Limei said helplessly, "Let's try. We can only do what we can." The people in the Cataclysm shelter were despairing. Many people in Yin Nation had already witnessed the live broadcast. Chapter 117. The dragon god is negotiating with that strange woman, seemingly willing to give up Hangzhou. The strange woman is much more powerful than the dragon god, and the dragon god has no intention of turning against her. There are too many powerful gods in the devouring world. Our Yin Nation can't rely solely on the dragon god. Everyone watched the broadcast from the Cataclysm shelter, and the image was blurry. Ordinary people would avoid being killed by the terrifying and strange power if they saw the faces of the god of weeping and the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. I feel the dragon god will give Hangzhou to the weeping god. There's no way around this kind of concession. The dragon god could renounce his hostility and kill the weeping god, but then a more powerful god would descend from the devouring world. There's no real choice. Today we have the weeping god, and others will descend in the future. We humans are lucky to have managed to keep 2 cities. With the dragon god in Lahai City, any descending god can secure their territory. The capital lacks a god. I hope Yition can become one soon. It's not that we're too sad, but the devouring world gods are too powerful. We ordinary people can't slay them. Only gods can kill gods. Everyone believed the dragon god would compromise and give Hangzhou to the weeping god. This was a necessary choice. No one blamed Lin Luo, believing the decision was forced. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow felt the situation was almost over and asked, "It's been quite some time. Is it time for you to make a choice?" Lin Luo also felt the situation was almost over. "You know I'm the only god among all humans. If I were to give Hangzhou to you so easily, it would be embarrassing for me. My request is not excessive. Have your son kowtow before me and call me grandpa. I originally wanted your son to call me dad, but you're so ugly, I just can't appreciate that." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy clenched her fists and said, "You actually called me ugly. And you want my son to kowtow and call you grandpa?" She knew she was quite ugly, but as a woman, she absolutely couldn't stand being called ugly to her face. What's even more abominable is that this man wanted his son to call him grandpa, not to be his father. Lin Luo said domineeringly, "If you don't agree, I have to kill your son. I already made a concession, it's your turn." He added, "Madam, you don't want your son to die, do you?" The mother goddess of sorrow and joy flushed with rage, her teeth clenched, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. As expected of the dragon god, he never suffers a loss. This has infuriated the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. That's the dragon god's way. It's good to let the mother goddess of sorrow and joy suffer a loss, but we shouldn't encourage her arrogance. Although I think the dragon god is too arrogant, it's really satisfying. Everyone was delighted to see the mother goddess of sorrow and joy suffer a loss. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy furiously said, "You regret this." Lin Luo remained unmoved, saying, "Why should I regret it? I better just let your son call me grandpa." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was furious again, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Suddenly, a spatial rift quietly appeared. A pair of chubby little hands stretched out, widening the spatial rift infinitely. A 100-meter tall, sturdy infant appeared, almost identical to the weeping god. The only difference was that the infant's face wore a half-smile. "Ha ha ha!" The mother goddess of joy and sorrow let out an eerie laugh. She wasn't actually on Earth, so the strange powers of her laughter couldn't affect Lin Luo. Another powerful deity, this is the laughing god. A Guangzhou gamer previously shared details. Aside from his facial expression, he's almost identical to the weeping god. If the weeping god is the son of the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, then this laughing god is also her son. This mother goddess of joy and sorrow has been stalling for time. How despicable. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow never intended to make peace from the beginning, and has always wanted to summon her other son, the laughing god. It's over. It's over. No matter how powerful the dragon god is, he can't defeat two gods. Just now, he and the weeping god were evenly matched. Our Yen nation is finished. We finally had a god, and now it's gone. In the future, humans won't even have a place to survive on Earth. The laughing god's arrival filled everyone with despair. It's over. The Black Emperor lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Just now, they tried to contact the dragon god, but the drone suddenly malfunctioned when it got too close. Everyone believed it was the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, who wanted to keep the dragon god from knowing about the problem. Chen Limei made a decision. I already called in soundproof fighter jets. We returned to Longhai City first, and then we abandoned Longhai City. Yang Jun said sadly, Director, things have deteriorated to this point. We're even abandoning Longhai City. Chen Limei said helplessly, this is the worst case scenario. Two gods have descended on Hangzhou, and Zhejiang province alone won't be enough. One of them will likely head for Longhai City. Jiang Ming once told me that when the devouring world descends upon Earth, humanity won't be thinking about protecting the planet, but about ensuring their own survival. Now I think that makes a lot of sense. Pang Bo sighed and said, Jiang Ming is absolutely right. We should be thinking about how to survive, not just defending the entire Yin nation. Chu He looked at the dragon god on the screen. I hope the dragon god survives. Zhou Jiahui insisted, Director, I think it's too early to retreat now. I believe the dragon god still has a trump card. He Huang advised, Sister, I know you're a fan of the dragon god and have a natural confidence in his strength, but confidence can be useless. Chen Limei consoled him, I'm just preparing for the worst, not retreating immediately. Zhou Jiahui expressed her opinion, have you noticed something? The dragon god has always been very cautious. Now that two gods have descended, if he were afraid, he might have already left. Zhou Jiahui is right. The dragon god is a very cautious person, even when it comes to concealing his identity. Pang Bo agreed. Chen Limei said, I hope the dragon god has a trump card. If all else fails, the dragon god's best option is to escape. Only then will there be a chance. Mom. The god of laughter had already reached the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy smiled. Human, aren't you feeling deeply desperate right now? Lin Luo said expressionlessly, we were clearly negotiating, yet you summoned your other son. That's quite unsportsmanlike. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy chuckled smugly, you humans are truly ridiculous. You wage war, massacre cities, and other things against your own kind, yet sometimes you insist on morality. It's precisely because I saw this that I realized how difficult it is for you humans to resolve this situation. If it were us gods, in a situation where the power was unequal, the advantaged party wouldn't give the disadvantaged party any breathing space. Chapter 118. Lin Luo sneered, do you mean you got me? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said proudly, do you think you have a chance of turning the tables? She continued to humiliate him, you waited for me for half an hour just now, and now I wait for you for half an hour too. I won't make a move for half an hour. Lin Luo said calmly, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I have the ability to fly, so leaving is no problem. Ha ha ha. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy laughed again. Try flying now, and see if you can get out of this city? Lin Luo tried, but it was as if an invisible force was in the sky. His attempt to fly out of Hangzhou was impossible. Lin Luo feigned a scowl. Did you do this? You said it? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said even more proudly. Well done. I didn't intend to leave. I never intended to devour just your son. Lin Luo stopped pretending. The gods of weeping and laughing had descended to earth. It was impossible for them to return. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy smiled eerily. You're not trying to devour my two sons. Do you think you have the strength to do so? I do. Lin Luo had lost his patience and charged forward, controlling his massive body. You're asking for your own death. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy sneered. My dear son, charge forward and tear this despicable ant to pieces. Before her, the god of weeping and the god of laughter behaved obediently. The two charged towards Lin Luo, shaking the ground. At some point, the god of weeping appeared behind Lin Luo, the god of laughter in front. The two gods' chubby little hands reached out to grab Lin Luo's head and tail. You two are treating me like a spicy snack. Lin Luo rushed towards the laughing god first, opening his dragon mouth and releasing flames. The flames enveloped the laughing god and began to burn fiercely. The crackling sound of burning emanated from the laughing god. Ha ha ha! The laughing god let out a terrifying laugh. The laughter echoed throughout Hangzhou, and many tall buildings began to collapse under the influence of this strange power. So noisy! Lin Luo felt a sharp pain in his eardrums and released even hotter flames. The plump, white laughing god was about to be roasted, and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy suddenly lost her complacency. Lin Luo released extremely hot flames, and it was only a matter of time before the laughing god was roasted. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy anxiously shouted, "Little Cry, use all your strength to help your brother." Seeing the laughing god being roasted by Lin Luo, the crying god was not sad, but rather delighted. The two gods had always been at odds, and whenever they met, they would fight violently. If the mother goddess of sorrow and joy hadn't intervened personally, the two gods wouldn't have appeared together in Hangzhou. The weeping god obeyed his mother's orders, and attempted to grab Lin Luo's dragon tail from behind. Lin Luo swung his massive tail, lashing it hard against the weeping god. The dragon tail possessed even greater power than Lin Luo's claws. The weeping god, weighing over 10 tons, was sent flying by Lin Luo's dragon tail. Wow! The weeping god fell to the ground, uttering a terrifying cry. The wound where the dragon's tail had struck him was already ripped open, and blood flowed from the wound. My son! The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was heartbroken and breathless. I make you cry? Lin Luo felt the pain in his eardrums grow even more intense, and he lashed the weeping god with his dragon tail. Wow wow! The weeping god was beaten to a pulp, sobbing non-stop. Whether it was the laughing god or the weeping god, the noises they made only hurt Lin Luo's ears. It would be difficult for the two gods to harm Lin Luo, let alone kill him. Damn it, I've been tricked. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy discovered the problem. The human before her was concealing his strength, deliberately allowing her to summon her two sons. Then he could devour these two powerful gods, allowing him to proceed to the next stage of devouring evolution. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy instructed her son to go to the other son. The two sons were twins, and one had a special gift. If he could use it, a comeback might be possible. What's going on? The dragon god is roasting one god with his flames and lashing another with his tail. It's pure crushing. The dragon god is too powerful. He was holding back just now. The dragon god is too weak. If he had used a more aggressive attack, he could only have killed and devoured one weeping god. By showing weakness, he's now devoured two gods. This is hilarious. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was so happy just now, but why can't she laugh now? It's strange that the mother goddess of sorrow and joy can laugh when her two sons are about to die. Lin Luo's powerful attack immediately made everyone ecstatic. Soundproof safe house. Qianli Mei breathed a sigh of relief. If the dragon god plays like this, anyone with a weak heart would be frightened to death. Peng Bo said excitedly, great. The dragon god is deliberately losing. He probably knows something. Two gods will descend upon the devouring world. He Huang said, I always thought I was pretty old-fashioned. Compared to the dragon god, I realize I'm too young. I almost fooled the whole world. Zhou Jiahui said proudly, someone made a bet with me on whether the dragon god could instantly kill the mermaid god. Now the result is clear. One person fulfilled their promise. We all been colleagues, so I won't say who it was. Chu he smiled, I was helping you with your mission. I didn't expect the dragon god to be so cunning. He's deceived the entire world, but I have to admit, he's truly powerful. The laughing god had been roasted to a golden crisp, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat. If it were any other creature, it would have been dead beyond death. But the laughing god, a powerful deity, remained alive. It's just that its laughter had grown fainter, barely causing any harm to Lin Luo. Just now, when Lin Luo burned the laughing god with flames, the laughing god's laughter grew louder, attempting to kill him with its laughter. At this point, the laughing god was weakened, so his laughter was naturally much softer. The weeping god wasn't in good shape either. After being lashed several times by Lin Luo's dragon tail, he remained obediently in place. Both gods were in their infancy, able to use only their innate abilities. The laughing god had been devoured by Lin Luo, and the weeping god was not far behind. It's almost cooked. I devour it now. Lin Luo prepared to devour the laughing god. He had taken great pains to roast the laughing god, primarily to make it easier to devour. The laughing god was too ugly, and as a human, Lin Luo found it difficult to eat. Lin Luo preferred to eat cooked food, and would eat it whenever possible. After devouring the two gods, He should be able to reach level 82. Wait a moment, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy called out hurriedly. She had just mocked Lin Luo and hadn't begged for mercy. Gods have dignity, and cannot be easily humiliated. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had been about to speak, but had held back out of her divine dignity. But now that Lin Luo was about to devour her own son, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy could no longer hold back. Lin Luo ignored the mother goddess of joy and sorrow and devoured the god of laughter in one gulp. After he devoured the god of laughter, the entire world fell silent. Lin Luo's experience points increased rapidly, exceeding half his total experience points. His power was too great. Even after devouring such a powerful deity, his experience points could not exceed 60%. A deity of the same level as Lin Luo would likely have gained 80% experience points. Chapter 119. Damn it! Damn it! The mother goddess of joy and sorrow watched her son die, completely maddened. Her face alternated between smile and sorrow, like a magic trick. This clone of the mother goddess of joy and sorrow was a spiritual projection. Its laughter and weeping did not generate any strange powers. Otherwise, many people watching the livestream would have been killed by the strange powers generated by its laughter and weeping. The dragon god is so powerful. He devoured the god of laughter directly. He even paid great attention to detail, roasting and devouring him. The biggest difference between us humans and other creatures is that food must be cooked thoroughly. The dragon god perfectly fits this human habit. After devouring the god of laughter, the dragon god will devour the god of weeping. With two gods, his strength will surely increase significantly. Everyone was agitated. You actually killed my son. I will tear you to pieces. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow said angrily. I will kill all your family, relatives, and friends, and make you feel my pain. Lin Luo smiled. Madam, are you sure you want to talk to me like that? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy hysterically said, what do you think? I wish I could eat you alive and torture you to death. Lin Luo's smile remained. Madam, you probably don't want anything to happen to your second son. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy suddenly realized that her youngest son was dead. But her eldest son was still on the ground, and the humans before her could kill him at any moment. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy suppressed her anger and said, what do you want me to do to spare my other son? Lin Luo countered, what price can you give me to spare your son? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said, I can act as your insider in the devouring world. If a god descends upon earth, I tell you in advance. That's it? Lin Luo said, unsatisfied. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said, you killed one of my sons. That's the best I can offer you. Lin Luo said coldly, you've forgotten one thing. I have an absolute advantage right now. You have no reason to negotiate. You? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was furious and had to compromise. In exchange, I'm willing to tell you about the 10 gods who are about to descend, including the 2 gods who are about to descend from the place you're staying. Lin Luo nodded and said, you can tell me the information first. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy immediately refused. I need to open the space-time rift and send my son back to the devouring world before I can tell you this information. Lin Luo said, I don't think you need to go to such lengths. Your son has finally arrived on Earth. Returning to the devouring world would be too much trouble. How about you entrust your son to me, and I take good care of him? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said, do you think it's possible? If you don't send my son back, you won't even know about the 10 gods. This happened just now, when Lin Luo devoured her youngest son. How could the mother goddess of sorrow and joy send her eldest son to Lin Luo's care? Lin Luo said helplessly, I have spoken so sincerely, yet you're still so skeptical. This is truly heartbreaking. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said, I don't trust you humans. Enough of the nonsense. It's time to make a choice. Lin Luo said bluntly, then I won't waste my words. Tell me the information about the 10 gods in advance, and then, for the sake of your son, you need to trick 2 of them into devouring me. Impossible. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow said excitedly. Lin Luo said helplessly, there's no point in talking. Then I just devour your son. Wait a moment. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow discussed with Lin Luo several times, confirming that she would first tell him the information about the 10 gods. Lin Luo wanted to release the god of weeping. In exchange, the mother goddess of joy and sorrow would lure 2 gods to earth for him to devour. Both of them had their own agendas, and neither would abide by this agreement. Dragon god, don't trust the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. She's definitely plotting against you. The god of weeping will definitely break the agreement when he returns. You're new here, right? The dragon god and the mother goddess of joy and sorrow made a deal. Who's plotting against whom is still unknown. I think it's most likely the dragon god plotting against the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. I feel like the dragon god is playing tricks on the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. The dragon god might not win. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow has lived for so many years. If she was tricked the first time, it's impossible for her to be tricked the second time. The crowd split into two groups. Some people think the mother goddess of joy and sorrow will be tricked by the dragon god. Others think the dragon god will be tricked by the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. Both possibilities are quite strong, about 50-50. Hey Huang scoffed, this mother goddess of joy and sorrow making a deal with the dragon god is like a bull crying over a cow. So awesome. Chuhi disagreed, saying, I don't think the dragon god will necessarily win this time. I just checked the comments on the video, and they make a lot of sense. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow has lived for far too long. I wonder how long the devouring world, a game world that reflects back into reality, has existed. Generally, those who live long are often scheming. This time, the dragon god may not be able to outwit the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. He may very well be tricked by her. Zhou Jiahui analyzed, I believe the dragon god will receive information from the 10 gods, and what the mother goddess of joy and sorrow promises later is impossible. The dragon god is highly intelligent. There's no way he wouldn't know this. I believe that after receiving information from the 10 gods, he will immediately devour the god of weeping. Chen Li Mei nodded, with the dragon god's intelligence, he knows better than we do that this is the best option. Pang Bo questioned, have you considered this? We all can. There's no way the mother goddess of joy and sorrow hasn't thought of this. That's right. Everyone suddenly realized. Pang Bo continued, I feel the mother goddess of sorrow and joy must have a backup plan to deal with the dragon god's reneging. The first is the information from the 10 gods. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy won't give completely false information. She definitely give half-truths, which are the hardest to detect. For example, regarding the abilities and levels of gods, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy will truthfully state the abilities of the gods and lie about their levels, or vice versa. Chen Li Mei said, this is truly disgusting. It's impossible to tell whether the information is true or false. The information from these 10 gods is only for reference. Don't believe it all, or you be screwed. Pang Bo continued, next is what the dragon god will say in sorrow and joy. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow must have a plan to counteract this after retrieving the god of weeping. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed. He Huang frowned and said, from what you said, it seems the dragon god has been completely calculated by the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. Yang Jun said, the mother goddess of joy and sorrow is almost certain to win, and the dragon god is certain to lose. Zhou Jiahui shook her head and said, I don't think it's certain. Maybe the dragon god has thought of everything we thought of, and in the end, the mother goddess of joy and sorrow will suffer. Pang Bo nodded and said, you're a possibility. He Huang said impatiently, stop analyzing. Analyzing over and over only makes people nervous. The one who truly controls what happens next is the dragon god. Chapter 120. This is the information of 10 gods, all contained within this sphere. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy produced a glass sphere, and tossed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo snatched it. Glass spheres were common in the devouring world. Glass spheres were used to store information, and were considered unique to the devouring world. In his previous life, Lin Luo, a psychic, frequently used them. Gamers were not allowed to bring these items from the devouring world to Earth. But the mother goddess of sorrow and joy had the ability to bring these glass spheres to Earth. Lin Luo was not surprised that she could bring these glass spheres to Earth. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was able to bring her 2 sons to Earth almost intact. Bringing a glass sphere containing information to Earth was not a difficult task. Lin Luo examined the glass sphere and found that it contained information on 10 gods. This included the Snow Wolf god and the Green Face god of Langhai City. The levels and abilities of these 2 gods were fully documented. He could confirm the authenticity of the information regarding these 2 gods, having personally researched the Green Face god and the Snow Wolf god. Lin Luo could tell at a glance that the mother goddess of sorrow and joy had falsified the information regarding these 2 gods. After Lin Luo confirmed the authenticity of the information regarding these 2 gods, he felt that the mother goddess of sorrow and joy was even more formidable. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy knew that Lin Luo's knowledge was limited to these 2 gods. So, she left the information regarding these 2 gods alone, and falsified the information regarding the other 8. In the near future, Lin Luo would likely suffer a significant loss due to the information regarding these 8 gods. Lin Luo did not take the information regarding the other 8 gods seriously, but merely used it as a reference. While Lin Luo was viewing the information in the glass sphere, The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had already used her immense power to tear open a rift in space. In one day, she had torn open 3 rifts in space, a tremendous loss. In a serious situation, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy would have been demoted. To save her son, she no longer cared about anything else. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy called out to her son, the god of weeping, and quickly returned to the devouring world. "Madam, this is not good. We become acquainted through fighting. You let your son leave without even saying goodbye to me." Lin Luo wasn't completely focused on the glass sphere. He constantly monitored the god of weeping's movements, never letting him go. How could he let go of such juicy meat that was about to be eaten? "You're going to go back on your word, and you're even trying to get me to devour 2 gods?" The mother goddess of sorrow and joy warned. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. "Madam, your words are always so funny. You already said that the gods of your devouring world are immoral, and wouldn't do such a foolish thing as keep their promises. If you take your son back to the devouring world, you won't lure 2 gods to me to eat. Besides, even if you really did lure 2 gods to be devoured by me, I wouldn't dare accept it." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy raged. "You humans are so despicable. When I descend to earth, I will kill you all. I hope that day will come. Then, I be the first to greet you, madam." Lin Luo spoke without hesitation. He controlled his massive body and rushed towards the weeping god. Wow! The weeping god was so frightened that he ran forward desperately. His cries reached a fever pitch, causing Lin Luo's eardrums to ache. Perhaps Lin Luo had listened to them for so long that he had become immune to the weeping god's cries. Golden flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, instantly enveloping the weeping god. Crackle! The weeping god's flames burned fiercely, emitting the aroma of roasted meat. The dragon god is truly particular. Food must be cooked thoroughly before eating. This weeping god looks so ugly, it's barely edible even roasted. This is hilarious. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy is practically pissed off. She's always despised humans, and now being toyed with like this, she must be devastated. "I used to think I was quite treacherous, but now that I've seen the dragon god, I'm truly ashamed of myself. For these gods who so brutally slaughter us humans, being treacherous is par for the course." The dragon god's reneging on his word was met with widespread praise from netizens. Humanity is on the verge of collapse. Only fools would care about the spirit of the contract. Besides, humans abide by the spirit of the contract, but the mother goddess of sorrow and joy doesn't. "I didn't want to use this move, but you forced me to." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's clone dissipated, and a sturdy woman's arm emerged from the spatial rift. The fingernails on her hand were long, and she reached out to grab Lin Luo. Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly, and he dodged the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's sudden attack. Wow! The weeping god, no longer being scorched by the golden flames, immediately let out a terrifying cry. "You forced me to do this! I'm going to kill you!" The mother goddess of sorrow and joy stretched out her arm towards Lin Luo, trying to grab him. Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body, and dodged the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's powerful grasp. Fuck! The mother goddess of joy and sorrow can actually come to earth from the devouring world. Didn't the dragon god say she can't enter? She should be able to enter. Maybe the mother goddess of joy and sorrow can't enter fully, so she can just put one arm in. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow is clearly much more powerful than the dragon god. With her help, the god of weeping might actually escape. The dragon god has miscalculated this time. The god of weeping will likely escape. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow is still a seasoned warrior. Faced with the powerful mother goddess of joy and sorrow, everyone believed Lin Luo had miscalculated. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow stretched her body repeatedly, her rage completely losing her mind. She couldn't force her way to earth. Being able to extend half her body was her limit. The price was that the mother goddess of joy and sorrow would be demoted from level 83 to level 82. It's not easy for a god to level up, and it wasn't easy for the mother goddess of joy and sorrow to reach level 83. She had devoured many powerful gods. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow thought, having paid the price, she must kill Lin Luo. Yang Jun said nervously, "This mother goddess of joy and sorrow is so powerful with just half of her body. How could the dragon god not flee? He'd likely be slain by her." Hey Huang sighed, "You're still too young. The dragon god must have his reasons for not fleeing." Yang Jun realized, "You mean the dragon god can defeat the mother goddess of joy and sorrow?" "That's right." Pang Bo nodded. "The dragon god isn't attacking the mother goddess of joy and sorrow right now. He's probably trying to see her strength, and keep as much of her body as possible on earth." Zhou Jiwei's eyes lit up. "I have to say the dragon god is far more intelligent than us. While we were basking in our pride on the first level, the dragon god was already in the atmosphere, crushing us. Jinli Mei gave a wry smile and said, "The dragon god is incredibly intelligent. The only problem is that he's incredibly frightening. A single battle can take several turns." Chuhi said, "There's nothing we can do about it. This kind of thing can't be revealed. If we do, our plans won't go smoothly. You killed my son. I will tear you to pieces." The mother goddess of joy and sorrow roared hysterically, reaching for Lin Luo. Every time she thought she had captured Lin Luo, he always managed to escape. Chapter 121. Almost. Just so nearly. Why so nearly? The mother goddess of joy and sorrow repeatedly reached out, trying to capture Lin Luo. Several times she nearly succeeded, only for Lin Luo to narrowly escape. A normal mother goddess of joy and sorrow would have spotted the problem. But the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, devastated by her son's death and Lin Luo's repeated attempts to plot against her, had practically lost her mind. "I feel like I can do it." Lin Luo decided not to dodge any further. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow's limited physical capacity, after emerging from the spatial rift, could no longer squeeze herself into the real world. Did it work? Thinking she was about to capture Lin Luo, the mother goddess of joy and sorrow lashed out with her sharp claws. She used all her strength, intending to kill Lin Luo with one strike. Lin Luo controlled the dragon's tail, and swung his claws at the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. Bang! The two collided with a steely sound. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy felt a searing pain in her arm, unable to believe what was happening. Ignoring the pain, she exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? You only have half the experience points of level 81, and you can actually fight me?" Lin Luo said coldly, "How is it impossible? Wasn't the outcome of our previous confrontation obvious enough? Damn it!" The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had regained her composure and realized her situation. Killing Lin Luo was no longer possible, so she now focused on a safe retreat. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had already filled the spatial rift, preventing her son, the weeping god, from retreating to the devouring world. What she needed to do was to urgently retreat through the spatial rift, allowing the weeping god to evacuate from Earth to the devouring world. Lin Luo would never let the mother goddess of sorrow and joy succeed. He bit down on her arm. He began exerting all his strength, preparing to drag her out of the devouring world. Lin Luo wanted to devour the mother goddess of sorrow and joy entirely, not just her arm. You despicable human. For the first time, fear gripped the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. The human before her was scheming too much. From the very beginning, he was planning to devour not only her two sons, but also her. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy tried to pull her arm back, but found Lin Luo's strength too great. The dragon god's plan is terrifying. I thought he only wanted the children, but he wouldn't spare the mother either. It's just that we're on the first level, while the dragon god is already in the atmosphere. What can the devouring world gods do? They're still completely under his control. The devouring world gods may seem powerful, but they're just paper tigers before the mighty dragon god, the kind that fall at the slightest blow. Everyone was delighted. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy threatened, "Despicable human, if you cause me to lose an arm, I will kill all the people in your country to vent my anger." Lin Luo said coldly, "Then I will not let you go. I must kill you to prevent you from destroying my country." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had no choice but to relent, saying, "This is my fault. I agree with your suggestion. I will leave my son, the god of weeping, in your care. Now let go of my arm." "Yes." Lin Luo bit down on the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's arm, showing no sign of letting go. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy angrily threatened, "Today I have lost an arm and 2 children. When the time comes, I will find the children's father and exterminate all humans on your earth. Go quickly." Lin Luo showed no fear, still clinging to the arm of the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's arm broke off, and her shoulder extended back into the devouring world. As the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's shoulder extended back, the spatial rift vanished. She realized that she couldn't outmaneuver Lin Luo in terms of scheming. If the mother goddess of sorrow and joy continued to pester her, Lin Luo would only gain more. It would be better to give up quickly. As for the weeping god, it wasn't that she didn't want to save him, but there was no chance. Such a cruel mother. Lin Luo could only follow the agreement and take good care of the weeping god. This care method was his own creation, requiring him to be in his stomach for better care. Lin Luo roasted the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's arm and the weeping god together, swallowing them whole. His level rose again, reaching level 82. Lin Luo's body grew by over 100 meters at a visible speed, and his weight reached a terrifying 30+ tons. The god of laughter and the god of weeping were only level 80, weighing only 4 or 5 tons. Lin Luo's weight was already 6 times that of the two gods, and his strength easily crushed them. Besides his level, Lin Luo possessed powerful dragon bloodline and had devoured a god with an extremely strong bloodline, the Bahin. The Bahin wasn't high in level, but its bloodline was comparable to that of the dragon, making it a unique snake. I make more use of the devouring world in the future. If I hadn't heard that information earlier, I wouldn't have been able to gain so many benefits. Lin Luo didn't stop in Hangzhou and headed towards Longhai City. As he entered the sky above Longhai City, his figure suddenly vanished. The dragon god is still as handsome as ever. The dragon is nowhere to be seen, and he departs with a dashing demeanor after completing his mission. Without the dragon god, our Yan nation truly has no idea how to resolve today's crisis. Not to mention the mother goddess of joy and sorrow behind us. Even with the god of weeping and the god of laughter descending together, without the dragon god, our Yan nation would be doomed. Lin Luo disappeared from the live stream, but the crowd's enthusiasm remained undimmed. They were praising Lin Luo online, bolstering their confidence. In times of catastrophe, faith is the primary weapon. The dragon god became this belief, making everyone less anxious. Black Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. I don't want to go through the same thing again. Yang Jun smiled with relief. It's not just you who doesn't want to go through this. We don't want to go through this either. 3 powerful gods. Foreign countries used to envy our Yan nation for not having powerful gods descend upon us. After what happened in Hangzhou, no foreign country will envy us anymore. If it were any other country, they would have given up on treatment if a powerful god descended upon them. Zhou Jiahui said proudly, foreign countries won't envy our Yan nation's land anymore. They envy us for having a powerful dragon god instead. And the dragon god has such a problem-solving ability. Pangbo said, the dragon god is incredible. We were almost desperate, but we didn't realize he had everything under control. Chu He smiled wryly. I questioned Zhou Jiahui, became Zhou Jiahui, and after this incident, I become a fan of the dragon god. Zhou Jiahui boasted, don't forget what you promised me. Chu He agreed, I accept defeat. Chen Limei smiled, everyone, stop bragging about the dragon god. He's already solved the problem. We need to clean up the mess. Okay. Everyone emerged from the soundproof safe house and began cleaning up. Next, Hangzhou City will begin post-disaster reconstruction now that the world-devouring god is gone. For a long time, Hangzhou City will be safe. Chapter 122. Devouring World. Damn devouring Jackie Chan, you killed my 2 sons. I will bury everyone in your country with you. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was furious, her right arm already gone. Her 2 beloved sons had both perished at Lin Luo's hands. If the mother goddess of sorrow and joy could descend to earth, she would have chosen it immediately. After venting her anger for a while, she regained her composure. Anger won't solve the problem. If I descend to earth now, I'd be sending myself to death. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was not powerful, and her level had dropped to 82. The devouring world had many iron laws that no god could disobey. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was at level 83, and it would take some time for her to descend to earth. But she had violated the rules of the devouring world and attempted to descend to earth prematurely. As a punishment, she would be demoted 1 level. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had lost another arm, and her strength was even weaker than that of an average level 82 deity. Even if she descended to earth now, she would essentially be serving Lin Luo a meal. If you want revenge, you must seek out the 2 gods of Longhai City in the devouring world. Only by having them descend to earth can you inflict the most devastating blow on the dragon god. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy suppressed her anger and headed for Longhai City in the devouring world. I was wondering why I had this ominous feeling. It turns out it's you, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, who's here. A sarcastic voice rang out. Green-faced god, we have some grievances, but that's all in the past. I'm here with no ill intentions. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy and the green-faced god had a feud. Once, the 2 battled to devour a god, and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy won. Later, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy reached level 83, while the green-faced god remained at level 81. The green-faced god held a grudge, believing that if he had won the battle, he should have reached level 83. Although the mother goddess of sorrow and joy was more powerful than him, he had no need to fear her in his own territory. The snow wolf god was awake and ready to help him at any time. Now, it was impossible for the mother goddess of sorrow and joy to defeat 2 adult gods. The green-faced god said in a sullen tone, that's ridiculous. Our feud was always your fault, and now you're making it sound like I'm wrong. You had no right to tell me this, only I could tell you this. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy angrily said, I came here with good intentions to warn you, but you're so rude, and you're just being sentimental. Get out of here, the green-faced god said. You? The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was furious. In her normal state, she would have attacked the green-faced god long ago. But now, her strength was greatly diminished, making her no match for the green-faced god and the snow wolf god. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy needed 2 more to avenge her sons, forcing herself to suppress her rage. Snow wolf god, is the green-faced god the one who makes the decisions for both of you? If he does, you likely die on earth. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy prepared to attack the snow wolf god. A gigantic wolf, 100 meters tall, massive, weighing over 100,000 tons, and covered in snow-white fur, approached. The snow wolf god said expressionlessly, Mother goddess of sorrow and joy, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. If you have anything to say to us, just speak directly. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy, without further ado, sent her 2 sons to Earth, where they were devoured by a human named Dragon God. She herself was forcibly sent to Earth by the Dragon God's scheme, losing an arm and falling a level. The green-faced god sneered, I wasn't observing carefully just now. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed you were missing an arm and had dropped a level. This is called retribution. And your 2 sons are just as ugly as you. Fatherless children die anyway. You should be happy. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was furious. Are you courting death? The green-faced god showed no fear. Your level is 1 level higher than mine, but my bloodline is much stronger. Let's see who's stronger, you or me. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the battle between the 2 was about to break out. The snow wolf god quickly stopped the 2, green-faced. Now is not the time to act rashly. We need to think about how to deal with this dragon god, otherwise we won't be able to descend to Earth. The green-faced god nodded and said, we must carefully consider how to deal with this dragon god. Having devoured the mermaid god, the god of weeping, and the god of laughter, 3 gods in total, our strength has been greatly enhanced. Of the many real worlds that the devouring world descended upon, Earth is the weakest. I was delighted, but I didn't expect a twist to arise. Those who could become gods were no ordinary beings. The green-faced god was audacious, but he didn't underestimate the dragon god. The snow wolf god said, we can't do this alone. I think we need help. Mother goddess of sorrow and joy, you want to avenge your son, so you can join us. The green-faced god echoed, if you want to avenge your son, you must contribute. Your level has dropped to 82. In 2 or 3 days, the devouring world's god level limit will reach 83, meaning you 2 will be able to descend to Earth. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy had just been toyed with by the dragon god, leaving a deep scar on her heart. She deeply wished not to participate. But she knew that if she didn't participate, these 2 would choose to let the dragon god go if they had the chance. The devouring world contained numerous gods, but relations between them were not good. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy decided, I will descend with you in 7 days. The snow wolf god said, actually, I think 3 gods aren't enough. If you can summon the child's father, we can definitely defeat this human. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy, her face livid, asked, do you know the child's father? The snow wolf god smiled, it's easy to guess. The god of weeping and the god of laughter are twins. If you analyze just one of them, it's hard to tell who their father is. But by combining these 2 brothers, it's easy to guess their father. If I'm right, the children's father is the true god, the 2-headed god. The green-faced god was astonished. The father of these 2 children is a 2-headed god. No wonder they were born gods. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy confessed, since you guessed it, I have nothing to hide. Their father is. It is indeed the 2-headed god. The snow wolf god said, if you could get the 2-headed god to take action, it would be much easier to kill this human. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said helplessly, if I could have persuaded the 2-headed god, I wouldn't have come here to ask for your help. That's true. The snow wolf god nodded and said, the 2-headed god enjoys philandering, as long as it's a female, but he's also very ruthless and doesn't care about his mistresses or children afterward. The green-faced god said, if your 2 sons weren't dead, the 2-headed god might not have cared about you. Now that your sons are dead, he still cares about this matter. Try to contact him. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy nodded and said, I try. I'm willing to do anything for my sons. The 3 began to discuss the details of their descent, but failed to sense the presence of a golden mini-dragon. Chapter 123. The golden mini-dragon was Lin Luo. He logged into the devouring world the first thing he did upon returning to Lahai City. After his 2 sons were killed, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy would not easily relent. If the mother goddess of sorrow and joy sought revenge, the best person to turn to would be the children's father. After all, the 2 children had been powerful gods since childhood, so their father must have been a formidable figure. As soon as he logged into the game, he heard familiar voices and determined that they came from the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. In the past, Lin Luo would not have been able to hear them. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy suspected that Lin Luo might have logged into the devouring world and overheard her plans. So, she deliberately took precautions, blocking out the sound of the conversation. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was unaware that after Lin Luo devoured the god of weeping and the god of laughter, his 5 senses had been heightened many times over. In particular, his hearing was beyond the mother goddess's control. He had clearly heard the conversation between the mother goddess of sorrow and joy and the 2 gods of Lahai City. Lin Luo obtained the information he was looking for. The father of the god of weeping and the god of laughter was the true god, the 2-headed god. To be called a true god, the 2-headed god must be at least level 90, which was considered bad news. The good news was that the 2-headed god cared little about family ties, and might not even know the existence of his 2 children, the god of weeping and the god of laughter. Lin Luo wasn't worried at all about the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, the snow wolf god, and the green-faced god teaming up to plot against him. With his current strength, even the combined forces of the 3 gods were no match for him. The only variable was the 2-headed god, but there was a high probability that he wouldn't intervene. An hour later, the 3 gods stopped talking. Lin Luo didn't linger any longer and chose to exit the devouring world. Xiao Luo, the meal's ready. Come and eat. Cheng Xuexin called. I be right here. Lin Luo came downstairs and saw a graceful figure. Cheng Xuexin was wearing a blue stepmother's dress, her chest bulging out, revealing a large patch of white. Her hips were perky and curvaceous, showing off her curves. Beneath her dress were a pair of slender yet voluptuous legs, clad in thin black stockings. Beneath these were a pair of thick-soled black slippers, revealing her delicate, shimmering toes. Her nails, painted red, looked especially bright. The table was already overflowing with food, and the aroma was so fragrant it made his mouth water. Lin Luo came up behind Cheng Xuexin and touched her slender waist. Cheng Xuexin reacted with shock. Xiao Luo, stop it. I'm still cooking. Lin Luo hugged her slender waist and said, Sister Cheng, I'm not very hungry right now. Cheng Xuexin replied, not really. I already prepared so many dishes. If you don't eat now, they might all get cold later. I want to eat Sister Cheng first, and then I eat. Stop it. I'm still cooking. Yin will come to eat in an hour after her online class. Cheng Xuexin didn't finish her words, because Lin Luo sealed her mouth. An hour later, Li Yin sat at the dining table. Cheng Xuexin's pretty face flushed, looking incredibly beautiful. After Lin Luo's care over the past few days, Cheng Xuexin has become even more beautiful. Li Yin looks 50% like Cheng Xuexin. She's about 171 centimeters tall, 3 centimeters taller than Cheng Xuexin. Children grow very fast these days. It's not uncommon for them to reach 1.8 meters tall in junior high school. Li Yin wore a JK suit, which perfectly supported her well-developed figure. A pair of long, slender, snow-white legs, clad in opaque white stockings. With her delicate features, she was a true beauty. Li Yin stood up to show Lin Luo. Brother Xiao Luo, you said last time that the girls on Douyin looked beautiful in JK outfits. What do you think now? Lin Luo nodded and said, you're much prettier than the girls on Douyin. Without the beauty filters, they wouldn't be as pretty as you. Li Yin smiled and said, thank you, Brother Xiao Luo, for the compliment. Cheng Xuexin said, how old are you to be wearing such mature clothes? Li Yin puffed out her chest and said, if I were still in school, I'd be in high school. I'd be 16 in a few months. Mom says I dress so maturely, and you dress so maturely too. Blue stepmother skirt with black stockings. I haven't seen anyone else wearing it like this on the street, and I only seen it on Douyin. Now there's another mother. Cheng Xuexin said coldly, it seems you still don't have enough homework. I need your online class teacher to assign you some. Li Yin quickly flattered, Mom, I suddenly noticed that you become much more beautiful recently. Your skin has become more hydrated and radiant, and your complexion has improved a lot. Really? Cheng Xuexin feigned anger and said, don't think I let you go just because you said that. Really? Look in the mirror if you don't believe me. Li Yin took out a mirror and lovingly handed it to Cheng Xuexin. Cheng Xuexin looked in the mirror and saw that she was indeed much more beautiful. Her skin even fairer and smoother. I am much more beautiful, Chung Xuexin said happily. Lin Luo said, Sister Chung, you should thank me very much. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become so much prettier. Chung Xuexin rolled her eyes and said, Thank you, you big-headed ghost. Li Yinyan pointed at the spareribs and said, Mom, what's wrong with these spareribs? You even served them on the table even though they were burnt. I just forgot. Chung Xuexin rolled her eyes at Lin Luo. When Lin Luo hugged her waist, the spareribs were in the pot. By the time the ribs started to smell burnt, she realized it was too late. The most infuriating thing was that Lin Luo wouldn't give in, and Chung Xuexin had to turn off the stove with great difficulty. Li Yinyan seemed to have noticed something. Mom, I noticed something's going on between you and Xiao Luo. Could it be that your burnt spareribs were related to Xiao Luo? Chung Xuexin, irritated, said, Just eat. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It seems you still don't have enough homework. I give you more later. Ah! Li Yinyan cried out in grievance. Mom, you're worse than the evil stepmother in the TV series. Chung Xuexin angrily said, Since you think I'm the evil stepmother, then I won't be polite. After being ordered to finish her meal, Li Yinyan returned to her room to do another set of papers. Seeing Lin Luo laughing at the dining table, Chung Xuexin angrily said, You're the biggest culprit in this. Next time, I won't be in the kitchen with you. The kitchen won't work. Let's do it at the dining table. Lin Luo stood up from his chair and moved to Chung Xuexin's side. Chung Xuexin was terrified. Don't move. What if Yinyan comes out of her room and sees us like that? You have no way of letting me live like a human being? Sister Chung, what are you thinking? Lin Luo sat at the table and began to eat. I came here because I couldn't get the food over here. Chung Xuexin said angrily, You're just playing tricks on me. I'm ignoring you. I was wrong, Sister Chung. Lin Luo pulled Chung Xuexin into a hug. Chung Xuexin blushed. Let me go. Lin Luo said frivolously, As long as Sister Chung forgives me, I let you go. Chapter 124. Chung Xuexin panted, I forgive you, okay? Just let me go. I let you into my room tonight, just like I rejected you that time. That's better. Lin Luo let Chung Xuexin go. Chung Xuexin was an ordinary person, unable to withstand his constant abuse. When Lin Luo entered her room that night, Chung Xuexin was surprised and delighted. She said angrily, Can't you just leave me alone for a moment? Lin Luo said, Sister Chung, you have to keep your word. You have to have a sense of contract. If you go back on your word, you can't blame me. Chung Xuexin understood Lin Luo's meaning and quickly agreed. I listen to you, okay? That's better. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Chung Xuexin said seriously, A powerful alien race is about to descend upon Lahai City. They're called the Green-Faced Tribe. They have the face of a green-faced, fanged demon and the body of a dog. Fortunately, the highest level of the Green-Faced Tribe is only level 76. The disaster shelter can easily handle them without the Dragon God's personal intervention. The Dragon God just destroyed 2 gods in Hangzhou, and another alien race has appeared in our Yin nation. There are truly many gods in the devouring world. Lin Luo said, Not only are there many gods in the devouring world, but there are also many powerful ones. Ah! Chung Xuexin asked in surprise. The gods descending upon Yin nation right now aren't even the most powerful. Are there gods in the devouring world more powerful than the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy? Lin Luo nodded. The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy is only level 83. The highest level of gods in the devouring world is likely level 100, and there's a chance that gods above level 100 will appear in the future. Chung Xuexin sighed. I thought the Dragon God's annihilation of 2 gods in Hangzhou might have frightened the gods of the devouring world. Our Yin kingdom will be much calmer from now on. It seems like this is the beginning of a disaster. Even more powerful gods will descend from the devouring world in the future, and it will be very difficult for us humans to survive. Lin Luo asked, Are any gods from abroad descending now? Chung Xuexin replied, Foreign gods are quite cautious. Ever since the Dragon God slew the God of Weeping and the God of Laughter in Hangzhou, many alien races have stopped building statues. I think these gods are afraid of descending to Earth and being devoured by the Dragon God, so they're choosing to wait and see. Lin Luo stroked his chin and said, These foreign gods are quite clever. They have enough time to descend to Earth after the outcome of the Yin Kingdom battle is decided. Chung Xuexin thought, although the Dragon God can't become stronger through foreign gods, it can alleviate a lot of pressure. The simultaneous arrival of foreign and domestic gods would be most disadvantageous to the Dragon God. Sister Chung, it's going to snow soon. Prepare some clothes, Lin Luo instructed. Snowing? Cheng Xuexin asked in confusion. The temperature is over 30 degrees Celsius today. How could it suddenly snow? It's because of the devouring world god. Lin Luo didn't elaborate. The reason for the snow in Longhai City was naturally the Snow Wolf god. The Snow Wolf god's alien race was the goblins, and they had already been exterminated by Lin Luo. He could no longer send alien races to Earth, so he could only intervene with divine power. The two gods planned to cause Lin Luo some trouble before their arrival, so that they could safely reach Longhai City. As Lin Luo had predicted, the temperature dropped sharply by noon. The temperature, in the middle of summer, was over 30 degrees Celsius, then suddenly plummeted to -5 degrees Celsius. As time passed, the temperature continued to drop. Heavy snow began to fall. In less than an hour, Longhai City was transformed into a silvery landscape. Latest news: a cold front has swept through the area surrounding Longhai City. Several nearby cities will experience a significant drop in temperature. Those living nearby should wrap up warm to avoid frostbite. Mom, it's so cold. Li Yanyan quickly changed out of her JK outfit and into a cotton jacket. Cheng Shui thought to herself, you didn't listen to me when I told you to change clothes earlier. Now that you know it's cold, you're still wearing your JK clothes. Li Yanyan, full of filial piety, said, Mom, you must be jealous because I look prettier in my JK clothes than you do, and Brother Xiaoluo likes to look at me. You should know that jealousy can completely change you. Cheng Shui angrily said, you kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Brother Xiaoluo, help! Li Yanyan shouted hurriedly. Lin Luo, wearing cotton pants and a jacket, didn't feel the cold at all. In fact, he wouldn't feel the cold even if he didn't change his clothes. After all, he was a powerful god. It was impossible for him to be afraid of the cold. Cheng Xuexin said angrily, even if Xiaoluo came, he couldn't save you. Li Yanyan said aggrievedly, Brother Xiaoluo, please take care of this vicious woman. She's jealous of my beauty. I'm a vicious woman? Cheng Xuexin's chest heaved with rage. I raised you for over a decade in vain. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Stop talking nonsense. Apologize to Mom quickly, get dressed, and go back to your room. The temperature's going to get even colder. Lin Luo patted Li Yanyan's head. Under his mediation, Li Yanyan apologized to Cheng Xuexin. I'm sorry, Mom. Hurry back to your room, Cheng Xuexin said helplessly. Thank you, Brother Xiaoluo. Li Yanyan passed by Lin Luo and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. You're getting too much, little girl, Cheng Xuexin said angrily. Li Yanyan ran back to her room as fast as she could, not giving Cheng Xuexin a chance to attack. Cheng Xuexin shook her head and said, this child is becoming more and more troublesome as he gets older. Lin Luo said, middle school students are often rebellious, it's normal. Cheng Xuexin looked out at the vast snowfall and said, it's a good thing you reminded me just now, so I turned on the heater. Otherwise, Yanyan and I would have caught a cold. Lin Luo put his arm around Cheng Xuexin's waist and said, Sister Cheng, it's quite cold right now. Let me warm you up. Cheng Xuexin blushed and said, don't move. Yanyan just entered the room and could come out at any moment. She's very rebellious right now. If she sees us like this, that would be troublesome. Lin Luo said innocently, Sister Cheng, you're wronging me. I just wanted to warm you up. Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes at Lin Luo and said, you know better than I do. She said sternly, the green-faced tribe is about to descend on Earth. With this heavy snowfall, it will be much more difficult for the catastrophic shelter to resolve the situation. Lin Luo said, that's why you're worrying too much, Sister Cheng. I believe the dragon god will intervene and eliminate this snowstorm. Indeed. Cheng Xuexin felt the chill and shivered. Sister Cheng, it's too cold outside. Let's go back to the room. I warm you up. Lin Luo said kindly. Cheng Xuexin said sullenly, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You brought me to the room to keep me warm? I was just hugging you, Lin Luo said, patting his chest. Cheng Shui thought to herself, I'm not a 3-year-old kid who's going to believe everything you say. Stop it, I have chores to do. She noticed Lin Luo's hand was becoming increasingly restless, so she quickly grabbed it. Chapter 125. It's so cold, why bother with housework? Come to my room today. Lin Luo, regardless of Cheng Xuexin's consent, picked her up and carried her upstairs. I'm not feeling well today. Just let me rest for the night. Sister Cheng, you still misunderstand me. I just wanted to hold you to sleep. I don't believe you. Cheng Xuexin struggled, but couldn't break free and had to give up. Lin Luo had already prepared a JK school uniform in her room. Cheng Xuexin initially objected. Unable to resist Lin Luo's persuasion, she put it on anyway. Compared to Li Yinyan's JK uniform, Cheng Xuexin looked even more voluptuous in it. The white stockings on her thighs left traces of flesh. Lin Luo held Cheng Xuexin in his arms, feeling the softness of her embrace. Cheng Xuexin thought, let's get started quick. I need to sleep soon. Lin Luo said straightforwardly, I just want to hold you. You idiot. Cheng Xuexin, at her prime, had proactively asked Lin Luo for it. Disaster shelter. It's so cold. Yang Jun entered the conference room and closed the door. The heating was on, and she shivered, feeling much warmer. There's hot tea on the table. Chen Limei thoughtfully poured hot tea for everyone and placed it at their seats. Yang Jun took a sip of the hot tea, feeling warm all over. This weather feels so strange right now. Normally, we psychics, with our physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, shouldn't feel the cold. Zhou Jiahui said, if it were just a normal snowstorm, we wouldn't feel the cold. This snowstorm was caused by the gods, so it's normal for us to feel the cold. Yang Jun exclaimed in astonishment, what? This snowstorm is caused by the gods? Chuhi smiled wryly, don't you watch the news? It's summer everywhere, only Longhai City and the surrounding areas are experiencing heavy snowfall. Zhou Jiahui sighed, snow in June is never a good thing. Everyone, stop complaining. Next, we focus on dealing with the green-faced tribe. Chen Limei began discussing combat matters, reminding everyone of certain points. This wasn't their first battle, so many things were immediately obvious. Tonight at 10 o'clock, everyone must be ready to resist the green-faced tribe's arrival. This concerns the safety of the entire Longhai City. Before the meeting ended, Chen Limei reminded them. Okay, everyone said in unison. Zhou Jiahui gazed at the vast snow outside and said, the green-faced tribe's overall strength is comparable to that of the snake people. We become much stronger after the last incident. If it weren't for this heavy snow, it would have been easy to deal with them. Yang Jun sighed, I have a feeling this battle will be very difficult. We might have more people freezing to death than we do in battle. After she finished speaking, everyone stared at her. I think I said something wrong again. Yang Jun quickly covered his mouth. Chuhi said, Yang Jun's mouth is a bit cynical, but some things are facts, and she can't change them just by not saying them. Chen Limei comforted, don't worry too much. I prepared cold weather clothing for the ordinary soldiers. I sent the weaker soldiers back to rest. They won't participate in this battle, so no one will freeze to death. We have reinforcements coming soon, and with their help, the green-faced tribe should be easy to deal with. Chuhi nodded and said, we have to work harder. After all, soldiers with weaker constitutions might freeze to death before they even arrive. Zhou Jiahui asked in confusion, Director, you just said there were external reinforcements coming. Who are they? Ha ha. The conference room door suddenly opened, and a handsome, middle school-style young man walked in. Yi Tian laughed heartily, of course, I be the external reinforcements. Chuhi frowned and said, Yi Tian. Why are you here? You shouldn't be in the capital. Yi Tian defended himself. I heard that aliens were descending on Longhai City, and a heavy snowstorm was blanketing the city, so I wanted to come and help. Are you sure you came here specifically to help? Zhou Jiahui asked in confusion. Yi Tian, irritated, said, is this how you treat guests? You don't need my help, so forget it. I didn't mean to be unwelcome. Zhou Jiahui quickly apologized. My words were a bit harsh just now. I was actually asking if you were lost and ended up in the cataclysm shelter? Yi Tian, like a deflated ball, confessed, since you guessed it, I won't hide it. After the dragon god eliminated the two gods in Hangzhou, I felt bored staying there and prepared to return to the capital. Then, while using my abilities, I got lost and inexplicably ended up in Longhai City. In Longhai, I discovered my spatial abilities had failed, and I couldn't get far. This weather is pretty weird. I'm a level 76 Yitiandi, but I'm freezing. Just when I was starving and freezing, I met someone from the Cataclysm Shelter. Chen Limei continued, Yi Tian stayed at the Cataclysm Shelter for a few days. Since the aliens have descended on Longhai City, I invited him to help. Yang Jun said, so what Big Black Dog said was true. Besides your formidable strength and naive personality, you're also a complete naive person. Yi Tian said with a gloomy face, when the time comes, tell Big Black Dog that I'm here to help, not because I'm lost. Otherwise, he'd definitely laugh at me. Don't worry about that. We keep it a secret. Chuhi patted his chest. Yi Tian regained his confidence and patted his chest, don't worry. With my help, the green-faced tribe won't be a problem this time. No one refuted Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian was level 76, the same level as the strongest members of the green-faced tribe. Furthermore, Yi Tian's strength was immense, Few at his level could rival him. With Yi Tian's help, defeating the green-faced tribe wouldn't be difficult. The green-faced tribe wasn't far away from their arrival, so everyone quickly made arrangements. One soldier after another donned their special winter clothing, designed to withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. Zhou Jiehui, Chu He, Yang Jun, and the others also had to don special winter clothing. It's so cold. Yi Tian's body was trembling violently. Just now, Zhou Jiehui, Chu He, and the others had put on winter clothing, but he hadn't, just to look cool. He wasn't being stubborn by not wearing winter clothing. Yi Tian's physique was much stronger than everyone else's, so he could just barely hold out. But he hadn't expected the temperature to drop as time went on. This coldness was strange, penetrating his skin with ease, chilling him to the bone. According to Yi Tian's physique, he wouldn't feel cold even at -1000 degrees Celsius. But he couldn't withstand the -50 or -60 degrees Celsius, and he felt like his whole body was freezing. Yang Jun brought a set of winter clothes and handed it to Yi Tian, saying, "Put them on quickly." Yi Tian feigned composure, saying, "I, Yi Tian, am a formidable warrior, no less powerful than the dragon god. How can this little bit of cold defeat me?" Yang Jun held the winter clothes and said, "If you don't want them, I take them." "Thank you, young lady." Yi Tian, obeying the law of true fragrance, took the winter clothes and put them on. He couldn't bear it any longer. Even as he spoke, the temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees. Chapter 126. The snowflakes drifted down from the sky in ever denser and denser layers, and the weather grew colder. Zhou Jiehui, even wearing her winter clothing, felt the chill. "It's only been 2 or 3 minutes, and I feel the temperature dropping again." Chen Li Mei worriedly said, "If the weather keeps getting colder, not only ordinary people won't be able to withstand it, but even gamers won't be able to handle it, and will freeze to death." Chu He sighed, "The power of the gods is too great for us mortals to resist." Yang Jun said, "It's too cold. Everyone's fighting power will be greatly weakened soon." Yi Tian patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." Yang Jun said bluntly, "Don't brag. Your body is shaking slightly. It's basically impossible to exert 100% of your strength." Chen Li Mei said sternly, "Yi Tian, now's not the time for boasting. Tell us the truth so we can be prepared." Yi Tian said truthfully, "To be honest, I can only exert 80% of my strength right now." "That's not bad." "I can only exert 70% of my strength right now," Zhou Jiehui said without hiding anything. Chu He said, "I'm at about 65% strength." Yang Jun said dejectedly, "Compared to you, I'm even worse. I can only exert 50% of my strength." "Me too." Chen Li Mei was pessimistic about the future. "We try to eliminate the green-faced tribe. If we can't, we retreat. The green-faced tribe isn't as strong as the snake people, but this awful weather is freezing everyone. If the green-faced tribe also feared the cold, the situation would be better." Chen Li Mei felt that the green-faced tribe was likely unafraid of the cold, and that the snow wolf god was the primary culprit for the cold weather in Lahai City. The green-faced tribe was backed by the green-faced god. If he feared the cold, he wouldn't be in the same place as the snow wolf god. Zhou Jiehui said, "I don't think you need to worry too much. The dragon god will definitely intervene when the time comes, and we'd definitely be able to overcome this danger. We can always trust the dragon god." Chen Li Mei nodded vigorously. I sensed a large spatial fluctuation. "Everyone, be prepared. The green-faced tribe will soon descend," Li Yu warned loudly. Devouring the world. The green-faced god used his divine power to observe Lahai City on Earth. Lahai City was already covered in heavy snow, becoming a city of ice and snow. The green-faced god said, "Snow wolf god, they're just a bunch of ants. You have to expend immense strength to kill them." The snow wolf god smiled and said, "If you understand human culture, you understand why I do this. After we become gods, our original races are no longer the same as we are. For example, after I became a god, I was the first to exterminate the snow wolf tribe. In my eyes, I became a god, and no gods could exist within the snow wolf tribe. The snow wolf tribe has a powerful bloodline. Besides me, there are several other members of my tribe who could become gods. I had no choice but to do this. Your approach to the green-faced tribe is also surveillance, ready to kill any threat you might pose. This is a significant difference between humans and us. In the eyes of this dragon god, I'm not a powerful dragon god, but essentially a human. I use my power to freeze all humans except him to death. That alone is enough to drive this human mad. As long as I can make this human suffer, I feel relieved." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said with a venomous look, "It would be best if this human's relatives could be frozen to death, so that he could experience the pain of losing a loved one. Humans are a group of creatures. I think he would understand. The Snow Wolf God sneered. The green-faced god said viciously, "This temperature isn't cold enough. It needs to be even colder. Ideally, all humans would be frozen to death." The Snow Wolf God said, "Don't worry, I will continue to lower the temperature until all these humans are frozen to death. Then, your green-faced tribe will descend and slaughter humanity in a one-sided massacre." The temperature in Lehigh City began to drop rapidly, already reaching -80 degrees Celsius. The ordinary soldiers, clad in their cold-weather clothing, were shivering violently. Qin Li Mei frowned and said, "The temperature has dropped another 20 or 30 degrees, reaching -83 degrees Celsius. Even us gamers can barely handle it, let alone ordinary people." Yi Tian shuddered slightly. "I'm at least level 76. This Snow Wolf God is a god, only level 80, just 4 levels higher than me. He didn't descend to Earth, he simply wielded divine power, and I couldn't resist him. If you don't become a god, you end up as an ant." "That's true." Yi Tian, among the crowd, was freezing, let alone the others. Chu He sighed, "Only gods can fight against gods. We're in great danger. We can't even withstand the power of the Snow Wolf God alone. Everyone, believe in the Dragon God. He won't abandon us," Zhou Jiahui said firmly. "Everyone get ready. The world-devouring alien race is about to descend," Li Yu warned. Everyone was pessimistic. The freezing cold had already exhausted them, and the green-faced tribe was even more formidable. Suddenly, the snowflakes stopped falling, and the sun peeked through the clouds. The dazzling sunlight shone down on the earth, temporarily blinding everyone, making it impossible to see clearly. At the same time, the temperature rose rapidly. "It's so warm," Yi Tian exclaimed. Zhou Jiahui smiled. "I told you the Dragon God wouldn't abandon us. He intervened when the time comes. You see, I was right. Indeed, I can always trust the Dragon God." Qin Li Mei nodded heavily. "Ha ha." Yi Tian took off his winter coat and laughed. "Now it's the protagonist's turn." A rift in time and space opened, and the green-faced tribe emerged one by one. The green-faced tribe had a human head, a cyan complexion, and a cold glint in their eyes, resembling a demon from hell. The body was that of a large dog, with yellow fur and strong limbs. A terrifying humanoid monster. The green-faced tribe's ability was the green face, a strange one. Anyone who spent too much time with a green-faced tribe would be infected with the green face. Their facial features changed, transforming into those of a green-faced, fanged demon. Qin Li Mei shouted, "The green-faced tribe's abilities are extremely strange. We must act swiftly and eliminate all of them." "No problem." Sword. Yi Tian began his signature move, a black long sword appearing in his hand. Unconstrained by the cold, his fighting power returned to its peak. Black longsword in hand, Yi Tian charged into the green-faced tribe. Soon, green-faced heads flew out. Zhou Jiahui, Chu He, and the others also fought with explosive force, charging into the green-faced tribe and ravaging them relentlessly. After an hour, more than half of the green-faced tribe had been slain. Many had already chosen to flee. Watching the scene unfold on Earth, the green-faced god's heart bled. He wasn't like the Snow Wolf God, who could completely disregard his original race. Chapter 127. The green-faced god angrily said, "Snow Wolf God, you're using your own powers to freeze all the humans on Earth to death. And now, not only have they not frozen to death, they even killed a whole group of my people." The Snow Wolf God scowled. "You don't think I did it on purpose, do you?" The green-faced god said, "Could it be that the human is so powerful that he's completely neutralized your powers?" The Snow Wolf God nodded. "He neutralized mine." The green-faced god was surprised. How long has this human become a god through the game? He's already so adept at using divine power. The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy said, "I told you before, you didn't realize how evil this human is. Now you see it, don't you? If we don't eliminate him now, we gods won't be able to descend to Earth after this." The Snow Wolf God said urgently, "We must kill this human as soon as possible. We won't give it time to develop." The green-faced god asked the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy, "Have you contacted the two-headed god?" The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy looked sad. The two-headed god has always been ruthless. I already contacted him. He must have known about it, but he hasn't reacted. The Snow Wolf God said disappointedly, "The two-headed god has a cold personality and doesn't care about these feelings." The green-faced god sighed and said, "If the two-headed god were willing to help, we wouldn't have to take such risks." The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy said, "Sometimes it all comes down to our own actions. We descend to Earth according to plan, and we must kill this human. Su Qing stayed in her room, changing into several outfits. Brother Lin was coming soon, and she had to look her best. Brother Lin wanted to see a maid outfit last time, so I wear this one today. Su Qing donned a black and white maid outfit, the patterned hem revealing a pair of beautiful, slender legs. According to tradition, she would have worn white stockings and special made shoes. But Su Qing knew Lin Luo's preference: black stockings and high heels. Su Qing donned cicada wing-like black stockings and a pair of 6-centimeter black stilettos, which accentuated her height. Her slender, jade-like calves were practically free of excess fat, and the high heels made them appear even longer. Su Qing glanced in the mirror and said with satisfaction, "Brother Lin will surely be pleased with my outfit." At this moment, a spatial crack appeared in a corner near the Su family villa. The entrance to the spatial crack was small, making it difficult for any living creature to escape. A pair of dog paws rested on either side of the spatial crack and pulled hard, causing it to expand at a visible rate. When the spatial rift expanded to the appropriate size, a ferocious, green, demonic face emerged. As the human head emerged, so too did the dog-like lower body. This process lasted 2 or 3 minutes before the green-faced god finally emerged. Descending to Earth is no easy feat. I just tore open the spatial rift, draining all my strength. It will take time to recover. The green-faced god had wounds on his face and body, all caused by the breach. The power he could now utilize was less than 90% of his peak strength. Thank goodness I used the method of the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy. Otherwise, I would have arrived on Earth with less than 80% of my strength. The green-faced god sniffed and detected a peculiar fragrance. This was his ability, called blood sniffing, which allowed him to detect creatures with powerful bloodlines. This blood sniffing played a significant role in the green-faced god's divine attainment. What a fragrant scent! There's a creature nearby with the potential to become a god. I come across it, and I absolutely cannot let it go. The green-faced god made a pact with the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy and the Snow Wolf god to gather together immediately upon their arrival on Earth. Together, the three would be better able to slay the dragon god. He had now discovered a delicacy, and was unwilling to let it slip. The green-faced god advanced towards the Su family villa, exceeding the speed of sound. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. "What kind of monster are you?" Su Qing frowned. "I'm not a monster, I'm a world-devouring god." The green-faced god sniffed and said, "The scent of flesh and blood emanates from you. I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful human. I can't bear to kill you. I want to torture you thoroughly." The green-faced tribe are cruel by nature, and they enjoy torturing their prey to death. They only devour their prey when they're nearly dead. As the deity of the green-faced tribe, the green-faced god is even more brutal. The human woman before him wasn't of the same species, but the green-faced god could still torture her to a point where she'd be worse than death. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf god and the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy were waiting for him. All he could do was devour Su Qing as quickly as possible. He had to suppress the urge to torture her, wanting to see the human's horrified expression. He had recently heard from the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy about the dragon god's power and his profound perception of humans. He wanted to test the weakness of ordinary humans and overcome his inner demons. You're not really afraid now. Facing a mighty god, you have almost no power to resist. The green-faced god saw the expressionless face of the beautiful woman, but he didn't think she wasn't afraid. He thought she was completely terrified, which was why she had no expression. Su Qing frowned slightly and asked, "Why should I be afraid?" The green-faced god's expression darkened. "I'm a mighty god. I can crush you with a single finger. How can you not be afraid?" "Oh," Su Qing said, "I've seen gods more powerful than you." The green-faced god suddenly realized, "The powerful god you've seen, is it the dragon god?" "Dragon god?" Su Qing relaxed her frown and said, "You're talking about Brother Lin. In my opinion, he's the most powerful." "Ha ha ha." The green-faced god laughed heartily. "It seems luck is on my side. I didn't even know what the human form of the dragon god was called. You know his identity, but you seem to have a close relationship with the dragon god. If I capture you and threaten the dragon god, he'd be helpless in a fight with us. This battle between gods is destined to be ours." Su Qing shook her head. "You can't win." The green-faced god sneered. "Why not? You're only level 66. I can easily kill you. Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" Su Qing dismissed the question. "You misunderstood me, because Brother Lin is coming soon." "What?" The green-faced god looked around in horror. A 1,000-meter-long golden dragon, weighing over 30 tons, flew towards him. Looking at the golden dragon before him, The green-faced god's face turned ashen. He was level 81, Lin Luo was level 82. Just based on their level differences, the green-faced god was no match for Lin Luo. A deathly silence fell around them, the air itself stopped moving. Qingyan doesn't feel lucky, but rather wonders why she's so unlucky. Brother Lin, you're here. Su Qing smiled. Lin Luo also smiled. My fiancé is in danger, and I, as her fiancé, couldn't get there in time. I'm so unworthy. How do I look in my maid outfit today? Su Qing asked. It's very nice, especially the high heels and black stockings. I love it. Lin Luo nodded with satisfaction. I knew Brother Lin liked this, so I dressed that way on purpose. Su Qing smiled. Chapter 128. The two men ignored the green-faced god and began chatting and laughing. The green-faced god felt humiliated, but dared not lash out. Only if the three gods united could they possibly defeat Lin Luo. Only by himself, he would have been crushed by Lin Luo. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the green-faced god, unable to bear the pressure, said, Dragon God, you are very powerful, but you must know that you cannot defeat all the gods of the devouring world. Lin Luo ignored the green-faced god. It seems I'm lucky. 3 gods in the devouring world wanted to kill me, but I didn't expect to encounter a lone god. You? The green-faced god suppressed his anger. You may know a lot. There are many powerful gods in the devouring world. Earth can host a total of 8 powerful gods. As long as Earth is not occupied by 8 gods, there will be a constant stream of gods descending. You are more powerful than me, but this generation. It doesn't mean anything. There are many powerful gods in the devouring world, many more powerful than you. You can't handle so many gods. I was against you before, but now I'm willing to let go of our feud. The Snow Wolf God and the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy want to plot against you, but I can help you. Lin Luo said coldly, I'm asking you, do you believe what you're saying? The green-faced god said calmly, of course I believe it. You know how powerful the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy is. Only by joining forces can we easily resolve this. Okay, I believe you. Lin Luo pretended to cooperate with the green-faced god, extending his sharp dragon claws and striking at him. The green-faced god was prepared and dodged Lin Luo's attack. Each of them harbored their own ulterior motives, neither trusting the other. The green-faced god had been prepared, but the sharp golden dragon claws were too swift, leaving 3 long scars on his cheeks. Bright red blood flowed from the scars, spilling down in large streams. No match at all. After just a brief exchange, he knew he was no match. The green-faced god unleashed his most powerful ability, the green face, and a hideous green demonic face appeared on Lin Luo's face. If the green demonic face assimilated Lin Luo, then it would become Lin Luo's master. But this was obviously impossible. The green-faced god desperately maintained the green face, preventing it from breaking. When he felt the time was right, he immediately fled. The green face's ability could only temporarily delay Lin Luo, not kill him. Not long after the green-faced god fled, the green face on Lin Luo's face began to break. There's still a huge gap between adult gods and juvenile gods. When Lin Luo faced the weeping god and the laughing god, their combined strength was ineffective against him. The green-faced god, however, was of similar level to the 2 gods, and its ability could stop Lin Luo's attack. After Lin Luo's own awakening, he extended his golden dragon claws and shattered the green layer on Su Qing's face. Su Qing's acquired abilities were powerful, but she could hardly withstand the power of the gods. Without Lin Luo, Su Qing would have been assimilated into the green-faced clan. Su Qing panted heavily, thank you, Brother Lin. 3 gods will descend upon Lahai City. Stay in the villa. I take care of them first, Lin Luo instructed. Su Qing said, be careful. I will. Lin Luo nodded. What a shame about my clothes, Su Qing lamented inwardly. It's indeed quite a shame. Lin Luo looked at her long legs and black stockings, and wanted to have a go. What kind of allure would Su Qing be wearing a stepmother's skirt at her age? Su Qing seemed to read Lin Luo's mind. Brother Lin, next time you want me to wear something, just tell me and I show you. Lin Luo treated Su Qing like an outsider. I want to see the stepmother's skirt, everything else is the same. Okay. Su Qing agreed obediently. Be careful, I go take care of these 3 gods. Lin Luo said. After 2 hours of fighting, the green-faced tribe was almost completely wiped out. Yi Tian was particularly powerful, single-handedly slaying over a dozen powerful green-faced tribe members, including the green-faced king. The green-faced king was level 76, the same level as Yi Tian. But there was a huge gap between the two, The green-faced king couldn't last more than 10 rounds against Yi Tian. Yi Tian charged forward with overwhelming force, and everyone assisted him in annihilating the green-faced tribe. Wow, haha! Yi Tian laughed heartily. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? All your words vanish when they see me, Yi Tian. He had been so frustrated recently. Big Black Dog and Pang Bo had abandoned him, forcing him to travel to Hangzhou alone. After arriving in Hangzhou, Yi Tian accidentally got lost. Yi Tian had finally saved Suya and Yi Weiwei, and wanted to show off. The weeping god descended upon Hangzhou, emitting a terrifying cry. He felt that if he didn't leave Hangzhou soon, he might be killed by the weeping. The dragon god devoured both the weeping god and the laughing god. Feeling that there was nothing to be gained in Hangzhou, he decided to return to the capital. Unexpectedly, while passing through Lanhai City, he was distracted by divine power and lost, forcing him to stay there temporarily. Yi Tian felt that if he told these things, everyone would laugh to death. Especially if Black Emperor found out, he would be laughing like crazy. Today, he finally let out some rage. You're so proud of yourself. Yang Jun didn't want to criticize others. After all, Yi Tian had just wiped out the green-faced tribe. Everyone, clean up the battlefield. Once we get rid of the green-faced tribe, we can go back and rest. Chen Limei smiled. I always feel like things are going too smoothly. It's a bit unbelievable. Shut up. Yang Jun was about to say something, but Zhou Jiahui quickly covered his mouth. Only after Yang Jun agreed to keep quiet did Zhou Jiahui release him. Yang Jun breathed a sigh of relief and said, Jiahui, thank goodness you covered my mouth quickly, otherwise I would have been a jinx again. Zhou Jiahui said, although I don't really believe in jinxes, after your behavior over the past few days, I think it's better to be cautious. Oh no! Li Yu hurried over. Everyone's eyes focused on Yang Jun, and he cried out, oh my god, can't I just say it now? Can't I even think about it? Li Yu asked doubtfully, did you all sense this? Chen Limei nodded and said, Yang Jun may have this ability, but the perception isn't very clear. Tell me the details. Li Yu hurriedly said, I sense the presence of the gods again. 3 gods may have descended upon Lanhai City. One has already appeared in Dongcheng District, and the other 2 are about to descend upon us. After the battles in Hangzhou and Beijing, Li Yu's level had reached 60. She had leveled up the fastest in the team, much faster than Zhou Jiahui. The Cataclysm Shelter deliberately favored Li Yu with resources. If he had been able to sense the divine presence earlier, many more people would have survived. Li Yu played a significant role in preventing many deaths in Hangzhou last time. Chapter 129. What? 3 gods. Everyone was stunned. One powerful god, no one knew what to do. At this moment, 3 powerful gods were about to descend upon Lanhai City. From what Li Yu had said, these 3 gods weren't the infancy of the god of weeping and the god of laughter, but rather powerful adults. The dragon god had devoured the god of laughter and the god of weeping, but he wasn't sure he could withstand 3 powerful adults. Yang Jun blamed himself. It's all my fault for talking nonsense here. Okay, now's not the time to blame yourself. A god has descended upon Dongcheng District. We need to evacuate immediately, Chen Limei said anxiously. Chu He said, a confrontation between gods is not something we mortals can intervene in. We better evacuate immediately. After Chen Limei gave the order, everyone began to retreat. Lanhai City was the home of the disaster shelter, which had been built beneath the shelter. The shelter can withstand any natural disaster, even those the gods can prevent. Unless the gods discover the shelter, it can protect everyone. Chen Limei occasionally dragged everyone to practice how to quickly retreat to the shelter. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had completed the retreat. Ha ha. Yi Tian laughed miserably. I wanted to kill the enemy, but I'm powerless to save the situation. You're facing a disaster, and you're still pretending. Get out of here quickly, you are the only one left here. Yang Jun said angrily. Yi Tian rubbed his head and said, as the protagonist, I still have to show my helplessness. Yang Jun said, stop pretending. If you were the protagonist, then the dragon god would be called the protagonist's father. At Yang Jun's urging, Yi Tian dropped his pretense and quickly retreated to the shelter. The shelter had a conference room, reserved for Chen Limei, Chu He, and other high-ranking members of the disaster shelter. Compared to the soundproof safehouses in Hangzhou, the shelter's conference room offered a higher level of security. A dozen drones flew out, observing Lanhai City's central district. Li Yu was in the central district, and sensed the arrival of 2 gods. As everyone used a dozen drones to observe the impending arrival of the gods in the central district, the internet was abuzz. Internet information has always been highly developed, and the country has worked diligently to maintain it since the apocalypse. The ease of information transmission brings many benefits, and more survivors is another. At first, everyone discussed the June snow, believing that something bad was about to happen in Lahai City. Besides, June snow was strange, occurring only in the Lahai area. Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Jiangsu provinces, which were slightly further away, were all experiencing a scorching summer. Some experts analyzed this as divine wrath, believing the devouring world deity had become enraged and unleashed a catastrophe upon Lahai City. Later, the devouring world game announcement announced the arrival of the green-faced tribe. Many people thought it was doomed. The weather was so cold that many gamers could barely withstand the bone-chilling chill. How could they possibly fight the alien race? Just as the green-faced tribe were about to descend upon Earth, the temperature suddenly rose. Everyone unanimously believed it was the dragon god, and there was another round of cheering. This is strange. Hadn't the Cataclysm shelter wiped out the green-faced tribe? Shouldn't they have continued to clean up the battlefield? Why were they suddenly evacuated? Something unusual must be wrong. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. The reason the people at the Cataclysm shelter were so frightened they decided to evacuate urgently is most likely due to the arrival of the god. Fuck. The dragon god has already devoured 2 gods, and now another god has descended upon the world. It seems the descending god must be very powerful. A rift in space and time appeared in the central city. It expanded until it could accommodate a baby, then stopped expanding. A pair of beastly claws emerged from within and began to forcefully pull the rift open. The rift continued to widen, and a massive wolf head emerged. The wolf's face was fierce, and its eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Last time, a gamer logged into the devouring world and said that 2 gods were entrenched in Lahai City. A green-faced god with a human face and a dog body, and a snow wolf god with silver hair. I'm in Lahai City. After the snow wolf god descended to Earth, I felt the temperature in Lahai City drop several degrees. The snow in June is likely related to the snow wolf god. The gods of the devouring world are so powerful that they can use their divine power to influence the real world. This is terrifying. The snow wolf god looks so powerful. He's no match for the mermaid god, the weeping god, or the laughing god. The dragon god might not even be able to defeat him. The dragon god is the most powerful. The snow wolf god alone is no match for him. Everyone had full confidence in Lin Luo, believing that the snow wolf god would be easy to deal with. While they were discussing, the snow wolf god had already emerged from the spatial rift. When the snow wolf god fully descended on Lahai City, heavy snow had already begun to fall. What's the dragon god? He could only stop this snowstorm if I, the snow wolf god, don't come to Earth. After I come to Earth, no one can stop this snowstorm. The snow wolf god's eyes were filled with arrogance, as if he were the only god in the world. He used the method given by the mother goddess of sorrow and joy to successfully descend to Earth. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy mastered this method of descent, which she inherited from the true god, the two-headed god. Descending to Earth using his own method would have come at a huge cost, and his remaining strength might have been less than 80%. After using the mother goddess of sorrow and joy's method, the snow wolf god would have 90% of his strength remaining upon descending to Earth. The snow wolf god was confident enough to allow 3 gods to descend to Earth. Even if they only had 90% of their strength, they could still slay the dragon god. Not long after he descended to Earth, another dimensional rift appeared. A woman's hand pulled the rift apart, widening it ever wider. Until it was stretched to its full size, an ugly woman emerged from within. The ugly woman had only one arm, and her face was bifurcated. One half wore a half smile, the other half a half-crying expression. Shit! The mother goddess of joy and sorrow has descended to Earth. It's not that she couldn't last time, but she can this time. I saw a monster with a human head and a dog body in the East District of Lahai City. It must be the green-faced god. 3 gods have descended to Earth to settle accounts with the dragon god. Chu said grimly, the dragon god killed the 2 children of the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. This mother goddess of joy and sorrow is here for revenge. Yang Jun said, 2 powerful gods plus the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. I'm afraid the dragon god won't be able to withstand them. Yi Tian's face was solemn. The snow wolf god is only at 90% strength now. I might be able to fight him. Yang Jun ruthlessly attacked. You said you could last a full fight, but you can't last more than 3 rounds, right? Yi Tian's face flushed red as he replied, who said I could only last 3 rounds? I can last 10. Yang Jun continued to attack. What you said is the same as if you didn't say anything. Zhou Jiahui sighed, I hope the dragon god doesn't come. If the dragon god dies, there's really no one in the world who can stop the world-devouring god. Chuhi sighed heavily. I used to hope the dragon god would show up in time, but this time I don't want him to. Don't worry too much. The dragon god is much smarter than us. He make the best choice, Chen Li consoled him. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Given the dragon god's undefeated record, there was really no need for them to worry too much. Chapter 130. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy clenched her fists, her face grim. I can't wait for revenge. The snow wolf god said calmly. With the three of us working together, the human who killed your child is doomed. I hope so. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's eyes were filled with hatred. If possible, I'd like to capture this human and torture him. The snow wolf god nodded. I help you if I can, but I don't want you to be blinded by hatred and let this human escape. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy was a little more reasonable. Don't worry about that. This human is growing too fast. We must kill him. The snow wolf god was puzzled. We both arrived here, and the green-faced god arrived before us. Why didn't I see him now? Sorrow and joy. The mother goddess of joy explained. Before descending, I found 3 weak points in space. 2 of ours are relatively close, while the other is farther away. She frowned and said, the green-faced god arrived on Earth much earlier than us. I already gave instructions before he arrived, so logically, he should have come to us. The snow wolf god had a bad feeling. Do you think the green-faced god might be unlucky? Upon arriving on Earth, he happened to encounter the dragon god and suffer a tragic fate. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow said with a dark face, if the green-faced god is unlucky, that's a possibility. The snow wolf god hurriedly said, if the green-faced god is devoured by this human, the human's strength will increase significantly, while ours will be greatly weakened. Not only will we not be able to kill the dragon god, but we also be in danger. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said nervously, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Try to find the green-faced god. If this human devours him, our advantage will be gone. I think so. Just as the two were about to find the green-faced god, a massive green figure rushed over. The snow wolf god breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was the green-faced god. The green-faced god is here. Thankfully nothing happened, otherwise things would be dangerous. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy noticed something unusual behind her. There's another figure behind the green-faced god. As they got closer, she realized who it was. You despicable ant. You killed my 2 sons. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's face flashed with madness, ready to charge forward and fight. Don't be impulsive. The snow wolf god stopped the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, a bad feeling welling up in his heart. He had a feeling that this powerful human wasn't just unable to kill the green-faced god, but was deliberately not killing him. The reason was simple. He was trying to find him through the green-faced god. The green-faced god spotted his 2 teammates and beamed with joy. Hurry, help me fight this human. The dragon god is here. He's chasing the green-faced god away, and he's as powerful as ever. Hurry up and kill and devour the green-faced god. That's like losing one enemy, and the dragon god will become even stronger. I sense something's amiss. The snow wolf god and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy are here. They won't let the green-faced god die. The green-faced god arrived beside the snow wolf god and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, finally feeling relieved. Lin Luo stopped pursuing, sizing them up coldly. Compared to the green-faced god, the snow wolf god and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy were both familiar faces to Lin Luo. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy looked frantic. You, the murderer of my 2 sons, I will tear you to pieces. Lin Luo said, Madam, you are truly a person who keeps your promises. You said you would induce the 2 gods to be devoured by me, and you actually did it. The green-faced god said with a sullen face, Mother goddess of sorrow and joy, you betrayed us. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy hurriedly explained, Don't listen to this human. This man killed my 2 sons. I have no reason to help him to frame you too. The snow wolf god carefully studied Lin Luo. Green-faced, don't trust this human. Your arrival in the east district of this city, and your encounter with this human are likely just a coincidence. The green-faced god reflected and agreed that the snow wolf god had a point. He said coldly, I take your word for now. Let's all attack together and slay this human. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy nodded. This plan is a success. With the strength of the 3 of us, we can definitely annihilate this human. It's indeed a success. Join us. Lin Luo waited for this moment, devouring the 3 gods in one gulp. I will drink your blood, eat your flesh, and tear your bones apart. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's face was filled with madness, her teeth nearly gnashing. The green-faced god said, "Don't hold back. Let's kill this man together." The snow wolf god suddenly called out, "Green-faced, wait a minute." The green-faced god frowned. "What's the matter?" The snow wolf god said, "I believe we have no grudge against this human. There's no need to fight to the death." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's expression darkened. Snow wolf god, what do you mean? My meaning is clear. The snow wolf god said bluntly, "The dragon god and I have no grudges. There's really no need for a life and death battle." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy asked, "Green-faced, the snow wolf god has changed his mind. What is your choice?" The green-faced god recalled the dragon god's power and felt a wave of fear. After his recent battle with the dragon god, he knew the dragon god's strength best among the three. The green-faced god felt that if the three of them joined forces, killing the dragon god would be a heavy price to pay. If he could avoid fighting the dragon god, he would definitely do so. The green-faced god had spent a long time with the snow wolf god and knew his cleverness. If the snow wolf god didn't sense something was wrong, he wouldn't bend over backward to make peace with the dragon god before him. The green-faced god made his decision. Whatever choice the snow wolf god makes, I will make. You, what a loser. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said angrily. What did you say? Believe it or not, I kill you. The green-faced god and the mother goddess of joy and sorrow had a grudge, and they immediately became displeased. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow suppressed her anger and said, "You two are pretending to be gods and not keeping your word." Lin Luo smiled. "Last time, you told me that you, the gods who devour the world, were all dishonest. Cooperation depends primarily on the strength of both parties. Why have you changed your words now?" "You?" The mother goddess of joy and sorrow was furious. She had expended considerable effort to help the green-faced god and the snow wolf god descend to earth. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow thought the two gods would directly attack the human before them. To her surprise, the snow wolf god, believing the human before him to be too powerful, suddenly switched sides. The snow wolf god eased the situation, saying, "Mother goddess of sorrow and joy, please don't be too angry. I have no intention of helping this human. I'm saying this is a feud between you two gods, and it has nothing to do with us." The green-faced god echoed, "You two should resolve your own grievances. We will not interfere." Chapter 131. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said angrily, "You said it's okay with me, but let me ask you, what about the fact that your two races were exterminated by this human?" The snow wolf god said coldly, "I told you before, we gods pursue our own strength, not external things. You could have reached a higher level, but you were held back by your child, and you remained at level 83, and now you even regressed a level." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy said angrily, Okay, you're so arrogant, you're so great. All the mistakes are my fault. If I lose the battle with this human, he target you next. Don't worry, I make a promise to this human, the snow wolf god said coldly. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy felt terrible, knowing she was very close to death. As expected, cooperation among gods is the most ineffective. Every creature that becomes a god has expended immense effort, and their scheming is particularly profound. Fuck. The dragon god is so powerful. He hasn't even made a move yet, and these three gods are already turning on us. This is hilarious. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow must be questioning her life. She was tricked by the dragon god before, but now she's been tricked by the snow wolf god and the green-faced god. The dragon god will probably agree. Devouring the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, and letting go of the snow wolf god and the green-faced god is the best solution. After devouring the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, the dragon god will surely become much more powerful, and he'd be able to devour the snow wolf god and the green-faced god as well. I think that's unlikely. With the snow wolf god and the green-faced god's intelligence, they wouldn't have failed to anticipate this. Yi Tian said angrily, "This is despicable. I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone this shameless." The three of them were clearly working together, but the snow wolf god has no sense of contract at all. He betrayed them without a second thought. He's even more disgusting than the Black Emperor. Yang Jun asked unhappily, "Which side are you on?" Yi Tian rubbed the back of his head and smiled. "I was so immersed in the role that I forgot which side I was on." Chu He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought these three gods would unite to kill the dragon god, but I didn't expect the snow wolf god and the green-faced god to suddenly rebel. The situation is looking very positive." Zhou Jiahui said happily, "The dragon god has grown so much stronger than before. The three gods are showing signs of fear before the battle even begins." Chen Limei said, "Things aren't that optimistic. The snow wolf god and the green-faced god are both gods with countless years of experience. They wouldn't miss anything we could all imagine. That's true. Everyone had witnessed the god's cunning calculations. The green-faced god said, "We already made significant concessions. Now it's our turn to state our terms." Lin Luo replied, "State the terms. Don't waste your time, or my patience will run out." "Your attitude is very bad," the green-faced god said angrily. Lin Luo said calmly, "You need to understand one thing. I'm not begging you now. You're the one who's negotiating terms with me. I don't need to play the fool." Green-faced god, "Don't be impulsive." The snow wolf god's face darkened. "My terms are, after we kill the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, each of us will take 1/3. After that, we will leave Yin Nation and seek refuge in other lands." "Okay." Lin Luo agreed without hesitation. After all, the world-devouring gods had no sense of contract, and he didn't need one. "You two calculated well. After I die, you be next." The mother goddess of sorrow and joy didn't wait any longer and rushed towards Lin Luo. Only one arm remained, snaking towards Lin Luo's head at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Lin Luo's eyes showed no sign of panic as he dodged the attack of the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. She missed, and he bit down on her arm. Using terrifying force, he tried to rip her arm free. "Wow! Ha!" The mother goddess of sorrow and joy let out cries and laughter, attempting to influence Lin Luo's use of power. Lin Luo's body froze under the influence, and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy attempted to withdraw her hand. But she didn't, and Lin Luo intensified the force in his mouth. The dragon god is too powerful. He's simply crushing her. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow is no match for him. The mother goddess of joy and sorrow will soon die at the hands of the dragon god. Next up will be the snow wolf god and the green-faced god. By devouring these three gods, the dragon god's strength will be greatly enhanced. Could it be that the dragon god is truly the legendary savior, destined to save our entire planet? Everyone erupted in ecstasy. The green-faced god has taken action. The snow wolf god shouted. The green-faced god was puzzled. "Didn't you say you wouldn't take action?" "That was just a trick, a ploy to sneak up on this human. If the mother goddess of joy and sorrow dies, and is devoured by this human, the two of us won't be able to withstand it." The snow wolf god's sudden change of heart wasn't about making peace with the golden dragon at all. His goal was to inflict mutual damage on both the golden dragon and the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, so he could devour them both. By then, he and the green-faced god would have evolved to a very high level by devouring the two gods. This human is too powerful. After just a few encounters, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy is almost unable to hold on. The green-faced god quickly used his power, causing a green demonic mass to appear on Lin Luo's face. The snow wolf god used his freezing power to restrict Lin Luo's movements. Using his power across two worlds, the snow wolf god could only affect the weather. Now that he had descended upon Earth in person, his power could freeze a person's entire body, including their blood and bones, completely transforming them into an ice sculpture. But Lin Luo was too powerful, and this little help was insufficient. The snow wolf god decided to take action himself, launching a surprise attack on the golden dragon, suppressing the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. Yi Tian angrily said, "These snow wolf god and green-faced god are so shameless. They just said they wouldn't interfere, but now they're trying to help the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. This is truly disgusting, even more disgusting than the Black Emperor." The Black Emperor, who was still in Hangzhou helping Suya rebuild, couldn't help but sneeze again. The Black Emperor was furious, believing Yi Tian to be responsible. The man and the dog seemed to be on perfect sync. Yang Jun, equally furious, said, "Now we finally recognize that the world-devouring gods prioritize strength and will use any means necessary to achieve victory." Chen Limei said, "Before the snow wolf god and the mother goddess of sorrow and joy descended, they likely discussed this and planned to use the Yin dragon god in a counterattack." "Dragon god, watch out!" Zhou Jiahui shouted. The snow wolf god's massive figure appeared behind Lin Luo, his maw wide open, biting him. As he approached Lin Luo, the temperature dropped rapidly. The chill penetrated deep into his bones, slowing the movements of the golden dragon beside him. But the snow wolf god's movements were unaffected, and he bit down on the dragon's body. The golden scales were incredibly tough, and the snow wolf god couldn't bite through them in one bite. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy, however, could no longer hold out, and was roasted by Lin Luo's golden flames, emitting waves of meaty aroma. If Lin Luo hadn't devoured the gods of weeping and laughter, thus gaining immunity to sound. As a level 82 deity, the mother goddess of sorrow and joy wasn't particularly vulnerable to him. But he had gained immunity to the same power, leaving her vulnerable. Lin Luo opened his enormous dragon maw, attempting to devour the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. At level 82, she would be the most powerful deity he had yet devoured. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy cried out in despair. If you kill me, the two-headed god, the father of my child, will not let you go. She had no leverage left, so she could only resort to threats. But Lin Luo acted as if he hadn't heard her, and swallowed the mother goddess of sorrow and joy in one gulp. Chapter 132. Under siege by three gods, the dragon god even devoured the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. This snow wolf god is too clever, but his cleverness backfired. Now that the mother goddess of sorrow and joy has been devoured, he's next. How ridiculous. Snow wolf god, don't try to think of anything wrong. If the three gods had united, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. If I were the snow wolf god right now, I immediately flee. If I didn't, I stay here forever. Seeing Lin Luo devour the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, the snow wolf god fled without hesitation. After devouring the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, Lin Luo rushed towards the green-faced god without hesitation. Unlike the snow wolf god's swift reaction, the green-faced god was momentarily unresponsive. A massive golden dragon streaked through the air, its bloody maw wide open as it charged towards the green-faced god. By the time the green-faced god decided to flee, it was too late. Lin Luo had already arrived. The enormous dragon's mouth opened, spewing out an extremely hot golden flame as it charged towards the green-faced god. The green-faced god spoke repeatedly, attempting to sue Lin Luo for peace. Lin Luo ignored the green-faced god's advances. The intense golden flames roasted him, emitting waves of the aroma of dog meat. The green-faced god's ability, the green face, had little effect on Lin Luo. Lin Luo's true dragon bloodline was naturally powerful, endowed with resistance to many negative emotions. The cries and laughter of the mother goddess of sorrow and joy had little effect on Lin Luo, let alone the green-faced god's abilities. The green-faced god attempted to fight Lin Luo physically, his sharp claws attempting to pierce Lin Luo's golden scales. The scales on Lin Luo's body were too tough, and his claws broke first. You can devour it now. Lin Luo devoured the green-faced god in one gulp and rushed towards the snow wolf god. The snow wolf god's limbs raced, reaching maximum speed. He would glance back from time to time to see if the human would catch up. The snow wolf god was filled with regret. He shouldn't have had his own petty thoughts, abandoning the mother goddess of sorrow and joy in hopes of profiting from the situation. Now that the mother goddess of sorrow and joy had been devoured, his friend the green-faced god was likely devoured as well. He felt not like a great god devouring the world, but like a homeless stray dog. A gigantic golden dragon flew through the sky above the snow wolf god and arrived before him. The snow wolf god was forced to stop and sense the golden dragon's aura. Compared to the golden dragon he had seen when his clone had descended upon Earth, this one was even more powerful. The snow wolf god cried out in frustration, "You devoured the mother goddess of sorrow and joy and the green-faced god." Lin Luo didn't deny it. "I have you to thank for that. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to devour those two gods so easily." The snow wolf god felt his chest churning, and he felt a strong urge to vomit blood. He had shot himself in the foot, doing these things primarily for himself, never expecting to end up helping the humans before him. The snow wolf god quickly adjusted his mindset and said, his face calm, "I did these things mainly to spite the mother goddess of sorrow and joy and the green-faced god. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy murdered innocent people. In her past, wanting a child, she killed all pregnant mothers in a real world. She believed that by killing all pregnant mothers, she would become pregnant and give birth to her own child. The green-faced god has also exterminated many races, killing all regardless of age. His most evil act is to use his abilities to confuse intelligent creatures, causing them to slaughter each other. He won't release his seal until he feels ready, which has caused many intelligent creatures to commit suicide in agony. I killed these two gods primarily out of a sense of moral integrity. My help was unintentional. You don't need to thank me. The snow wolf god is more intelligent than the mother goddess of joy and sorrow and the green-faced god. He had made a point of studying humanity before descending to Earth. He now intends to use what humans call eloquence to persuade the humans before him. While searching through human literature, the snow wolf god came across an anime called Naruto. The protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, is known for his persuasiveness, not his physical prowess. When he first read about this anime, he found it amusing. The many gods of the devouring world aim to evolve and become stronger. The gods never give each other a chance to speak. Whenever they meet, they devour each other. Lin Luo sneered, "Snow wolf god, You're far more clever than the two gods just now. You want to defeat humans using human methods, but unfortunately, you don't understand humans well enough. Every human is different. He stopped talking to the Snow Wolf God and unleashed a terrifying golden flame. The golden flame reached a temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, prompting the Snow Wolf God to quickly counter it with his own icy ability. Lin Luo was level 82, and the Snow Wolf God was level 80. Their abilities countered each other, with ice being far more powerful than fire. But the fire Lin Luo unleashed was no ordinary flame. It was the inextinguishable flame of a true dragon. Adding to his crushing power, the Snow Wolf God's entire body was engulfed in golden flames. Crackle. The Snow Wolf God Snow White burned fiercely, emitting a burning stench. I don't want to die yet. The last Devouring World game feedback showed me I'd just become a god. With my talent, becoming a true god is possible in the future. The Devouring World game has too many feedbacks on the real world. The previous world was the frozen world where the Snow Wolf God resided. After the game feedback, the Snow Wolf God became a god. Because the frozen world was occupied by a powerful god, the Snow Wolf God was forced to enter the Devouring World to await the next game feedback. During this process, the Snow Wolf God met the Green Face God, and they stayed together in Long City in the Devouring World. The Green Face God was a god who had experienced 2 game feedbacks, and was 1 level higher than the Snow Wolf God. However, in terms of talent and strength, the Snow Wolf God was superior to the Green Face God. If nothing unexpected happened, the Snow Wolf God could gain tremendous benefits on Earth and achieve a stronger devouring evolution. When he first awakened, his goal was to become a true god on Earth. At this point, the Snow Wolf God had lost his ambitions and only thought of escape. The Snow Wolf God emerged from the golden flames, his hair completely burned off, leaving him bare, like a plucked chicken. He didn't get far before Lin Luo caught up with him. Lin Luo grabbed him and tossed him into the air, spewing a stream of golden flames from his mouth. The golden flames formed a pillar of fire, charging towards the Snow Wolf God in the air. The Snow Wolf God burned in the golden flames, emitting a burst of meaty aroma. Escaping the previous flames had already been the Snow Wolf God's limit. Faceting Lin Luo's flames once again, he had almost no power to resist. Lin Luo swallowed the Snow Wolf God whole, his body length increasing by over 100 meters. The golden scales on his body became even harder, becoming inviolable in the sunlight. The Snow Wolf God definitely tastes the best, even better than the previous gods. It tastes like the best cooked dog meat. Lin Luo decided he wanted to taste the Snow Wolf God sometime, so he bought some of the best dog meat. He felt that this action would undoubtedly be met with venom from dog lovers. Lin Luo glanced at the nearby drone and chose to depart. The drone had just arrived, capturing the moment Lin Luo devoured the Snow Wolf God. After entering Longhai City, Lin Luo completely vanished. Chapter 133. That damn Snow Wolf God. Why are you running? The other 2 gods didn't run, and they generously showed us the devouring process. What are we going to see if you run away? The Dragon God is too powerful. After he devoured the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy, the other 2 gods didn't even have the courage to fight. After the Dragon God devoured these 3 powerful gods today, his strength will surely increase significantly. Our Yin nation will become increasingly safe. Just as everyone was complaining, the Cataclysm Shelter released a video of Lin Luo devouring the Snow Wolf God. The Dragon God also likes to play tricks, throwing the Snow Wolf God into the air and then devouring him. The Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy is dead. After this incident, I feel our Yin nation will have peace for a long time. I hope so. Our Yin nation has been getting better recently, and much of the credit goes to the Dragon God. After the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy died, everyone felt a brief moment of relief. Devouring the world. In a valley, a humanoid monster with 2 heads and 4 arms resided. Lord True God, your woman, the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy, descended to earth and was killed by the indigenous gods. A short figure with a gigantic human head approached the 2-headed god. The 2-headed god slowly opened his eyes and said, "This deity descending into the real world is no ordinary being. It can even devour the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy." His voice was devoid of emotion, as if the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy had nothing to do with him. The human-headed god said, "According to my research, this real world is called Earth. It is ruled by a race called the human race. This race is not united and has established many separate nations on Earth. One of these humans successfully passed the early stages of the game, devouring and evolving into a powerful god. His country is called Yin. Due to different cultures, customs, and interests, these human nations won't help each other. I'm planning to descend upon Dhaka, a country near Yin. The two-headed god said coldly, "Are you already afraid of a mere human becoming a god?" The human-headed god hurriedly explained, "This human who became a god devoured 6 gods in succession. But I'm level 85, and I completely outmatched the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. Even if he devoured 6 gods, I could still devour him. This human is cunning, using conspiracy to devour the 2 children of the mother goddess of sorrow and joy. I don't want a small mistake to affect your entire plan. I hope you can understand." The two-headed god said impatiently, "You don't need to explain. Just follow the plan. Thank you for your understanding." The human-headed god thanked him. The two-headed god spoke again, "The 2 children born to the mother goddess of sorrow and joy are my bloodline after all. They were devoured by this human god. I would be ashamed to tell anyone about it." The human-headed god said consciously, "I understand your meaning, sir. This human god will deal with them, and give you a satisfactory explanation." "Very good." The two-headed god nodded, and slowly closed his eyes. The human-headed god didn't dare disturb the two-headed god, and slowly retreated from the valley. Xiqing District. After the snow wolf god was devoured by Lin Luo, the temperature in Longhai City returned to normal. However, the temperature didn't recover quickly. The normal temperature was still around -5 or -6 degrees Celsius. Zheng Xuexin wore a white mink coat over a black wool sweater. Her proud chest bulged the black wool sweater in front. The white mink was soft and shiny, and worn over her clothes, it made her look radiant. Zheng Xuexin wore light makeup, her beautiful features becoming even more refined. She wore a thick black miniskirt, which covered her perky, voluptuous hips. Her fair, slender, and voluptuous thighs were clad in sheer black stockings, and her calves were covered in knee-high leather high heels. The leather high heels were soft and bright. Wearing them on Zheng Xuexin's calves, they exuded a sinful temptation. Lin Luo unceremoniously lay on Zheng Xuexin's lap, listening to her recount recent events. He had his own phone, where he could read the latest news. But having a beautiful woman to share the news with Lin Luo was a bit of a savior from time to time. Any normal man would choose the latter, like Lin Luo. Zheng Xuexin's news report generally showed the dragon god being praised domestically, especially the scene where he devoured the snow wolf god. People believed the dragon god wasn't so aloof. He was not only a man of love, but also someone who loved to show off. The situation abroad had deteriorated, just as the news broadcast had described. Because of his presence, people at home lived and worked in peace, while those abroad were in dire straits. Zheng Xuexin thought, now, no single country abroad can contend with the alien races. Several countries have united. The fierce Wind nation has joined forces with its allies, including Western European nations, and the 2 powerful nations of Dhaka and Ria in East Asia. Over a dozen countries have united to fight the alien races. This alliance has been quite effective. The bull-headed king and several remnants of the alien race, the hidden dangers left behind by the fierce Wind nation, have been successfully eliminated. If they hadn't been dealt with, the fierce Wind nation would have become a place of deities. Lin Luo said, the fierce Wind nation has always been selfish. They're likely joining forces for their own sake. Other nations probably don't offer such favorable treatment. Zheng Xuexin nodded and said, Xiao Lu, you're right. The fierce Wind nation is forcibly recruiting powerful gamers from its allies to jointly resolve the alien problem within the nation. They also relax the requirements for joining the fierce Wind nation. As long as you're a gamer, you can join the fierce Wind nation. You can establish a sanctuary city there, obtain a large villa, and help gamers find the beauties they desire. Whether it's blondes, black pearls, Asian beauties, or anything else, the fierce Wind nation has you covered. The country will do its best to satisfy them, which has led to many gamers who have traveled to the fierce Wind nation not leaving. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. The fierce Wind nation is as domineering as ever. This move of cutting off the source of the trouble has saved their own country, but the other countries are doomed. Zheng Xuexin thought, they deserve it. The fierce Wind nation previously contacted these countries to blockade our Yin nation. Now they're being punished. The worst situation right now is in Dhaka. Let me show you a picture. A large balloon statue with a human head. Lin Luo took Zheng Xuexin's phone and saw the picture on the screen. A huge balloon with a human head was suspended in midair. Lin Luo took a closer look and saw that the balloon had a body. However, the body was very small, negligible compared to the head. It does look quite strange. It seems that among the gods who devour the world, there are not many good-looking ones. The Snow Wolf God and the Mermaid God are just passable, and the others are more bizarre than the other. Zheng Xuexin said with some fear. Lin Luo nodded and said, it feels quite strange. What's the name of the alien race that this human-headed god controls, and what abilities does it possess? Cheng Shui thought to herself, the race summoned by this human-headed god is called the human-headed tribe. While the human-headed god has a short body, the human-headed tribe don't even have a body, they're simply heads floating in the air. The power of the human-headed tribe is very strange. Many ordinary people and gamers targeted by the human-headed tribe are transformed into human-headed balloons. The human-headed tribe descended upon Seoul, and now the entire city is covered in these balloons. It's a very strange and eerie sight. Chapter 134. These are the photos I searched for. Cheng Shuexin found some pictures of Seoul, and handed her phone to Lin Luo. Seoul is the capital of Dhaka, with a population of 10.14 million. The entire Dhaka nation has a population of just over 50 million, and Seoul alone accounts for 1/5 of that. In the picture, Seoul is shrouded in darkness. It's a sunny day, but there's not a ray of sunshine. The sky is densely packed with human head balloons, blocking out any light. The human head balloons are male and female, beautiful and ugly. But without exception, they all transform into human head balloons, floating in the air. Cheng Shuexin said, watch the video later. The human head tribe's fighting style is very strange. A powerful gamer fights against the human head balloons. The more human head balloons he kills, the more human head balloons come closer, until the gamer is killed. The video shows a handsome man from Dhaka, his face greasy and smooth, likely a product of technology and ruthlessness. This is very consistent with the conditions in Dhaka. Both men and women in Dhaka are particularly fond of plastic surgery. The Dhaka man possesses the ability to manipulate the air, similar to an air cannon, and he continuously uses this ability to puncture one human head balloon after another. He spoke continuously in Dhaka dialect, constantly encouraging himself to fight bravely. After holding on for half an hour, the Dhaka man finally gave up. He was bound by the human head balloon by the neck, unable to break free, and was thrown into the air. Everyone could only watch as the Dhaka man was carried higher and higher by the human head balloon. Below is a video from a drone's perspective. The man from Dhaka, who had died earlier, transformed into a human-headed balloon, suspended high in the sky. In the video, the man from Dhaka spotted the drone and gave a strange smile, revealing his sharp white teeth. Cheng Shuexin's delicate body trembled slightly. How terrifying! This human-headed tribe is much stranger than the previous races. Lin Luo took Cheng Shuexin's hand. Sister Cheng, don't worry. I'm here. You don't have to worry about any danger. Cheng Shuexin vaguely guessed Lin Luo's identity, but didn't intend to expose him. She smiled brightly. I think I'm more afraid of you than the human-headed tribe. Lin Luo stood up and picked Cheng Shuexin up. Sister Cheng, you've forgotten what you said you needed to do yesterday while lying in bed. Cheng Shuexin blushed and said, put me down. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Luo said, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Sister Cheng. Cheng Shuexin feigned anger and said, let me go. Without me, you're not allowed to enter my room anymore. Lin Luo showed no sign of letting go. Sister Cheng, you wore this outfit specifically today, just for me. Black stockings and high top, over-the-knee heels. I never tried this combination before. Sister Cheng is getting more and more considerate. You already put it on without me asking. I definitely try it out to see how it feels. Cheng Shuexin said guiltily, don't try to make assumptions. It's been cold these past few days, and I think this outfit is warmer. Lin Luo smiled, you don't need to. The more you explain, the more you reveal your chicken feet. Cheng Shuexin pleaded, don't do it in the morning now. Let's do it in the evening. It wouldn't be nice if Yin Yin saw us. At that moment, a furry figure ran over. The person who arrived was none other than Li Yan, wearing a pair of adorable, furry dinosaur pajamas that looked incredibly sweet and adorable. Li Yan looked at the two of them and asked, Mom, what did you just say? It's not good if I see you. Let go. Cheng Shuexin said nervously. Lin Luo showed no sign of letting go. The temperature has dropped so much these past few days, your mom caught a cold. I'm carrying her back to her room. Cheng Shuexin nodded quickly and said, I have a cold and I'm not feeling well. I need your brother Xiaoluo to carry me back to my room. Really? Li Yan asked, unconvinced. Cheng Shuexin said, irritated, you kid, you don't even believe what I say. Are you so little online homework lately that I need you to assign extra? Li Yan, fearing the need for homework, quickly said, I do. I'm going to help your mom get some rest in her room. You can go back to your online class, Lin Luo said calmly. Li Yan nodded obediently, okay, brother Xiaoluo, if I'm sick, you carry me into my room. Of course. Lin Luo nodded without hesitation. You must remember your promise. Li Yanyan smiled brightly. Don't worry. Lin Luo hadn't imagined that just these words would lead to a deeper relationship between him and Li Yanyan. Cheng Xuexin pouting, Yanyan's already left. Hurry, and take me to my room. I wonder if I'd be alive again if she sees me again. No problem. Lin Luo carried Cheng Xuexin to her room. Cheng Xuexin said angrily, You're really going back to my room? Yanyan's room isn't far from mine. If Yanyan comes over to take a look, she see everything. Sister Cheng is so thoughtful. Lin Luo carried Sister Cheng upstairs to his room. Cheng Xuexin, feeling both amused and helpless, said, I told you to go back to your room, not to take me back to yours. Lin Luo smiled, That's not up to you, Sister Cheng. Cheng Xuexin sighed, I think next time you can go with Su Qing. She's your fiancée. How about I try both? Lin Luo asked. Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes and said, You're dreaming? Yes, it's a dream. Lin Luo carried Cheng Xuexin into his room and tried on her black stockings and high top, over-the-knee heels. Lahai City Airport. A fighter jet from Seoul slowly landed at the airfield. Two strikingly beautiful women emerged from the fighter jet, but this beauty was flawed. Their noses were exceptionally high, their eyelids were large, and their skin was smooth and hydrated. At first glance, they bore the marks of technology and ruthlessness. The two women were flanked by a group of black-clad bodyguards, special forces soldiers assigned to protect them. Li Boram sighed, After countless hardships, we finally made it from Seoul to Lahai City in Yin country. If we hadn't been a bit luckier, we would have died along the way. Sun Kwangsu said, Lahai City is so peaceful. It doesn't look like a city that has faced world-devouring alien races and gods. This is only possible with the dragon god ruling over Lahai City. Li Boram smiled and said, We came to Lahai City primarily to attract the disaster shelters there. My cousin Li Jiun is the one who is actually executing the plan. Sun Kwangsu confidently said, With Li Jiun's natural beauty, we'd definitely be able to convince the dragon god to come to our capital, and maybe even keep him in Seoul. Not long after the two emerged, Chu Ha and his soldiers surrounded them. Chu He examined them carefully and asked with a sullen face, There were 20 people from Dhaka entering the country, but now there are only 19. Where is one of the women? Li Baolan replied indifferently, My sister went to see the dragon god. Doesn't that require your consent? Chu He said bluntly, Now that you're on this land, it belongs to our Yin country. Do you need our consent? What do you want? Sun Guangju said coldly. Send all these distinguished guests from Dhaka to their designated accommodations. They cannot leave without my permission, and that of their superiors. Chu He's face was icy. Damn it! You're putting me under house arrest. Sun Guangju exclaimed angrily. Chu He said coldly, Yes, I am. Don't do anything. Sun Guangju was so angry that he wanted to take action, but was stopped by Li Baolan. Chapter 135. Catastrophe Shelter. Chu He immediately returned to the catastrophe shelter and reported the incident to Chen Limei. Yang Jun angrily said, These North Dakar people are despicable. They flew attack helicopters directly into Lahai City without our official consent. We didn't shoot them down midair, which was already the greatest mercy. North Dakar acted as if we didn't exist, and secretly sent someone named Li Jian to contact the dragon god alone. Yi Tian echoed, I can't stand it anymore. Yang Jun was surprised. Didn't you say you were going back to the capital? The three gods were devoured by the dragon god. Logically, your spatial abilities should be usable now. Yi Tian smiled sheepishly. He Huang and Peng Bo are still cleaning up Hangzhou. It would be too boring for me to go back alone. Since there are so many people in Lahai City, I'm going to stay here for a while. Yang Jun said, I don't care about you, Director. We can't take it lightly. It's easy to let Li Jun go. This shows they completely disregard us. Chen Limei asked Zhou Jiahui, Have you investigated Li Jiun's identity? Zhou Jiahui nodded, Yes, it's clear. Li Jiun is the captain of the girl group SG. Her father is the head of Samshin, and her mother is the daughter of a chaebol. Li Jiun has been called the little princess of Dhaka since she was a child. She was the envy of everyone. Not only was she of high status, but she was also very intelligent from a young age. She was admitted to Seoul National University at the age of 16, graduated early, went to Harvard, received her Harvard diploma, and returned to the company at the age of 20. It stands to reason that Li Jiun would have inherited the family fortune upon returning to Korea, but she rebelled, feeling that this was not what she wanted, and became a trainee at a company under Samshin. A month later, Li Jiun successfully debuted as the leader of SG and garnered millions of fans worldwide. Later, she found it boring and was often absent from the SG girl group. Because Lee Ji-eun was a chaebol, no one dared to criticize her. During her absence, Lee Ji-eun went to play games. After the Devouring World appeared in Dhaka, she became one of the first gamers, ranking second in Dhaka, reaching level 60 with the ability Storm. Her game ID was Storm Goddess. After repeated invitations from Dhaka, Lee Ji-eun joined the Cataclysm shelter established by Dhaka. After the Human Head Balloon incident broke out, Lee Ji-eun worked hardest to eliminate the Human Head tribe. But the Human Head tribe was too difficult to deal with. Lee Ji-eun tried several times on her own. I already sacrificed myself. This time, Lee Ji-eun came to our Yin nation, probably to seek the dragon god's help. Chu-hee angrily said, I used to disagree with people saying that Dhaka was a small nation with a small population, but now I completely agree. Lee Ji-eun is secretly carrying out this plan, most likely because she's afraid we sabotage their invitation to the dragon god. Chen Li-mei nodded. The people of Dhaka are known for being stingy. They might suspect we sabotage them. Zhou Jiahui asked, Director, what should we do next? Chen Li-mei replied, do nothing. The people of North Dhaka are afraid we stop the dragon god from cooperating with them, so there's no point in trying to please them. Zhou Jiahui said, we don't have the final say on whether to cooperate or not. It all depends on the dragon god's opinion. Li Jian is so capable, let her do it. Yang Jun said coldly, it makes us want to help. It would be best if we didn't help, as we'd be happy to have some free time. Everyone, relax for a while. You haven't had a day off since the apocalypse, so take a 2 or 3 day break. Chen Li-mei knew everyone was exhausted, so she gave them a short break. She didn't want to interfere too much with the dragon god's affairs. The dragon god had never revealed his identity or joined the Cataclysm shelter, so he must have loved freedom. Excessive interference from the Cataclysm shelter would only annoy the dragon god. Yin country's situation was far superior to other countries, primarily due not to the Cataclysm shelter, but to the dragon god's protection. Without the dragon god, Yin country would have become a paradise for aliens, a domain for the gods. Devouring the world. Lin Luo logged into the game and arrived at the nearby Dhaka country. Dhaka country had more than a dozen gods, scattered throughout the country. Compared to the number of gods in Yin country, Dhaka country had far too few. However, given the relatively small land area of Dhaka, it's understandable that there are only a dozen or so gods. Lin Luo entered Dhaka and discovered something very strange. Seoul, Dhaka's capital and most densely populated city, surprisingly only has one god. This god is none other than the human-headed god. The image of the human-headed god devouring the world is even clearer than any real deity. The face of a demon, its entire head filling the sky, blocking the sunlight from those below. The body and limbs are short, negligible compared to the size of the head. If the human-headed god had a thin line, it would be no different from the real-life human-headed tribe. The human-headed god's eyes were tightly closed, ignoring his approach. Last time, he was in Lahai City, he overheard the conversation between 3 gods. This time, the human-headed god was in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Lin Luo wondered if the human-headed god had noticed him, but that was irrelevant. The human-headed god had descended upon Dhaka, and his primary target was likely him. He had to go to Dhaka, it concerned him, and Yin Nation. Lin Luo hadn't gained much information in the devouring world, and had chosen to leave. After Lin Luo left the human-headed god, he opened his eyes. His pupils were surprisingly large, a faint green, and they stared at Lin Luo with a cold gleam. The human-headed god's lips curled slightly. A level 83 god? How powerful would I have thought you were? When you reach real soul, I'd be there and devour you. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, as if he had never spoken. Lin Luo had already left Dhaka and arrived in the northeast. He heard everything the human-headed god muttered. Last time, Lin Luo devoured the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. His 5 senses had become extraordinarily sensitive. Even though he was in the northeast, he could still hear voices from Dhaka. This human-headed god is so confident in his own strength that he waited until I arrived in Seoul before descending to Seoul. Lin Luo didn't believe he was powerless against the human-headed god. His level was 2 levels lower than the human-headed gods, but his abilities were no less. Lin Luo devoured 3 gods, gaining the abilities of each. Gaining abilities through devouring requires exceptional abilities from the devoured being, as well as a certain amount of luck. Lin Luo was able to gain 3 abilities from devouring the 3-headed god, not only due to exceptional luck, but also due to the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon. He had previously spent so much time and money to obtain the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Now, He felt it was a huge win. Levels can be gradually increased, but the bloodline can only undergo a single transformation. Among the three gods, the highest ranking one is the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, but the one with the most outstanding ability is the snow wolf god. Chapter 136. If the snow wolf god were level 83, the last incident wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. Lin Luo would have faced a fierce battle. After devouring the snow wolf god, Lin Luo gained the ability to freeze. The snow wolf god's bloodline wasn't as powerful as Lin Luo's, so the freezing power was even more potent in Lin Luo's possession. Additionally, Lin Luo's level was 3 levels higher than the snow wolf god's. He could freeze the entire Langhai city with a single thought, something the snow wolf god couldn't do. Next time, I asked Sister Chung to give me a double dose of ice and fire. Lin Luo flew back to Langhai city and quit the game. There was no need to worry about the human-headed god. He was confident he could defeat him. Lin Luo quit the game and saw Chung Xuexin. Chung Xuexin was wearing a casual outfit and light makeup. But Chung Xuexin was naturally beautiful, with a curvaceous figure that exuded the charm of a mature woman. Seeing Lin Luo coming upstairs, Chung Xuexin stepped forward and said, "Su Qing just called me and said someone came to see her and wants to see you. This person is from Dhaka." Lin Luo said, "They came so quickly. The statue of the human-headed god has barely been built, and this person from Dhaka can't wait to find me." Chung Xuexin thought, "I don't think the people from Dhaka are good people. I don't think they are good people either." Lin Luo nodded and said, "I'm bored anyway, so I go take a look. What does this person from Dhaka want from me?" Su family villa. Living room. A beautiful woman with rosy lips and white teeth sat on the sofa. She was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, both tight, and revealing her voluptuous figure. "Miss Li, what would you like to drink?" asked the nanny, Lu Miling. Li Jiyun said in awkward Chinese, "I don't need anything. When will your daughter come to see me?" Lu Miling replied, "She'd be down shortly." Li Jiyun thanked her and fell silent. She spoke politely, but Lu Miling sensed her arrogance and stopped asking. Not everyone can be like Master Lin and Miss Su, who, after becoming powerful gamers, treat ordinary people equally. A short while later, a stunningly beautiful woman came up from downstairs. She was dressed in a simple manner, but to Li Jiyun, she looked incredibly beautiful. Li Jiyun lived in Dhaka, where many people undergo plastic surgery to enhance their appearance. She had always prided herself on her natural beauty, and had once served as a model for plastic surgery in Dhaka. But in front of the woman from Yin country, her advantages vanished. Li Jiyun, rarely offering her hand, said, "Hello, I'm Li Jiyun from Dhaka. Nice to meet you." Su Qing, with a rather cold demeanor, said, "My name is Su Qing. What can I do for you?" Li Jiyun wasn't the least bit offended by Su Qing's attitude. Su Qing was a beautiful woman with a cold demeanor, so it was normal for her to speak a bit coldly. Besides, since she was asking for help, she had to be more humble. Li Jiyun said without further ado, "To be honest, my country's capital, Seoul, is under attack by the human-headed tribe. A statue of the human-headed god has been erected, and he could descend upon Seoul at any moment. I come here to seek the dragon god's help. I hope he can help us eliminate the human-headed tribe." Su Qing said coldly, "It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't know the dragon god, so I can't help you." Li Jian said truthfully, "We previously investigated, and the dragon god once took you to the capital." "You investigated me?" Su Qing's demeanor grew even colder. Li Jian quickly explained, "I didn't mean to investigate Miss Su's identity. It's mainly because my country is now inhabited by the human head tribe, and I had no choice but to investigate you." Su Qing said coldly, "I tell the dragon god about your situation. I don't know if he helped you." "Thank you very much." Li Jian thanked her quickly. Su Qing, still cold, said, "You don't need to thank me in advance." After a while, Su Qing gave Li Jian Lin Luo's reply. Li Jian said somewhat disappointedly, "The dragon god refused to see me. He sent someone named Lin Luo to see me." Su Qing said unhappily, "If you don't want to see Lin Luo, I can refuse." "I will," Li Jian replied quickly. She could sense that the person named Lin Luo was very important to the person before her. Li Jian's previous behavior was merely a bad attitude, which immediately aroused Su Qing's dissatisfaction. She also wanted to verify one thing. Could this person named Lin Luo be the dragon god? The dragon god's identity was mysterious, unknown even to the Cataclysm Shelter. For an intelligence organization seeking to learn the dragon god's identity would need to go through the Cataclysm Shelter, making it even more difficult to uncover his true identity. After a while, a tall, handsome young man walked in. He had a chilling aura, making people somewhat hesitant to approach. Li Jian, known as the Storm Goddess, possessed the ability to control wind and lightning. After 2 or 3 alien invasions, her level had risen to 67. In fact, she had another special ability, unknown to everyone: sense and concealment. Sense and concealment are actually 2 separate special abilities, one for perception and the other for concealment. She can clearly sense a person's strength, such as their level and abilities. Concealment was also very useful to Li Jian, helping her avoid danger several times. Tiger King, the most powerful gamer in China, was level 66 after the game's feedback, and later reached level 70, but he nearly died at the hands of the Human Head tribe. Li Jian, however, was several levels lower than Tiger King, and her ability to survive until now was entirely due to this special ability. Brother Lin. Su Qing rushed over eagerly, giving him a big hug. Lin Luo lifted Su Qing up, and she clung to him like an octopus. Li Jian momentarily forgot to use sense and concealment, staring blankly at Su Qing in Lin Luo's arms. Where had that aloof beauty gone? Su Qing saw that her own aloofness was unbearable, while Lin Luo's warmth were undeniable. The contrast was truly striking. The person from Dhaka you mentioned is this person right here, Lin Luo asked, pointing at Li Jian. Su Qing nodded and said, this person is Li Jian. She wants to see you, and asked the dragon god for help through you. Li Jian didn't dare to be rude and extended her hand, saying, hello, my name is Li Jian. Nice to meet you. Before Lin Luo could shake her hand, Su Qing took the initiative and said jealously, I can do it for you, brother. Lin Luo smiled. Su Qing is my fiancée. She has a bit of a temper. I hope you can forgive her. It's okay. Li Jian sat down and took a sip of coffee, easing the awkwardness. Mr. Lin, you were sent by the dragon god. You can contact him at any time, right? She had already used her invisibility spell, and hadn't noticed anything special about Lin Luo. Lin Luo is a powerful gamer, at level 70, with the ability to freeze, a power that allows him to manipulate ice and snow. Li Jian is confident in her own abilities, and wouldn't be mistaken in sensing Lin Luo. She had previously sensed the human-headed deity and determined it was level 85, possessing powerful abilities such as balloon, curse, and assimilation. The last time the dragon god devoured 3 gods in Lahai City, everyone speculated he was level 83. Based on his level alone, Li Jian could conclude that Lin Luo was not the dragon god. Chapter 137. Yes, I can contact the dragon god at any time. You can tell me anything. After devouring the green-faced god, Lin Luo gained the ability to confuse the real with the fake. The confusable with the fake wasn't as powerful as the green-faced god's green face, which could assimilate other races into the green-faced tribe and control them. But Lin Luo could alter his own abilities, allowing others to test what he wanted to be seen. This Li Jian, a native of Dhaka, was able to find Su Qing immediately after arriving in Yin country. Lin Luo speculated that Li Jian possessed a special ability that allowed her to sense the level and strength of others. Li Jian was very confident in her abilities, but her enthusiasm waned considerably after confirming that Lin Luo was not the dragon god. Lin Luo didn't think anything was wrong with Li Jian, he simply considered it a normal reaction. Li Jian pulled out a computer and said, there are some things I can't explain clearly. Videos and official information will give you a clearer picture. Several videos played in succession, the first of which showed the human head tribe descending on Seoul. Every time an alien race descends upon Earth, a game announcement is issued to devour the world. Before the human head tribe descended upon Earth, the Dhaka army had already made preparations. The battle between the two sides resulted in a crushing defeat for the Dhaka nation. Each human head tribe member is a bodiless, floating human head balloon. Under the balloon is a rope that can hold a person in the air. The Dhaka nation dispatched 100,000 troops, but only fewer than 3,000 returned. Among them were hundreds of game players, but fewer than 20 returned. The next day, the soldiers and game players carried away by the human head balloons also became human head balloons. News of the defeat quickly spread throughout Dhaka, causing a howl of agony within the nation. Dhaka's strongest warrior, Tiger King Li Sanghua, decided to take action, leading the nation's powerful warriors to annihilate the head tribe. Li Sanghua was a renowned gamer in Dhaka, having helped the nation win 4 championships in the finals of a strategy tower-pushing game. As soon as Devouring World was released, Li Sanghua took up the game. Whether it was because Devouring World was so playable, Li Sanghua, usually so frugal that he shared a single bottle of Coke with 4 people, now spent a fortune on Devouring World. Li Sanghua made a fortune playing the tower-pushing game, earning him the title of one of Dhaka's 5 national treasures, and becoming a tycoon within the nation. He chose the beast race and became a Dhaka tiger. The Dhaka tiger is actually a Siberian tiger. The Dhaka nation loves naming anything after their country. For example, some Yen nation celebrities, like Confucius, Li Shizhen, and Chu Yuan have no connection to Dhaka, yet they insist on claiming them as their ancestors. Before the Devouring World server shut down, Li Sanghua, leveraging his understanding of the game and his wealth, quickly climbed to the top 3 in the Devouring World rankings. Just before the server shut down, he successfully reached the top of the overall leaderboard, becoming the top player in Dhaka. Originally, the top spot belonged to Li Jaemyong, the eldest son of Sanjin. While he was quite wealthy, he couldn't compare to a true chaebol. But then Li Jaemyong suffered an accident, died several times in succession, and his rank plummeted. Not only did he drop out of the top 3 overall, falling to 5th place, let alone competing with Li Sanghua. After the golden dragon that traveled the world was confirmed to be the dragon god of Yin Nation, the eldest son of Sanjin vanished. Lin Luo barely had any memory of Li Ziming. He had devoured so many people that he had no idea which one was Li Ziming. Li Ziming was being sentimental. Lin Luo didn't remember his name, so he wouldn't retaliate. The news of Li Xianghe's action stirred up a frenzy throughout Dhaka. The people of Dhaka were thrilled, believing that Li Xianghe was no less powerful than the Eastern Dragon God. If Li Xianghe had reached level 80, he could have given the Dragon God a duel. The people of Dhaka believed that Li Xianghe could easily defeat the human head tribe with one strike. Their ideals were grand, but reality was cruel. Li Xianghe lost the battle, being suspended in the air by the human head king's balloon. Dhaka, unwilling to let Li Xianghe die, sacrificed hundreds of gamers and 20 to 30,000 soldiers from the Tea Brewing Kingdom to rescue him. Li Xianghe was rescued, but he remained in bed in a vegetative state and has not regained consciousness to this day. Officials assured the public that Li Sanghua's body was recovering and he would be awake soon. But now, a month had passed, and there was still no news of Li Sanghua. Several videos followed, showing Dhaka fighting the human head tribe, only to see Dhaka lose. Dhaka was a nation very concerned with appearances, and every scene of a defeat was shot in one shot, with no close-ups. There was even a voiceover in the video, suggesting that Dhaka had done its best. Lin Luo asked, "Didn't your Dhaka claim to have 10 exceptional gamers? Besides you, Li Sanghua, and Li Jaemyong, where are the other 7? Li Jiyun hesitated, then said, 3 gamers died in battle. The other 4 went to Gale Nation to help, and haven't returned yet. Su Qing asked, "Your Dhaka nation is on the verge of being annihilated by the human head tribe, yet you still have the energy to help the Fierce Wind Nation?" Li Jiyun said awkwardly, "These 4 gamers asked to go, and they're also Fierce Wind nationals. We can't stop them from going to Fierce Wind." Su Qing said, "So they're from Fierce Wind." Not only in Dhaka, but also in Yin country, there are many expatriates. Many of these expatriates, seeing the favorable situation back home, have requested to return to Yin country. For those who are overseas Chinese and Yin country nationals, Yin country sent warships to pick them up. As for those with other nationalities, they were rejected outright. There's nothing wrong with saving the overseas Chinese. The overseas Chinese have contributed significantly to the development of Yin country into such a powerful nation. Li Jiyun pleaded, "Mr. Lin, please, my country is in dire straits. I hope you can help me see the Dragon God." Lin Luo shook his head and said, "The Dragon God doesn't want to see you. When I arrived, he told me that the human-headed god is Dhaka's business, and he can't cross that line. He had no good feelings towards Dhaka, and didn't want to be their laborer." Li Jiyun came alone, offering help but offering nothing. Lin Luo's help was never free, it always came at a price. "Ah!" Li Jiyun's face darkened. "Did the Dragon God really say that? Can you keep me from seeing him? There are things I want to tell him in person." Lin Luo said coldly, "The Dragon God has made it very clear. He give you the same answer when you see him." Li Jiyun said eagerly, "As long as you let me see the Dragon God, I agree to whatever Mr. Lin offers." Lin Luo glanced at Li Jiyun. She was beautiful and tall. But compared to Su Qing, she was still far inferior. In both looks and figure, Su Qing completely outshone her. Su Qing's expression sullen, she said, "What do you mean? Brother Lin has already contacted the Dragon God for you, but your words are becoming increasingly outrageous. Aunt Lu, please excuse me." "Miss, please leave." Lu Miling approached, her demeanor diminishing. Li Jiyun, steadfast in her resolve, said, "Mr. Lin, I'd like you to tell the Dragon God that as long as he's willing to help, we agree to any terms." Chapter 138. Su Qing angrily said, Brother Lin, this person is so rude to you. How about I go up and teach her a lesson? Lin Luo grabbed Su Qing's delicate hand and said, no need. Li Jun didn't say anything too harsh. He pulled Su Qing into his arms and sat her on his lap. Su Qing obeyed Lin Luo's orders without a single protest. She was a little afraid of being seen by Lu Meiling, so she looked towards the kitchen. Lin Luo smiled, don't worry. Sister Lu knows we're in the living room and won't come out of the kitchen. Su Qing nodded obediently. Brother Lin, how are you going to deal with this human-headed god from Dhaka? Are you really not going to do anything about it? Lin Luo shook his head. We have to deal with it. Dhaka isn't far from us. If something happens, we might be the next to suffer. Su Qing smiled. I understand what you mean, Brother Lin. We're going to let Dhaka suffer for a while before we devour the human-headed god. Lin Luo pinched her white thigh. You understand me better. Su Qing said, you have to make some painful demands. For example, I have to ask for more crystal cores. Lin Luo nodded. I'm going to ask for more crystal cores, so you and Sister Weiwei can level up a bit. What the hell is Sister Weiwei? Su Qing turned around, her face etched with anger. Lin Luo realized he let something slip, and quickly explained, Sister Weiwei helped me a lot in the past. One shouldn't be ungrateful. Now that I'm rich, I have to help Sister Weiwei. Su Qing chuckled and said, Brother Lin, don't be nervous. I'm not angry. As long as you like it, I like it too. Lin Luo caressed Su Qing's head lovingly, knowing she was serious. Su Qing rose from Lin Luo's arms and took his hand. Brother Lin, don't just stay in the living room. Let's go upstairs and do something fun. What fun things? Lin Luo feigned confusion. Su Qing said angrily, if you don't want to go upstairs, forget it. Of course we have to. Lin Luo lifted her upstairs and carried her. The two of them arrived at Su Qing's room. Su Qing took out a black step dress, black stockings, and a pair of 7-centimeter black high heels. Su Qing didn't let Lin Luo leave and started changing in front of her. This made Lin Luo embarrassed, and he could only stare at Su Qing's fair skin. He and Sister Chung had become so close that Sister Chung would avoid Lin Luo when she changed. Sister Chung always felt quite shy with Lin Luo watching. Su Qing, however, had no such concerns. She changed in front of Lin Luo, a smile on her face. In her heart, being watched by Lin Luo as she changed was a delight. Su Qing was wearing underwear, so Lin Luo couldn't see much of the scenery. After a while, Su Qing put on her stepmother's dress. Her long, snow-white legs were wrapped in black stockings and stepped on high heels. Su Qing stood in front of the floor-length mirror, her long, snow-white legs straight and pressed together, leaving no gap. Her curvaceous figure effortlessly supported the black stepmother's dress. Compared to the blue stepmother's dress, the black one looked more mature and seductive. The black stockings and high heels on her lower body further enhanced her allure. Su Qing was young, yet exuded a lively youthful energy. The clothes were rather mature, and the two together created a striking contrast. Su Qing asked, Brother Lin, what do you think of my dress? Lin Luo replied, it's beautiful. Do you like it? Very much. Then don't go back tonight, stay at my house. Su Qing took the initiative, her lips brimming with nectar, kissing him. Lin Luo, no longer restraining himself, responded to Su Qing's enthusiasm. Be gentle, it's your first time. I know. In the room, the two of them engaged in the usual married life. Li Jun arrived at her sister's hotel, feeling dejected. Li Boram and Sun Kwangsu were chatting and laughing. Compared to the dangerous city of Seoul, Lahai City was much safer. Although they were under house arrest and unable to leave, they didn't see any harm in it. They even thought they were quite clever, having played a trick on the people at the Lahai City disaster shelter. After Li Jun negotiated to invite the dragon god, the two planned to give the Lahai City disaster shelter staff a good taunt. Jun's back. Li Boram walked up first. Sun Kwangsu sensed something was wrong with Li Jun and asked, Jun, what's going on? Li Jun sighed, the dragon god rejected us. Li Boram was immediately annoyed. Is this dragon god so capricious? He doesn't even consider the overall situation. He thinks our Dhaka nation is in trouble, so their Yin nation can be fine. She said angrily, tell me the dragon god's location, and I go talk to him myself. Li Jun quickly stopped her, saying, cousin, it's okay if you tell me this. Don't tell the dragon god. If he gets upset, your life could be in danger. Actually, I didn't meet the dragon god. I only met his agent. He said that if he wants the dragon god to intervene, we have to pay a price. Li Boram angrily said, Our Daka nation is already in trouble enough, and this dragon god is trying to blackmail us. How despicable. Sun Kwangsu angrily said, I don't believe the dragon god won't intervene. Once the human-headed god arrives in Yen Nation, he'd definitely do it. Li Jiyun advised, don't act rashly. If we confront the dragon god head-on, we still lose. The human-headed god will die, but our nation will most likely be gone too. Li Boram said with a scowl, according to you, we have no choice but to compromise. There's no other way, Li Jiyun sighed. Li Boram and Sun Kwangsu were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they went head-on, they wouldn't have to pay any price, but Daka Nation would definitely be destroyed. In the middle of the situation, Li Boram suggested that Yen Nation officials intervene, explaining the serious consequences of the situation and hoping for the dragon god's help. The Cataclysm Shelter refused Li Baolan's offer, stating that the decision was solely the dragon god's, and they had no power to influence it. Li Baolan angrily declared, the people of Yen Nation are short-sighted. If the human-headed god descends upon Earth, they're sure to face no good. Sun Kwangsu, exasperated, said, I'm going to have a serious talk with the Cataclysm Shelter. Li Jiyun quickly stopped them, saying, you two, stop causing trouble. They're no less foolish than we are. They know that the greatest threat to the human-headed god is our Daka Nation. You were too rude to them earlier. We make a list of data, and you hand it over to Lin Luo tomorrow. Li Baolan said helplessly. The thought of having to give up 2 level 60 crystal cores makes my heart ache, Sun Kwangsu said bitterly. Li Jiyun said helplessly, sisters, I feel the same way as you do, but we have to pay this price. As long as the dragon god intervenes, these losses can be recouped. You're right. Li Baolan and Sun Kwangsu nodded helplessly. Chapter 139. The next morning, Li Xi had arrived at the Su residence early in the morning. Lin Luo met her. She glanced behind and beside Lin Luo, and sighed with relief when she confirmed Su Qing was nowhere to be seen. Lin Luo asked, what's wrong? Li Jian said awkwardly, why didn't I see Miss Su yesterday? Lin Luo replied, she's not feeling well, and is resting in bed. He and Su Qing had spent the night playing together, which had left her with limited mobility. Su Qing was a gamer, and her physique was much stronger than Cheng Xuexin's, so she wasn't unable to get out of bed. She was simply shy about being seen out of shape, and felt embarrassed to leave her room. So that's how it is. Li Jian felt a wave of relief. Lin Luo took Li Jian to the courtyard and sat down. How did your negotiations go? We're willing to pay a price. We asked the dragon god to help us eliminate the human-headed god. That's the price we can offer. Li Jian handed Lin Luo a list, listing the number of crystal cores of each level. In total, there were over 1,000 crystal cores. While it looked like a large number, they were actually all low-grade. Lin Luo finished reading the list and put it down. Your sincerity isn't enough. We need to double the price. Li Jian quickly said, please be flexible. This is the maximum price our Daka Nation can pay. Lin Luo said, it's no use telling me. This is the dragon god's will. Li Jian gritted her teeth and said, we can double it, but the dragon god will help us wipe out the sole human head tribe. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. That's a nice thought. If the dragon god wipes out the sole human head tribe, what else do we need you for? Li Jiyun unbuttoned her white shirt, revealing a touch of her pure white skin. She bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth and said, as long as you agree, I'm willing to give everything. Don't worry, I'm different from those girl groups. This is my first time. Lin Luo said, you misunderstood me. This matter was decided by the dragon god. It's no use trying to please me. Li Jiyun said pitifully, really? No, Lin Luo said firmly. Li Jiyun said, we're willing to pay such a high price. I don't know when the dragon god will make his move. I asked the dragon god about that. Lin Luo couldn't answer all the questions, or Li Jiyun would become suspicious. Okay. Li Jiyun gazed at Lin Luo's back, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had a strong liking for men who were better than herself. Li Jiyun had been a spoiled child since childhood, and none of the men around her caught her eye. Among them, Tiger King Li Sanghua had pursued her, but Li Jiyun rejected him. Li Sanghua used to be a gamer, but no matter how good he was at it, his status was still inferior to that of Samson's little princess, Li Jiyun. He could only keep his love to himself and find an opportunity to confess his feelings to Li Jiyun. Li Sanghua knew that such an opportunity was virtually impossible. The chaebol system in Dhaka was strict, and chaebol children rarely married ordinary people. They either married civil servants or through chaebol alliances. Until the game's feedback, Li Sanghua became the top man in Dhaka. His status and position greatly improved. Li Sanghua immediately confessed his love to Li Jiyun, but was rejected by her. Li Jiyun disliked Li Sanghua because he was not as powerful as her. She possessed the power of storm, far exceeding Li Sanghua's abilities. Li Xianghe's ability only allowed him to transform into a tiger, not a tiger with powerful bloodline. The most important thing was that Lin Luo was far more handsome than Li Xianghe. Appearance sometimes determines everything. Sometimes, appearance isn't just a plus, it can be the deciding factor. Lin Luo pretended to contact the dragon god and returned a moment later. Li Jian anxiously asked, "What's the dragon god's response?" Lin Luo replied, "The dragon god's response is very direct. He needs double the crystal cores. When he make his move depends on his mood, not on your domination." Li Jian, unwilling to give up, asked, "Is there no room for maneuver?" Lin Luo bluntly said, "Miss Li, you have to understand one thing. Negotiating with the dragon god isn't like selling vegetables at the market, where you can haggle endlessly." "I understand." Li Jian nodded helplessly. "With so many crystal cores, I can't decide on my own. I need to ask the Daka Nation's disaster shelter." Lin Luo said, "Of course." "Then I take my leave." Li Jian left the Su residence dejectedly. "Brother Lin, has the Daka Nation woman left?" Su Qing limped out. She was wearing loose pajamas, her skin translucent and white, her veins clearly visible in the sunlight. Su Qing's game character is a zombie, which has some personal consequences. This makes her skin exceptionally pale, which most women would probably consider a good thing. Lin Luo nodded and said, "Let's go. I go back and discuss this with the others in Daka." Su Qing said, "It's a good idea to give the Daka people a try. Daka has always been known to go against our Yin nation." Lin Luo took Su Qing's slender hand and said, "If you're feeling uncomfortable, you can rest for a while." Su Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Luo. "It's not your fault. Last night, I told you to do it one more time before going to bed, and you tossed and turned all night." Lin Luo smiled. "You said one more time means a billion times. I was doing what you wanted. You're being unreasonable. It was clearly your intention, but now you can't take it anymore and you blame me." Su Qing's cheeks puffed out. "Brother Lin did it on purpose. I clearly said one time, but you insisted it was a billion times. What can I do? You can't blame me entirely. Didn't I ask you if we rested on our first day doing this? You said you could take it and could do it again, so I kept going." Lin Luo placed his hands on Su Qing's slender waist, the soft flesh there soft and smooth. Su Qing smiled brightly. "I know I can't argue with Brother Lin, so I'm giving up. How about we go back to the room?" Looking at the stunning Su Qing, Lin Luo took action again. The five-clawed golden dragon bloodline was so powerful that it constantly influenced his behavior. "Come again?" Su Qing's pretty face paled slightly. "If you're not feeling well, I hold you and let you rest." Lin Luo carried Su Qing upstairs. Ever since Lin Luo moved into this villa, Su Qing's father and relatives had tactfully moved to another. The Su family, one of the 4 largest families in Longhai City, was also incredibly wealthy, owning several neighboring villas. Aside from Lu Miling occasionally coming back to clean up the villa, no one else came to disturb them. Su Qing, blushing in Lin Luo's arms, said, "As long as you like it, Brother Lin, it's okay." Lin Luo said, "I remember there's a black bunny girl outfit. Try it on, and let me see it. I admire it. Don't forget your red high heels." "Yes." Su Qing was a cold beauty in front of others, but a docile girl next door in front of Lin Luo. She was not as hypocritical as Cheng Xuexin, and she obediently followed Lin Luo's advice. Chapter 140. Longhai Hotel. "Jiyun, how's it going?" Li Baoan saw her cousin return and hurried over to ask. Sun Guangju said, "You look so pale. It seems the negotiations aren't going well. Could it be that the dragon god isn't going to intervene?" Li Jiyun sighed. "The dragon god is prepared to intervene, but he needs a lot of crystal cores. And whether he does or doesn't intervene is up to him. We can't influence him." She told the two of them the results of her negotiations with Lin Luo. Li Baolan's face flushed with rage. He wants so many crystal cores, and he's still deciding how to use them. Isn't that treating our country like a scapegoat? No, this is too much. Sun Guangsu rolled up his sleeves and said, "I'm going to go find this guy and have a proper talk with him." Li Jiyun quickly stopped Sun Guangsu and said, "Sister Guangsu, don't mess around. Lin Luo is level 70, and has the ability to freeze. If you piss him off, he teach you a lesson." Li Baolan regained some of her composure and said, "Jiyun has a point. The initiative is completely in their hands now, and we have no choice. Our Daka nation has never suffered such a loss. Sun Kwang-soo could only rage helplessly. After the two regained their composure, Li Jiyun expressed her opinion. We have no choice now. We have to agree to the Dragon God's demands. Otherwise, our Dhaka nation will become a paradise for aliens and a territory for the gods. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Sun Kwang-soo gritted his teeth. Li Baoan was angry again. I know this is a helpless choice, but I really can't stand being bullied by Yin country. As a junior member of the Gale Kingdom, Dhaka constantly opposed Yin. In terms of military and territorial power, Dhaka could never surpass Yin. So, Dhaka chose culture and sports to suppress Yin. For example, Dhaka falsely claimed that traditional Chinese medicine was Korean medicine, and in esports, it consistently compared itself to Yin. Even in football, Dhaka crushed Yin. Dhaka was delighted, believing they had finally surpassed Yin. This catastrophe brought Dhaka back to reality, revealing the gap between them and Yin. Li Xian advised more rationally, sisters, don't overthink it. Compared to Fierce Wind Nation, Yin Nation is already quite good. Fierce Wind Nation has defrauded us of so many resources and several powerful gamers, and hasn't helped us at all. I believe Yin Nation will pay the price, and the Dragon God will intervene. Li Baoan sighed, you have a point. Next, let's contact the Chinese side, and have them deliver the items as soon as possible. The three of them immediately contacted the Chinese side, and explained Lin Luo's request. After some discussion, the Chinese side decided to hand over the crystal cores, hoping that the Dragon God would intervene. Although many believed that the Dragon God would definitely intervene, by then, Dhaka Nation would be gone. There were many who opposed it, but the majority compromised. Su Family Villa. Li Jian pulled out an encrypted suitcase and placed it on the table in front of her. She entered the code to open the suitcase, revealing a dazzling array of crystal cores. Mr. Lin, please count the crystal cores. These are the crystal cores the Dragon God requested. Check to see if the quantity is correct. Li Jian said respectfully. Lin Luo closed the combination suitcase. I trust your character. Li Jian's pretty face flushed, and she said happily, thank you for the compliment. Lin Luo was speechless for a moment. He was simply too lazy to activate the combination suitcase crystal core, so he deliberately made up an excuse. He hadn't expected Li Jian to react so strongly, wanting to thank him profusely. Lin Luo couldn't explain himself, so he changed the subject. Trust is mutual. I have received your sincerity, and the Dragon God will not break his promise. You can rest assured about that. Li Jian said innocently, I believe you. Love-brained? Lin Luo muttered to himself, thinking Li Jian was quite strange. He felt a deep love in Li Jian's eyes. Lin Luo hadn't been with Li Jian many times, only 3 times in total. There was only one possibility that Li Jian liked him. She was a love-brained person. Another possibility was that Li Jian was a love-brained person, but she also had her own motives. Lin Luo didn't overly care about Li Jian's thoughts. With his own formidable strength, any schemes would be futile. Li Jian glanced into the distance, reluctantly saying, the scenery in Longhai City is truly beautiful. Here, I feel like the apocalypse hasn't happened yet, like I stepped back in time. Ever since Lin Luo devoured the 3 gods, Longhai City had become completely safe. The Cataclysm shelter allowed residents to return home and wander the streets freely. Before meeting Lin Luo, Li Jian had thoroughly experienced Longhai City. Lin Luo said, if you like, you can stay in Longhai City forever. It seems no one would chase you away. Li Jian shook her head, I can't stay any longer. My mission is almost complete. The country is in dire straits. As a powerful gamer in the country, I can't stay here and escape reality. Lin Luo nodded and said, you make sense. Li Jian smiled and said, I only known you, Mr. Lin, for a few days in Longhai City. Are we friends? Her large eyes, gleaming with anticipation, looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo wanted to say, who are you? I know you very well, but he bit it back. As long as you feel that way, we're friends. Lin Luo ultimately didn't have the heart to do it. Li Jian stood up with a smile, extending her hand. Let's get acquainted. My name is Li Jian. Nice to meet you. Lin Luo felt a sense of déjà vu and shook Li Jian's hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Luo. Li Jian sat down again. Once the human tribe is dealt with, I hope Appa can come with me to Seoul. Appa? Lin Luo's eyes grew a little strange. Li Jian blushed and explained, Appa means older brother in our Dhaka country, and is used to address a man slightly older than oneself. She didn't finish her explanation. Appa is sometimes used between couples. Lin Luo had watched many Korean dramas, so he naturally knew what Appa meant. So that's how it is. Lin Luo couldn't expose Li Jian, so he pretended not to know. Li Jiyun let out a sigh and said, I'm going back soon. Let's just make this clear. Appa must come and see it then. I will. Lin Luo deliberately said, Dhaka is not as beautiful as Ria. It's Ria, my hometown. Li Jiyun smiled broadly. Appa, you must have remembered it wrong. Ria is an island country, not my country. Sorry, I remembered it wrong. Lin Luo smiled. It's okay. I invite you when the time comes. Li Jiyun waved and skipped away. She was very happy today. She hadn't expected to become friends with Lin Luo. If Li Jiyun were seen in love in Dhaka, it would surely break the hearts of countless men in Dhaka. Chapter 141. Such a naive naivete. When Lin Luo first met Li Jiyun, he thought she was quite extraordinary. His judgment was correct. Li Jiyun was quite extraordinary. But Li Jiyun had almost no experience in relationships. She must be quite skilled at rejecting people. As for how Li Jiyun would face someone she liked, she still had no idea. Still looking? They already left, Su Qing said jealously. Lin Luo smiled. Why are you jealous? Su Qing couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, who do you think is prettier, Li Jiyun or me? Lin Luo replied, I feel like your question is a life or death question for couples. Su Qing said innocently, just answer it. I won't blame you, Brother Lin. Lin Luo said, of course you're beautiful. If Li Jiyun is a 95-point beauty, then you're a 99-point beauty. Su Qing asked unsurely, you won't comfort me, will you? Lin Luo smiled, why should I comfort you? This is the truth. Brother Lin is the best. Su Qing gave Lin Luo a bear hug, and Lin Luo picked her up. We rest for about 5 or 6 hours, then we can continue. Lin Luo thought of what Su Qing had worn last night, a bunny girl outfit with red and black stockings. Su Qing has a big, long-legged figure, full where necessary and thin where necessary. Her figure wasn't as exaggeratedly voluptuous as Cheng Xuexin's, but it had the air of a fruit hanging from a slender branch. Su Qing panicked. You're here after only 5 or 6 hours of rest. Can you give Qinger a break? Of course you can. Lin Luo brushed Su Qing's long hair. I just want to hold Qinger while I sleep. No extra thoughts. Su Qing's proud chest rose and fell as she spoke. You said the same thing last time. What happened? I'm serious this time, Lin Luo said seriously. I don't believe you. Su Qing rested her head against Lin Luo's chest, feeling unusually warm. We go out for a walk later. You can't stay home all the time. Okay. As long as Brother Lin is willing to go, Qinger is happy to accompany you. I'm going to arrive in Ka country in 2 days ahead of schedule. Lin Luo stated his plans. I stay in the villa and use the crystal core you gave me, Brother Lin, to improve myself. Su Qing complied. Lin Luo nodded and said, level up quickly. In the future, world-devouring gods will descend upon Earth more and more frequently. I understand. Su Qing said, last time, Brother Lin said he liked Genshin Impact's clothes, so I specially prepared Qing's clothes. Do you like them? Lin Luo smiled and said, I like anything you wear. Longhai Hotel. Sun Guangzhu complained, finally, I can go back to my country. The climate in Yin country is terrible, and the beds are incredibly hard. It's far worse than in Dhaka. I can finally get some good sleep when I get back. The first thing I did when I got back to Seoul was catch up on sleep. I haven't gotten a good night's sleep in days. Plus, the food here is terrible. Without the army hot pot and kimchi, I can't eat a single bite. Li Baolan followed suit. Li Jiyun smiled helplessly. Sis, there's no one else here. No one will applaud you if you say these things. Sun Kwangsu tearfully said, actually, I don't want to leave Longhai City at all. I wasn't used to it before, but now it feels so good. I haven't had a good night's sleep since the apocalypse began. I've been to Longhai City and had a few good nights of sleep. I didn't expect to have to leave so soon. I really can't bear to leave. Li Boram sighed. The food in Yin country is much better than back home. Back home, we eat kimchi every day, and it makes me want to vomit. Many restaurants even make meatballs with starch. The situation has worsened since the disaster. Now, just having enough to eat is considered a blessing, and many people still don't. Here in Yin country, there's a lot of genuine food at a good price. Not only can you get enough to eat, but you can eat well. Li Jun smiled and said, Sisters, keep your words to me. If you tell the people back home, you be scolded every day. Li Boram said, We know that. Leave. The dragon god promised us that peace will soon return to Seoul. We visit Longhai City again when we have time. Li Jiyun was the most reluctant to leave. Compared to the prejudices of Li Boram and the others against Yin country, Li Jiyun was full of goodwill towards it. Dhaka had previously sought help from the Gale Nation, but after being ruthlessly abandoned by the Gale Nation, it was Li Jiyun who suggested seeking help from the Yin Nation. She arrived in Lahai City and spent a few joyful days there. The three of them arrived safely at Dhaka's secret airport, a small city near Seoul. Li Jiyun had just disembarked when she learned that Lee Sanghwa had regained consciousness. Upon waking, Lee Sanghwa wanted to see Li Jiyun, having missed her greatly during his coma. Li Jiyun wanted to refuse, but everyone around her hoped she would go. Dhaka was in dire straits, and Lee Sanghwa's resurgence was good news for the entire nation. Under everyone's persuasion, Li Jiyun went to see Lee Sanghwa. The presidential ward was already crowded with people. Jiyun is here. Lee Jae-young came out to greet her with a smile. He was the head of the Sanchin group and held supreme power in Dhaka. Next to Lee Jae-young was the chubby middle-aged man, Yoon Jang-myong, the current president of Dhaka. Yoon Jang-myong smiled and said, "Our Jiyun is back. Thank you for all the hard work you put in during this time. You successfully went to Yin country and invited the dragon god back. Our country is saved. The other good news is that Lee Sanghwa has woken up. I believe that working with Lee Sanghwa, you will definitely be able to defeat the human head tribe." Li Jiyun hesitated, not entirely pleased. "I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest. I come back another day." "Well?" Yan Jang-myong looked at Lee Jae-young. "You go ahead. I talked to Jiyun." Lee Jae-young asked everyone to go see Lee Sanghwa first, while he stayed to talk to Lee Jiyun. He said without further ado, "Daughter, I know you dislike Lee Sanghwa, and even a little dislike him. But right now, our Dhaka country is in a critical situation, and we need Lee Sanghwa's help. You should agree to his request for now. You can refuse later if necessary." Lee Jiyun thought for a moment and nodded. "Father, I understand what you mean." Lee Jae-young asked abruptly, "Daughter, did you find someone you liked during your trip to Yin country?" "Ah." Lee Jiyun blushed. "No." Lee Jae-young said, "Don't pretend. I'm your father, but I don't know you well enough. You don't need to care too much about my opinion. You're both in your 20s, and I can't interfere with your decision. I just want to tell you that sometimes liking someone depends on their country, age, and other factors. It's not just about liking them." Lee Jiyun nodded. "I will listen to you. Let's go into the ward. As I said before, Lee Sanghwa is a patient. I hope you can consider the overall situation." Lee Jae-young called out again. "I understand." Lee Jiyun nodded. Lee Jae-young had mixed feelings. In the past, he would immediately investigate anyone Lee Jiyun liked. If they weren't worthy of his daughter, he would take steps to get them to leave. But after the catastrophe, even a chaebol like him was no match for a gamer. Lee Jae-young's current status was largely due to Lee Jiyun. Chapter 142. On November 19th, Lee Sanghwa, known as the Hope of Dhaka, awakened. His newly awakened strength was even greater, his bloodline power awakened, and wings sprouted from his body. On November 20th, Tiger King Lee Sanghwa and Storm Goddess Lee Jiyun led 50,000 special forces in an attack on the head tribe, shooting down their head balloons one by one. On November 21st, the head tribe were too numerous, and Tiger King Lee Sanghwa led his men in a retreat. During this retreat, he engaged in a battle with the head king, nearly destroying him. On November 22nd, Tiger King Lee Sanghwa launched another attack, and the head tribe suffered another devastating blow. This is Defei's strength. Not only is he a master at League of Legends, he's also incredibly strong at Devour the World. I knew Lee Sanghwa wouldn't die easily. He rise again, and make the entire world tremble. Lee Sanghwa is so strong. He was nearly killed by the human head king, but he returned to crush the human head tribe. Lee Sanghwa had been playing League of Legends for a long time, and was very popular in Yin country. Everyone was delighted to see Lee Sanghwa back. Defei's strength is certainly there, I admit, but that's because the human head god hasn't descended yet. The gap between gods and beings below them is too great. Once the human head god appears, Defei will be finished. According to rumors, the human head god has descended to Earth, and then the dragon god will follow. Lee Sanghwa's fans were quickly criticized, believing that the gap between gods and beings below them was as vast as heaven and earth. Chung Xuexin browsed the Korean internet and said, "The people of Dhaka have a mysterious confidence in Tiger King Lee Sanghwa. Many are urging Lee Sanghwa to challenge the human-headed god, believing the human-headed god to be nothing serious. The people of Dhaka haven't seen the power of gods, so they think Lee Xianghe can fight the human-headed god." Lin Luo held Chung Xuexin in his arms, stroking her long, black-stockinged legs. He had been staying with Su Qin for the past few days, neglecting Chung Xuexin. Chung Xuexin was originally wearing normal home clothes, but upon seeing Lin Luo, she immediately changed into a cozy, urbane outfit. Her face wasn't the prettiest of the three women, but her figure was the best, a perfectly rounded figure. No matter what she wore, she managed to create a sense of fleshiness. The black stockings left traces of flesh on her thighs. Chung Xuexin nodded and said, "The people of Dhaka have always been quite arrogant. 3 consecutive victories have blinded them, making them think they are the best in the world. Sister Chung, I'm leaving Langhai City for a while. Please take good care of Li Yanyan during this time." Lin Luo patted Chung Xuexin's hips and prepared to stand up to leave for Seoul. The human-headed god must be eliminated. Keeping him alive would be a significant threat. Ah! Chung Xuexin's delicate hands gripped Lin Luo's neck. "You only just returned. Why are you leaving again?" Lin Luo smiled. "Last time, I stayed at Su Qing's house. This time, I'm on some serious business. I remember when I called you last time, you said you slept better without my bothering you." Chung Xuexin bit Lin Luo's shoulder hard. "You're doing this on purpose to piss me off. You know women are always two-faced. Hurry up and get up. I'm leaving." Lin Luo pretended not to understand the meaning behind Chung Xuexin's words. Chung Xuexin said bitterly, "Is your business so urgent that you can't afford to lose even a moment?" "Of course I can't lose. I don't care. You can't leave tonight." Chung Xuexin, disregarding her image, took the initiative to ask Lin Luo for help. Dhaka. On the rooftop of the Sanjin building. "Jiyun, look, the balloons in the sky are getting fewer and fewer. I believe our Dhaka will soon be back to where it was before the disaster. I don't need anyone else's help. I can handle it all on my own," Li Xianhe said with great enthusiasm. Li Jiyun forced a smile. "Thanks to you all this time. Your actions have directly turned the tide of battle several times. I'm truly grateful." Li Xianhe shook his head. "Jiyun, you're being so polite. It's my duty to contribute to Dhaka. You've been working hard lately." "Not bad," Li Jiyun replied indifferently. A brief silence fell between them, Li Xianhe's eyes fixed on Li Jiyun. Li Jiyun, however, wasn't looking at Li Xianhe, but instead gazed off into the distance, toward Langhai City. Suddenly, Li Xianhe knelt on one knee and took out a diamond ring. "Li Sanghua, what are you doing?" Li Jiyun frowned. Li Sanghua said sincerely, "Jiyun, I know I have few strengths besides my gaming prowess. I liked you for a long time, but I never dared to confess. I won 4 League of Legends championships, making me the richest professional gamer, but compared to you, I'm still as lowly as dust. When I first met you, you were as noble as a princess in a fairy tale, as holy as a goddess in myth. I didn't even have the courage to say a word to you. It wasn't until after the game feedback that I felt I was worthy of you. That day, I finally said 10 words to you, as I hoped. I was so happy I couldn't sleep all night. From that day on, I saw hope. I thought I'd definitely get you if I had the chance. I believe there's plenty of time." Li Sanghua said more affectionately, "After experiencing death myself, I realized how short life is. I feel like if I don't do some things, I never have another chance." Li Jiyun said with a complicated expression, "Your confession was so sudden. I wasn't prepared, and didn't know how to respond." Li Sanghua shook his head. "It's okay. I'm a straight guy and don't know how to make a girl happy, so I came up with this idea, to propose to you directly to express my love." Li Jiyun bit her lip and said, "I still don't know how to respond." Li Sanghua refused to give up, saying, "During the time I was in a coma, I almost died. You gave me the strength to get through it." Li Jiyun wanted to refuse, but she couldn't. Whether Li Sanghua was heartbroken or not didn't matter to her. But the opinions of her parents, relatives, and friends left Li Jiyun without the energy to say no. Li Sanghua took a step back and said, "Jiyun, I know my decision today was too sudden, and it's hard for you to agree right away. So can you give me a chance? If I destroy the human head tribe, will you agree to marry me?" "Well," Li Jiyun decided to stall for a moment. "Okay, I think about it for a while. I give you an answer once you destroyed the human head tribe. What do you think?" "Okay, I definitely try my best." Li Sanghua handed over the wedding ring and said, "Jiyun, why don't you take it first?" Li Jiyun shook her head. "You should keep it. I think about it for a while." "Okay." Li Sanghua's heart was filled with hope. Li Jiyun didn't refuse outright. That was the best possible outcome. Chapter 143. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the streets of Seoul. Li Sanghua led his army in the final decisive battle against the head tribe. The previous victories had boosted the confidence of the citizens of Dhaka. The people petitioned the Blue House, or the Disaster Shelter, urging Dhaka to wipe out the head tribe in one fell swoop. President Yoon Jae-myung then held a press conference, with Lee Sang-hwa also present. Lee Sang-hwa assured the people that the head tribe would be annihilated in the next decisive battle. This resounded with public support, and Lee Sang-hwa was even called the God Slayer. From the moment the battle began, Lee Sang-hwa gained the upper hand. Countless head balloons were shot down from the sky by the Dhaka army and gamers. Lee Ji-yoon transformed into a goddess controlling the storm, sweeping up the head balloons. After 3 victories, her level had reached 70. Lee Ji-yoon's strength has greatly increased, enabling her to control large-scale storms. The strongest remains Lee Sang-hwa, who has transformed into a flapping-winged tiger. His wings, stronger than a special alloy, are capable of puncturing passing human head balloons. Lee Sang-hwa acquired this flapping-winged tiger bloodline during the Devouring World, but never fully activated it. It was only after he experienced death that this hidden bloodline was activated, significantly increasing his power. This is the power of a quadruple crown champion. He is unstoppable. The human head tribe offers little resistance against Lee Sang-hwa. That man has returned, even more powerful than before. He deserves to be called the God Slayer. I feel like if the Eastern Dragon God were the same level as Brother Lee, he wouldn't necessarily be his match. Ji-yoon, I will definitely keep my promise. When the time comes, I make you marry me willingly. Lee Sang-hwa felt that Lee Ji-yoon's reluctance was primarily due to his own lack of strength. He wanted to prove himself strong enough to make Lee Ji-yoon proud to be his wife. Lee Sang-hwa's killing rage grew, and countless human head balloons were punctured. A gigantic human head balloon descended from the sky and flew towards Lee Sang-hwa. This enormous human head balloon was none other than the Human Head King, the size of a hot air balloon. As the strongest of the human head tribe, it was not only enormous in size, but also possessed countless thin threads dangling from it. On several occasions, the Human Head King's participation in the battles had determined victory. The Human Head King's eyes gleamed coldly as he glared at Lee Sang-hwa. Its speed grew faster and faster, drawing ever closer to Lee Sang-hwa. The Human Head King was level 76, while Lee Sang-hwa was level 71. The Human King is higher in rank, but the Human King's bloodline isn't strong, weaker than Lee Sang-hwa's awakened hidden bloodline. Also, the Human King's attack methods are limited, making the outcome of another clash uncertain. Come on, Brother Lee. I believe you can do anything. You're the strongest god in League of Legends. Ji-yoon has agreed to marry you, as long as you kill this Human King. Brother Lee, you don't want Goddess Ji-yoon to marry someone else, do you? Lee Sang-hwa wants to prove himself, and wants a drone to broadcast his battles. If Yin Country doesn't have a powerful dragon god, then Dhaka Country has Tiger King Lee Sang-hwa. That's not right. Perhaps after this battle, Lee Sang-hwa would become the tiger god. Lee Sang-hwa had always scoffed at the dragon god of Yin. Lee Sang-hwa believed that when he became a god, he would be far more powerful than the dragon god of Yin. What infuriated him most was that while he was unconscious, the goddess Lee Ji-yoon traveled to Longhai City in Yin, and humbly begged for help from a man named Lin Luo. Lee Sang-hwa decided to deal with the human-headed tribe of Dhaka, and teach Lin Luo a lesson. As for teaching the dragon god a lesson, it was only a matter of time. Lee Sang-hwa was determined to make Lee Ji-yoon feel like the happiest woman in the world. The human-headed king controlled the thin thread dangling in the air, and flew towards Lee Sang-hwa. Lee Sang-hwa's tiger head and limbs were completely covered by the thread. As soon as the thread wrapped around Lee Sang-hwa's body, it tightened, encircling him tightly. The last time Lee Sang-hwa was nearly killed by the human-headed king, it was with this very attack method. Lee Xianghe was entangled in the human-head king's thin threads, offering no resistance, and was nearly killed by him. The human-head king spotted a pair of wings behind Lee Xianghe, and the threads entangled him. I used the same tactics last time I fought you, and I'm still using the same tactics this time. You haven't improved at all. Lee Xianghe manipulated his wings, tearing through the human-head king's threads. At some point, the pair of flesh wings had transformed into metal, gleaming with a metallic luster. So strong. Brother Lee, you easily broke the human-head king's threads. The human-head tribe's attack methods are very simple. Brother Lee broke the threads, which means the human-head king's death is not far away. Not only is the human-head king's death imminent, but the entire human-head tribe is almost wiped out. Why call me Brother Lee? Brother Lee is for you. From now on, you should call me Tiger God. They have the Dragon God in Yin Country, and we have the Tiger God in Dhaka Country. In the future, the Tiger God will surely be even more powerful than the Dragon God. Ever since Lee Sang-hwa proposed to Lee Ji-yoon, he's been full of energy. In his battle with Lee Sang-hwa, The human head king was initially at a disadvantage, and was subsequently suppressed. Fuck. The tiger god is so awesome. The human-headed king is about to escape. Brotherly. No, the tiger god must not let the human-headed king go. He must be destroyed. After we destroy the human-headed tribe, we can simply destroy the statues they built. Then Seoul will be back to its former state. Given the tiger god's power, I don't think it matters whether the human-headed tribe's statues are destroyed or not. I heard that the dragon god of Yen devoured a god to become so powerful. If the tiger god can devour the human-headed god, he'd be the second most powerful god on this side of humanity. Ever since gods descended from both the Rya and Yin kingdoms, people have learned a lot about them. Lin Luo devoured the base snake and evolved into a god. Many people witnessed it. The news couldn't be concealed, it spread around the world. Of course, the fact that Lin Luo had devoured 5 gods, including the green-faced god and the snow wolf god, was also known worldwide. The people of Dhaka were reluctant to admit that Lin Luo was the strongest, but they had to. The second topic of concern was the next person to become a god. The most popular candidate in Dhaka was tiger god Li Sangwa. Now, seeing Li Sangwa's prowess, the people of Dhaka felt as if he was already on the verge of godhood. If the human-headed god appeared, it would be Li Sangwa's food. Should I call you arrogant or ignorant? Lin Luo felt he had underestimated the confidence of the people of Dhaka. The human-headed god's bloodline was weaker than other gods. But he was a genuine level 85 god, and he wasn't sure he could defeat him in one fell swoop. Let alone Li Sangwa. How could someone who hadn't even become a god fight against the human-headed god? Luckily, the human-headed god didn't know what the people of Dhaka were thinking, otherwise he would have destroyed the entire country. The people of Dhaka didn't treat gods as gods. Chapter 144. The battle raged for an hour. The human-head king's head was covered in wounds, and scarlet blood flowed from the wounds. Li Sangwa's body was covered in numerous wounds, and bright red blood flowed from them. His hidden bloodline, the fluttering tiger, had awakened, granting him not only wings harder than alloy but also a powerful self-healing ability. The wounds inflicted by the human-head king on Li Sangwa had largely healed. Li Sangwa spread his wings with all his might, and his hard wings struck the human-head king's head, leaving a hideous wound 3 meters long. Scarlet blood continued to flow from the wound, like a river, spilling onto the ground. Some people, unable to dodge the human head balloons and the people around them, were covered in blood, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. This is the tiger god. So powerful. An ordinary human head balloon would be practically dead after suffering such heavy damage. Only the human head king could hold on. Everyone, look! The human head king can't hold on any longer. He's preparing to flee. After suffering a severe blow, the human head king immediately chose to flee. Do you want to escape? Do you have my permission? Li Sangwa spoke in Dhaka, glancing at Li Jiun. Li Jiun, not far from where he was fighting, was using her storm power to clear the human head balloons. This meant Li Sangwa was unleashing his might here, and Li Jiun could see it. Li Sangwa charged towards the human head king, his wings slashing past him once more. Another hideous wound appeared on the human head king's face, blood pouring out. Next, without giving the human head king a chance to breathe, he slew him and devoured him whole. The tiger god is too powerful. At level 71, he slew a level 75 human head king. If he became a god, he'd definitely be even more powerful than the dragon god. Yin Nation's dragon god is truly inferior to the tiger god. He was just a bit luckier, becoming a powerful god before the game shut down. Afterward, he's basically never been able to become a god. I believe that as long as tiger god Li Sangwa becomes powerful, our dream of becoming the greatest nation in the universe will come true. Li Jiun asked with a confused look in her eyes, should I have obeyed my father and married Li Sangwa? She didn't like Li Sangwa, but she couldn't say she hated him either. Li Jiun's heart was in Lin Luo. She thought he was handsome, powerful, and possessed a unique charm that was hard to conceal. Previously, Lin Luo had crushed Li Sangwa in every way. But now that Li Sangwa's hidden bloodline, the fluttering tiger, has awakened, Li Sangwa is even more formidable in terms of strength. Many believe the fluttering tiger bloodline surpasses the dragon god's 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Although this judgment was merely wishful thinking on the part of the people of Dhaka, she believed the gap between the two bloodlines wouldn't be that great. Lin Luo's freezing ability was impressive, but not comparable to Li Xiang and the fluttering tiger bloodline. If Lin Luo liked her, that would be fine. Li Jian believed her father had a good chance of accepting him. But her love was unrequited. Lin Luo already had a more beautiful fiancée, Su Qing. Su Qing was superior to her in every way, And for the first time, Li Jian felt like an ugly duckling. Li Jian felt that at 26, she was no longer at the age of obsessing over love. After the annihilation of the head tribe, Li Xianghe would become even more powerful, and becoming a god in the future was even a possibility. When Li Sanghua becomes a god, he'd be surrounded by countless beauties. At that point, it might not be a question of whether she's willing or not, but whether Li Sanghua agrees or not. Next, we have to destroy the statue. Li Sanghua had a premonition that after destroying the statue, the goddess would accept his marriage proposal. He spread his wings vigorously, and flew towards the statue of the human-headed god. The statue was constructed of a special material, completely black, and exuded an eerie and mysterious power. The head of the statue was enormous, while the body was tiny, resembling a human-headed balloon suspended in midair. The statue's head was 1,000 meters long and over 500 meters wide, nearly covering most of the city. Li Sanghua devoured the human head king, reaching 100 meters in length and weighing 3 tons. Even so, he was as tiny as an ant before the statue. Li Sanghua couldn't help but tremble as he approached the statue. "Don't panic. The people back home are watching me, and Jiun's watching me too. If I show any fear, they'd be disappointed." Li Sanghua kept comforting himself, trying to stay calm. A drone accompanied him, transmitting the live feed. Before, the human-headed god was surrounded by balloons of human heads, preventing drones from reaching him. Now that the entire human-headed tribe has been decimated, there's nothing left to stop the drones. This human-headed god looks enormous. The statue alone is about the same size. The last time the shark god descended, it was said to be 10-to-1 with the statue. The human-headed god statue is 100 meters tall, so after it descends, it must be 1,000 meters. It's terrifying. If the human-headed god descended, even the dragon god of Yin Kingdom wouldn't be able to stop it. Fortunately, it was the tiger god, Li Sanghua, who annihilated the human-headed tribe and prevented it from descending. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. It's said that our Dhaka nation sent people to invite the dragon god to intervene, paying a heavy price. This time, we suffered a huge loss. Brother Li, quickly destroy the statue so that our nation can get the crystal core we paid back from the dragon god. Yuan Changming's voice came through Li Sanghua's earpiece, instructing him to say something inspiring. Under normal circumstances, Li Sanghua wouldn't have agreed. He felt a wave of fear as he sat beside the statue of the human-headed god. But Li Sanghua wanted to flex his muscles in front of the goddess Li Jiun. Gods are forbidden in Dhaka. After a long moment of preparation, Li Sanghua shouted the slogan President Yuan Changming had instructed. Okay. My Dhaka is no place for gods to run amok. As long as we have my powerful tiger god, Li Sanghua. Is this the mighty Dhaka? After this battle, even the fierce wind nation will be our vassal. Our Dhaka nation will be the most powerful nation in the universe in the future. Both the flame nation and the fierce wind nation will submit to us. Gods are forbidden to enter Dhaka. Gods are forbidden to enter Dhaka. The people of Dhaka were so excited that they frantically posted this message in the barrage. Next, we must quickly destroy this statue. The longer I stay here, the more frightened I feel. Li Sanghua spread his massive wings and quickly flew over the statue. Bang! The wings collided with the statue's surface, making a sound like steel clashing. After the first collision, Li Sanghua continued with several more. He wanted to destroy the statue of the human-headed god as soon as possible to prevent him from descending to earth. After dozens of blows, the statue of the human-headed god finally cracked. Destroying this statue is difficult, but as long as it's broken, it's fine. Just as Li Sanghua decided to increase his force, the statue began to undergo a strange transformation. Large swaths of the black material on its surface began to flake off, falling to the ground in chunks. Chapter 145. Brother Li is awesome. He successfully destroyed the statue of the human-headed god, preventing the human-headed god from descending to earth. Following the dragon god of Yin, our country also has a powerful god slayer. That person is Li Sanghua. Defei hasn't even become a god yet, but at level 71, he killed a god. Compared to the dragon god of Yin, he's even more powerful. Yuan Changming said with a smile, once Li Sanghua destroys the statue of the human-headed god, I can finally rest easy. Li Jiayong smiled. Congratulations to the president for acquiring a god slayer. Our Dhaka nation will prosper in the future, surpassing both the fierce wind kingdom and the Yin kingdom in no time. Congratulations. Yuan Changming said proudly, the stronger Li Sanghua becomes, the stronger our Dhaka nation will become. And Li Sanghua is very patriotic. Back when we were playing League of Legends, the Yin kingdom's big. The club offered him a substantial fee to join, but he refused. Others are powerful, and I'm worried he might leave for another country. But Li Sanghua is so powerful, I don't have to worry about that. I believe Li Sanghua will definitely shine for our country. Yes, I remember Li Sanghua proposed to your daughter Jiun. How did it go? Li Jaeyoung smiled bitterly and said, it's not going well. You know, my daughter Jiun has been too outstanding since she was young, and few people around her admire her. Yun Changmyong said, in the past, the gap between Li Sanghua and your daughter Jiun was huge. But now, if your daughter Jiun doesn't seize the opportunity, it might not be her turn. Li Jaeyoung nodded and said, I understand what the president said, but I can't help my daughter's willfulness. After this incident, I will advise her to reconsider. Yin Changming looked at the screen happily and said, I thought we were doomed, but I didn't expect Li Xianghe to suddenly emerge, awakening the winged tiger bloodline and turning the tide of the battle. Li Zirong said, looking at the current situation, we can defeat the human head tribe without external help. Look, the Yin Kingdom has collected so many crystal cores, and we have to get them back when the time comes. I'm afraid it won't be easy. These crystal cores weren't handed over to the Dragon God through official channels, so they'd probably deny it. Yin Changming's eyes narrowed slightly. It's okay if the Dragon God refuses. As long as he remains as strong as Li Xianghe, he can hold back. Li Zirong said confidently, we can always trust Li Xianghe. He will definitely be stronger than the Dragon God. Did it work? Li Xianghe stared at the massive black statue before him, his scalp tingling. Not good. Li Xianghe quickly distanced himself from the black statue, not wanting to get too close. The black outer layer peeled off, revealing a bronze-colored skin underneath. The human-headed god rapidly expanded, quickly reaching 10 times the size of the original statue. Shit! The statue of the human-headed god wasn't destroyed, but descended to earth. Don't panic, everyone. We can always trust Li Sanghua. Li Sanghua will definitely defeat the human-headed god. Is it possible that the tiger god Li Sanghua, feared by the human-headed god, prepared to descend to earth, and that's why Li Sanghua couldn't stop him? The people of Dhaka had great confidence in Li Sanghua, believing him capable of competing with gods. Yin Changmyong, looking at the enormous human-headed god, paled and said, is this a god? He's incredibly large. Li Zirong trembled slightly. The deity descending from our country is even larger than the one descending from Lahai City, and appears to be of a higher level. Didn't we give the dragon god a crystal core? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that he's taken the gift and is trying to disown us? Yun Changming remained steadfast in his faith in Li Sanghua, speaking passionately. A great man from our country once said, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a man, it must first test his will. I think Li Sanghua lacks this opportunity for training. 100 trials and tribulations can turn gold into gold. This is the only chance to ascend to godhood. Li Zirong, moved by his emotions, said, the president is right. We must believe in Li Sanghua. He will definitely ascend to godhood. Ascend to godhood. The people around him cheered for Li Sanghua, hoping he could devour the human-headed god and evolve into a powerful god. As the human-headed god descended toward earth, its aura grew increasingly terrifying, and Li Sanghua couldn't help but tremble. This is a god. Li Sanghua's eyes widened, his fear growing stronger. If the goddess and the people of Dhaka hadn't been watching him, he would have immediately chosen to flee. The human-headed god descended to earth, his enormous gray eyes fixed on Li Sanghua. You arrived? The human-headed god uttered these 3 words indifferently. What's going on? Could it be that tiger god Li Sanghua's power is so great that he nearly destroyed the statue, forcing the human-headed god to descend to earth? This means tiger god Li Sanghua is incredibly powerful, rivaling the human-headed god. That's why the human-headed god couldn't wait to descend to earth. Come on, tiger god Li Sanghua. Devour this human-headed god, and you'd be able to ascend to godhood. Could I possibly fight the human-headed god? Li Sanghua instinctively glanced behind him, but saw no one. The human-headed god was essentially pointing at him, and he couldn't help but feel confident. But the human-headed god was too powerful, and Li Sanghua didn't dare to attack. There's an ant here. The human-headed god fixed his gaze on Li Sanghua. I'm an ant? Li Sanghua felt a chill run through his body. It turned out the human-headed god wasn't looking at him. The human-headed god's tiny hand reached out for Li Sanghua. Small compared to the god's massive head, it looked enormous to Li Sanghua. Li Sanghua tried to escape, but he had no strength left. It's over. Just when Li Sanghua thought he was doomed, a figure suddenly appeared. Li Jiun, controlling the power of the storm, forcibly pushed Li Sanghua away. Jiun! Li Sanghua was free of the human-headed god's pressure and regained his ability to move. He wanted to go back and rescue Li Jiyun. Don't come back. Li Jiyun cried. I finally saved you. If you come back now, not only will you fail to save me, but you have sacrificed yourself in vain. But Li Sanghua calmed down, losing his nerve as he looked at the enormous human-headed god. The human-headed god was too powerful. Just the aura it exuded made Li Sanghua tremble all over. Having just killed the human-headed king, Li Sanghua felt a surge of confidence, believing that even gods were no more powerful than him. But facing the powerful god, Li Sanghua felt powerless. He was no different from an ant before the human-headed god. Go quickly. I won't blame you. Li Jiyun's face lit up with a smile. Before I came to Earth, I learned that humans were capable of many foolish things. I didn't expect to see this upon arrival. It makes the god sad. As a god, it was easy for the human-headed god to learn a language. How foolish. I better kill you first, and then kill the person you just saved. That way, you won't look so foolish. The human-headed god grasped Li Jiyun tightly, attempting to crush her into a pulp. Li Jiyun felt the pain radiating from her body, and slowly closed her eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly appeared, snatching Li Jiyun from the human-headed god's grasp. Chapter 146. A giant golden dragon appeared in the sky above Seoul. A golden scale shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Dragon God. Li Jiyun had seen many videos of the dragon god, and knew what he looked like. The dragon god was enormous, no smaller than the human-headed god. Holy crap! Is this the dragon god? He's enormous. No smaller than the human-headed god, maybe even larger. Shoo! Brother Li is very powerful, but compared to the dragon god, he's still too small. Thank goodness the dragon god showed up in time, otherwise Li Jiyun would be dead, and our Dhaka nation would be doomed. After witnessing the power of the gods, the people of Dhaka realized Brother Li wasn't up to the task. The bragging they'd been doing about Brother Li seemed to have slipped away. When a talkative Yan Nation audience mentioned it, they were immediately silenced. Li Sanghua breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the dragon god showed up just in time, otherwise Jiyun would have died, and I blame myself for the rest of my life. Li Jaeyoung patted his neck and said, thank goodness the dragon god showed up just in time, otherwise if Eunji had died, how would I have explained to her mother? Yun Changmyeon said, it seems our Dhaka kingdom's crystal core wasn't wasted. Li Jaeyoung's face turned pale. It wasn't, or my daughter would have died. Yun Changmyeon had been reluctant to seek help from the Yin kingdom, believing that Dhaka could handle the situation. Luckily, he had agreed to his daughter's suggestion, and she had visited the dragon god and offered the crystal core to trade with him. Otherwise, Li Jiyun would have perished at the hands of the human-headed god, and Li Jaeyoung would have regretted it too late. He also resented Li Sanghua for his inability to act, which had nearly led to his daughter's death at the hands of the human-headed god. Thank you, dragon god, Li Jiyun said nervously. Leave quickly, and take your people as far away as possible, Lin Luo said. Okay. Li Jiyun released Lin Luo's hand, and headed towards Li Sanghua. As she passed Li Sanghua, she hurriedly said, let's get out of here. Li Sanghua quickly said, I'm sorry, Jiyun. Li Jiyun shook her head and said, no need to apologize. You saved me once, and I saved you this time. We're even now. Li Sanghua, unwilling to give up, said, Jiyun. Li Jiyun said, don't mention the proposal. I already have someone I like, and with your talent, you find someone you like in the future. Okay. Li Sanghua could only accept his fate. The human-headed god glanced at Li Jiyun and the others, his face expressionless, and said, you humans are truly foolish. Sometimes, so-called emotions only lead to your disastrous downfall. According to you, humans have emotions that can't compare to gods. But why did gods like the snow wolf god, and the mother goddess of sorrow, and joy lose to me, and even get devoured by me? Lin Luo retorted. Don't talk about those useless people. Truly powerful gods are different. The human-headed god said coldly. Were you sent by the two-headed god? Lin Luo asked. The human-headed god asked in confusion, how do you know I was sent by the two-headed god? Don't be too surprised. I'm just guessing. So, since you know I was sent by the two-headed god, why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Lin Luo asked. Didn't you say you gods don't care about emotions? Why is the two-headed god talking about emotions this time, wanting revenge for his wife and child? The human-headed god sneered, that's your human prejudice. I told you gods have no emotions. You might do this, but powerful gods would never. The true god only became a true god in the last era. To become even more powerful, he needed to descend to earth. He sent me there first to prevent other gods from attempting to seize the earth. Lin Luo asked. I heard from the mermaid god last time that Earth can only accommodate a maximum of 8 gods. More than 8, or world-devouring gods, cannot descend. If he hadn't killed the snow wolf god, the green-faced god, and others, Earth might now have more than 8 gods. The human-headed god snorted coldly. What could a rubbish god like the mermaid god know? He has a very limited understanding of Earth and doesn't know its capacity. 8 gods is just an estimate. Earth can probably accommodate 10. The strength of a real world depends primarily on whether it can accommodate 10 gods. If it can, it also means it can accommodate a true god. You humans are truly lucky. I experience more than a dozen real worlds, and the weakest of them are ruled by you humans. Humanity ruling a world that can accommodate true gods is, in your Yen language, best described in 4 words: a waste of natural resources. Lin Luo was in no rush to fight, hoping to elicit more information. You gods are doing well in the devouring world, so why are you so eager to descend to Earth? Could it be that Earth will make you even more powerful? The human-headed god sneered. Are you trying to extract useful information from me? Lin Luo nodded. Indeed, I'm trying to extract more useful information from you. Are you scared? The human-headed god ignored Lin Luo and laughed. Don't try to provoke me. I'm smart enough to see this. It's okay to tell you, since you're going to die soon anyway. The devouring world is also known as the gods' inviolable land. It means that the gods here cannot fight, devour, or evolve with each other. Beings below the level of gods can be devoured within the devouring world. Gods need to enter the real world to evolve. The devouring world reconnects with the real world every once in a while. Gods will compete to descend into the real world, hoping to become more powerful. The devouring world has a rule that releases a new level every once in a while. Gods who descend to Earth early will have a significant advantage. Each god has a powerful alien races help their gods descend into the real world more easily. The gods who descended first could have taken action earlier, annihilating those alien races and preventing their gods from descending, but you are the luckiest. Lin Dao, why do you say I am the luckiest? The human-headed god replied. You're asking knowingly? I made it clear earlier. Gods cannot attack the devouring world, but there's no rule against creatures below that level attacking gods. It's possible that the devouring world believed that no being below level 80 could harm a god. You chose to take the initiative and devour the base snake, and you successfully devoured it, evolving into a god. You devoured the base snake because you were incredibly lucky. At the time, the base snake was dormant, its strength not yet restored, giving you the opportunity to devour it. His tone was filled with disdain, as he spoke of Lin Luo's devouring of the base snake. The human-headed god believed that Lin Luo's devouring of the base snake was entirely due to luck, with no real strength at all. Chapter 147. Lin Luo sneered. I understand what you mean. Without luck, I wouldn't even be qualified to face you. What else? The human-headed god said arrogantly. Even if you become a god, you're still an ant in my eyes. My main purpose in coming here is to kill you. If you hadn't killed the mother goddess of sorrow and joy and her 2 children, I would have spared your life and made you my subordinate. But you killed the true god's child and lover. This is unforgivable. You will surely die today. Lin Luo ignored the human-headed god's provocation and continued. You just said that Earth can support 10 gods and 1 true god. I want to know if there's any interaction between the number of gods and the number of true gods. The human-headed god sneered. Human, you have too many questions. Lin Luo said. Didn't you say I was dead in your eyes? Why are you afraid to answer one of my questions now? The human-headed god said arrogantly. You think too highly of yourself? There's nothing about you that scares me. I'm simply impatient. Since you're about to die, I tell you, the number of gods and true gods doesn't affect each other. Gods can only accommodate a maximum of 10, and true gods are 1. Exceeding this critical value may overwhelm the Earth. The devouring world will intervene to prevent the Earth from exploding. Lin Luo wanted to ask about the true nature of the devouring world, but the human-headed god was already impatient. You have too many questions. I don't know the true nature of the devouring world either. Perhaps the true god knows. The human-headed god replied impatiently. Lin Luo sighed. That's a shame. I can't ask you, so I have to ask the two-headed god. Ridiculous. Do you think you have a chance? The human-headed god's body underwent a transformation, transforming from flesh into one filled with thin white threads. The white threads unraveled from within and rushed towards Lin Luo. The speed was so extreme that it was impossible to detect with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the white threads woven into a massive spider web, with Lin Luo trapped in the middle. The dragon's head, neck, claws, and body, every part of Lin Luo's body was entangled in the white threads. I thought you were quite different from the human-headed tribe. At least you had a body. But the difference isn't that great. The white threads that were wrapped around someone else's neck have become a body. Lin Luo tried to move his body, and found the white threads to be very strong. The human-headed god said disdainfully, "Try to move your body, and see if you can break free from my white thread." It's certainly a bit difficult. Lin Luo exerted force, but found the white thread difficult to tear. The white thread where he had just broken free had undergone a strange transformation, becoming increasingly tighter. Deep scratches appeared on the hard golden scales beneath the white thread, threatening to shatter at any moment. Arrogant! The human-headed god wasted no time, manipulating the white thread to tighten. Due to the difference in level, his white thread was even harder than Lin Luo's golden scales. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the golden scales exploded, releasing clouds of blood mist. The blood mist continued to appear, dyeing the entire soul sky red. The human-headed god seems terrifying. The dragon god of Yen Nation was injured in this encounter, and is at a disadvantage. The gap between gods is enormous. I heard the difference in each level is enormous. The dragon god of Yen is only level 83, while the human-headed god is level 85. Oh my god! If the dragon god of Yen can't withstand the human-headed god, we can just run away. We used to think Brotherly could defeat the human-headed god, but now it seems we were foolish. The gap between gods is so huge, not to mention the gap between gods and non-gods. The dragon god of Yen will likely die in soul. Humanity's darkest hour is approaching. The gods will descend upon Earth, and no one will be able to resist. Witnessing the power of the gods for the first time, many people in Dhaka panicked. In the past, they were arrogant and believed the gods were invincible. But after actually facing the gods, they realized how powerless they were. Yin Changming quickly shouted, "Let's implement the final survival plan. If the dragon god is defeated, we will abandon Seoul and move to another safer city." "Yes, President," the officer replied. Li Jae-young sighed, "We were too arrogant. A level 85 god is not something we can defeat. We shouldn't have stubbornly defended Seoul. We should have given up sooner rather than later." Yin Changmyeong blamed himself. "The primary fault in this matter is mine. You tried to persuade me, but I think it's truly shameful for a nation to be unable to protect its own capital. If the dragon god dies, humanity's darkest hour will arrive, and no one will be able to stop it. Not only will our Dhaka nation lose its capital, even the Yen Kingdom's capital city may be lost, subject to the god's rule, and a place where alien races thrive." Li Jae-young said, "If the dragon god died in Seoul, our Dhaka nation will surely be spurned by all humanity in the future." Yun Changmyeong shrugged, "We gave the dragon god the crystal core. We didn't force him to come to Seoul. Besides, the world-devouring god is too powerful, and there's nothing we can do." "That's the truth." Li Jae-young nodded. The door to the conference room opened, and a man and a woman entered. The man was Li Sanghua, and the woman was Li Jiun. "Jiun, are you injured?" Li Jae-young asked. Li Jiun shook her head, "Nothing. I almost recovered." "That's good." Li Jae-young breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jiun asked, "What's the situation now?" Li Jae-young shook his head, "The situation is not optimistic. The dragon god is being suppressed by the human-headed god in every way. His death is inevitable." "That's impossible." Li Jiun couldn't believe it, and ran to look at the TV screen. The dragon god in the image was bound by countless white threads. Even its hard golden scales could not withstand the force. The dazzling golden dragon was gone, stained crimson with blood. Yun Changming consoled him, "Although the dragon god isn't from our country, he is the deity of all humanity. We still support him. Evacuation is unavoidable." Li Jiun hesitated, "But that wouldn't be too heartless." Li Jae-young said, "It's not a question of being absolutely heartless, but rather a helpless move. The dragon god is so powerful, yet we couldn't defeat the human-headed god, let alone us." "That's right," Yun Changming said, "going up would only lead to our own deaths. Retreating now is the best option. Preserving humanity's vitality allows us to contribute even more to humanity in the future." "Okay," Li Jiun said helplessly. Li Zirong continued to comfort him, "I believe the dragon god won't blame us. He knows our power is limited." A moment later, Lin Luo's disadvantage worsened, and blood flowed, staining his golden body crimson. The sky over Seoul turned completely red, stained entirely by the dragon god's blood. Chapter 148. The dragon god is at a significant disadvantage. "We can't wait any longer. We must urgently evacuate," Yun Changming said with a grim expression. "Private First Class Li Sanghua." Here. Li Sanghua had been awarded the rank of Private First Class, for his outstanding performance in previous battles. Among the many honors in Dhaka, Private First Class is a great one. For Lee Sangwa's merits, he wasn't awarded the Medal of Honor only to Private First Class, but he had only been awarded during combat, so no higher honors had ever been granted. The situation is critical now. Our Dhaka nation faces a life-or-death situation. I hope you can become a hero for our nation and lead our elite personnel to evacuate Seoul as quickly as possible. Yun Changming said solemnly. I will definitely live up to the president's expectations. Encouraged by Yun Changming and Lee Jae-young, Lee Sangwa regained his confidence. The blows of the human-headed god hadn't caused as much damage as his own. Lee Sangwa believed that once he became a god, he would be no less capable than the dragon god. At the same level, he wouldn't be any weaker than the human-headed god. Lee Ji-yoon! Lee Ji-yoon! Yun Changmyong called out several times, but Lee Ji-yoon didn't respond at all. Lee Jae-young patted his daughter's arm. Ji-yoon, the president wants to talk to you. Sorry, I was distracted. Lee Ji-yoon apologized quickly. Yun Changmyong said kindly, it's okay. You just experienced the power of a god, so it's normal to feel a little distracted. I have a mission for you, and I hope you can cooperate with Lee Sangwa. Huh? Lee Ji-yoon was distracted again. Lee Sangwa asked with concern, Ji-yoon, do you need a break? No thanks. Lee Ji-yoon declined the offer, his eyes brightening again. He bowed to Yun Changmyong. Mr. President, I'm sorry I can't carry out your orders. I have something to go out for. Ji-yoon! Lee Jae-young and Yun Changmyong shouted from behind, but Lee Ji-yoon showed no sign of stopping. Sangwa, go get Ji-yoon back. Yun Changmyong said quickly. Okay. Lee Sangwa nodded hurriedly. No need to go. I know my daughter's personality. She doesn't want to come back. Since we can't bring her back, we should just retreat on our own. Lee Jae-young stopped Lee Sangwa. What a pity. Yun Changmyong had no intention of forcibly detaining Lee Ji-yoon. As long as Lee Sangwa followed him, she would be his greatest support. Human, you're too weak. I just used one of my abilities, and you're already overwhelmed. The human-headed god's voice was filled with sarcasm. Just because you haven't killed me doesn't mean you haven't won. Lin Luo's voice was thick with pain. The human-headed god sneered. You don't think you're still alive because you're strong enough, do you? What else? Lin Luo asked. The human-headed god said coldly, I'm torturing you on purpose. Now I feel it's enough. You can die now. The human-headed god exerted all his strength, manipulating the thin white thread. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Luo's flesh would explode from the white thread, turning into a pulpy mess. Crack! 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 The distinct sound of bones breaking echoed. Lin Luo's massive dragon body was constantly being squeezed and shrunk, and blood continued to flow from the wound. Dragon God, why are you being so stubborn? Look, the human-headed god is going to kill you. Everyone, retreat to Seoul. The president has already fled with his men, so let's hurry. Once the dragon god dies, humanity will enter a dark age. Even if someone becomes a god in the future, they won't be able to stand up to the world-devouring god. It seems the dragon god underestimated his opponent and appeared in Seoul. Perhaps staying in Longhai City would be a better option. Staying in Longhai City won't work either. The human-headed god will come looking for him. The gap between the two god levels is difficult to bridge in a short period of time. Yun Changming shared the live broadcast, and everyone in the world saw it. He didn't want to be scorned, so he decided to share it. Seeing the dragon god being crushed, everyone understood his helplessness in fleeing. The human-headed god practically crushed the dragon god, leaving everyone almost despairing. The people of Yen country, in particular, were heartbroken for the dragon god. Come on, dragon god. I believe you won't die like this. Lee Ji-yoon shouted at the top of her lungs. Although she knew the dragon god might not hear her due to the distance, she still chose to shout. She was 50% certain that the dragon god was someone. As if her shout had been answered, the dragon god's body temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of frost appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen pillars, as thick as those in a temple, rushed towards the human-headed god. Lin Luo suddenly opened his mouth, and an extremely hot flame burst out from it. Backup plan? The human-headed god narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing danger. He wanted to move away from his position and avoid the attack of the icicles. But the icicle was too fast, piercing his own head. Dozens of large holes were pierced in his head, and blood flowed out like a waterfall. Golden flames followed, completely engulfing the human-headed god. A counterattack. Lee Ji-yoon stared at the scene in astonishment, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She had nearly collapsed in despair, believing the dragon god was doomed. She hadn't expected the turn to happen so quickly. The dragon god, using his power of fire and ice, instantly slew the human-headed god. Holy crap! The dragon god pulls off another comeback, slaying the human-headed god. Ha ha ha, the human-headed god probably never dreamed he'd be slain like this. The dragon god is so cunning. Fighting him is truly hopeless. This self-torture trick fooled everyone. That was a close call. I understand why the dragon god would resort to self-torture. The human-headed god is 2 levels higher than the dragon god, and it would be nearly impossible to win without it. As long as the dragon god isn't the one, the dark age won't come. We can rest easy. After the dragon god slew the human-headed god, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The death of humanity's only god represents the darkest hour. After the darkest hour, humanity will face the dark ages. Suburban Soul. Lee Sanghua gazed at the distant sky, admiringly saying, compared to the dragon god, there's still a huge gap. I can't handle this kind of self-torture. In reality, he was more like saying that he wasn't even worthy enough to fight, let alone the courage to resort to self-torture. However, Lee Sanghua thought it was too embarrassing to say such a thing, so he stopped mid-sentence. Lee Jae-young asked, President, should we go back now? The dragon god's victory means we don't have to go to another city. It's not certain. What if the human-headed god is still alive? It would be dangerous for us to go back, Yun Chang-myong said pessimistically. That's unlikely. The drone footage just now shows that the human-headed god is dead beyond dead. Lee Jae-young hesitated. Suddenly, the dust that had filled the area where the human-headed god had been located slowly dissipated. A gigantic human head remained in place, with several large holes on its face. The wound had stopped bleeding, and was slowly healing. Chapter 149. Not dead. Lee Jae-young looked at the human-headed god with a confused look. Thank goodness we didn't go back. The human-headed god is 2 levels higher than the dragon god. How could he be so easily killed? Yun Chang-myong felt relieved. He had wanted to go back earlier, but thinking of the possible danger, he decided it would be better to stop. Lee Jae-young sighed, we should evacuate Seoul as soon as possible. The human-headed god is bound to win this battle. Yun Chang-myong said solemnly, Sanghua, you must remember this day. The dragon god is dead, but that doesn't mean the end of hope for us humans. I hope you will become humanity's next god, our hope. Lee Sanghua's eyes flickered as he gazed at the powerful human-headed god in the distance. Can I really do this? Yun Chang-myong patted Lee Sanghua on the shoulder. If I say you can, then you definitely can. Lee Sanghua nodded uncertainly. I think I can. Yun Chang-myong stopped trying to persuade him, knowing Lee Sanghua had a hidden fear. It might take a long time for Lee Sanghua to overcome the demons within him. The smoke has dispersed, but the human-headed god is still alive. The dragon god must have some countermeasures. I just said the human-headed god wouldn't die so easily. You accuse me of being a pessimist, but facts have proven me right. The dragon god is covered in wounds, and has bled so much. I'm afraid he doesn't have the strength to attack again. It's over. Once the dragon god dies, humanity will face a dark age. Our future survival will be a serious problem. Seeing that the human-headed god hadn't died, everyone fell into deep despair. The dragon god was in dire straits, no longer able to fight the human-headed god. Dragon god. Lee Ji-yoon's heart clenched, her eyes fixed on the dragon god. She desperately wanted to help, but the god's power was suffocating. The human-headed god's facial wounds healed rapidly, and he would soon be back to normal. The human-headed god's eyes were filled with indifference. I underestimated you. You almost killed me just now, and I died because of your ice and fire abilities. The fire ability should be yours, and the ice ability belongs to the Snow Wolf God. You are incredibly lucky. By devouring the Snow Wolf God, you gain the ice power. Devouring a god and gaining its powers isn't just about one's own bloodline, luck plays a big part. Lin Luo nodded. I'm quite lucky. The human-headed god said coldly. Even using your last trump card couldn't kill me. I don't know what keeps you so strong against me. Maybe you're just too weak, Lin Luo said coldly. You're courting death. The human-headed god, unable to suppress his rage, charged towards Lin Luo with his massive head. Even without any amplification, his head already weighed over 20 tons. The human-headed god could use gravity to amplify his weight, instantly increasing it to 400,000 tons. He believed that with this terrifying weight, he would be able to crush the dragon god into a pulp. The massive head slammed into the wounded dragon god at breakneck speed. Bang! A loud noise echoed. I can't bear to watch anymore. Tell me if the dragon god took this blow. Although I don't wish the dragon god to die, I'm afraid he have a hard time with this blow. Even if the dragon god takes this blow, it only by time. He won't be able to withstand it later. He won't die. Li Jian prayed. A dazzling golden light blinded everyone. After a brief moment of blindness, everyone could clearly see the golden light before them. Emitting the golden light was a massive golden dragon, each golden scale coated in a metallic hue, casting an even more brilliant glow. Compared to the previous golden dragon, this one was even more dazzling. Every part of its body was perfect, with no flaws to be found. What's going on? Why has the dragon god's appearance improved so much? I heard that dragons and snakes have a strong connection. Snakes can shed their skin and grow stronger, and dragons can do the same. It means the dragon god was just undergoing a transformation. Could it be that the dragon god has been holding back, not using his true strength, constantly giving in to the human-headed god, allowing him to help him transform? A hideous wound covered half of the human-headed god's face. The wound opened, and a copious amount of blood flowed out. How is this possible? For the first time, panic crossed the human-headed god's face, and he stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. Metamorphosis? Dragons possess the ability to metamorphose, but only those with exceptionally powerful bloodlines possess it. After each metamorphosis, their strength in all aspects increases significantly. The human-headed god had heard of dragons metamorphosing, but only hearsay. He had never personally experienced it. The devouring world possessed many dragons, but such an ability was rare. He had never imagined that the human before him, possessing the blood of a dragon, would become so powerful. Lin Luo laughed. The facts are right in front of you. There's no point in disbelief. Even if you evolve, you're no match for me. The human-headed god calmed his thoughts and attacked Lin Luo. Using his most powerful ability, expansion, Lin Luo's body underwent a transformation, with every part of it continuously expanding. Like a deflated balloon, suddenly filling up. I didn't expect you had such an ability. Lin Luo was surprised. Haha, you, a false god who became a god through the devouring the world game. No matter how powerful your bloodline is, you're still just an ant. The human-headed god's face flashed with madness. You're already gloating before you even killed me. It's too early to stop. Lin Luo's eyes were cold. The ability I use, expansion, doesn't simply expand your body parts, it temporarily incapacitates you. The human-headed god exuded a terrifying murderous intent, determined to end the battle quickly. The absurdly powerful golden dragon before him filled him with fear. Really? A thick icicle hurtled towards the human-headed deity's forehead. The icicle was as thick as 100 men could hold together, and over 1,000 meters long. Its tip was a spike that could easily pierce anything. How is this possible? The deity's pupils dilated sharply, and it was too late to dodge. The icicle pierced the deity's forehead, pitting it to the air. Lin Luo, not giving the deity a chance to breathe, unleashed a golden flame reaching a temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius. Ah! The deity screamed, and the crackling sound of flames emanated from his body. This is the dragon god's true strength. It's too powerful. The human-headed god isn't a level 85 deity, but 2 levels higher than the dragon god. Why do I feel like the dragon god is even more powerful? I don't think the dragon god was deliberately holding back to allow himself to transform. The human-headed god can't hold out any longer. Li Jian's beautiful eyes shone brightly. I knew the dragon god. No, Lin Luo won't lose. He can easily crush the human-headed god. Chapter 150. Suburban Soul. Li Jiayong asked uncertainly, should we go back now? Yuan Changmayong was even more uncertain. How about we wait a little longer to see if the dragon god wins? If so, we can go back. Okay. Li Jiayong's heart was filled with joy. He had grown up in Seoul, and it was somewhat hard for him to leave his hometown now. If he had a choice, Li Jiayong wouldn't want to leave either. Of course, the same could be said for Yuan Changmayong. No matter how she explained, she couldn't absolve herself of the blame for the capital's fall to the world-devouring god. Li Sanghua's face lit up with hope. I was just looking at the world from a narrow perspective, thinking I could surpass the dragon god. Now it seems I won't be able to do that in my lifetime. I had thought the dragon god would be jealous of his power. But Li Sanghua understood the gap between him and the dragon god, and instead of feeling any envy or hatred, he was filled with admiration. He realized that the gap was probably too great to be jealous. Dragon god, don't kill me. The human-headed god's voice was filled with pain. Do you think this is begging for mercy? Lin Luo deliberately humiliated him. The human-headed god was furious, but reluctantly compromised. Please let me go. I can let you see the true god. I believe you are so powerful, the true god will not hold a grudge against the past. That's not very kind of you. I'm trying to let you go, But you're trying to make me a dog. So you better die. Lin Luo opened his enormous dragon mouth, ready to swallow the human-headed god whole. If you swallow me, the true god will not let you go. Before the human-headed god could finish his last words, Lin Luo devoured him in one gulp. After devouring the human-headed god, Lin Luo immediately felt a surge of energy in his stomach. After digesting this immense energy, his level would rise again. With enough luck, Lin Luo could gain a powerful ability from the human-headed god. His five-clawed golden dragon bloodline was so powerful that there was a 50% chance of gaining a power from devouring a god. 50% was already extremely high. The average god's ability gained from devouring a god was less than 1%. Lin Luo's ability to triumph over the weak was largely due to the various abilities he gained from other gods. Dragon God. Li Jiyun hurried over. Won't this woman recognize me? Lin Luo glanced at Li Jiyun and turned to Li's soul. Dragon God. Li Jiyun waved her hand, unwilling to give up, trying to hold the dragon god back. Lin Luo, with no intention of stopping, vanished into the soul sky. How heartless. Li Jiyun muttered. She stared blankly at Lin Luo's departure, not moving for a long moment. Jiyun! Li Jaeyong rushed over, not even taking a breath, to check on his daughter. Seeing she was alright, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Daughter, are you feeling any discomfort? Perhaps mentally? Li Jiyun shook her head. I feel fine. Nothing's bothering me. That's good. Li Jaeyong patted his neck. Dad, I want to go to Yongduk to find someone, Li Jiyun said resolutely. Li Jaeyong advised, Jiyun, I know you don't like Li Sanghua, but sometimes two people don't necessarily have to be in love when they're together. Look at your mother and I, we're a marriage between chaebols. At first, we both disliked each other, but over time, we began to treat those around us like family. I believe you'll be able to do the same with time. Besides, Li Sanghua is truly a good person. He has no bad habits, and is the strongest person in Dhaka. He's usually stingy, but he's very generous to you. You really need to think about this. Li Sanghua will be surrounded by many women in the future, and it will be too late to regret it. Li Jiyun shook her head and said, I won't regret it. I tell you who I'm looking for, and I'm sure you agree. Li Jaeyong asked doubtfully, who is it? Li Jiyun said, the person I'm looking for is the strongest person in Yen country. Li Jaeyong was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He stammered, isn't the dragon god you're looking for? That's him, Li Jiyun said with a smile. Li Jaeyong finally understood something. Could it be that the Lin Luo you encountered was the dragon god? Didn't you say earlier that you used your abilities to sense that Lin Luo wasn't the dragon god? Why is it different now? Li Jiyun explained. Before, my level might have been too low, or the dragon god was deliberately guarding me, leading to my misjudgment, believing Lin Luo to be a psychic who manipulates ice. Today, I saw the dragon god charging towards me, and I sensed Lin Luo's aura on him, and that's when I realized Lin Luo was the dragon god. Li Jaeyong immediately changed his attitude. Jiyun, how about I go with you to pay a proper visit to the dragon god? Li Jiyun politely declined. Dad, stop joking. If you go with me to pay a visit to Lin Luo, his identity could become known to the whole world. No one knows Lin Luo's identity, which proves that he's a low-key person who doesn't like to be disturbed. If I take you there, others might not even see me. This time, I go first and see what's going on. Li Jaeyong nodded. You make sense. Let's go and take a look. And don't let anyone know that Lin Luo is the dragon god. Huh? Li Jiyun hesitated, then quickly nodded. I understand. I be very careful, and won't tell anyone this secret. Go ahead, boldly pursue your own happiness. Li Jaeyong changed his attitude, and became very supportive of his daughter. He had originally considered it best for his daughter to marry Li Sanghua. As the strongest men in Dhaka, the two would be a formidable combination. Li Sanghua had enormous potential compared to others, and had the potential to become a god in the future. But compared to the dragon god, Li Sanghua was a world away. Although the two had always boasted about Li Sanghua's potential to become a god, they knew in their hearts that it would be extremely difficult for Li Sanghua to achieve that goal. Lin Luo was already a true god, and didn't need this dangerous process. And Li Sanghua's bloodline couldn't compare to Lin Luo's. The power displayed by Lin Luo's bloodline was far greater than Li Sanghua's. I understand. Li Jiyun nodded. Not long after she left, Li Sanghua hurried over. Uncle, where's Jiyun? Li Sanghua asked anxiously. Li Jaeyong said, Sanghua, it's not that I disagree with you and Jiyun, but Jiyun simply doesn't like you. There's an old saying in Yen country, a forced melon isn't sweet. You have to understand that. I understand. Li Sangwa nodded in response. Think about it carefully. Matters of the heart are up to you. Li Jaeyoung stopped talking and turned to deal with other matters. Li Sangwa remained where he was for a long time, feeling that something was strange about Li Jaeyoung now. Li Jaeyoung had always supported him, but this time, he was blocking him. Chapter 151. Devouring the World. A vast canyon. Her eyes suddenly opened in the chaos, emitting a dazzling light. The human-headed god is dead? The two-headed god asked in surprise. He immediately summoned his paper god to inquire about what had happened in the real world. The paper god was a paper figurine, 1,000 meters tall and weighing almost nothing, so light it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. True god, I have investigated the matter. The human-headed god was most likely slain by a human god. The paper god announced his findings. What? The two-headed god's eyes widened. The human-headed god is dead. The paper god nodded. He chose to descend to the capital of a country called Dhaka on Earth. There, he battled the human dragon god, but was defeated and devoured by the dragon god. The two-headed god's face sank. This human god is definitely only level 83. He defeated the human-headed god and devoured him. I'm sure, the paper god said. It's likely that this human god acquired a powerful bloodline through the game, allowing him to defeat and devour the human-headed god. The human-headed god is my subordinate after all. If I don't do anything about his death, I'd be ridiculed by the other true gods. Next, you help me go. The two-headed god exuded a terrifying murderous aura. The paper god said respectfully, leave the matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory answer, my master. The two-headed god said, don't be as sneaky as the human-headed god. You chose to descend directly upon Yen country, wreaking havoc on me and killing my men. You will pay a heavy price. The paper god said, I understand, my lord true god. Suddenly, the sky over the devouring world darkened briefly, and a god with a crow's head and a human body approached. Black Sun, what are you doing here? The paper god's expression was displeased. He and Black Sun didn't have a good relationship. Black Sun smiled, paper god, we had some conflicts before, but you shouldn't hold grudges. Let bygones be bygones. The paper god said coldly, I don't want to settle the feud with you. You better leave quickly. You don't want to talk to me, but I believe the true god does. Black Sun looked at the two-headed god and said respectfully, true god. The two-headed god asked, what do you want from me? Black Sun said, my master, the sun god, wants to cooperate with you, so he sent me to find you. The two-headed god said expressionlessly, oh? The sun god still has something to cooperate with me on. It seems Earth only allows one true god to descend. We should be competitors, but now It's not a good idea to cooperate with me. The Black Sun god said, my master is competing with you for the position of true god, but we can all use the positions of the 10 gods. The paper god said, do you mean to descend to Earth with me? Indeed, I heard something happened on Earth recently. Several gods who descended were devoured by human gods. The Black Sun god looked around and said, when I came here before, the human-headed god always appeared here. Why don't I see anyone now? The paper god said angrily, what do you mean? The Black Sun god smiled, I mean no offense. The human-headed god's fall in the real world can't be concealed, so it's easy for us to find out. The two-headed god narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it seems your master asked you to come here prepared and aware of many things. The Black Sun god said, Lord True God, don't think so badly of my master. I'm here simply to cooperate and eliminate the human gods. Eliminating the human gods is not only beneficial to my master, but also to you. You should know this better than I do. The two-headed god pondered for a moment and said, I agree. You two will descend to Earth together. The Black Sun god said, I knew Lord True God was a reasonable man. The paper god said fearfully, you will descend to Earth with me, and don't mess around. The Black Sun god said, paper god, you don't have to worry about me. You have to trust my character. The paper god snorted coldly, I won't easily believe the words of a lunatic like you. Cataclysm Shelter. The TV screen played a video of the dragon god in Dhaka, showing him slaughtering his enemies. Chu-hee excitedly said, every time I watch the dragon god's videos, it's truly thrilling. Just when I think he's about to be defeated, the dragon god always manages to make a comeback. Amazing. Dragon god. Yang Jun exclaimed. Zhou Jiawei smiled, I told you we can always trust the dragon god. That's absolutely true. Chen Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief and said, it would be best if the dragon god takes care of the human-headed god. Otherwise, if the human-headed god comes to our Yin nation, we'd be in trouble. Yi Tian snorted coldly. Sooner or later, I, Emperor Yi Tian, will ascend to the throne of a god and rule forever. Yang Jun sneered. I remember there are quite a few mirrors in the Cataclysm shelter. If you don't have time to pee, you can take a good look in the mirror. Yi Tian angrily said, although I can't match the dragon god, I become a god, making me more powerful than most. Yang Jun ruthlessly attacked. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have attacked you. Damn it! Yi Tian was overcome with impotent rage. Compared to the attacks from the Black Emperor, he preferred being attacked by Yang Jun. This might be a difference between men and women. Chuyi's face suddenly turned grim, and he said, Director, something terrible is happening. 2 alien races from the devouring world are about to descend upon Earth. Yang Jun said, Chuyi, you look so grim. Could it be that these 2 alien races are descending upon our Earth? Look at my bad mouth. After she finished speaking, she immediately realized something was wrong and covered her mouth with her hand. Chuyi's face sank. It's not your fault. Things had already happened before you said anything. The 2 alien races are the Paper Clan and the Black Sun Clan. The Paper Clan will descend in Longhai City, and the Black Sun Clan will descend in the capital. Both will descend at the same time, 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Yi Tian was completely upset. What's going on? Didn't the capital just descend upon an alien race? Why are they descending again now? Alien races have descended upon many places in the world, often to the same place. There's hardly a single place where multiple alien races have descended upon it repeatedly. Yang Jun, log into the devouring world and see if there are any gods in the capital or Longhai City. Okay, Director. Yang Jun followed Chen Limei's instructions and entered the game cabin to log into the devouring world. As soon as she landed in Longhai City, part of the devouring world, she was immediately greeted by a gigantic paper figure. The paper figure was so enormous that it practically covered the entire city. Yang Jun was so frightened that she stayed where she was for a long time before deciding to head for the capital. The sky near the capital was completely dark, with no sign of sunlight. A deity with a crow's head and a human body existed above the capital. 2 powerful gods. Yang Jun couldn't help but tremble violently. At this moment, the crow-headed deity gave Yang Jun a cold look. Yang Jun felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had entered a 1,000-year-old icy pond, shivering violently. Luckily, the crow-headed deity glanced at her, and then averted his gaze. Yang Jun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly quit the game. Chapter 152. Yi Tian, prepare to return to the capital. Whether or not a god descends, you must remain in the capital. Pang Bo and He Huang have already learned the news, and are on their way back to Beijing. Chu He and Jia Hui prepare as well. This isn't the first time an alien has descended, but you must be cautious and prepare everything to prevent any unexpected events. Chen Limei acted quickly, immediately arranging everyone's preparations for the alien's arrival. At this moment, Yang Jun rushed over in a hurry. This is terrible. Yang Jun panted. Chen Limei offered help, slowed down. Sit down and talk. There's no point in getting anxious. Yang Jun sat down, his voice trembling. Longhai City. And 2 locations in the capital. A god has descended in each. What? Everyone was shocked. The alien's arrival wasn't the most terrifying thing, the god was. If the alien had descended, everyone would have had the strength to fight. But facing an incredibly powerful god, everyone lacked the courage to fight. Zhou Jiahui said, I have a feeling that 2 powerful gods have descended upon our Yin nation, deliberately targeting us. Chen Limei frowned and said, this is not good. There is only one dragon god, and the separate arrival of 2 gods means the city is vulnerable. Yi Tian angrily asked, are you forcing me to choose between the 2? Yang Jun said angrily, you're always trying to flatter yourself whenever you get the chance. Do you have anything to do with the dragon god having to choose between the 2? Yi Tian sneered, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Chen Limei felt a wave of helplessness. We can't handle a catastrophic event involving 2 powerful gods. This matter primarily rests with the dragon god. She contacted Shen Xian, hoping to inform the dragon god of the potential crisis. If the dragon god had any ideas, Shen Xian could pass them on to him. Lin Luo sat on the sofa. Cheng Xuexin was wearing a black and white maid outfit, black fishnet stockings draped over her slender, snow-white thighs, and high heels. Her perfectly curvy figure made the maid outfit look mature and charming. Cheng Xuexin pinched Lin Luo's shoulders and complained, at my age, if I were seen wearing this maid outfit, I'd be socially disastrous. Lin Luo smiled, Sister Cheng, if you were to walk down the street wearing this, you'd be a surefire charmer. Cheng Xuexin said, I'm not listening to you. Wearing this would only make me socially disastrous. Lin Luo said, I can't bear to see Sister Chung walking down the street. I don't like being mistaken for a thief. Lawhai City had been peaceful for quite some time, and ordinary people could walk down the street. Chung Xuexin walking around in this outfit wasn't just a form of seduction, a temptation to commit crimes. This might have been fine in a civilized society before, but in a society that had experienced catastrophe, human nature could not withstand the test. At this moment, Lin Luo's phone rang. He answered. It was Yi Weiwei. After a few greetings, Yi Weiwei shared all the intelligence she had obtained from the disaster shelter. Yi Weiwei said, Xiao Luo, I'm planning to go to the capital with He Huang and Pang Bo. You're very powerful, so you have to be cautious. Lin Luo said, Sister Weiwei, it's not too dangerous for you to go to the capital at this time. Why don't you stay in Hangzhou? Yi Weiwei said, I like to stay in Hangzhou, but the world-devouring gods are arriving too quickly. You just killed one god in Seoul, Dhaka, and now 2 more have appeared in Yen Kingdom. The future may be far more bleak than I imagined. You can't do it alone. I also need to strive to improve my level. Last time in Hangzhou, I killed the Weeping Ghosts and the Laughing Madness. I gained a huge benefit from this. I'm now level 70. I originally thought the world is so big, I wanted to explore it. As you can see, if I want to evolve quickly, I have to face the alien races. Only by killing powerful alien races and obtaining more crystal cores can I evolve faster. Lin Luo said, how about I go to the capital and escort Sister Weiwei? Yi Weiwei ruthlessly exposed her. Are you sure you're escorting me, not trying to take advantage of me? Look at what you said. I'm an upright person. Naturally, I'm here to escort you. Lin Luo patted his chest. I don't believe you. Yi Weiwei chuckled. Okay, no kidding. I'm already happy you're so kind. The problems you face are bigger than mine. Have you chosen which of the 2 gods to deal with? Wherever Sister Weiwei goes, I deal with that god. Lin Luo said without hesitation. Yi Weiwei was overjoyed. Can you bear to leave Su Qing? Lin Luo said, take her along. Aren't you afraid of a Shura scene? I find a way to make you 2 live in peace. You playboy? If you weren't my brother, I'd be lashing out at you. It seems Sister Weiwei still doesn't trust my abilities. Yi Weiwei said helplessly, okay, I believe in your abilities, okay? I have a problem, and I'm afraid it won't be easy for either of the 2 gods to solve it. I find a way to handle it. Lin Luo hung up Yi Weiwei. Chung Xuexin said, the game announcement for Devouring World has appeared. The 50th alien race, the Black Sun Tribe, has descended in Beijing, and the 51st alien race, the Paper Tribe, has descended in Lawhai City. These 2 alien races have descended simultaneously, and 2 gods are in 2 cities, suspected of descending on Earth as well. Why do I feel like there's a conspiracy? Lin Luo nodded, it is indeed a conspiracy against me. Chung Xuexin said in astonishment, Xiao Luo, you mean that when you devoured the human-headed god in Seoul last time, the Devouring World gods were enraged and decided to join forces to destroy you? That's right. Lin Luo said, 7 gods have descended from Devouring World, all of them. I devoured them all, which has already made the Devouring World gods wary. If this continues, Earth might become a godless place. It's no surprise they're teaming up to kill me. Once I'm dead, there'll be no one on Earth who can stop the Devouring World gods from descending, and Earth will become just like the real world before. Chung Xuexin thought, according to what you're saying, the 2 gods are targeting you. They descended in 2 different places, and when the time comes, they definitely unite to destroy you. That's very likely, but we can't rule out the possibility that there are some malicious beings among the gods. Seeing me in Lawhai City, they first destroy the capital, and then come to Lawhai City to find me. Lin Luo thought of a possibility. Chung Xuexin frowned. I oversimplified things, thinking the 2 gods were targeting you. Wherever you appear, the 2 gods will appear there. Lin Luo's phone rang again. The caller was Su Qing. Chung Xuexin saw that it was Su Qing's call, and a strange expression crossed her face. Su Qing had hired Chung Xuexin with a high salary, hoping that she would take good care of Lin Luo. She would never have thought that Chung Xuexin would take care of Lin Luo, and eventually bring him to bed. Chapter 153. I step aside for a moment, Chung Xuexin said tactfully. Lin Luo said, no need to step aside. I already told Su Qing about your situation. She doesn't mind. Chung Xuexin thought, why did you tell her about this? How can I behave in front of her from now on? Lin Luo smiled, this kind of thing will be known sooner or later, so it's better to tell her sooner rather than later. Chung Xuexin thought, when you put it that way, I'm completely unprepared. At least let me be prepared. By the way, what did she say? Lin Luo smiled. She said I'm too capable on my own, and it's nice to have someone to share the burden with. Really? Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes at Lin Luo. Lin Luo said, why would I lie to you? Hurry up and answer the phone, Cheng Xuexin thought. Lin Luo answered the phone, and a sweet voice came from the other end. Brother Lin, have you missed me lately? Yes, I think about you every day, all the time. You're lying. I called you, but you didn't even answer immediately. Su Qing clearly didn't believe him. I just had to go out for something. What's the matter with you calling? Lin Luo asked. Su Qing replied, yes, that girl from Dhaka can't get enough of you and wants to come see you. Do you want to see her? Lin Luo shook his head and said no. Su Qing tentatively said, I really don't. She's a beautiful woman. Can she be as beautiful as you? I don't know if that's true, but I love it. Su Qing smiled sweetly. Lin Luo warned, there will be aliens coming to Longhai City soon. Be careful during this time. I see. The Cataclysm Shelter has invited me to exterminate the alien race. Do you think I should go? Su Qing had always listened to Lin Luo, and after giving her body to him, she listened even more. The Cataclysm Shelter invited Su Qing to participate in the battle, and if Lin Luo disagreed, she wouldn't have gone. Going would be great, it would help me improve my level. Lin Luo didn't want Su Qing to be a canary, so he wanted to give her some experience. Okay, thank you, Brother Lin. Su Qing was delighted. She really wanted to join the Cataclysm Shelter, but she couldn't let it show and sway Lin Luo's judgment. Be careful. Lin Luo hung up the phone and went to the kitchen to pick up Cheng Xuexin. What are you doing? Cheng Xuexin said in panic. Sister Cheng, you're dressed so beautifully today. Don't let this dress go to waste. Lin Luo carried Cheng Xuexin into the next room. Cheng Xuexin struggled a bit, but reluctantly submitted. Su family villa. As soon as Su Qing hung up the phone, Li Jian became nervous. She had dressed up for the day when she met Lin Luo. Her delicate face was lightly painted with makeup, and she wore a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. Li Jian felt that this beautiful outfit would overpower Su Qing. But when she stood before Su Qing, she realized she had been overthinking things. Even with her casual attire, Su Qing looked prettier than she did. Miss Su, what did Mr. Lin say? Li Jian felt a little awkward, like a mistress asking how someone else's wife's husband was doing, and she wanted to go over and see. Su Qing said, Brother Lin doesn't want to see you. He said you should return to Dhaka. Aliens and gods will descend on Longhai City, and things will become very dangerous. Li Jian's eyes dimmed, and she bit her red lip as she asked, is the dragon god unwilling to see me because of what happened before? She felt that some people in Dhaka were incredibly mean, saying all sorts of bad things about the dragon god online. The dragon god would undoubtedly read the news online, and he undoubtedly see these things, leading to a certain bias against Dhaka. Su Qing angrily said, you think Brother Lin is too stingy. He simply doesn't see any reason to see you. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Jian's eyes brightened slightly. You're right. There's nothing wrong with the dragon god seeing me. Besides, we're not particularly close, not even friends. Before she arrived in Longhai City, her father, Li Jiayong, had given her some instructions. Li Jiayong had said that the dragon god was the most powerful being in all of humanity. Though the dragon god was low-key, even his identity a secret, no one dared to ignore him. Everyone would do their best to satisfy the dragon god's wishes. Li Jiayong was beautiful and powerful, but she couldn't stand up to the dragon god. Su Qing looked at Li Jiayong with a strange look. You seem quite self-aware. Li Jiayong said, I heard that aliens will soon descend upon Longhai City, and that gods will descend in the future. Miss Su will probably participate in this battle against the aliens. Yes, I am prepared to participate. Su Qing nodded. Li Jiayong bowed and said, I also want to participate in this battle. I hope Miss Su can take me with you. The dragon god has helped me so much, and I should repay him. Su Qing hesitated, then nodded, you can come, but you must follow our plan. Of course. Li Jiayong nodded. Emergency notice. The Paper Tribe will descend upon Longhai City at 8 a.m. All residents of Longhai City are requested to enter the highest level shelters to avoid danger. Didn't Longhai City just have a god descend upon it? Why are powerful aliens and gods descending upon it again? Not only have aliens and gods descended upon Longhai City, but also upon the capital. Yin country, and indeed the entire world, has only one god. If the dragon god stays in Longhai City, the capital cannot be saved. If he stays in the capital, Lawhai City cannot be saved. It's a choice. I hope the Dragon God stays in Lawhai City. I'm a selfish person, I want to survive. The capital is Yin Country's most important city. Officials should immediately send the Dragon God there. The news didn't remain hidden for long, it spread throughout Yin Country. The news even spread abroad, leaving many in despair. Humanity has only one God to prevent the powerful devouring world from descending. It was obvious that Lin Luo's devouring of the human-headed god had incurred the apprehension of the devouring world's gods. 2 gods descended upon the devouring world, each undoubtedly no less powerful than the human-headed god. The 2 gods would likely attack the dragon god alone, a near-death situation. Most people in Lawhai City and the capital had entered the Cataclysm Shelter. South City District. Pearl Tower. I sensed a strong spatial fluctuation. The Paper Clan is about to descend upon Lawhai City. Chen Limei on her side had assembled a group of powerful gamers and a group of superpowered users who had absorbed crystal cores. The most powerful among them were Li Jian and Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui had already reached level 71, surpassing Chu He. Chu He sometimes sighed, feeling that all the time he spent playing the game had been for nothing. He should have chosen to acquire powerful abilities, instead of simply pursuing higher levels. After all, the devouring world allowed him to gain abilities, and once he entered the real world, he could level up. Zhou Jiahui felt deeply grateful to Lin Luo, believing that he was the one who made her what she is today. If the dragon god hadn't demonstrated his power by transforming into a dragon, she would never have done so. Chapter 154. The Paper Tribe's strongest member is the Golden Paper Man, who is at level 75, though not particularly formidable in combat. This race's abilities are truly repulsive, making them incredibly difficult to kill. They are immune to any physical attack. Guns, missiles, rockets, and other lethal weapons are rendered useless against the Paper Tribe, undoubtedly significantly weakening the human side. Chen Limei mobilized a large number of muskets, capable of instantly unleashing flames reaching 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. The Paper Tribe are made of paper, so they should be afraid of fire. The sky darkened, and a spatial rift suddenly opened, releasing snowflakes of paper. One by one, the paper rushed towards a person, covering them. The person covered by the paper transformed into a paper man, a strange smile on his face. Hurry, and use your muskets to prevent the paper man from getting too close. Chen Limei was cautious enough, but she couldn't withstand the Paper Tribe's strangeness. The paper covering a person could instantly assimilate them. Soldiers reacted quickly to the command, aiming their muskets at the flying paper and blasting them with fire. Flames shot up into the sky, igniting wherever they touched the paper. Tens of thousands of sheets of paper were consumed by the flames, and the burning papers let out a shrill scream. "Captain, what should we do with those men covered in paper?" Yang Jun frowned. Chen Limei gritted her teeth and said, "Those covered in paper are unlikely to survive. We must be mindful of them. This could lead to the deaths of even more men. Let's aim our muskets and burn them." "Okay." Yang Jun gave the order to the soldiers manning the muskets to open fire. Faced with the advancing paper figures, the soldiers opened fire without hesitation. Boom! The flames rushed towards the paper-covered soldiers, instantly engulfing them. Crackle! The paper and the soldiers burned together, emitting a scorching stench. Ah! 2 distinct sounds emanated from the burning soldiers. One came from the Paper Clan, the other from the soldiers. "Save me! I don't want to die yet." Many soldiers cried for help. "Captain, should we save them?" Yang Jun felt a surge of compassion. Chen Limei sighed, "If there was a way to save them, I would have spoken first." "Okay." Yang Jun nodded helplessly. The flames grew larger, consuming most of the paper. The space crack stopped releasing paper, and a calm gradually returned, seeming unreal. Next, the devouring world Paper Clan will have even more terrifying beings. The ordinary soldiers should leave first. Chen Limei was not complacent, and ordered the ordinary soldiers to retreat. The soldiers, relieved, obeyed the order and chose to leave. The alien race was too powerful. No ordinary soldier could defeat them. Not long after the ordinary soldiers left, more paper emerged. Compared to the previous paper, this one had an extra layer of silver. After floating out, the paper rushed towards the psychic and the gamer. The psychic and the gamer were prepared and drew their muskets to burn the paper. The silver paper was much stronger than the first batch, and flames of 300 or 400 degrees could not burn it. Hundreds of people were caught unawares and assimilated by the silver paper, becoming members of the Paper Clan. Hurry and increase the temperature of the musket flames to over 1,000 degrees. Chen Limei held a musket and fired at the silver paper. The silver paper, heated to 1,000 degrees Celsius, began to twist and ignite. Li Jian and Zhou Jiahui attacked together. One used their powerful storm power to rip and shred the paper. The other transformed into a white dragon, spewing a flood of water from its mouth, submerging the silver paper. The white dragon occasionally used its sharp claws to tear apart the paper. The most outstanding player among them was a gamer named Flame Demon. When the game was shut down, his level was 40, and he had entered the top 50 of the overall leaderboard. Later, persuaded by Chen Limei, Flame Demon joined Cataclysm Shelter. After many battles, Flame Demon's level rose to 55. Although his level was not very high, his fire power was very effective against paper. After the silver paper was destroyed, golden paper flew out from the space-time rift. Golden paper was more heat-resistant, and the musket could no longer burn through it. Chen Limei made a preemptive decision, sending some weaker psychics and gamers away early. The situation in the capital wasn't much better than in Lahai City. The Black Sun clan was a strange race, possessing the ability to block out the sun. Before they even reached Earth, the sun was already obscured, leaving no light at all and pitch black. Almost everyone's vision was affected, save for a few with special abilities. Monsters with crow heads and human bodies continuously emerged from the spatial rifts. The Black Sun clan possessed wings, allowing them to soar into the air at any moment. This sort of mind will surely slay a formidable foe. Yi Tian faced the Crow King of the Black Sun clan. A powerful humanoid with a crow's head and a pair of black metallic wings reached level 78. Yi Tian was considered the second most likely candidate to become a god in Yin Nation, and many ranked his combat prowess just behind the Dragon God. In many other nations, Yi Tian was also highly ranked, often considered the first in line for godhood. The Lifeng nation believed the deceased Eagle God to be even more powerful than Yi Tian. Some disagreed, believing the Eagle God had ambushed Yi Tian and was 2 or 3 levels higher. Regardless, the Eagle God had been defeated by the Dragon God, making Yi Tian clearly the strongest. In many nations, except for Dhaka, only the national treasure, Li Xianghe, was considered the most likely candidate to become a god. After the Crow King's arrival, Yi Tian practically crushed him in battle. If the battle footage were to spread, even more people would consider Yi Tian the second most likely candidate to become a god. Besides Yi Tian, the second most eye-catching figure was not the Black Emperor, but a stunningly beautiful woman. Yi Weiwei wore a combat uniform, her lines perfectly defined. To enhance her combat flow, she wore a mask. The mask covered nearly half her face, revealing a pair of beautiful brown eyes that added to her beauty. After the battle in Hangzhou, her level had risen to 70. Yi Weiwei's rapid leveling was largely due to Lin Luo's assistance. Unleashing her superhuman strength, she could kill a Black Sun clan member with a single blow. If Yi Tian's combat was exaggerated and pretentious, Yi Weiwei's was decisive, ruthless, and unwavering. Devouring the world. Lahai City. 2 powerful gods remained here, observing everything that unfolded in the real world. The paper god said expressionlessly, "Humans are truly a peculiar race. They're inherently weak, yet possess numerous emotions that strengthen them. Their growth potential is immense. It's only been a short time, and they've grown so much." The Black Sun god snorted coldly. "It's only because of a fortunate group, and because one lucky individual unexpectedly became a god, that they can lead this group of humans against us gods. Otherwise, by the time the mermaid god descends to Earth, humanity will already be under our control." Chapter 155. You make sense. The paper god nodded and said, "Next, you will descend to Lahai City, and I will descend to the capital." The Black Sun god said, "You are correct. Your paper clan descended to Lahai City, and the Black Sun clan, the alien race I rule, descended to the capital. Logically, I should descend to the capital, and you to Lahai City. Why are you suddenly switching locations?" The paper god said cautiously, "I was going to descend to Lahai City, but after some thought, I decided it would be safer to descend to the capital. The Dragon God is in Lahai City. After descending to Earth, I will immediately confront the Dragon God. If you don't come to support me, I have virtually no chance of winning." Compared to the human-headed god, the paper god is weaker. He would have had virtually no chance of winning against the Dragon God, who had devoured the human-headed god. The paper god and the Black Sun god were once 2 powerful gods, born in a powerful era. Before becoming gods, they joined forces to kill a powerful being. It had been agreed that the attack would be carried out by 2 men. The paper god arrived at the designated location on schedule, but the Black Sun god did not. One of the warriors, upon seeing the paper god, immediately attacked. The paper god fought back desperately, only to escape the warrior's death. It was not until the Black Sun God joined the fray that the two men united to defeat the warrior. At the end, the Black Sun God attempted to devour the Paper God. Frightened, the Paper God quickly fled, abandoning most of the warrior's body. From then on, a feud between the two men developed, and they frequently engaged in tit-for-tat confrontations. However, due to their similar strength, neither could do anything to the other, and they engaged in verbal arguments, rarely resorting to lethal force. The Black Sun God said calmly, "Paper God, it seems there's been a misunderstanding between us. I'm a man of integrity, and my lateness that time was truly an accident." Hee. The Paper God snorted coldly, "After all, I'm a powerful god, not just a newly born one. If you don't believe me, forget it. I was originally planning to send a powerful teammate to help you descend to Earth." The Black Sun God said indifferently. "A powerful teammate?" The Paper God was puzzled. "Come out, succubus." The Black Sun God called out. "Mm." A seductive woman's laughter echoed. A pair of white horns crowned her head, and beneath them was a head of beautiful, smooth black hair. Beneath the black hair was a delicate face, with large, round, crimson eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and snow-white skin. She had an incredibly good figure, a perfect S-shaped figure, with curves and curves to every inch, and almost no flaws to be found. A pair of long, snow-white legs, perfectly proportioned, slender yet voluptuous. The most captivating aspect was the succubus's aura, a mixture of lust and purity that was captivating. The Paper God glanced at the succubus, a surge of desire welling up in his heart. He quickly suppressed his evil thoughts, averting his gaze from the succubus's alluring form. The succubus approached the Paper God, bringing with it a whiff of fragrance. She caressed the Paper God's chest with her delicate hand, saying, "I thought you were just a paper figure, without any desires. I didn't expect you had them." The Paper God forced himself to remain conscious. "Don't get too close to me. Don't blame me, if you can't help yourself." Ha ha ha. The succubus let out a sweet voice. "If you can't help yourself, you don't have to. I want to see what it's like to be a paper figure." The Black Sun God said, "Succubus, please don't mess around. We have a plan. If we don't complete it, the Sun God will blame us." "All right." The succubus released the Paper God and returned to the Black Sun God's side. The Black Sun God, also possessed by a pervert, couldn't help but stare at the succubus. Perhaps he had experienced too much, so he didn't act as badly as the Paper God. The Paper God said, "Your master is well prepared. He wants to kill a human god and has mobilized you two gods." The Black Sun God nodded and said, "Of course, we have to be more prepared. This human god has obtained the bloodline of a five-clawed golden dragon, one of the world's most elite bloodlines." "What? Five-clawed golden dragon bloodline?" The Paper God exclaimed in surprise. The Black Sun God shook his head and said, "Your master, the two-headed god, has just become a true god. He's inferior to my master in many ways, yet he's so eager to send his men over without even finding out the truth. Imagine if I don't cooperate with you, and you descend to Earth alone, not to kill the human, but to deliver food to them." The Paper God blushed and said, "Shut up. How dare you say such things in front of my master?" Because of his connection to the sun, the Black Sun God was favored by the Sun God Apollo and joined his faction. The Paper God lacked the Black Sun God's luck and was oppressed everywhere he entered the devouring world. Later, the two-headed god saw his potential and decided to recruit him as his subordinate. Although the two-headed god had become a true god, he couldn't compare to the veteran true god, the Sun God. "Forget it, there's no point in talking about this. I descend to Longhai City with the succubus, and you descend to Earth alone." After defeating the Paper God, the Black Sun God felt incredibly relieved. "I go to the capital first." The Paper God couldn't go back on his word and headed for the devouring world's capital. He had chosen the capital to descend, wanting to prevent the Black Sun God from plotting against him. Now with the aid of a powerful deity, the succubus, he preferred to head to Longhai City. The Paper God decided to resolve matters in the capital as soon as possible and head to Longhai City to slay the dragon god. He feared arriving too late and being overtaken by the Black Sun God and the succubus. While the three gods were conversing, a miniature golden dragon chose to exit the game. Lin Luo, relying on the power he gained from the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, overheard the three gods' conversation. While the two gods were preparing to descend to Earth, he didn't immediately log into the game. The powerful gods of the devouring world had lived for countless years, and were each highly skilled. The power Lin Luo gained from absorbing the mother goddess of sorrow and joy might be discovered by the powerful true gods. If he logged into the devouring world immediately, he would be unlikely to gain any information. Lin Luo chose to log in later, and it was a good choice, as he just happened to see the succubus appear. Two powerful beings, no less powerful than gods, were besieging him, and a powerful succubus was helping them. After exiting the game, Lin Luo transformed into a clone and rushed towards the capital. This was an ability he gained from devouring the human-headed god. When the human-headed god fought Lin Luo, it displayed the ability of expansion. After using the expansion ability, the human-headed god could expand any part of its body. Thinking of gaining the expansion ability, Lin Luo had an extremely bold idea. He believed that using this ability would definitely shock Cheng Xuexin and Su Qing. It was unclear whether Lin Luo was unlucky, or whether Cheng Xuexin and Su Qing were unlucky, but they didn't gain this ability. Lin Luo reached level 84, and gained the ability of clone. When he used the clone ability, he would create a clone. The clone possessed 80% of the original's power, and lasted only 1 hour. After 1 hour, the clone would automatically disappear. At first, Lin Luo believed that clones were inferior to expansion, which could triple local power. Sometimes, Lin Luo could use expansion to achieve a surprise victory, slaying and devouring a god in one fell swoop. Chapter 156. It wasn't until 2 gods descended to Earth that Lin Luo realized the usefulness of clones. With gods descending from Jingcheng and Longhai City respectively, Lin Luo suspected one god had descended to the other city, deliberately disgusting him. World-devouring gods are almost devoid of morality. This was clearly evident in the Snow Wolf god, and the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy. Succubi are truly captivating. Lin Luo's eyes dazed for a moment, then regained clarity. The Black Sun god's power was similar to that of the human-headed god, but he wasn't afraid of him. Succubi are deceptive gods, easily deceived by weak minds. He couldn't think of a way to deal with the succubus, so he could only take things one step at a time. South City District. A golden paper figure battled a white dragon, its body covered in wounds, all caused by scrapes from the paper. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds, practically staining the dragon's body red. Zhou Jiawei possessed powerful true dragon bloodline and possessed exceptional resilience, which allowed her to escape the Golden Paper Man's death. A weaker race would have been slain by the Golden Paper Man. With a loud boom, a powerful storm swept over the Golden Paper Man, tearing it into shreds. The Golden Paper Man was the strongest of the Paper Clan, at level 76, and invulnerable to all physical attacks. Even the extremely high-temperature flames could barely harm the Golden Paper Man. The golden paper fragments did not dissipate, but began to piece themselves together, transforming into the Golden Paper Man. A strikingly beautiful figure appeared, a red light darting towards the golden paper fragments. The golden paper fragments were enveloped by the red light, and vanished within it in the blink of an eye. A blood-red figure descended. It was none other than the zombie-like Su Qing. Due to a car accident since childhood, Su Qing disliked interacting with others, with the exception of Lin Luo. She joined the disaster shelter to help the others, but she didn't want to interact with them too much. Only in critical moments would Su Qing intervene to aid the disaster shelter's members. Without her intervention, the Golden Paper Man could almost endlessly regenerate. Compared to the strongest of the other alien races, the Golden Paper Man was far more formidable to deal with. We finally defeated the Paper Tribe. This race is truly bizarre. I really have Su Qing, Zhou Jiawei, and Li Jian to thank for this. Chen Limei exhaled. Zhou Jiawei transformed into a human form, panting heavily as she approached Chen Limei's side. Li Jian was in worse condition, with a hideous scar on her face, blood oozing from it. Thankfully, she was a powerful psychic, so this scar would heal quickly. The calmest person was Su Qing. Standing at the side of the crowd, her crimson eyes filled with a coldness that gave off an air of distance. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Limei said sincerely. Zhou Jiawei smiled and said, "You're too polite, Director. We kill the paper people for our own benefit. Longhai City is also our home." Li Jiun, the scars on her face having healed, waved her hand, saying, "It's not hard. The Dragon God has helped us so much in Dhaka. My little effort is nothing." Su Qing, with a rather cold disposition, stood still without offering any polite words. Chen Limei knew Su Qing's personality, and didn't think she meant any offense. Li Yu hurried over, panting, "Retreat. A powerful force is approaching. Everyone, hurry and leave. Gods are not something we mortals can fight against," Chen Limei said hurriedly. Without hesitation, everyone rushed towards the underground shelter. Suddenly, the sun in Longhai City's sky was obscured, plunging it into endless darkness. What's going on? Why did the live feed suddenly disappear? All we can see is darkness. Isn't it that the god descending from Lahai City is the paper god, a god made of paper? What does it mean when the sun goes dark? Is it possible that the black sun god descended from Lahai City, while the paper god descended from the capital? There's no rule that gods and aliens descend together. A huge rift in space and time appeared, and a pair of bird claws grasped its sides. The claws suddenly increased their strength, forcing the rift open. A wing covered in black feathers emerged first. A monster with a crow's head and a human body slowly emerged from the stretched rift. Capital City. Wow, haha! I will make sure this sky can no longer blind me, and this earth can no longer bury my heart. Die! Yi Tian slashed at the Crow King's wings with all his might, the sharp blade instantly severing them. The black wings fell from the sky, black feathers, and blood showering down from above. Bang! The fleshy wings landed heavily on the ground, making a resounding sound like a heavy object hitting the ground. Yi Tian is so strong. People used to say Yi Tian wasn't as good as the Eagle God and Li Xianghe. After this battle, I believe he's the best under the gods. Forget the Eagle God. He was a higher level than Yi Tian back then, and only managed to defeat him by sneaking up on him. Honestly, Li Xianghe was just boasting about the Daka Kingdom. He'd be embarrassed in front of the human-headed god later. I hope Yi Tian can become a god soon. Facing so many powerful gods in the devouring world, even the dragon god alone can't handle it. Yi Tian's outstanding performance against the Crow King earned him a significant fan following. The Black Emperor bared his fangs and said, "How despicable. Yi Tian got the better of me. With his complacency, he'd definitely show off in front of me afterward." Pang Bo shook his head helplessly. You two are still a love-hate relationship, never missing a single opportunity to strike each other down. Yi Tian struck out again, and the Crow King, having lost a wing, was unable to stop him. The Crow King's other wing also vanished, and he plummeted from the sky. As the Emperor of Heaven, I must slay all enemies in the world. The way of the sword reigns supreme. Yi Tian slashed with all his might, sending the Crow King's head flying. Blood splattered all around, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. So powerful. Yi Tiandi. Yi Tian has become a god, truly worthy of being called the Heavenly Emperor. I feel like if it weren't for the Dragon God, Yi Tian would definitely be the strongest in our Yin nation. Yi Tian's face was filled with pride. He looked at Black Emperor and said, "Heizi, speak. I'm so angry." Black Emperor was riled up and down, but he could do nothing. During his time in Hangzhou, 3 gods descended upon Lahai City. The Dragon God devoured these 3 gods, bringing Yi Tian immense benefits, raising his level to an astonishing 78. The Crow King was also at level 78, but was too weak compared to Yi Tian. Black Emperor was only level 70, a significant gap compared to Yi Tian. As Yi Tian's level rose, his swordsmanship became increasingly powerful, rivaling the mighty Black Emperor's bloodline. Pang Bo said, "Black Sun Tribe, let's quickly retreat to our shelter. We can't defeat the gods." Okay. The Black Emperor was furious with Yi Tian, but he knew the important things were more important. Faced with the powerful gods, they were like ants, ready to be crushed at any moment. As powerful as Yi Tian was, he was nothing more than a slightly larger ant before the gods. Chapter 157. No! Yi Tian refused. "If you want to evacuate, you can go first. I'm staying here." Black Emperor said, "Are you crazy? You're now level 79, capable of easily slaying beings of your level, but facing a god, you're still an ant." Pang Bo advised, "Many people in history have died because of pretense. We know your strength, so it's best to leave early." Yi Tian shook his head. "I know some of the black fans are very dissatisfied with me. Today, I'm going to kill a god and show you what I can do." Pang Bo said, "You're overthinking it. If you tried it on a level 80 god, I support you, but this Black Sun god is likely level 85. You're not testing it, you're courting death. When the Dragon God was level 79, he could only swallow. Having devoured a level 80 Bahen, you're quite formidable, but you're still a far cry from being a Dragon God. Don't be so willful. Head for the shelter immediately." Yi Tian stood in the wind, his clothes rustling. "I made up my mind." Black Emperor angrily said, "Pangbo, leave this guy alone. Let's hide in the shelter." Yi Weiwei finished the fight and approached the 3 of them. Yi Tian is staying here to watch for the gods' arrival, not just to show off, but to prevent them from wreaking havoc. Pangbo stroked his chin and said, "You're saying that the Black Sun God has no moral integrity and will destroy the entire capital. By then, hiding underground would be pointless." Black Emperor's face paled. "That's true. With a powerful god like that, it's easy for him to destroy the entire capital. A so-called shelter wouldn't be able to stop him. That's right. Yi Tian said, it's this girl with the same surname as me who's clever. She immediately understood my meaning, unlike you two fools who took ages to understand. He Lian bared his white teeth and said, this guy. Pang Bo said grimly, I'm overthinking things. In the face of a powerful god, no shelter is safe. He Wang said, then what should we do? It's too late to evacuate now. Yi Tian said arrogantly, I Yi Tiandi am destined to become a god. If you want to become a powerful god, but you don't even have the courage to face it, how can you become one? He Wang was furious, you're just pretending. When the Black Sun God descends, you won't even have a chance to escape. Make your choice quickly. I can sense the danger approaching. The world-devouring god will soon descend. Shen Xian's abilities are similar to Li Yu's, yet somewhat different. Li Yu can sense the approach of danger, while she can only sense it roughly, a premonition of danger. You guys go ahead. I won't leave anyway. Yi Tian might be a bit of a middle school kid, but he's quite clever. He killed the Crow King and devoured his crystal core, reaching level 79, just one step away from becoming a god. Yi Tian's swordsmanship is fearless, unafraid of any enemy. If he wants to become a god, he must try to fight a god. Only by fighting a god can Yi Tian become a god. What about you guys? Yi Weiwei asked. The Black Emperor said timidly, how about we leave? Yi Weiwei shook her head, I'm not leaving. I want to see how powerful a god is. Pang Bo blamed himself, saying, I should have thought of this sooner. So many people from the capital have entered the shelter. What would happen to them if I escaped? The responsibility for this matter lies with me. I should have stayed. He Huang said helplessly, I really want to leave, but it seems like it's too late. Suddenly, gusts of wind appeared out of nowhere, carrying sheets of white paper. The sheer volume of white paper threatened to drown the world. A rift in space and time appeared, and a huge sheet of paper floated out. The paper transformed into a gigantic paper figurine, its face painted with a lifelike expression, like a female role on stage. His expression was sometimes distorted, sometimes ferocious. A strong wind blew nearby, making it impossible to open his eyes. Black Emperor wondered, isn't the Black Sun clan behind the Black Sun God? The Black Sun God should look like the Black Sun clan, right? How did he become a giant paper figure now? Pang Bo panicked, perhaps something unexpected happened? The paper god descended to our capital, while the Black Sun God descended to Longhai City? The possibility of two gods descending to the capital at the same time is small, but there's a significant chance. The gods of the devouring world possess only devouring divinity, they lack morality, mercy, affection, and other emotions. Thankfully, Pang Bo's worst fears didn't materialize. After the paper god descended to Earth, no rift in spacetime opened to bring down other gods. Fortunately, Black Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, haha! I, Yi Tian, thought I faced two gods today, but only one. My sword is destined to be stained with the blood of only one god. Yi Tian held a dark blue sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on the massive paper god in the sky. The Black Emperor angrily declared, this brat will die if he doesn't act presumptuous. He can't even defeat a single god, yet he's still dreaming of taking down two powerful ones. Yi Weiwei's pupils trembled slightly. My level is still too low. I thought I could fight a god at level 69, but now I realize the gap is still too great. She chose to come to the capital instead of Longhai City, primarily to help Lin Luo. But the god was still too powerful. After facing him firsthand, Yi Weiwei realized she couldn't help him at all. Pang Bo seemed to see through Yi Weiwei's thoughts. Let Yi Tian do it. The extremely beautiful woman beside him had a special connection with the dragon god, and Pang Bo couldn't intervene much after his death. While he was alive, he would do his best to protect this person's safety. Facing the powerful and terrifying god, Yi Tian chose to take the initiative. Longsword in hand, Yi Tian emanated a terrifying sword aura, and rushed towards the paper god at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. His swordsmanship is an SSS level ability, significantly enhancing every aspect of his abilities, including his physical body. Yi Tian blocked the paper god's powerful aura, and swung a sharp sword at him. A sheet of paper was instantly split, and Yi Tian took a step closer to the paper god. This Yi Tian is too powerful. To be fighting a god, he should only be level 79, while the opposing paper god is probably level 85. I feel Yi Tian is hopeless. It's said that at level 79, the dragon god was much more powerful than Yi Tian, but he only challenged gods at level 80, while he's now challenging gods in their 80s. Yi Tian wants to challenge the paper god, but there's no way. The dragon god is in Longhai City, and there are gods descending from the capital, which needs to be resisted. The paper Yi Tian used to split the paper god was the thinnest, and there was a sheet of paper behind it that he couldn't cut no matter what. I just can't believe it. Yi Tian unleashed his full strength, striking with his sword. The paper ripped apart, and the paper god, recovering from its forced arrival on Earth, turned and saw Yi Tian. The eyes dotted across the paper radiated an extremely cold gaze, as if looking at an ant. Chapter 158. Damn it! That look! Yi Tian had a strong sense of self-esteem, and didn't want to be stared at. He swung his sword again, trying to cut another piece of paper from the paper god. Bang! The sword struck the paper, only to be deflected by the force. Ant! The paper god stretched out his paper hand, and grabbed Yi Tian. Yi Tian tried to use his spatial ability to escape, but found it was no longer usable. He was grabbed by the paper god, whose grip gradually increased. How unbearable! Am I, Yi Tiandi, going to die here before I even become a god? Today, I, Yi Tiandi, die here, and I will still be Yi Tiandi. To die before achieving my goal always makes heroes shed tears. Yi Tian's face was filled with despair, knowing he was doomed. Black Emperor said angrily, "This Yi Tian is really good at showing off. He's almost dead, yet he's still trying to act. It's really infuriating. Can you help Yi Tian?" The man and the dog often bickered, but their relationship remained close. Pang Bo shook his head and said, "The god is too powerful. This paper god isn't a level 80 god, but an 85 level god. Coming to Earth has caused his power to decline. But his power is beyond the reach of mortals like us. Yi Tian is basically finished." Black Emperor said, "Indeed. Yi Tian can basically give up on treatment, and it seems we'd be too soon. Yi Tian is dying, which means our Yin Nation is about to lose a powerful leader. If only Yin Nation had 2 dragon gods, our situation wouldn't be so dire. The dragon god is in Longhai City, and our capital will be the victim. This time, the dragon god has resolved this matter, but our Yin Nation has also suffered heavy losses." Seeing Yi Tian's imminent death, everyone hiding in the Beijing shelter was filled with despair. If Yi Tian died, the entire capital would be destroyed next. Will Lin Luo come? Yi Weiwei hoped. Every time she encountered danger, Lin Luo would appear in time to save her. A giant golden dragon with a metallic texture appeared and rushed towards the paper god. Great! Yi Weiwei's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she gazed up at the majestic figure. He Huang recalled a saying and said excitedly, "We can always trust the dragon god." Pang Bo exhaled, "Yi Tian's life is not over. Great! I'm saved." Yi Tian stopped pretending and smiled happily. Want to save someone? The paper god showed no respect for martial virtues, and the power in his hands suddenly increased. He wanted to crush Yi Tian to death before Lin Luo could strike. Lin Luo opened his enormous dragon mouth and belched out an extremely hot golden flame. The paper god's hands were made of paper, so ordinary flames wouldn't burn them. But the golden flames Lin Luo controlled were no ordinary flames, and the paper god's hands began to burn. It's so hot! Yi Tian escaped from the paper god's grasp, the golden flames nearly roasting him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to act pretentiously. "Dragon god, you arrived just in time. I, Yi, haven't been able to become a god, and I can't fight against gods. I remember your kindness today, and when I become a god, I will definitely repay you." This guy. Lin Luo was speechless at Yi Tian. He was so obsessed with face that he suffered in vain. If he had arrived a little later, Yi Tian would have died at the hands of the paper god. In reality, Yi Tian didn't need to face the paper god. Lin Luo had calculated the timing just right. But he understood Yi Tian's risky intentions. He was primarily seeking to experience the power of a god, so he could better evolve into a god. The paper god said grimly, "You came to the capital to fight me. Aren't you afraid that Longhai City will perish at the hands of the Black Sun God?" He cursed his bad luck. He shouldn't have made a bargain with the Black Sun God. This human god chose to defend the capital and abandon Longhai City. The paper god was level 85, slightly weaker than the human-headed god. The human-headed god descended to Earth via statue, suffering almost no loss of strength. He, on the other hand, had forcibly descended to Earth, suffering a significant loss of strength. The human god before him devoured the human-headed god, significantly increasing his strength to level 84. The paper god, already frightened without a fight, wanted to head to Longhai City. But he felt it was too humiliating, so he suppressed his fear. Lin Luo sneered, "You don't need to worry about Longhai City anymore. You should focus on yourself. You're about to be devoured by me here. You really think you can defeat me?" Next, I show you my strength." The paper god, feeling slighted, flew into a rage. Even if the dragon god was far more powerful than him, he wouldn't even dare to fight, and would simply flee. When the Black Sun god learned of this, he would surely mock him harshly. At the same time, he was confident that a human god would find it difficult to kill him. He also sent a message to the Black Sun god, telling him to descend upon Lawhai City, and quickly flee to the capital. Pieces of paper floated out of the paper god's body, folding and folding, transforming into paper figures as they fell to the ground. These paper figures were practically indistinguishable from the original. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, "This paper god isn't a cheat. The other paper figures are practically identical to his original form." Pang Bo's face was solemn. As expected, even the gods who devour worlds should not be underestimated. This paper god is on the same level as the human-headed god. While his abilities may differ, he's still incredibly formidable. Yi Weiwei asked, concerned, "Is there any danger?" Hey Huang said, "Sister, don't worry about that. The paper god has created so many kindred spirits primarily to tire the dragon god to death. But I think he's overthinking it. The dragon god's flames naturally restrain the paper gods. It's practically impossible for the paper gods to gang up on the dragon god and kill him." Pang Bo nodded, "That makes sense." Yi Tian, concerned for the country and its people, said, "The biggest worry is that the paper gods will delay until the Black Sun god arrives, and then descend upon the capital. This means the Black Sun god has descended upon Lawhai City. The two gods' primary target is the dragon god. So, if the Black Sun god descends upon Earth, he'd definitely come to the capital first to aid the paper god in his battle against the dragon god. The dragon god is quite powerful, but he's still no match for two powerful gods." He sighed heavily and said, "It seems I'm the only one here who can help the dragon god." The Black Emperor sarcastically said, "Can you please stop pretending and help the dragon god? You think too highly of yourself. If the dragon god hadn't arrived just now, you would have been killed and devoured by the paper god." Pang Bo said, "I hope the dragon god can eliminate the paper god before the Black Sun god arrives. I wonder what's happening in Lawhai City now." Yi Weiwei's family is in Lawhai City, and Lin Luo came to the capital to fight the paper god. This means Lawhai City is unprotected, and the Black Sun god may have already arrived. You can go and die now. Beside the paper god, there were already hundreds of paper figures, almost identical to the original. Hundreds of paper figures now held paper knives. Made of paper, they were incredibly sharp. They charged towards Lin Luo in unison, slashing with their paper knives. Chapter 159. Lin Luo opened his massive dragon mouth, unleashing a golden flame. About 20 paper figures in front of him, upon contact with the golden flame, immediately burst into flames. Flames shot up into the sky. The paper figures behind him, fearless, continued charging towards Lin Luo, paper knives in hand. Lin Luo used his icy power to freeze a group of paper figures. One by one, bound by frost, they transformed into ice sculptures. Before Lin Luo could breathe a sigh of relief, 20 more paper figures charged. By the time he could react and try to stop them, the paper figures had already arrived, wielding their paper knives, slashing towards him. Bang! The paper knives struck the golden scales, making a sound like steel clashing. Lin Luo swung his tail vigorously, flinging the paper figures 100 meters away. Unleashing a terrifying burst of power, he tore the figures apart. The paper figures began to recover in midair, the paper appearing to mend the broken parts. The paper god spotted the weakness, and immediately summoned paper figures to attack the scales that had been chopped off Lin Luo. Another swarm of paper figures rushed forward, striking the golden scale that had been struck earlier. With a bang, the golden scale split, blood spurting out. This paper god is so powerful, far more powerful than the human-headed god. He directly shattered a scale of the dragon god, causing a profuse flow of blood. The situation doesn't look good. The paper god can infinitely split and repair paper figures, making it practically indestructible. Yes, the dragon god has many golden scales, but they can't withstand such depletion. Sooner or later, the paper god will slay him. I last saw a video of the dragon god in Dhaka. He completed his transformation, so he shouldn't be so weak. Another god will descend upon Lawhai City. The dragon god can't handle one god, but two gods won't do him any harm. Seeing the dragon god crushed by the paper god, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed. In their minds, the powerful dragon god was so powerful that he could easily crush the dragon god. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The paper god gave a sinister smile. Human god, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. I really don't know how the human-headed god lost to you. Lin Luo deliberately said with resentment. If you have the guts, don't use your clones, fight me with your real body. Ha ha ha. The paper god laughed wildly. Should I call you naive or just self-righteous? Why wouldn't you use my abilities? I thought you could restrain me, but I'm the one restraining you. His strength lies in his ability to create countless paper figures, capable of wearing down his enemies. His weakness is also obvious. The paper god's attacks are weak, inflicting no damage, no matter how many there are. The paper god was weaker than the human-headed god, because he couldn't break through the human-headed god's defense. The human-headed god's defense was formidable, far beyond the paper god's reach. Now that the paper god had broken through the human god's defense, he felt confident he could slay the dragon god. You think you won just by breaking one of my scales? You're getting too carried away, Lin Luo said unkindly. It seems you still have a lot to be dissatisfied with. I break all your scales and spread your dragon blood throughout the capital. I see if you can still be so arrogant. The paper god's voice grew cold. Longhai City. The paper god has descended upon the capital. The deity that descended upon our city is the Black Sun God. Now that the dragon god has appeared in the capital, doesn't that mean our city is left without a deity protecting it? Without the dragon god, Longhai City is doomed. With the power of the deity, hiding in a shelter is pointless. Dragon god, please return soon. We need you. To better inform the public of the current situation, the live broadcasts from both locations were synchronized online. The appearance of the dragon god in the capital meant he had already left Longhai City. The space-time rift widened to its limit, and a deity with a crow's head and a human body emerged from it. Chu-He said with a pale face, the Black Sun God has descended. Yang Jun sighed, the dragon god has already left for the capital. Nothing can stop the Black Sun God's arrival. Zhou Jiahui said, we can always trust the dragon god. We believe he will return as soon as possible after he has dealt with the paper god. Chen Limei said pessimistically, the situation in the capital is not optimistic. The dragon god is being suppressed by the paper god. It will be difficult for him to return anytime soon. This was a euphemism. The situation on the dragon god's side was dire. The dragon god's golden scale shattered in many places, and blood stained its entire body red. Chen Limei had seen the dragon god's video in Dhaka, and knew about his transformation and evolution. Could it be that the dragon god was deliberately letting the paper god help him transform? But after careful observation by Pang Bo and Yi Tian, they deemed this unlikely. The dragon god was no match for the paper god, and was constantly crushed. Last time, the dragon god was able to defeat the human-headed god, suggesting that the dragon god was restraining the human-headed god. The human-headed god was physically powerful, just as the dragon god was physically powerful. This time, the paper god wasn't very strong overall, but his abilities were strange, and the dragon god was completely restrained. Many people watching the live broadcast were already despairing, including those from the Heaven Covering Alliance. The dragon god couldn't stand up to a single paper god. And then, there was the Black Sun God. How could the dragon god possibly fight him? The Black Sun God emerged from the spatial rift and took 2 deep breaths. Not bad for the real world. When I first investigated this world, I thought it couldn't be that powerful, given its weak races. Now it seems I was biased. This real world is better than I imagined. He loved Earth and couldn't wait to rule it. For a long time, Apollo, the sun god, wouldn't be able to descend upon Earth. The Black Sun God could escape Apollo's control and remain free for a long time. Another good news, the dragon god is in the capital, not in Longhai City. The Black Sun God smiled brightly. If the dragon god was in Longhai City, he would have a fierce battle. When the paper god is almost dead, I go to the capital and devour him along with one of the other human gods. After devouring 2 powerful gods, I definitely reach a higher level. The Black Sun God leisurely surveyed his surroundings, not rushing to act immediately. His arrival in Longhai City obscured the sun, engulfing the entire world in darkness. Drones needed to radiate their light to reveal the Black Sun God's form. His massive form towered over Longhai City, like a celestial god. Soon, this territory would belong to Black Sun God, the first god to establish himself on Earth. Suddenly, the paper god sent him another divine message, implying that the dragon god was about to be defeated, and that a little delay wouldn't matter. I remember this human god was very powerful, easily devouring the human-headed god. Now he's weakened, suppressed by the paper god. Black Sun God didn't see this as a good thing, but rather a bad one. Were human gods really that weak? If they were truly that weak, would the true god Apollo care so much? Just as Black Sun God was feeling uneasy, a figure as if cast in gold rushed towards him. Chapter 160. The golden figure's speed exceeded the speed of sound, leaving the Black Sun God completely unable to react. By the time he realized what was happening, the golden figure was already before him. A sharp dragon claw slashed towards his chest, its sharp tip piercing through the black skin and burrowing deep into the flesh. Blood immediately flowed from the wound, staining half of the Black Sun God's body red. The Black Sun God didn't dare to fight the golden figure and quickly retreated, creating distance. He didn't stop until he was a good distance away, deeming it safe. Deer antlers, crocodile head, snake body, his entire body was covered in golden scales. Even in the darkness, the golden scales shone brightly, sacred and inviolable. Oh shit, it's the Dragon God. Didn't the Dragon God appear in the capital? Why is he here? What's going on? I saw the Dragon God in Lahai City. I immediately watched the live broadcast from the capital and found that the Dragon God in the capital is still there, fighting the Paper God. The situation is not good. I seen the video from Dhaka. The Dragon God completed his transformation and instantly killed and devoured the human-headed god. How could he be so weak against the Paper God? The god in Lahai City must be real. The Black Sun God was injured with just one attack. The Dragon God in the capital is being suppressed everywhere. It must be a clone. I remember the Snow Wolf God saying that the Dragon God gains a power when he devours a god. Maybe the Dragon God gained a new power by devouring the human-headed god. Anyway, the Dragon God's appearance to resist the Black Sun God is a good thing. It means we don't have to die. Damn, this Paper God is a fool. The Dragon God over there is probably a clone. He can't even recognize that. Before the Black Sun God could complain, Lin Lu attacked again. A sharp dragon claw clawed at his chest again, but he spread his massive wings and dodged the attack. Despite his speed, the Black Sun God was still struck by the sharp claw, blood dripping from the wound. Don't fight yet. We can talk. The Black Sun God prepared to descend to Earth and immediately summoned a succubus. A succubus is a female slave of the Sun God. Gods who reach true deity often have hobbies. Apollo, the Sun God, also had one, and he enjoyed keeping female slaves. This succubus not only made a great toy, but also possessed formidable combat power. If the Sun God didn't want to kill a human god, the succubus would never be used by the Black Sun God. When the Black Sun God used a succubus, he would use it properly, not with a timid touch. Apollo, the Sun God, was a very possessive deity, and didn't want anyone using a toy with him. This succubus is called Yunshu succubus, and has just been raised by the Sun God. The Sun God has never used it, so he's temporarily letting Black Sun God slay the Dragon God. Lin Luo's complaints were agonizing, and Black Sun God hurriedly summoned Yunshu succubus. Summoning Yunshu succubus takes time, and during this time, he could only endure. The wounds on Black Sun God's body grew more and more, and his black skin had turned scarlet. This is the true Dragon God. I said the Dragon God devoured the human-headed god, so how could his strength decline instead of improving? The Black Sun God is covered in wounds, and will soon die. The Dragon God is about to devour another god, and his strength will increase significantly again. I almost doubted the Dragon God, thinking he had abandoned us. Now I'm so ashamed I want to die. If it weren't for the Dragon God, we would have died long ago, and I was just blaming him. The Black Sun God's injuries worsened, and he looked utterly miserable. A rift in space and time suddenly opened, sending gusts of wind from the devouring world into the real world. A pair of crystal-white, slender hands stretched out from the rift. Such beautiful hands. Even more beautiful than a model's. Will the deity descend this time be a beautiful goddess? Come on, most of the gods in the devouring world are ugly. There's not a single normal one. You're still preoccupied with the power of the gods, who haven't descended yet. Shouldn't we now be thinking carefully about how the Dragon God will handle two gods? You're right. The Dragon God is powerful, but facing two powerful gods is still a bit of a challenge. And those hands are truly beautiful. Damn! Jade legs, jade body, jade neck, jade head are coming out. The Yunshu succubus was so beautiful that just looking at her was enough to incite intense desire. Finally, it's coming out. The Black Sun God felt a significant relief. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the enormous dragon's jaws clamped down on his neck. The dragon's fangs pierced through his skin and flesh, drawing a profuse amount of blood. I spent so many epochs in the devouring world, finally having the opportunity to descend into the real world. I cannot die at this moment. The Black Sun God grasped the dragon's mouth with both hands, attempting to remove it from his neck. He exerted all his strength to free the dragon's mouth, which immediately erupted in golden flames. The Black Sun God was completely inflamed, emitting a crackling sound. Flame shot up into the sky, emitting a waft of the aroma of meat. I cannot fall here. The Black Sun God remained unwilling to give up. Lin Luo didn't care what the Black Sun God was thinking. He roasted it and devoured it in one gulp. After devouring the Black Sun God, he immediately received experience points. Almost full. Lin Luo's 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline makes leveling up difficult. Even after devouring a level 85 Black Sun God, he still couldn't reach level 85. The 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline's powerful combat capabilities show that requiring more experience points to level up is reasonable. Lin Luo looked at Yunshu, the succubus nearby. Yunshu had already descended to earth. As soon as Yunshu arrived, she discovered the Black Sun God ablaze with golden flames. Just as she was about to help, the golden dragon had already devoured the Black Sun God. Who am I? Where am I? Yunshu, the succubus, is a slave girl trained by the sun god Apollo. She has almost no independent consciousness. Powerful true gods have many subordinate gods, and many beings below them who submit to them. Yunshu succubus was a slave girl raised by the sun god Apollo. Originally used as a toy, she was nurtured for many epochs. Apollo intended to raise Yunshu succubus to level 90, the true god realm, and then devour her to evolve her. If the Black Sun God hadn't said that human gods were too difficult to deal with, Yunshu succubus wouldn't have been sent to Earth by Apollo. How do you want to die? Lin Luo said coldly. The Yunshu succubus timidly said, Don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Surrendering already? Lin Luo was puzzled. Aren't gods all very tough? I can spare you, but you must obey my commands from now on. Yes, master. Lin Luo felt a sense of absurdity. He had killed the Black Sun God and unexpectedly gained a maid. It was God's judgment that he was too powerful and needed a personal maid. Can you shrink your body? Lin Luo felt that if Yunshu succubus couldn't shrink her body, then she would be even more sturdy than an 8-foot-tall man. Was he going to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon and do something like that? Yes, master. The Yunshu succubus shrank, obediently slipping into Lin Luo's palm. With a slight exertion, Lin Luo could easily crush the miniature Yunshu succubus to death. Chapter 161. Outrageous. Lin Luo exclaimed, outrageous, and headed for the capital with Yunshu succubus. He wasn't going to kill Yunshu succubus, but to see if there was any conspiracy. If there wasn't, she planned to train Yunshu succubus as a maid. After devouring the Black Sun God, Lin Luo gained another ability. This ability was called slavery, allowing him to enslave a being of a lower level. The Yunshu succubus was level 84, the same level as Lin Luo. Level wasn't a big deal. Once he went to the capital to devour the paper god, he would be able to enslave Yunshu succubus. In the future, if he needed to leave Yan Kingdom, he could have Yunshu succubus guard him. Lin Luo's clone ability was more of a combat ability, lasting only an hour. And if his clone was gone, it would be very damaging to him. Many of the clone's injuries would be transferred to Lin Luo. Lin Luo could sense that his clone was being beaten by the paper god, and was on the verge of life and death. The most important point is that the Yunshu succubus knows a great deal about the devouring world, and Lin Luo realizes that his knowledge of the devouring world is limited. He can learn a great deal about the devouring world through the Yunshu succubus. Capital City. Most of the golden scales on the golden dragon's body shattered, blood staining the dragon's golden body red. A human god? Just an ant. The paper god laughed triumphantly, and one by one, the paper figures transformed into paper. Snowflakes of paper fell towards the paper god. Each piece of paper joined together, transforming into a massive dragon. The massive dragon was identical to Lin Luo's 5-clawed golden dragon, except for the different coloring. Dragon god, who do you think is more like a 5-clawed golden dragon right now? The paper god taunted. You're just a paper man. No matter how you transform, you never be my dragon god. That's ridiculous. Wait until I devour you. If I'm lucky, I gain the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Only then will I be the true dragon god. The paper god contemplated devouring the human god before him, and unexpectedly gaining the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon. His bloodline was too weak, making it difficult for him to become a true god. There are many true dragons in the world of devouring, but only a few have become true gods. Wait a minute, that wasn't you who made the noise just now. The paper god realized something was wrong, and looked up at the sky. A giant golden dragon slowly descended from the sky, its brilliance even more dazzling. Why are there 2 golden dragons? The paper god was completely stunned. Yi Tian collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and rolling around, saying, This paper god is killing me. He always thought he was so powerful, about to devour the dragon god. In reality, he's just fighting as a clone of the dragon god. Black Emperor grinned, saying, "The paper god may die today, but he will forever be remembered in our history for being so foolish." Pang Bold laughed. "There will be many gods more powerful than the paper god, but none will be as famous as the paper god." Shen Xian exclaimed joyfully, "The dragon god is too powerful. When he grows up, I, as his older sister, won't be able to take care of him anymore." Yi Weiwei was definitely the happiest person of all. They had been childhood sweethearts, and she often looked after Lin Luo. Lin Luo was once bullied by his family, and needed Yi Weiwei's care. Unknowingly, Lin Luo had grown into a behemoth. If it were Yi Weiwei, who needed Lin Luo's care, she might not even be able to leave the law firm without him. The paper god's shadow must be enormous right now. He must be questioning his life. After fighting for so long, it turns out this is someone else's clone. It's a pity the paper god can't watch the live broadcast, otherwise he knows sooner, and wouldn't be questioning his life like he is now. The dragon god is truly capable of handling things. I was almost despairing, thinking either Longhai god or the capital would be gone. I work in Longhai City, and my family is in the capital. I was destined to choose between the two, and only one could survive. Now I realize my worry was unnecessary. Thank you, dragon god. The dragon god has made a great harvest this time. Not only did he devour the black sun god, but he also obtained a female slave. He soon devour the paper god, and his strength will be even greater. The stronger the dragon god, the greater the benefit to us. Our only concern now is whether the dragon god will be bewitched by the succubus, obsessed with doing such things every day. It's truly enviable. The paper god's face was grim. I've been your clone since the beginning of this battle. Indeed. Lin Luo controlled the clone to dissipate and transfer to his body. A golden scale dimmed, scratched all over. The injuries sustained by Lin Luo's clone would be transferred to him. The transfer was only 1%, and while the clone looked severely injured, the actual damage to him was not. Your incompetence only caused me a little damage. Don't think there's any difference between my true form and my clone. I devour you just the same. Then hurry up. If I strike, you won't stand a chance. Slaying the paper god would be easier for Lin Luo than killing the black sun god. His golden flames restrained the paper god, giving him an absolute advantage. The clone wasn't strong enough to suppress the paper god. If Lin Luo's real body had come, he would have surely been able to subdue the paper god. You really think I'm easy to bully? The paper god charged at Lin Luo, its claws made of white paper clawing at its massive body. Lin Luo opened his dragon maw and spurted out golden flames, which enveloped the paper god. The paper god's paper ignited instantly, burning with a strange odor. Soon, the paper god was engulfed in golden flames, burning fiercely. 20% stronger, and I'd be crushed instantly. Fear seized the paper god, and his entire body unraveled. Pieces of white paper detached from his body, rapidly flying off into the distance. His strength wasn't as great as the black sun god's, but his ability to escape was far superior. When he had been severely injured in a battle with another powerful being, the black sun god hadn't attacked him because of his own life-saving methods. Fragments of paper filled the sky like snowflakes, practically covering the entire city. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Lin Luo spit out flames and manipulated frost, burning or freezing each scrap of paper. When the scraps of paper met the golden flames, they burned to ash. When frozen, they shattered along with the ice. Lin Luo quickly cleared away the scattered scraps of paper. Yi Tian said, "This paper god is nothing special." He Huang scoffed, "If you don't act pretentiously, you die." What do you mean by nothing special? That was before the dragon god. You were completely outmatched by this paper man. Forget what happened just now. Is it because the sky has cleared and the rain has stopped that you think you're in control again? Yi Tian, irritated, said, "You feel unhappy every day you don't destroy me." That's right. He Huang continued his taunting, "You're just a loser." The man and the dog argued, escalating into a fistfight. Yi Weiwei asked, "Are they usually like this?" Pang Bo smiled wryly, "Yes, they often end up fighting." Chapter 162. After the paper men were dealt with, Earth returned to peace. Thankfully, the dragon god exists. Although we don't know how long this apocalypse will last, as long as the dragon god exists, there's hope. Other countries are in dire straits, only our Yin nation is at peace. The paper fragments created by the paper god diminished at a visible rate. In less than half an hour, all the white fragments had vanished. Otsu City. In a corner. It was too dangerous. I almost died at the hands of this human god. The paper god deeply feared the power of the human gods. The two were simply not on the same level. He believed that by joining forces with the Black Sun god, they could suppress the dragon god. With the help of the succubus, they could surely slay the human god. But both harbored ulterior motives and distrusted each other. As a result, the Black Sun god was devoured by Lin Luo first, and the succubus's fate remains unknown. If the paper god hadn't possessed a powerful means of survival, he would have perished at the hands of the dragon god. It's unsafe to stay here. I need to leave, as soon as possible, and inform the two-headed god that our plan has failed. The paper god moved as quickly as possible, informing the two-headed god and immediately choosing to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a giant golden dragon rushed over. Let's talk it over. Knowing he couldn't escape, the paper god tried to dissuade Lin Luo from attacking. Lin Luo ignored the paper god and devoured him in one gulp. The dragon god has arrived in our Otsu city. Everyone pointed at the giant golden dragon in the sky, delighted. Aside from Maohai City and the capital, Lin Luo was rarely seen in other cities. Devouring the world. Damn ant. The two-headed god received a message from the paper god, meaning their plan had failed. He, the paper god, narrowly escaped the clutches of a human god, while the Black Sun god had been devoured by Lin Luo. A large sun descended from afar, landing beside the two-headed god. My subordinate, the Black Sun god, is dead. Apollo was a handsome, blonde man, bearing a striking resemblance to the Apollo of ancient Greek mythology. I wonder if this Apollo is the sun god from ancient Greek mythology. Are you coming here to question me? The two-headed god was in a bad mood. Apollo said coldly, "What's wrong with me questioning you? Don't think you can compare to me just because you become a true god." The two-headed god's expression changed, but he suppressed his anger and said, "Apollo, I remember you have many gods under your command. The death of one Black Sun god won't make you make a big deal." Apollo nodded and said, "I wouldn't react so strongly to the death of one of my subordinates. The main thing is that Black Sun god took my slave girl," he said angrily. "The most infuriating thing is that my slave girl survived, and that human hasn't captured her yet." "I see." The two-headed god felt a surge of pride. But he didn't dare show his happiness, lest Apollo vent his anger on him. Apollo said angrily, "This human god is too arrogant. He even dared to take my slave girl for himself. This is absolutely unforgivable. So what do you want?" the two-headed god asked. Apollo replied, "I can help you descend to Earth." The two-headed god, with a yearning heart, feigned calmness, saying, "There's such a wonderful thing in the world. You must help me descend to Earth. Only one true god can descend to Earth. If I do, you can't." Apollo dismissed the idea, saying, "Earth is merely an ordinary world among countless epochs. It may be important to you, but it's nothing to me. If you disagree, forget it. I can find someone else to descend to Earth. I'm sure they'd be happy to do so." After saying this, the sun god Apollo prepared to leave the vast canyon. "Wait a moment." The two-headed god couldn't help but say, "Can you give me a moment to think about it?" "Of course I can." Apollo nodded. The two-headed god said, "While I consider this, I will send my subordinate, kneeling god, to Earth. He's my strongest subordinate." "Yes, but it's a bit of an overreaction to send you down directly when you haven't even become a true god." Apollo agreed, "I will send my sister, the moon goddess, to Earth to help you kill the human god." The two-headed god frowned and asked, "Your sister, the moon goddess?" Apollo said, "My sister, you don't have to worry about anything else. I have my sister's full assistance. As long as you're confident she obey you, that's all." The two-headed god no longer objected. Kneeling god was powerful enough, at level 89, just one step away from true godhood. Apollo's sister was also level 89, a perfect and holy goddess. Among the gods of the devouring world, perfect holiness is not a good word. The moon goddess once spared the creatures of the real world out of kindness, something the gods could not tolerate. The gods were deeply dissatisfied with the moon goddess, but they dared not vent their anger because of Apollo. It is said that Apollo knew about this, and was very angry about it, so he imprisoned the moon goddess for a period of time. During this time, the moon god might have changed, but that wasn't something the two-headed god was worried about. The kneeling god was his subordinate, and he was confident he could successfully slay the dragon god. The two discussed and decided roughly what to do. "I'm going to give this ant a good scare." Apollo, unwilling to resign, decided to issue an in-game announcement to scare a human. The law of the devouring world isn't strictly enforced. A powerful god can do something. Apollo could still do something by issuing an in-game announcement. "I, the true god Apollo, hereby inform all humans, including the human god dragon god, that you killed my subordinates and abducted my slave girl, which makes me very angry. You are but a bunch of ants, yet you dare to challenge a powerful god. Do you know how disastrous this will be? Next, I will kill your so-called false dragon god. And you ants, if you anger me, I will exact revenge on you. All of you must die. True god Apollo? I think there's a god named Apollo in ancient Greek mythology. Could this be a true god? It's said that many human myths aren't fabricated, but rather record historical events. This Apollo might be one. Regardless of whether this Apollo is the sun god from ancient Greek mythology, one thing is certain. This Apollo has no good intentions towards us. The moment the game announcement was released, it immediately shocked the entire human race. Cheng Xuexin looked at her phone and said, Xiao Luo, have you seen today's special game announcement? Lin Luo nodded and said, I did. I didn't expect the world-devouring god to be so powerful that he could actually send his own message in the game announcement. Yes, this Apollo is a veteran true god, over level 90, much more powerful than other gods. Cheng Xuexin said worriedly. Lin Luo said calmly, Sister Cheng, don't worry. It's not easy for a true god to descend to Earth. If he could, he would have attacked me long ago, and wouldn't have threatened me in the game announcement. Chapter 163. Okay. Cheng Xuexin thought, after Apollo released the game announcement, people in China are generally supportive of you, and the official community is on your side. Anyone who says anything unkind will be banned. The most despicable thing is that group abroad. They're demanding you give up treatment, and let the true god Apollo deal with you, and hand over that slave girl, otherwise you be a sinner for all of humanity. Lin Luo was right under her nose. It was only a matter of time before he found out his identity. Not only did Cheng Xuexin know Lin Luo's identity, but even the people at the Cataclysm shelter had roughly guessed it. Chen Limei kept a distance, fearing disrupting Lin Luo's normal life. Lin Luo liked director Chen Limei, simply because of her personality, not her mature demeanor. Chen Limei's abilities weren't great, but her conduct and work were truly impeccable. Lin Luo said nonchalantly, they can complain all they want online, just don't do it in front of me. Otherwise, I let them know there's a god more cruel than Apollo. Cheng Xuexin smiled charmingly, that's true. Lin Luo said, Sister Cheng, I'm going out for a while. The Cataclysm shelter now manages the entire Lahai city, but it's still very dangerous. Don't go out unless you have nothing to do. I understand. Cheng Xuexin looked at Lin Luo with reluctance. Lin Luo took a few steps, and then turned back to Cheng Xuexin. Ignoring Cheng Xuexin's objections, he picked her up. Cheng Xuexin panicked, Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Lin Luo said, then I leave? You wicked fellow. Cheng Xuexin's delicate hand clasped Lin Luo's, offering her lips. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and she was no exception. Cheng Xuexin was no ordinary person. With Lin Luo's help, she had become a superpowered person. Under this high-pressure environment, many people were forced to grow. Many who could not grow had already died. Cheng Xuexin felt warm in Lin Luo's arms, tasting what happiness was. With Lin Luo's current strength, he could have any woman he wanted, yet he was still willing to take care of her, even with her child. Originally, Lin Luo had intended to find the succubus and inquire about the world-devouring event. After the succubus was reduced to a smaller size, he arranged for her to stay in a secret villa. The secret villa was provided by the Cataclysm shelter, and it was guarded by the military. When Lin Luo contacted Chen Limei, she was ecstatic. After several live broadcasts of his god-slaying show, Lin Luo's popularity had skyrocketed. At the height of his popularity, Brother Kun wasn't even 1% of Lin Luo's. He was now a national idol, and Chen Limei immediately arranged for him to stay. Lin Luo also asked Chen Limei to keep the secret, and Chen Limei had no objections. In an era when countless powerful individuals were emerging, there was a reason she had always been able to serve as the director of the Cataclysm shelter. With the succubus's strength, almost no one could harm her. Lin Luo warned the succubus Yun Shu to stay still and do as she pleased. Gale Nation. A head of wavy golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Exquisite features, impeccable flaws. Blue eyes, a straight nose, rosy red lips. A surging chest beneath the neck, a flat belly, and a pair of slender, wheat-colored legs. She wore a blue suit and white shorts. Exquisite, capable, yet elegant and sexy. A beautiful blonde sat at her desk, opposite an equally beautiful brunette. The brunette was slightly less impressive than the blonde. These two women were from prominent families in the Gale Nation. Ash was the eldest daughter of a mysterious family, having run the family business from a very early age. In the Gale Nation, Ash was something of an enigma. Few ordinary people knew her name. But to many business leaders, Ash was a household name. Ash was a woman whose family business grew ever stronger under her leadership. The fact that ordinary people didn't know Ash's name wasn't because she wasn't famous enough, but because they simply weren't worthy of it. Besides managing the family business, Ash also frequently played games. Everyone has weaknesses, and Ash, a favored daughter of heaven, was no exception. When Devouring the World launched, Ash was the first person to play the game. But she was too busy. She could ask others to help her with other games, but not this one. When the game shut down, Ash was only ranked 6th, showing her potential. Ash was like a character in a game called League of Legends, possessing an extremely cold bloodline. It wasn't just a simple ability, but a powerful bloodline. Some compared Ash's bloodline to Yetion's swordsmanship, both considering it to be SSS level. Compared to the heroes in League of Legends, her abilities were more comprehensive. In reality, Ash knew which game's hero was modeled after her. The mysterious family learned of this, and warned the game designers, preventing a one-to-one production. After the Eagle God's death, Ash stepped forward and took control of the entire Gale Nation. After several battles with alien races, Ash's level rose to 77, making him the most powerful individual in Gale Nation. At this point, Ash was in charge of all Gale Nation affairs. As powerful as Ash was, she was still overwhelmed by the constant influx of alien races within the nation. The Blood Moon tribe has successfully constructed a statue. The entire statue is 10 times larger than our Statue of Liberty. Based on previous experiences with gods descending, the ratio of a true god to a statue is 100 to 1. This god, descending to Earth, will surely be extremely massive. We're no match for ordinary gods, let alone this powerful one, Alice said worriedly. Ash sighed and said, "Your concerns are my concerns. The Blood Moon clan is extremely cruel, sparing no living creature in sight. Of the millions of people in Luo City, almost none survived. Generally speaking, alien races represent gods. The habits of the alien races reflect the habits of the gods behind them. If this god descends upon our Fierce Wind Nation, the entire Fierce Wind Nation will be destroyed." Alice asked, "Director, what should we do next?" Ash said helplessly, "To save our Fierce Wind Nation, we can only ask for help from the Flame Nation." Alice frowned and said, "Will that work? Our Fierce Wind Nation and the Flame Nation have a bad relationship. The Eagle God even nearly killed Yetion and provoked the Dragon God. I know that. Honestly, a fool like the Eagle God died too late. Our Fierce Wind Nation wouldn't have been in such a bad state. This guy, facing the aliens' arrival, was only interested in showing off his strength, not caring about Fierce Wind Nation at all. He deserved to be killed by the Dragon God." Ash felt no resentment towards the Dragon God, instead, he admired him. The women of the Fierce Wind Nation are quite assertive, and prefer to rely on themselves for many things. Beneath their assertive exterior, they also admire the strong. The Dragon God's display of strength filled Ash with deep admiration. "Prepare an armed fighter jet. I'm heading to the Flame Nation." Ash stood up, her features even more enchanting in the sunlight. "Okay, I arrange it right away." Alice obeyed Ash's orders. To gain the Flame Nation's aid, she first had to demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Chapter 164. Lahai City. Secret Villa. In the villa, there was a stunning woman with goat horns on her head. Her figure was impeccably curvy, flawless. A pair of slender, yet voluptuous, snow-white thighs exuded the ultimate allure. Most captivating was her aura. Every gesture exuded a myriad of charm, stirring the imagination. A normal man, upon seeing this stunning woman, would immediately think of a night of agonizing death. She sat on the sofa, her hips pressed against it, leaving a large wrinkle. On the TV screen, a short video of the hero and heroine played. Is this love? Succubus Yunshu was so engrossed in the scene, oblivious to what was happening around her. You succubi also like to watch soap operas? He hadn't expected Succubus Yunshu to watch Korean dramas, with their melodramatic plots of men and women. She was a succubus after all. She wasn't interested in the collision of flesh and flesh, but she was interested in love. Outrageous. What a siren! Lin Luo couldn't help but curse upon seeing the Yunshu succubus. He was deeply attracted to her, and wanted to do just that. He had already had a deep conversation with Sister Chung before he came over. But seeing the Yunshu succubus, Lin Luo's desire was piqued once again. A succubus is a succubus, a being directly linked to desire. The Yunshu succubus asked with confused eyes, "What do you mean by liking?" Lin Luo explained, "It means being obsessed with this object." The Yunshu succubus was a deity, so she understood many things instantly. She nodded her delicate chin slightly. "I really enjoy this kind of TV show. I'm a survivor from over a dozen epochs ago, brought to the devouring world by the true God. Later, I was trained by the older generation of succubi. Because I excelled in all aspects, I became a member of the new generation. Lin Luo asked, "What is an era?" Succubus Yuanshu explained, "An era is when the devouring world connects to a new real world every once in a while. The gods of the devouring world call this an era." Lin Luo asked, "Does the destruction of the real world mark the end of an era?" Succubus Yuanshu nodded and said, "Yes, in the era I was in, the gods destroyed the real world, marking the end of the era." "Did the gods destroy the real world?" Lin Luo continued. The Yuanshu succubus replied, "The rule of the devouring world is endless devouring. Only by devouring can one become stronger. As a god of the devouring world, I also adhere to this law. Once they enter the real world, they will devour all living things there. I was lucky not to become a god, but was brought to the devouring world by Lord Apollo. Another way is to become a god in the epoch and voluntarily enter the devouring world. Gods in the devouring world cannot fight. They can only enter the real world if they want to." Lin Luo said, "I already become a god, so I'm not qualified to enter the devouring world." The Yuanshu succubus nodded, "Yes." "Do you know how?" "Yes, after you land in the devouring world, have the people outside destroy your landing equipment. You will then remain in the devouring world forever. To stay in the devouring world, the first step is to become a god. The second is to be brought to the devouring world by a god. I was brought there by Lord Apollo. So it's so simple." Lin Luo knew the devouring world contained many gods, but he didn't know how to enter it. He thought entering the devouring world was difficult and required the assistance of its gods. According to Yuanshu succubus, the method was very simple. Lin Luo could log into the game at any time, so destroying the game pod from outside was a piece of cake. Chung Xuexin, even an ordinary person, could destroy the pod. Yuanshu succubus blinked her cute eyes and said, "I think you should give up resistance soon. Lord Apollo is very powerful, and you are no match for him." Lin Luo said, "Thank you very much for telling me this method. If that doesn't work, I will use your method to enter the devouring world." Yuanshu succubus said, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. My era is much more powerful than yours, and we couldn't survive the gods of the devouring world. I advise you to give up soon." Lin Luo asked, "Are there gods in your era?" Yuanshu succubus nodded and said, "Yes, the paper gods and the black sun god is the god of my era. They're not as powerful as you, and both are incredibly selfish. Back in my era, there was a powerful god named Cloud God. Unlike these two, he tried to resist the world-devouring god, but was ultimately slain by the two gods. I don't know the details. My mother told me all this. After my mother died, I was taken into the devouring world by the black sun god." Lin Luo said, "You told me so much, aren't you afraid Apollo will blame you?" The Yuanshu succubus asked in confusion, "Why would the true god blame me?" "Okay." Lin Luo knew about Yuanshu succubus's situation. Yuanshu succubus wasn't born a succubus, but rather one who was nurtured. The previous succubus had basically taught Yuanshu succubus how to serve men. Apollo had changed their race, transforming them from the Cloud clan into succubi. Yuanshu succubus's appearance was full of charm, her every smile a spellbinding beauty. In reality, she was a naive, innocent woman, completely clueless. Lin Luo didn't know whether to feel fortunate or sad about Yuanshu succubus's situation. Fortunately, Yuanshu succubus knew nothing, and didn't know what was bothering her. Sadly, Yuanshu succubus's era was destroyed by Apollo, and as a survivor, she still had to serve her enemy. This TV show is really good. There's nothing this exciting in the devouring world. Yuanshu succubus's eyes sparkled as she stared at the Korean drama playing. "If you want to watch it, you can stay here forever," Lin Luo said. The Yuanshu succubus shook her head and said, "The race that dominates your era is too weak. You won't be able to stay for long. I better watch more now. I won't be able to watch it when I return to the devouring world." Lin Luo attempted, "Do you want to watch TV all the time?" "Yes," the Yuanshu succubus said without hesitation. "As long as you obey my orders, I will try my best to let you watch TV more." "Deal successful." "Agree so readily?" Lin Luo asked. The Yuanshu succubus blinked her eyes and said, "If I don't agree, will you let me go?" "Maybe?" Lin Luo felt embarrassed. The Yuanshu succubus said, "We gotten to know you humans over this period of time. You humans are full of intrigue and cannibalism, but you also possess a great deal of truth, kindness, and beauty." Lin Luo smiled wryly, "You're the only one among so many gods who praises us humans." The Yuanshu succubus said, "I'm just answering this question objectively. If you need any help from now on, I help you. Of course. I call you if I need your help. Lin Luo didn't want to disturb the Yunshu succubus from watching Korean dramas, so he stood up. The Yunshu succubus reached out her slender, snow-white hand and grasped Lin Luo's elbow. Lin Luo could see a red light glimmering beneath her snow-white belly. Chapter 165. What's going on? Lin Luo's breathing quickened, his blood boiling. The Yunshu succubus's eyes turned red, adding to her allure. Her snow-white skin was so pale, it seemed to emit waves of cold white light. Especially her long legs stretched out on the ground, her thighs and calves devoid of any excess flesh, their curves perfectly curved. The Yunshu succubus's crimson eyes shone with blue love. I see desire in you. If you wish, I can help you. You don't need to worry about me being unclean. You humans seem to value first times. Especially in your Yen nation. I'm a newly trained succubus. I never served anyone before. You can rest assured. Lin Luo felt a primal urge to execute the Yunshu succubus right there. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. The Yunshu succubus's eyes returned to their original black and white color, and she said, "Looks like I'm busy today, so I continue watching TV." Okay. Lin Luo stood up and walked out of the villa. If it weren't for this phone call, he would have really executed the Yunshu succubus right there and then. The Yunshu succubus was a succubus, and before it developed, she could hold back. If the Yunshu succubus developed, her addiction would be even stronger than his. By then, even leaving the villa would be a luxury for Lin Luo. Lin Luo answered the phone. It was Chen Limei on the other end. The gist of it was that the Blood Moon clan of the Fierce Wind Nation had occupied a city. The powerful men of the Fierce Wind Nation were unable to stop the Blood Moon clan from constructing the statue. It was already complete. The Blood Moon clan could use the statue to summon the deity behind them at any time. The Blood Moon clan is a powerful and brutal race, their physical strength far surpassing that of humans of the same level. They possess a power called the Blood Moon, which allows them to assimilate other races. After assimilation, other races will develop a red moon on their foreheads. In the cities ruled by the Blood Moon clan, there are almost no survivors. The leaders of the Fierce Wind Nation are deeply concerned that the Blood Moon clan's gods will descend and destroy the entire nation. As the strongest of the Fierce Wind Nation, Ash has taken the initiative to come from the Fierce Wind Nation to the Flame Nation to seek help. Dragon God, do you think we should help the Fierce Wind Nation? Chen Limei asked. Lin Luo replied, refuse for now. Ask for a higher standard. I remember that the Fierce Wind Nation once had a Thunder God, and he seems to have little respect for me. Ask the Fierce Wind Nation leaders to send him to me. Chen Limei nodded, I understand. She is a very intelligent person, and knows what she should do. Chen Limei told Ash the truth, without adding her own opinions. I understand what the Dragon God meant. Ash didn't linger, leaving behind a layer of frost and disappearing. Director, why did this person leave so suddenly? Zhou Jiahui approached. Chen Limei said, she's a very intelligent person, and doesn't want to discuss things with me. The real decision-maker is the Dragon God. How rude, unlike Li Jiun, Zhou Jiahui said unhappily. Li Jiun, working, blushed, unable to say anything offensive. After Lin Luo left Yunshu succubus's villa, he headed back home. A stunningly beautiful blonde woman stood in front of Lin Luo. She had blue eyes, fair skin, and wore an old-fashioned business suit. Her legs were long and slender. Compared to Zhou Jiahui's mixed-race beauty, the woman before him was a classic Western beauty. Hello, Dragon God. My name is Ash. Nice to meet you. Ash extended her hand in a friendly manner. You, the Fierce Wind Nation, are quite powerful. You even know my true identity, and were able to intercept me here. Lin Luo didn't deny it. The fact that Ash had found him meant he must have double-checked his identity. If Lin Luo pretended to deny it, he would appear unwise. Please calm down, Dragon God. I had no choice but to come to you. I wanted to resolve this matter. Ash said sincerely. Let's find a place to talk. Lin Luo didn't have a favorable impression of the Fierce Wind Nation, but he knew he couldn't let his loyalty get in the way. He had recently devoured several powerful gods, but that wasn't enough to fight against a world-devouring god. A being as powerful as a true god was not something he could withstand. Thank you, Dragon God. Ash smiled. The Dragon God's refusal was the best answer. The two returned to Yunshu succubus's villa. Ash became wary upon entering. She asked cautiously, Dragon God, do you have a deity here? Lin Luo nodded and said, the woman watching TV in the living room is the deity, the succubus I captured last time. While he was fighting, many drones were circling around him. Ash knew it without Lin Luo's explanation. Ash's eyes grew strange, and she said, as expected of the dragon god, he can even tame a succubus. Lin Luo, feeling a headache, said, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a gentleman. Dragon god, you misunderstood. I have no ulterior motives. With your power, you can have any woman you want. Even if she's a god, she have to submit. Ash, a Western woman, was relatively open-minded. Among so many women, I'm included. As long as Dragon God is willing to help me deal with the gods of the Gale Nation, I'd be with you every day. Even though I'm 23, I never had a boyfriend. Lin Luo rolled his eyes and said, you're dreaming? Ash was silent for a moment, then smiled. Dragon God is quite humorous. Lin Luo said, Qin Li Mei has told you many of her requests. She's also set the conditions, and there's no way they can be reduced. Ash nodded and said, please a god. This price is nothing. The only one I can't satisfy is the Thunder God, because I don't know his whereabouts. You know the consequences of lying. Lin Luo, having gained the power of the Mother Goddess of Joy and Sorrow, could easily tell when Ash was lying. Ash said, I understand the seriousness of lying. I can double the amount of the crystal core you want. As long as Lei Shan has any information, I will personally capture it and present it to you. Okay. Lin Luo, unaware of Ash's lie, agreed to go to the Gale Nation. I trust the Dragon God's character. Ash stood up from her chair and bowed to Lin Luo in gratitude. Gale Nation. A mysterious altar, engraved with various strange runes. Lei Shan knelt on the ground, repeatedly prostrating before the mysterious altar. Great Rune God, please grant me your power. The mysterious altar was accidentally discovered by Lei Shan during his escape. He was summoned by the mysterious altar and somehow communicated with it. After a while of communication, Lei Shan learned that the mysterious altar was built by the Rune God, the true god of the devouring world. Unlike other gods, the Rune God had no subordinates in the devouring world. He wanted someone to help him on Earth, but he had to do it himself. The Rune God used his powers to establish a mysterious rune altar in the Gale Nation, awaiting the arrival of a destined person. Luckily, the God of Thunder received this opportunity, becoming the first person chosen by the Rune God. Chapter 166. A strange rune sprouted from Thor's heart and began to spread toward his neck. The runes continued to spread, from his neck to his face. The ferocious runes covered most of his face before they ceased to grow. Such a powerful force. Thor felt himself growing stronger, his level rising from 73 to 80. I become a god? Thor's face was filled with ecstasy, unable to contain his joy. With a boom, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire world in daylight. A mysterious man appeared at the mysterious altar. His appearance was unknown, his body covered in various strange runes. Don't be too happy. My helping you ascend to godhood early comes at a price. Try not to use all your power. If you do, you be comparable to a level 85 god, but it also means you die after using all your power, the Rune God warned. Thank you, Lord True God, for the reminder. Thor bowed again. The Rune True God said, as long as you obey my orders, I will not treat you unfairly. When this era ends, I will take you to the devouring world, where you will become a true god and gain eternal life. Thank you, Lord True God, Thor thanked him. The Rune True God said, you have now gained great power and can assist me. You should know that there is a powerful god among you humans. Thor nodded and said, I know. A clown who became a god through luck. I will use all my runes to kill this man. He was still very enthusiastic about killing Lin Luo. The Eagle God was his good brother, and he would seek revenge if the opportunity arose. Rune God, that was in the past. This ant has grown considerably during this time, reaching level 85. Thunder God's face was filled with disbelief. So fast. He had endured much pain and experienced many life or death experiences to become a pseudo-god. Rune God, this ant has inherited the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, a very powerful bloodline in the entire devouring world. You alone cannot defeat it. Apollo, the ancient true god of the devouring world, has sent his sister to the fierce Wind Nation. Judging by this human's past character, he will definitely take action. When the two gods battle, you can take the opportunity to aid the Moon God and slay this ant. Thunder God, I will definitely carry out the true god's orders. Go ahead. After Thunder God left, Rune God began to search for a new person. He selects people with a strong purpose, cultivating each one with the potential to become a god. The Thunder God possesses a thunder power that's close to the thunder bloodline. Once his power is transformed into his bloodline, he will possess the potential to become a god. The Rune God possesses this ability, using runes to directly elevate people. This isn't limited to Earth's era. The rune gods of other eras are equally true. They seek out powerful individuals to serve them within their eras. After using these individuals, the rune gods devour them completely. If only this human god, the dragon god, could be my own. I'd definitely be the one to benefit most from this era. The rune god's body slowly vanished, returning to the rune altar. A red-haired little girl stumbled into the rune altar. Her arrival wasn't unintentional, it was guided by the rune god. Everyone with the potential to become a god, but filled with negative emotions, will be guided into the rune altar. The rune god will grant these individuals the opportunity to become a god. I want to make a wish. As soon as the red-haired girl spoke, the entire rune altar erupted in a frenzy. Countless strange runes appeared within the altar, rushing towards the little girl. Gale Nation. Ash had already returned from the Flame Nation. Matters were too urgent to linger. Alice asked anxiously, Director, has the dragon god invited us? Ash nodded. Yes, I give you a certain number of crystal cores. Try to gather as many as you can. They're for the dragon god. Alice's phone received the message and asked in surprise, Do you need so many? Ash said, Inviting the dragon god is already great. We pay whatever price we have. Indeed. Alice hurried to gather the crystal cores and handed them to Ash half a day later. Ash contacted Lin Luo and said, Dragon god, I gathered the crystal cores. Do you have any method for you? Lin Luo said, Give it to me later. You didn't come to the Fierce Wind Kingdom? Ash felt a pang of disappointment. But she didn't dare complain. The dragon god's power was not something she could complain about. If the dragon god was angered, no one could protect themselves. Alright, Ash replied helplessly. The Su family villa. Su Qing asked, Brother Lin, are you really not going to the Fierce Wind Kingdom? Lin Luo said, I will go, but I put it off until later. I suspect more gods may descend from the Yin Kingdom. Su Qing frowned slightly, it's possible. The world-devouring gods have no morals, and are particularly vengeful. You enslaved the Yunshu succubus, and Apollo, the sun god behind you, will surely seek revenge. Lin Luo analyzed, 2 true gods are targeting me now. The moon god is about to descend from the Fierce Wind Kingdom. I suspect it's Apollo's sister, Diana. This is a myth from Greek mythology. Last time, the black sun god and the paper god were sent by the sun god and the two-headed god, respectively. Now Apollo has. If they send powerful gods, the two-headed god will surely send gods as well. The 2 true gods are targeting me. The Fierce Wind Nation is secondary. A god will surely descend from the Yin Nation, as powerful as the moon god. Su Qing asked, Why are the gods of the devouring world increasingly resembling ancient Greek mythology? Lin Luo replied, It's not resembling ancient Greek mythology. Originally, the gods of the devouring world corresponded to some gods on Earth. Gods like the Bahen and the Snow Wolf god were all gods that existed on Earth. But the legends of some gods have been lost, so we don't remember them. For example, evil gods like the Paper God, the Black Sun God, and the Mother Goddess of Sorrow and Joy were banned by the authorities due to their limited spread. On the other hand, powerful and beautiful gods, like Apollo, will surely be widely known. Lin Luo wondered if gods from Yin Nation mythology would appear as the struggle against the devouring world continued. The Bahen and the Snow Wolf god both have their origins in the classic of mountains and seas. The power and gods of the devouring world were even more complex than Lin Luo had anticipated. But he didn't need to worry too much. Any god that descended to Earth had to pass through him. Also, the rules of the devouring world prevented overly powerful gods from descending prematurely. Lin Luo had used these rules to effectively deal with these devouring world gods. Legend has it that these gods weren't born on Earth. Could they be survivors from previous eras, transmitting signals to us, allowing us to learn about the devouring world? After receiving this information, our ancients believed the world was created by the gods, and worshipped them deeply. In reality, they were the ones who destroyed the real world. Su Qing expressed her bold conjecture. Chapter 167. Lin Luo nodded and said, Our human intelligence improves as we learn more. It's natural for the ancients to have this perception, mistaking the deity that destroyed the world for the deity that created it. Su Qing said, The longer we persist, the more we learn about the deities that devour the world. In the future, not only will the gods of ancient Greece appear, but our Yin Nation's gods will also appear frequently. Lin Luo said helplessly, All I can say is that survival is a very difficult task. The essence of the devouring world is devouring. Any powerful deity evolved through devouring, and becoming even stronger is also devouring and evolving. It's not hard to guess how they destroy the real world. They devour all living things in it, including the entire world. But don't worry too much. I learned from the succubus how to enter the devouring world and avert this disaster. The incident isn't as difficult to resolve as you might think. Last time, I didn't even have a single helper. This time, Yunshu the succubus can help me, which will greatly relieve the pressure. Also, no matter where these two gods descend, their target is me. I'm staying in Yin country to prevent disaster from happening to us. Su Qing placed her hand on Lin Luo's shoulder. Brother Lin, you don't need to tell me how to escape. No matter how dangerous the future, I will always be with you. Lin Luo felt a warm feeling in his heart and hugged Su Qing to him. I will protect you. Su Qing wore a yellow battle suit, the loose clothing revealing her snow-white skin. Her long, snow-white legs stood out against the yellow suit. Her delicate face, lightly painted with makeup, looked exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps knowing Lin Luo favored black stockings and high heels, Su Qing wore thick black stockings on her legs. The black heels were adorned with diamonds, making them particularly dazzling. After looking at thin black stockings for a long time, the thicker ones looked quite nice. Most importantly, Su Qing's legs were beautiful, long, straight, and possessing an indescribably perfect curve. Su Qing blushed and said, "Sleep here with me tonight." Okay. Lin Luo embraced Su Qing without hesitation and entered the room. Devouring the world. A two-headed, extremely ugly god. Another blonde, blue-eyed god, radiating sunlight. Apollo said, "My sister can descend at any moment. Are you ready?" The two-headed god nodded. "She's ready and can descend at any moment." "Then descend?" "I sense through my divine senses that this human god hasn't traveled to Gale country, but has remained in her own land. Your plan is likely to fail. You underestimate this human god. Then send your men to fight." Apollo said calmly. "What do you mean?" The two-headed god angrily said, "My men are powerful enough to bow before the gods, but they're likely no match for this human god. You're sacrificing my men in disguise. You should send your sister to their aid immediately." Apollo said calmly, "It's just one of my men. Why are you so angry? Changes to the plan aren't my decision. Rest assured, this human god is dead. My sister isn't something I can easily control. Once she descends to Earth, I can't force her to act immediately. It's not that I'm deliberately not helping you, but I have no other choice." "You?" The two-headed god was livid. "Okay, if the plan succeeds, I compensate you," Apollo consoled him. The two-headed god said, "I want the right to descend to Earth as a true god." "Ha ha!" Apollo couldn't help but laugh. "Is it funny?" The two-headed god's face sank. "Of course it's funny. I told you before that I wanted you to descend to Earth and destroy this human god. You were afraid I hurt you, so you didn't agree. Now you want to descend to Earth again. Do you think it's possible?" Apollo scoffed. The two-headed god's face was grim, but he couldn't argue. If Apollo successfully controlled Earth, then the title of true god would definitely belong to Apollo, and he wouldn't have any chance of competing for it. "Okay, don't be angry. You still have a few powerful subordinates. I can have one or two of them descend to Earth to help collect the food for the devouring." Apollo consoled him. "Okay." The two-headed god reluctantly agreed. Apollo, as a veteran god, was not someone he could shake. A massive statue of the moon goddess occupied half the city. Suddenly, the sun in the sky disappeared, and day suddenly turned to night. A single moon hung high in the night sky, casting a bright moonlight. What's going on? Why is the sun gone and suddenly the moon? Could it be the arrival of the moon goddess, Diana from ancient Greek mythology? Diana is a good deity in ancient Greek mythology. I don't think she would destroy our country. As the moon goddess, Diana possessed a striking beauty. Compared to the gods, who had descended before, the moon goddess's appearance was exceptional. Beauty is justice, right? Many people believe that the moon goddess had descended to Earth, most likely to aid humanity. The gray material on the statue's surface began to flake off, and with each slough piece, dazzling moonlight emanated from within. Alice nervously exclaimed, "She's really descended." Ash said, "Don't panic. The dragon god is a man of his word. The last time Daka invited him, he took the crystal core and went. He's already received our crystal core, and he won't go back on his word." About an hour later, the gray material on the moon goddess's exterior completely fell away. A goddess, a life-size replica of the statue, appeared before everyone's eyes. The woman's features were exquisitely crafted, flawless, the face of a classic Western beauty, with a high nose and deep eyes. She wore a silk dress that revealed her crystal-white skin. Her long, slender legs, crafted from jade, were flawless, without a single flaw. The moon goddess' eyes were tightly closed, her long, thick eyelashes trembling slightly. A drone transmitted the live broadcast, and everyone held their breath and fell silent. The moon goddess was at level 89, just one step away from becoming a powerful true god. Even if the dragon god were to come and fight the moon goddess, he wouldn't necessarily win. Not to mention those who hadn't yet attained godhood, they were nothing but ants before the moon goddess. Alice's pupils trembled slightly. This moon god is different from what we imagined. She didn't attack us right away. Ash exhaled. Not attacking is best. The dragon god is our support, but I'm not sure he win. The moon god is too high, for levels higher than the dragon god. Alice nodded. That's true. Ash said, I previously received information from Yin Nation that a god has descended in Lahai City. Alice said, no wonder the dragon god didn't show up. It seems he's dealing with his own country's gods. The two didn't blame the dragon god too much, finding it understandable. If it were them, the two gods would have prioritized their own country's gods. Lahai City. The sky turned blood red, and the lightning was all red. The wind blew continuously, its force like a blade. The mud and stone on some buildings were destroyed by the strong wind. Chen Limei, receiving Lin Luo's message, ordered everyone to retreat. A spatial rift suddenly appeared. A pair of dry, withered hands grasped its sides and pulled them apart, sending a violent wind surging out. Chapter 168. Fuck. A god has truly descended. World-devouring gods don't first descend to aliens, then descend to gods. Now, gods descend whenever they please. I can see you haven't carefully studied the rules of world-devouring gods. Aliens descending to Earth first to build statues allows the gods to descend unscathed. There's no requirement for aliens to descend. These world-devouring gods are really courting death. The dragon god just devoured several powerful gods, and now another one rushes over, eager to die. The rift in space-time stretched wider, and a gaunt, dark figure emerged from it. A skeletal, humanoid monster appeared before everyone's eyes. His face was thin, barely a layer of skin. A pair of dark yellow pupils shifted constantly in wide-eye sockets, surveying everything around him. So disgusting. What kind of monster is this? I noticed that none of the gods descending from our Yin nation are good-looking. The mermaid god of Rhea is pretty, and the moon god of Lifeng is pretty. It seems these gods are all subordinates of the two-headed god. The two-headed god himself is so ugly, let alone his subordinates. As soon as the kneeling god appeared, a giant dragon cast from gold appeared. The dragon god has arrived. His appearance couldn't be more timely. I feel like battles between gods are exciting, while battles between alien races are completely boring. In the future, fewer alien races will descend. Gods may choose to descend directly. After all, the weakening of cross-border power is limited. The kneeling god uttered a hoarse voice. You are one of those human gods. That's right. Lin Luo nodded. With a thud, the kneeling god bent his knees and immediately prostrated himself before the dragon god. What's going on? Why is this world-devouring god kneeling before the dragon god? Could it be that the dragon god seems so powerful, emanating a domineering aura that has captivated this world-devouring god, causing him to kneel? This god seems to be called the kneeling god. Do you think it has something to do with his own abilities? Lin Luo's blood boiled at this kneeling. We can't let this kneeling god continue kneeling, or something terrible will happen. He controlled his massive dragon body, his sharp claws snagging at the kneeling god. The sharp claws pierced through the withered, black skin, ripping out a beating heart. If it were an ordinary god, having their heart ripped out would have been near death. The world-devouring god's power was primarily due to his formidable physical strength. 2 bows. The kneeling god, seemingly still alive, continued to kneel before Lin Luo. He slammed his forehead down hard, making close contact with the ground. Lin Luo immediately sensed something was wrong, and his body began to stiffen. The dragon scales on his body began to explode, and golden dragon blood spilled out. After reaching level 85, his blood transformed from ordinary blood into golden dragon blood, tinged with a golden hue. 3 bows. Knowing Lin Luo's power, the kneeling god immediately stood up and bowed again. 4th bow. 8th bow. Lin Luo's golden scales exploded, and his golden blood bathed the dragon god in a golden red hue. The two-headed god observed this scene with a smug smile, saying, Apollo, it seems your plan has failed. My men alone can take out the gods of humanity. Apollo said expressionlessly, Do you still want your men to die, and have my sister take care of this man? The two-headed god said, Of course not. My men have taken care of the human god, so you can't compete with me for the position of true god. Apollo said calmly, I will keep my promise and not compete with you, But if others compete with you, it's none of my business. Of course. The two-headed god said confidently, my men will descend on Earth and seize a stronghold first. Other true gods will not be able to compete with me. Apollo ignored the two-headed god's words, his golden eyes, as dazzling as the sun, fixed on the real world. He didn't believe a human god would die so easily. Cataclysm shelter. Chu, he said, you said the dragon god no longer has any clones. This kneeling god's abilities are so strange that no one could withstand his kneeling. Zhou Jiahui said uncertainly, it must be a clone, otherwise the dragon god wouldn't be so weak. Yang Jun said, let me be frank. This kneeling god isn't stupid. When kneeling to the dragon god, he must be able to discern the truth from the false. The dragon god might. She noticed that the more she spoke, the more hostile the looks from those around her became. Bah! Look at my jinx. Yang Jun quickly shut up, fearing the people around him would stare him down. Qin Limei's thoughts were similar to Yang Jun's, but she clung to hope. I don't think the dragon god will die easily. 10 bows. The kneeling god dropped to his knees, and bowed vigorously to Lin Luo. Lin Luo's flesh began to crumble, falling to the ground. After a moment, Lin Luo's flesh melted away, completely vanishing. Human gods are nothing more than that. A creepy smile played on the kneeling god's lips. Is the dragon god truly dead? The dark ages of our humanity are finally upon us. It's too difficult. There are too many powerful gods in the devouring world. The dragon god has devoured several, but there aren't enough of them. Don't worry about the dragon god, worry about yourselves. Apollo said he exact revenge on us and spare no one. After the dragon god was slain by the kneeling god, a sense of despair permeated everyone's hearts. The kneeling god rose from the ground, a cold smile on his face. I thought a god from an ant was so powerful, but I didn't expect it couldn't even withstand my 10 kneelings. He approached the dragon god's corpse, ready to claim his trophy. The kneeling god's power was immense, but it had its flaws. The flaw was that he couldn't leave his flesh intact, he had to devour it bite by bite. The kneeling god had experienced devouring many times before, so he didn't feel the disgust of separated flesh and blood. He squatted on the ground and began to grab the flesh. But as soon as his hand reached out, the flesh disappeared. Oh no! The kneeling god immediately realized something was wrong and wanted to evacuate. Suddenly, the sun, radiating red light, was completely covered by shadows. In an instant, the entire real world went from daylight to eternal night. Oh shit! I can't see anything. The sun is covered. Could it be that another god from the devouring world has descended? What are these devouring world gods doing? They keep descending. We can't handle one god alone, so we don't need others to descend. The sun suddenly vanished. This seems to be the power of the Black Sun God. The dragon god devoured the Black Sun God and may have gained his power. The dragon god has turned the tables, taking advantage of the kneeling god's inattention and devouring him in one fell swoop. As everyone was puzzled, the shadow covering the sun gradually dissipated, releasing a dazzling light once again. The dragon god and the kneeling god had vanished, leaving behind only the damaged buildings. As everyone was wondering what had happened, the two-headed god witnessed what had happened and was enraged. Chapter 169. Idiot! Big idiot! The two-headed god cursed repeatedly. Apollo smiled and said, there's no need to be so angry. Humans are always cunning. It's normal for your men to be fooled. The two-headed god angrily said, when this guy descended to Earth, I warned him that human gods are difficult to deal with. He must distinguish his true form before kneeling. The kneeling god has a unique ability. Using the kneeling god's power renders him invincible. No matter how deadly the means, it's difficult to kill the kneeling god. Only those at the level of a true god can kill the invincible kneeling god. The two-headed god has no power to kill a kneeling god while he's kneeling. However, the kneeling god's weakness is obvious. When not kneeling, his strength is greatly weakened. It was precisely because of this observation that the human gods were able to easily kill the kneeling god. The human god's methods had been concealed from others, but they were hidden from the two-headed god and Apollo, the sun god. At first, it was the true form of the human god, but by the second bow, it was no longer. The kneeling god didn't notice this, believing the human god hadn't changed. He happily killed the dragon god, and was about to eat when Lin Luo used the power of the Black Sun god to devour the kneeling god in a single gulp. Apollo smiled, don't be too angry. My sister will kill him soon. The two-headed god's face sank, your sister will listen to you. And what are your next moves? Apollo smiled mysteriously, that's not your concern. This human god is doomed anyway. I hope so. The two-headed god was displeased with Apollo's concealment of the truth, but there was nothing he could do. Gale Nation. The bright moonlight fell upon the moon goddess Diana, illuminating her as sacred and inviolable. Numerous drones patrolled her surroundings, constantly observing her every move, fearing any mishap. Alice hurried over. "Director, this is terrible. The dragon god has died in Lawhigh City." "What?" Ash's beautiful eyes widened. "That's not a funny joke at all," Alice said. "These are critical times. I wouldn't dare joke like that with the director." Ash said, "Tell me the whole story." "Okay." Alice told Ash all about the strange power of the kneeling god. After hearing this, Ash sighed heavily. There are too many devouring world gods. The gods who descended earlier were just appetizers. The gods who descended later are increasingly powerful, and many possess bizarre abilities. Alice said helplessly, "The Dark Ages have finally arrived. It's said that every once in a while, the devouring world connects to a new reality, and we're just one of those realities." Ash's eyes dimmed. "Based on some information I know, we're still relatively weak among the many realities. It's a miracle that we managed to survive until now." Alice said, "Hope for the dragon god is gone. Now we can only hope that the moon god is a good god and won't attack us. Putting our hopes on the kindness of others is simply unrealistic." Ash looked even faster. "Sir, this is bad?" A major general from the Gale Nation ran in. "Has the moon goddess' voice been deciphered?" "What does it mean?" Ash asked anxiously. The major general nodded. "Yes, it's deciphered. It means you should leave now. I can't control myself anymore." Alice's face darkened. In ancient Greek mythology, the moon goddess Diana is the daughter of Zeus, the lord of the gods. Compared to her siblings, she has a gentler personality. She came to Earth, most likely not wanting to kill us, but someone was controlling her. Apollo, the sun god, announced in the game that he would destroy all of humanity. That's easy to guess. Diana's brother Apollo is behind her. In ancient Greek mythology, he was a very radical god. He might be controlling his sister to destroy humanity. Ash said resolutely, "The dragon god is dead. No one can stand up to the world-devouring god anymore. Now, I decided to launch the Wandering Earth project." She was inspired by a novel by a Yen country writer. The difference is that only the space station wanders through the universe. The Yen country writer's plan is far more insane, having the entire Earth wander through the universe. It's unrealistic for the devouring god to descend upon Earth, leaving the entire planet wandering in the universe. If Earth were to arrive on a planet with intelligent life, that planet's intelligent life would be deeply grateful to Ash. The devouring god would then also be deeply grateful to Ash. The devouring god originally disliked Earth's lack of resources, but Ash even sent a planet there. The most likely scenario is that the devouring god will not let Earth leave. The connection between the devouring world and Earth requires specific conditions. If Earth moves from its original location, the connection between the two may be severed. The space station represents the entirety of Gale Nation's technology, boasting comprehensive facilities and a vast array of resources. According to Gale Nation scientists, this space station can wander the universe for 200 years. "I arrange it now," Alice said without hesitation. "The dragon god is dead, and the only person who could possibly stop the moon god is gone. A dark age for humanity is approaching." Ash believed that other major powers also had similar plans to the Wandering Earth, and they were likely launching escape missions. Good news. Good news. Alice left for a short while before returning. Ash asked eagerly, "What good news?" Alice replied, "The dragon god isn't dead. The kneeling god killed what looked like his clone, and then the dragon god used the power of the black sun god to instantly devour and kill the kneeling god." "Great," Ash exclaimed joyfully. Alice asked, "Director, should we proceed with our plan?" Ash said, "We should proceed. The moon god is far more powerful than the kneeling god, and the dragon god may not be 100% certain of victory." Alice nodded. Indeed. The dragon god's death might have meant despair. The dragon god's life was not dead, and there was still hope. Our Fierce Wind Nation is truly the luckiest nation in the world. Look at the gods of Yen Nation, who immediately seek destruction. The gods descending from our nation are completely different. Is there a possibility that this world-devouring god will not only not attack us, but will protect us and become our Fierce Wind Nation's god? That possibility is very high. I believe that goddess luck is on our side. Most of us in Fierce Wind Nation are descendants of the ancient Greeks. I heard that the dragon god has died. Yen Nation has nothing left, and we in Fierce Wind Nation will attract our own powerful gods. Our Fierce Wind Nation has always been number one. Because Yen Nation possessed the dragon god, we briefly held the top spot. Now that we in Fierce Wind Nation possess a powerful god, we're about to reclaim it. The unaware citizens of Fierce Wind Nation believed the moon god's arrival was a good thing. Under their wishful thinking, a strange change quietly occurred. Chapter 170. The full moon, hanging high in the sky, began to undergo a strange transformation. Half of the moon was displaced, revealing half a sun. The sun released heat, radiating a dazzling sunlight. The other half of the moon was eroded, gradually dimming, even the moonlight vanishing. Diana's eyes suddenly opened, radiating a moonlight. The moonlight lingered for a moment before Diana's eyes transformed, emitting a radiance filled with heat. Diana sprang into action, grabbing a passing drone and crushing it. The light emitted by the half-sun in the sky mutated, casting a rainbow of colors. I feel so sick staying home, as if my whole body is melting. And I'm a superpowered person. There's something wrong with this sunlight. I feel like I'm melting bit by bit, and soon I be gone. The moon goddess must be controlled by someone, most likely Apollo, the sun god. Everyone quickly noticed something was amiss, but they were powerless to stop it. The sunlight emanating from the sky was eerie. Even though she was in the shadows, she could still feel the sunlight. The sunlight was as pervasive as the air. Ash called out, "Alice, come to me and enter my ice cube." "Yes, Chief." Alice hurried to Ash's side. Ash activated her ice bloodline, trapping the two of them within the ice. The ice bloodline can create ice below tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, impenetrable to ordinary temperatures. Facing a powerful god, Ash dared not hold back, unleashing her ice bloodline to its full potential. The curtains in the conference room were clearly drawn, making it almost nighttime. But the ice continued to melt, forcing Ash to use her powers to increase the ice. The gods were too powerful. Ash felt a surge of weakness. Once the ice completely melted, she would soon die. As the most powerful person in the Gale Nation, she was already in such a dire situation. Not to mention the others, whose situation would be even worse than Ash's. Alice regretted, "We should have launched the space station watering plan earlier to get those people off Earth. Now even leaving is impossible." Ash sighed, "I underestimated the power of the gods, especially those close to true gods." Devouring the world. The two-headed god's voice was filled with sarcasm. "Apollo, you are truly a heartless brother, controlling your own sister to fight." Apollo said coldly, "I have treated my sister well. A soft heart is unfit for a god. Without my help, she would have died. As a veteran god, you still have much to learn from me." The two-headed god said sarcastically. Apollo smiled. "It's good that you know." "Ah! I'm dying. Someone please save me. Powerful dragon god, please come to our country soon. I apologize for what I said earlier. Just now, the latest live broadcast came from Yin Nation. The dragon god has devoured the kneeling god. Now, only the dragon god can save us. Many people in the Fierce Wind Nation could not withstand the sunlight and melted away. If no one stopped the light, the entire Fierce Wind Nation would melt away." A giant golden dragon, watered in gold, appeared. In the sunlight, its golden scales shone brightly. Lin Luo stared at the goddess radiating moonlight, momentarily unsure how to react. Diana, upon seeing Lin Luo appear, condensed a spear in her hand. The spear, condensed from moonlight, possessed an extremely terrifying power. Diana hurled the spear toward Lin Luo. The spear flew toward him at an incredibly terrifying speed. Lin Luo didn't dare to take the spear head-on and quickly dodged. Diana was a powerful deity, possessing a powerful divine bloodline, far more powerful than a mere worshipper could match. Additionally, Diana was level 89, 3 levels higher than Lin Luo. The spear passed by Lin Luo, turned, and charged toward him. Lin Luo knew he had to block the spear, so he used his frost ability to freeze it. The spear's energy was terrifying, instantly melting the frozen ice. Lin Luo had no choice but to unleash golden flames to melt as much of the spear as possible. The spear, imbued with immense power, was so powerful that the golden flames could not dissolve it, and it rushed towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo was forced to extend his golden dragon claw to block the oncoming spear. Bang! The spear and the golden dragon claw collided, resounding like steel clashing. After the fierce collision, the spear transformed into a tiny speck of moonlight and vanished. The golden dragon claw was lacerated with a large wound, and blood continuously flowed from the wound, instantly staining the entire golden claw red. This moon god is too powerful. He drew blood from the dragon god in a single blow. It seems the dragon god has descended in his true form, not a clone. The kneeling god himself isn't particularly powerful, but he possesses special abilities. The dragon god's bloodline is powerful, and with the right tactics, he can easily crush them. But the moon god is different. The moon god possesses a bloodline no less powerful than the dragon gods. If nothing unexpected had happened, the dragon god would likely have died here. After a brief exchange, it was clear that Lin Luo was at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed heartily. My sister is truly formidable. Just a simple blow destroyed this human. The two-headed god's face sank. I didn't need you to remind me of this, I saw it all. Apollo sighed. I had originally intended to give you the title of true god on earth, allowing you to advance your rank. Unfortunately, fate has so decreed that I must descend to earth. The two-headed god fell silent, not responding to Apollo's words. Apollo's sister, though not yet a true god, could easily suppress this human god. If he descended to earth, he would likely kill this human god in an instant. If he descended to earth, this earth era would end in his own hands. If he devoured all the creatures and world essence of this earth era, the two-headed god's level might reach 91. No matter how much the two-headed god thought, it was pointless. Unless the moon goddess was slain by this human god, the earth era would have nothing to do with him. My dear sister must launch the most brutal offensive, denying this human god a chance to strike back. Apollo wanted to end the battle quickly, wanting nothing more than to avoid any accidents. The combined sun and moon in the sky underwent another strange transformation. Some of the moon's celestial bodies were devoured, taken over by the sun. Originally, the sun occupied 50% of the celestial bodies, but after this transformation, it now held 70%. The darkness of night had been broken, replaced by broad daylight. The moonlight in Diana's eyes faded, replaced by dazzling sunlight. A bow appeared in her white left hand, made of a special material, emitting a faint moonlight. Her black hair, covered in layers of moonlight, turned silver. Chapter 171. Alice worriedly said, the moon god has transformed, becoming even more powerful than before, especially with the bow in her hand. I'm afraid the dragon god will have a hard time with it. Ash decided, the dragon god has bought us some time. If we continue with what he said, we won't be able to move, let alone execute the plan. I'm launching the Wandering Earth plan now. Hurry and execute it. It's too late. Before leaving, Alice said, Captain, why don't you join us on the space station to escape this disaster? Ash shook her head and said, as the director of the Gale Nation's disaster shelter, What would others think if I chose to escape? I decided to stay on Earth and perish with it. But isn't there more hope for life? No buts. If it means living, who wouldn't want to live? I understand. I'd be back after completing my mission. You don't have to perish with me. Alice smiled and shook her head. Even the director has to perish with the Earth. I'm just an assistant. There's no reason to run away. It's up to you. I won't force you. Ash looked at the massive golden dragon outside, holding on to a glimmer of hope. No one wanted to die, not even her. Diana's right hand tugged hard on the bowstring, and dots of moonlight quickly gathered around her. In the blink of an eye, an arrow emitting white light appeared on the longbow. Diana's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and she exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The goddess is so beautiful. This is a perfect work of art. It's a shame she wants to destroy us humans. What's so beautiful about that? The dragon god is dead, and we're next. It's not like we didn't feel the sunlight melting just now. I hope the dragon god survives. If he's gone, we humans are doomed. Everyone's heart tightened. Lin Luo didn't move his dragon body, his eyes never leaving Diana. After the previous battle, he knew Diana's abilities. The arrows Diana fired should have tracking capabilities. No matter where Lin Luo ran, he would be caught up by the arrows. Rather than fleeing in panic, it was better to stay where he was and fight. Lin Luo considered rushing forward to kill and devour Diana as she fired her arrows. But he immediately abandoned the idea when he saw the moonlight emanating from Diana. When Diana shot her arrows, she possessed a strong resistance to impact. If Lin Luo forcibly attacked Diana, it was likely that Diana would not need to concentrate her arrows, and would instead unleash her terrifying power on him. Moon Arrow. Diana chanted an ancient spell, and the arrow released from the bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow, traveling at over 3 times the speed of sound, hurtled towards Lin Luo. With a bang, the arrow struck Lin Luo accurately, a terrifying sound erupting. The terrifying energy condensed from the arrow exploded into a small sun. A powerful level 89 god is truly not comparable to lower level gods. The power of the arrow just fired was comparable to a nuclear bomb. I'm very worried about the dragon god now. I wonder if he can hold out. I'm really afraid he'd die from this arrow. If the dragon god dies, we'd be next. Apollo said with a smile, Two-headed god, guess how this human god fared under my sister's attack. The two-headed god, furious, deliberately said, I don't think human gods can die. Apollo's smile grew even wider. Can't you be more specific? The two-headed god said proudly, severely injured, I suppose? Apollo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, just as I expected. After the aurora dissipated, a massive golden dragon reappeared in the same spot. At some point, the golden dragon's claw wounds had healed, and its golden scales shone brightly. Apollo's pupils narrowed rapidly as he said, There's not a single wound left, and it's healed. The two-headed god taunted, Apollo, it seems you were overconfident about your sister, and you guessed wrong. You? Apollo glared at the two-headed god. This human was able to recover so quickly, thanks to your own efforts. The two-headed god's eyes widened as he said, You're just trying to push everything onto me. You think I'm easy to pick on. Apollo said, This human just devoured the kneeling god, and he gained one of his abilities. The two-headed god understood the kneeling god, and knew that his subordinate possessed immortality. The characteristic of immortality is that injuries heal quickly even if the person is not completely dead. The kneeling god possesses two powerful abilities, kneeling and immortality. These two powerful abilities complement each other, allowing the kneeling god to defeat many opponents stronger than himself. The two-headed god said grimly, This human is incredibly lucky. Devouring a god grants him a new ability. He now possesses a plethora of abilities, especially those acquired from gods. The kneeling god is my subordinate, but half the blame lies with you. If you hadn't deliberately concealed the truth, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Apollo said, We each share half the responsibility. Restoring immortality requires immense energy. Humans possess the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, making them powerful. Their energy isn't infinite, it will eventually run out. Indeed? The two-headed god nodded. Just as the two finished their conversation, another strange event occurred. The sun and moon in the sky were obscured by a black mist, primarily obscuring the sun. Thanks to the black mist, the sun's area decreased from 70% to approximately 25%. The two-headed god saw an opportunity and said, Apollo, this ability to obscure the sun belongs to your subordinate, the black sun god. Who do you think is to blame? Apollo's face was grim as he replied, This human is growing too fast. Every time he devours a god, he grows and gains a new ability. This time, we must slay him. We can't let him grow any further. The two-headed god stopped mocking him and agreed, We can't let this human devour your sister again. Your sister has powerful bloodline, and if devoured by a human, she will likely undergo a transformation. Apollo said, I know that. Alice had returned. Seeing that the dragon god was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon god is still powerful. He wasn't easily slain by the moon goddess Diana. Ash's icy blue eyes sparkled as she said with joy, The previous battle scenes we seen of the dragon god likely showed him holding back his full strength. This time, facing a powerful opponent, he used his full power. It's very likely that this dragon god is truly evil. Alice said happily as well. Outside, Diana frowned, the sunlight in her eyes fading considerably. Apollo noticed something was wrong with Diana and immediately tightened his grip on her. Diana's eyes shone with sunlight again, and she repeated the same movements as before. She drew her bow, pulled the string, and aimed at Lin Luo. Swish, swish, swish. Diana's silver hair danced in the wind, and arrow after arrow shot towards Lin Luo. Chapter 172. A cloud of arrows filled the sky, raining down on Lin Luo like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows struck the golden scales, making a steely sound. One by one, the golden scale shattered, and dragon blood flowed out. Instantly, the dragon blood covered the entire golden dragon's body, dyeing it blood red. An arrow pierced the giant dragon's head, and the entire golden dragon dissipated. Suddenly, the golden dragon appeared beside Diana. Facing the snow-white, holy body, it showed no mercy and grabbed Diana's head. Diana's eyes blazed, and she swatted the dragon's claw away with a single hand. Lin Luo breathed out flames, burning it. Diana's body erupted in solar fire, resisting his golden flames. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each blow a deadly blow, without a trace of mercy. Is this the dragon god's true strength? All the previous dragon gods were hiding their power. How powerful! The dragon god is only level 85, and this moon god is already level 89. They're evenly matched. If the dragon god and the moon god were at the same level, the moon god would probably be crushed. The two-headed god exclaimed in surprise, This human is growing so fast. I don't know when he became so powerful, even rivaling the moon goddess Diana. Apollo's face darkened. If I had asked you to intervene earlier, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. If my sister had been devoured, this human would have grown and become unstoppable. The two-headed god snorted coldly. As an ancient being, don't blame everything on others. If you weren't trying to harm them, I wouldn't have been so cautious. Apollo said, you no longer trust me. No matter how much I say, it's useless. The two-headed god said, you're hard to trust. You've proven this by betraying my men. You bear full responsibility for the failure of this plan. Apollo said expressionlessly, it's too early for you to give up now. I told you I have a backup plan. This won't fail. You better have a backup plan. The two-headed god hoped that after Apollo's failure, he would personally descend to Earth. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Apollo saw what the two-headed god was thinking. After dozens of rounds of fighting, both sides suffered numerous injuries. Lin Luo's golden dragon scales were broken, revealing hideous wounds. The flowing dragon blood dyed the golden dragon's body red. Diana's swan-like neck bore 5 hideous scratches. The scratches dug deep into her snow-white skin, oozing blue blood. Lin Luo had just launched a powerful attack, nearly ripping Diana's head off. People with good looks attract attention no matter what they do. Diana, wounded, far from being utterly disfigured, instead exuded an undeniable beauty. Lin Luo, having gained the immortality of a god worshipper, his wounds were healing rapidly, with golden scales regrowing one by one. This battle is decided. The dragon god's wounds are healing rapidly, while Diana's are not, and blood is constantly flowing. The dragon god possesses countless abilities. It seems that with each god he devours, he gains a new one. It's difficult to find a rival of his level. If the earth were without the dragon god, it would likely have been destroyed. Lin Luo launched a fierce attack, giving the moon goddess Diana no chance to breathe. Diana's wounds continued to intensify, and blue blood continued to flow. Lin Luo's golden flame singed the hair of moon goddess Diana. Dragon god, don't be too cruel now. I'm a beautiful woman after all. God of appearance, you can do whatever you want just because you're beautiful. Only when the dragon god defeats Diana can we survive. As a Yin nation, I can proudly say we can always trust the dragon god. As time passed, Lin Luo was able to kill and devour Diana. This was the most difficult battle I ever experienced. I almost died. Lin Luo froze Diana, and Diana struggled to break free. Diana's aura gradually weakened, and it was only a matter of time before she gave up. Are you a powerful god of this era? A soft female voice echoed beside him. Are you Diana? Lin Luo communicated with his telepathy. Diana responded, I'm Diana, the god fighting you right now. I want you to do me a favor. What favor? Lin Luo asked. Kill me, Diana replied. Kill you? Are you serious? Lin Luo thought Diana would say she let him go. Yes. Diana replied affirmatively, my brother controlled my mind, and I killed so many lives. I feel ashamed. Ashamed? Lin Luo hadn't expected Diana to say the word ashamed. Was this Diana a deity from the devouring world? There are many things I can't explain to you. I can tell you that many gods in the devouring world are forced to undergo devouring evolution. Diana said. I can kill you, but it will take time. Lin Luo agreed. Diana, far from feeling sad, was delighted. After countless epochs, I can finally be free in this epoch. Eternal life is spent in boredom. I'd rather die. Are you tired of living? Lin Luo asked subconsciously. Diana didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, I am tired of living. When the day comes when you can no longer withstand the endless stream of gods from the devouring world and choose to enter the devouring world for eternal life, you feel the same. I hope that day won't come. Lin Luo said. Diana hesitated. I also hope you won't be like me. She got to the point. When that happens, I give up resistance. You take the opportunity to kill and devour me. Devouring me will be your reward. Okay. Lin Luo agreed immediately. A strange change occurred in the sky. The portion of the sun was shrinking, and the moon began to devour the sun's portion. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the moon encroached on 2/3 of the sun's area. The two-headed god immediately sensed something was wrong. Apollo, what happened? Apollo's face was grim as he replied, This guy is trying to break free from my control. The two-headed god anxiously asked, What's your backup plan? Apollo replied, You don't have to tell me. I take action. There was an unexpected incident, but the outcome won't change. The two-headed god said expressionlessly, I hope it's as you say. You can proceed? Diana's soft voice came over. Okay. Lin Luo extended his sharp dragon claws and grabbed Diana's head. He showed no mercy, determined to devour this beautiful and holy goddess. Such a beautiful goddess, being devoured by the dragon god. What a shame! Won't the dragon god eat her up while she's still hot? Diana was quite good. She gave up the fight in the end, allowing the dragon god to kill and devour her. Goodbye, beautiful moon goddess. Perhaps because of Diana's stunning beauty, everyone was reluctant to see her go. Just as Lin Luo was about to end Diana's life, another strange event occurred. The sun in the sky shone with a dazzling light, completely devouring the moon. Diana's silver hair turned golden, and she drew her longbow again, revealing an arrow blazing with golden flames. Chapter 173. The arrows were no longer formed from moonlight, but from the condensation of the sun, emitting a dazzling light. "And die!" Diana's voice was no longer a soft female voice, but a magnetic male voice. The arrow of the sun rushed towards Lin Luo's dragon head, pitting it in midair. Diana's surrender was deliberate, mainly to make the dragon god drop his guard, so that she could strike a fatal blow. The dragon god has tricked others several times, but this time he's going to be tricked. It's over. I thought the dragon god would be defeated, but I didn't think he would be tricked into losing. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair, believing the dragon god was doomed. Apollo smiled brightly. "Two-headed god, what do you think of this move of mine?" The two-headed god said sarcastically, "As expected of an ancient true god, no one can beat you when it comes to backhanded tactics." "Not bad." Apollo smiled triumphantly. He had long known his sister's instability, ready to lose control at any moment. When Apollo learned his sister had joined forces with Lin Luo, he didn't intervene, but instead chose to play along. His plan was a success, pinning Lin Luo to the ground. The two-headed god urged, "This human is cunning and scheming. We should eliminate him as soon as possible." Apollo said coldly, "No matter how cunning he is, he will be powerless against sheer might." As Lin Luo was pinned to the ground, a man with lightning flashing across his body appeared nearby. With his arrival, streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, and the rumble of thunder continued. "Is this also your backup plan?" the two-headed god asked. Apollo smirked. "Of course I did. I used my sister's body to shoot my own arrow. I can no longer control my sister's ability to kill this human. Someone else is needed to do it for me. As expected of a true ancient god." The two-headed god protested, but inwardly he admired Apollo. One thing led to another, with hardly a flaw. Thor's body was covered in strange runes, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "Dragon god, do you remember me?" Lin Luo frowned. "Who are you?" Thor sneered. "We never met, but you must know my name." "If I tell you my name, you definitely remember me." He deliberately shouted, "My name is Thor." Lin Luo said disdainfully, "So it's you, you little bastard? I thought it was someone else." Thor angrily said, "You're about to die, and you're still looking down on someone else. I tell you, if it weren't for you, how could I have? I become this half-human, half-ghost appearance." He then revealed a strange smile. "It's thanks to your help that I gained immense strength. I now possess power that rivals that of a god." Lin Luo sneered, "You paid a huge price for your power. The runes on your body are eroding your body. The more you use their power, the faster you die. It's all your fault." Thor's face was ferocious, and the runes on his body seemed to come alive, constantly crawling towards other blank areas. In the blink of an eye, Thor's skin was covered in dense runes. Thor's hand now held a thunder blade, which continuously emitted thunder and lightning. The thunder blade contained energy at level 85, capable of inflicting damage on Lin Luo. "Dragon god, you damned Asian. I will rip your flesh off piece by piece, leaving you to die in agony." He held the thunder blade in his hand, a maniacal grin on his face. Thor had waited so long for this opportunity, and finally, his wish came true. After the eagle god was slain by the dragon god, Thor had been in constant fear. Fearing he would be the next target, he abandoned everything and went into hiding. Especially when it came to beautiful women, Thor was a lecherous man. In the past, he had all sorts of beautiful women at his disposal. After being wanted, Thor was terrified of being spotted by the dragon god. When he recalled the video of the eagle god being crushed to death by the dragon god, he shuddered. Thankfully, the darkness had passed, and light had arrived. So consumed was Thor's thirst for revenge that he even forgot the words of the rune god. Alice angrily said, "Damn that thunder god. He and the eagle god brought chaos to the entire Gale Nation. If it weren't for them, more people would have survived in Gale Nation, and the situation would have been much better. Now that the dragon god is about to win, he's here to kill him. Captain, we must find a way to stop him." As shook her head, "We can't stop him. The rune power within him grants him immense strength. I just used a drone to assess his power, and right now, he's radiating power greater than that of an ordinary god. Alice said with a mournful face, according to you, the dragon god is doomed. Ash said nothing more, but her meaning was clear. Damn it! Don't attack the dragon god, you damn bastard. That damn thunder god. When our Gale nation was suffering, he was the fastest to escape. Now he's back to help the devouring world god, trying to eliminate the dragon god. F*******. Get out of here. If the dragon god dies, I'm going to destroy you. The people of Fierce Wind Nation all support the dragon god, knowing the principle of a symbiotic relationship. If the dragon god dies, Fierce Wind Nation will be the next to be destroyed. The Rune god's voice echoed in Thunder god's ears, urging him to chop off his neck. Shut up. Thunder god gripped his thunder blade with force, and lightning dragons continuously rose from it. The lightning dragons contained an extremely terrifying destructive force, emitting a continuous crackling sound. Originally, I wanted to spare your life and slowly torture you to death. Now it seems that's not possible. I can only chop off your head and kill you prematurely. Thunder god smiled cruelly and rushed towards Lin Luo. Go to hell. The sharp blade slashed towards Lin Luo's neck. The strange runes on Thunder god's body instantly boiled, moving rapidly with life, and the sharp blade slashed towards his neck. Suddenly, a brilliant silver arrow pierced Thunder god's body at an extremely fast speed. Thor spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Lin Luo laughed. What do you mean? Thor's breath grew weaker, and he opened his eyes and said, You have a backup plan. Of course I do, Lin Luo said calmly. I'm going to fight you. Thor endured his injuries and tried to kill Lin Luo. But the runes on his body seemed to come alive, craving flesh and blood. Ah! Thor cried miserably as his flesh was devoured. Well done, Dragon God. Another victory. I don't know why Moon Goddess Diana helped the Dragon God, but as long as he's alive, it's a blessing. Thank you for blessing the Dragon God. As long as he lives, your son will live. That Thunder God is so despicable. He nearly killed me. My great Fierce Wind Nation has declared this Thunder God expelled from the Fierce Wind Nation. After the Thunder God was slain, everyone in the Fierce Wind Nation was overjoyed. Some who had previously disliked the Yen Nation also expressed gratitude to Lin Luo. It wasn't that these people had changed and were grateful to Lin Luo. It was more that they had experienced death before. The sunlight from the half-sun nearly dissolved them completely. This melting was accompanied by excruciating pain and a sense of powerlessness. Those who have experienced it once wouldn't want to experience it again. Chapter 174. The two-headed god taunted, Apollo, is this your plan for perfection? Now your sister has betrayed you, you can no longer control her, and the humans controlled by the Rune God are also dead. Shut up, Apollo said with a stern face. The two-headed god stopped talking, looking at Apollo with a smile. At this point, it was clear that Apollo's plan had failed. Apollo's hands crackled. Damn human. Don't think I let you go just because you survived this time. Controlling his anger, he addressed the two-headed god. After this battle, this human god needs to be dealt with by a true god. My level is too high, and I can't descend. Now it's up to you. The two-headed god said grimly, Are you asking someone for a favor? Apollo said expressionlessly, I don't mean to ask you for anything. I've given you another chance. It's up to you to decide. If you disagree, I find someone else. The two-headed god no longer hesitated. I agree. Apollo offered a condition. After you slay the human god, let half of my men descend. I can promise you that, but only if you don't play tricks. The two-headed god still didn't trust Apollo. Apollo nodded, Don't worry. I won't do anything that harms others or benefits myself. About half an hour later, the energy from Apollo's arrow gradually dissipated. Lin Luo felt it was almost done. He grabbed the arrow with his golden dragon claw and yanked it free with a powerful tug. A huge hole in the dragon's head was healing at a visible speed. The true god is truly powerful. I almost got killed. Lin Luo exhaled. The arrow Diana had just shot was imbued with solar energy. It must have been fired by Apollo. Comparing the two, they were completely different. Thankfully, the devouring world had a level limit, preventing Apollo from descending to Earth. Lin Luo arrived before the moon goddess Diana, gazing at this incredibly beautiful goddess. Her features were impeccably delicate, flawless without a trace. Her skin was as white as milk, radiating a faint moonlight. Her long, perfectly round legs were etched with a perfect curve. When Diana suddenly attacked Lin Luo used the power he had gained from the Black Sun God to enslave her. At his level, He wouldn't have been able to control Diana, who was 4 levels higher. He was able to do so primarily because Diana offered no resistance. Of course, Diana could break free of her enslavement at any moment if she wanted to. Unless Lin Luo's level was the same as Diana's or even higher, then he would be the one making the final decision. Diana apologized. "I hope you can forgive me for what happened just now." Lin Luo said, "You're not to blame for what happened just now. Your brother Apollo is to blame. But I was the one who initiated the attack. If I say it's okay, then it's okay." "Okay," Diana said. "As an apology, I decided to devour you." Lin Luo questioned, "Are you serious?" Diana said with relief, "I've been devouring worlds for a long time. I don't know how many epochs I lived through, how many years I lived, and my hands are stained with blood from my efforts to become stronger. Whenever I think of the people I killed, I feel remorse. Plus, I lived so long that I find life boring. Actually, death would be a kind of relief. With your strength, it's easy to kill me. I won't resist." Lin Luo laughed. "I heard many outrageous requests, but this is the first time I heard something as outrageous as yours." "Really?" Diana smiled brightly. "Thank you for your help." Lin Luo said, "You said that every time the devouring world connects to a new real world, that world will be destroyed. With the destruction of that real world, countless lives will die. I know what you're thinking. Death is atonement for their sins. It's at most a form of escape. Now, I'm asking you if you want to end the devouring world gods and save the real worlds that follow from suffering." Diana was surprised. "Are you crazy? Do you know how crazy this idea is?" "How crazy?" Lin Luo asked calmly. Diana said, "I can tell you it's crazy. You defeated me, but there are many powerful gods in the devouring world. Not to mention others, my brother Apollo could easily kill you. I know, but it doesn't matter. He can't descend to Earth. I believe I can crush Apollo in the future. Confidence is good." Diana didn't take Lin Luo's words seriously. Many others have said the same thing, and without exception, they have all failed. Diana didn't think Lin Luo was a miracle, capable of ending up in the devouring world. Actually, there are so many delicious and fun things to do on Earth. You finally made it here, and it would be a shame to die here. Why don't you go and have some fun?" Lin Luo said seductively. Diana hesitated, then nodded. "You have a point. It's so hard to reach this era, and it would be a shame to die. I want to have some fun." As expected, grand theories are useless. Actual action is more direct. Lin Luo internally complained. He'd been spouting grand theories for a while, his mouth running dry, but Diana hadn't agreed to stay. As soon as Lin Luo mentioned Earth's abundance of fun and delicious things, Diana immediately chose not to die, determined to see this world for herself. "I have something else to do here. Please wait for me where I am. As a native of this real world, I must give you a proper welcome," Lin Luo said friendly. Diana frowned slightly and said, "I have a feeling your welcome is a trap, but it doesn't matter. I'm not even afraid of death, so I'm not afraid of so-called traps at all." After Lin Luo told him the location, Diana transformed into a streak of moonlight and disappeared from everyone's sight. The dragon god must have been a scumbag in the past. It wasn't long before the succubus was deceived, and now he's tricked another goddess, and a very beautiful one at that. "You're so jealous. Our fierce wind nation, the most powerful nation, doesn't even have a single god, while the flame nation already has 3 powerful gods. I wish the dragon god were from our fierce wind nation. That way we'd be much safer." As everyone lamented the fierce wind nation's lack of gods, a middle-aged man covered in strange runes gazed upon the flame nation. "Interesting. I initially researched Earth and discovered that Gale Nation was the most powerful nation. I planned to find my chosen talent there. Now it seems I made a mistake. Flame Nation is clearly a better choice." The rune god sighed, "This Apollo is unreliable. My trained subordinates have put so much effort into this, yet they haven't been able to kill the human god. But it doesn't matter." He looked at the little girl at the rune altar, who was sleeping with a Barbie doll. The runes on the rune altar were surging, as if alive. One by one, the runes crawled towards the little girl, imprinting themselves upon her. Runes can grant powerful powers, but the conditions are harsh. Not only will the little girl's potential be stimulated, her lifespan shortened, but the process is also extremely slow and dangerous. The rune god experimented on 10 people, all of whom were qualified to become gods, but only Thor succeeded. Unfortunately, Apollo's plan failed, and Thor died, leaving him without any benefit. Chapter 175. This child is incredibly talented. That thunder god only has the potential to become a god, but if this little girl doesn't die young, she'd become a true god in the future. The rune god had high hopes for Annie's child. For the first time, he considered training Annie to enter the devouring world and become his assistant. In previous eras, many subordinates, like the thunder god, survived to the end of the era. The rune god deceived these subordinates. When the rune god returns to the devouring world, he will devour them. Choosing Yin country is the best choice, but I won't encounter Annie's ability to grant wishes. Overall, I'm lucky. I go to Yin country when the time comes. The rune god didn't take Lin Luo seriously. Just an ant. Apollo's failure wasn't due to the ant's strength, but rather to Apollo's inability to descend to Earth. His true power was no less than Apollo's, so naturally, he wouldn't take a human seriously. I don't think your choice was wrong. On the contrary, I think it was a wise one. Since you were in Yin Nation, I destroyed this altar long ago. A massive golden dragon appeared before him. The rune god said grimly, "How did you find me?" Lin Luo said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" After devouring the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, his 5 senses surpassed those of ordinary gods. The thunder god possessed a unique rune aura. He could find it simply by memorizing it. The rune god said in a negotiating tone, "I apologize for what happened to the thunder god. Apollo asked me to do it, but I had no other choice." Lin Luo sneered, "I was nearly killed by you, and you think this matter is over with just an apology? You're not taking it too easy." The rune god glared at Lin Luo, forcing himself to suppress his anger. "This fierce Wind Nation is not your territory. I promise you that I will remain here forever, and will not travel to your Yin Nation. And the men I train will never attack you again." Seeing Lin Luo's provocative expression, the rune god added another stab. "I can also have my men assist you 3 times. I can sign a rune contract with you, and this rune contract will be valid for me as well. What do you think?" "Not so much. This is my biggest concession. The world-devouring god is far more powerful than you imagine. There's nothing to gain by offending me," the rune god said gloomily. "You're about to kill me, and I'm afraid of offending you." Lin Luo attacked the rune god, his sharp dragon claws snaking at a speed too fast to be seen by the naked eye. "Just wait." The rune god dissipated, and so did the rune altar. Only a little girl was left all alone. I thought this guy was so powerful, but he escaped so quickly. Lin Luo knew that the rune true god was a projection, and killing him wouldn't have much of an impact on the original. He observed the unconscious little girl. She had beautiful features, red hair, and fair skin, a true beauty. Lin Luo sensed a terrifying power within her. This power was so powerful it could change the entire world. Lin Luo felt that coming here had been quite rewarding. Especially this little girl, nurtured by the rune true god, who would threaten his life in the future. The ability to grant wishes was a terrifying power. Not only can a wish cause a person to die instantly, but it can also alter events, causing all sorts of terrifying coincidences to cause the other person's death. After defeating the rune god, Lin Luo had nothing to do in Gale country and chose to fly back to Yin country. The devouring world hides many secrets, and Diana could help him answer many of them. Just as Lin Luo was about to return to Yin country, he received a message from Ash. Ash spoke eloquently, first thanking Lin Luo, and then asking him for a favor. When she thought Earth was doomed, she launched the Wandering Earth project. Then the plan failed, the space station lost contact, and while on Earth's surface, they were unable to enter space, nor could they return. Lin Luo proposed doubling the number of crystal cores, and Ash agreed, choosing to be the good guy to the end. Ash thanked her. "Thank you so much, Dragon God. If it weren't for you, all of us in the Gale Nation would have died." Lin Luo said, "I used to think your Gale Nation was technologically advanced, but this space station wasn't as good as our Yin Nations. Many on social media were saying your Gale Nation's moon landing was fake, but now it seems it's true." Ash said awkwardly, "Dragon God, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. I'm not that boring." Lin Luo returned to the Yin Nation and began digesting and devouring powerful gods. After completely digesting the Kneeling God and the Thunder God, his level rose to 86. This level is still not enough. The two-headed god and Apollo won't give me a break next time. It's very likely that the two-headed god will descend to Earth. The last time Lin Luo landed on the devouring world, he overheard the conversation between the two true gods. Apollo claimed he had the power to bring the two-headed god to Earth. The two-headed god distrusted Apollo's character, so he replaced him with the moon goddess Diana and the kneeling god. The law of the world-devouring world is slowly being unraveled, and true gods still cannot descend to Earth. Lin Luo didn't need to worry too much about the two-headed god's arrival. Besides, worrying was pointless, it would only be a waste of time. "Sister Chung, Cook a large table of dishes today. We have guests coming. Try to make them delicious, Lin Luo instructed. Cheng Xuexin's face turned aghast. You're not inviting Su Qing, are you? Lin Luo consoled her. No, if I were to invite Su Qing, I would have let you know in advance. Yes. Cheng Xuexin calmly cooked, filling the table with dishes. She had been assigned by Su Qing to care for Lin Luo because her most notable accomplishment was her culinary skills. Braised spare ribs, braised shrimp, braised pork elbow, fried chicken, pasta, and more. Knowing that Lin Luo was inviting a distinguished guest, Cheng Xuexin prepared over 30 dishes and set them on the table. Each dish exuded a unique and alluring aroma, filling the entire restaurant with its fragrance. Cheng Xuexin, knowing that Lin Luo had a distinguished guest and important matters to discuss, left with Li Yan. Soon, two stunningly beautiful women entered the villa. One was as cool as moonlight. The other was as charming as flames. Moon goddess Diana wore a white short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts, and transparent high heels, a simple outfit. But her figure was impeccable, with a curvaceous figure and a pair of long, straight legs radiating a white glow. Perhaps due to her status as the moon goddess, her body shone with moonlight, making her skin appear exceptionally fair. The little enchantress, Yunshu Succubus, wore a hip skirt that barely exposed her thighs. Her legs were already long, and this outfit left only her legs below her waist. Her breasts bulged, revealing two white patches. Both were incredibly beautiful, each possessing their own unique beauty. Lin Luo was mortified. The goddess was indeed a goddess. He felt that Cheng Xuexin's departure was a wise decision. If she had stayed in front of the two of them, she would have been killed instantly. Chapter 176. Smells so good. The Yunshu succubus eagerly sat down, looking at the table overflowing with food. But she didn't dare pick up any food, looking at Lin Luo beside her. Lin Luo used his enslavement ability on the Yunshu succubus, and she obeyed his orders unconditionally. The Yunshu succubus was level 85, and Lin Luo was level 86. She couldn't, like the moon goddess Diana, easily escape his control. Eat. This food was prepared for you, Lin Luo said. Thank you, master. The Yunshu succubus unceremoniously took up her bowl and chopsticks and devoured the food, her mouth dripping with grease. Due to her beauty, the Yunshu succubus's eating was unsightly, but she was still beautiful. Lin Luo thought that posting the video of the Yunshu succubus eating online would quickly gain her a large number of followers. But he wouldn't do such a thing. Live streaming was popular for making money. But this was the end of the world, not a peaceful era, and money couldn't do everything. Compared to the succubus Yunshu's ate with such delicacy, Diana chewed her food slowly, savoring it with meticulous care. Lin Luo asked, "How do you like this food?" Diana replied, "Your era's love of food surpasses others. I really like this braised pork. It's sweet but not greasy." "Thank you for the compliment. You called me here this time, not just to treat me to a meal. You don't want to learn about the devouring world. Talking to the moon goddess is easy. There's no need to beat around the bush," Lin Luo admitted. Diana said, "It's not that I don't think you win. In fact, I think no matter how much you know, the outcome will be the same. After you kill the kneeling god and defeat me, you know better than I do that the next person to descend will definitely be a true god, and the most likely true god will be a two-headed god." Lin Luo said, "Of course I know that." Diana continued, "I didn't mean to attack you. With your combat power, even if you devoured me, your level would only reach level 88 at most. There's almost no chance of winning against a true god." Lin Luo asked in confusion, "Are true gods that powerful? I can defeat you at level 85, but there's a 4-level difference. I can't make that 2-level difference." Diana explained, "It might seem like there's only 1 level difference between level 89 and level 90, but in reality, the gap is enormous. After becoming a true god, your bloodline undergoes a transformation. I haven't undergone this transformation, so I can't tell you exactly. I can only tell you that after transformation, there's a huge gap. I'm only 1 level behind the two-headed god, but if we were to fight, the two-headed god would crush me." Lin Luo said, "Then if I reach level 89, is it possible for me to defeat the two-headed god?" Diana paused for a moment. "It's quite possible." "Just quite possible?" Lin Luo asked in surprise. "Well, I'm still quite optimistic." Diana explained, "In fact, there are many gods in the devouring world, and challenging opponents of higher levels is not uncommon. You defeated me by 4 levels, but you didn't break the record. There was once a powerful being who surpassed 8 levels, but no one has ever defeated a level 89 opponent against a level 90 opponent, not even a draw." Lin Luo didn't believe Diana would lie. A person who has grown tired of being a god has few concerns, so there's no need to lie. Diana said, so I'm telling you, you can log into the game and have someone outside destroy your login device. Then you be in the devouring world forever. With your potential, you can become a true god one day. Lin Luo refused to give up. If I reach level 89, and I work with you, could we defeat the two-headed god? The chances are very high, maybe 30%. Diana asked doubtfully, I didn't seem to agree to help you? Lin Luo said, since you don't want to stay in this world any longer, I arranged a lot of fun and delicious food for you. This table of food is just the beginning. Diana nodded. I can help you, but reaching level 89 quickly is a difficult task, and it won't happen quickly. Don't worry about that. I have a solution. Lin Luo said confidently. In your human terms, I hope you succeed quickly. Diana's delicate little mouth savored the various delicacies. She continued to eat while she spoke to Lin Luo. Lin Luo thought that if he took his beautiful girlfriend to a restaurant for dinner, everyone would be too busy looking at her to eat. In the coming days, he planned to take Diana on a tour of Longhai City. Lin Luo wanted to use this time to get to know Diana better. He hadn't had much contact with Diana, and he couldn't fully trust her yet. Lin Luo asked, I have another question. There's a country on Earth called Greece. Long ago, this country recorded myths, and in those myths, there was Apollo, and you. Diana replied, there's nothing strange about that. I experienced several eras before, and I also had my own myths. These stories are largely similar, with some added fantasy from real-world natives. The characters in each myth are the same, but the plots are completely different. For example, in mythology, my father, Zeus, is like an inexhaustible donkey, fathering many children. In reality, he was a cold and cruel man. He wasn't as sentimental as the myths suggest. Most of us children were raised by him, but we weren't his biological children. Lin Luo asked curiously, so, this donkey now, how is your father? Diana replied, he's much higher level than my brother, over level 100, very close to being a god king. Is level 110 a god king? No, level 120 is a god king. The more information Lin Luo gained from Diana, the more hopeless he felt. Diana made it clear that he believed he could fight the devouring world, mainly because he didn't understand it well enough. The more he learned, the more despair Lin Luo felt. Lin Luo said, you mean, if I can get past your brother, I have almost no chance of winning against your father next. Diana replied bluntly, I think you probably won't be able to reach my father's level. The last time I saw him, he was already level 119, just one step away from becoming a god king. I haven't seen him in about 5 or 6 epochs. I forgot to tell you that there's a long transition period between the end of each epoch and the beginning of the next. About 5 epochs, almost. It's been 100,000 years. My father, Zeus, is likely already the god king. The epochs in which a god king can intervene are few and far between. With luck, a god king might intervene once in 10 epochs. In your era, even a true god would struggle to intervene, let alone a god king. Lin Luo's face darkened, and he said, actually, there are some things you don't need to be so explicit about. Diana said, I'm just trying to get you to face reality. Clinging to vague fantasies will ultimately lead to a horrible end. I see you want to live, so I'm kindly reminding you. Chapter 177. Lin Luo joked, after hearing what you said, I want to land in the devouring world right now and ask you to help me destroy the game pod. I just stay there forever. Diana said seriously, I've been trying to persuade you for a long time, and you finally come to your senses. However, it's difficult for me to help you with this. Before you go to the devouring world, you must devour me first. By the time you enter, I'd be dead and unable to help you. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, I was just joking. Diana nodded, I didn't take it seriously. If you're not going to give up, then it doesn't matter. Even if you don't kill me, the two-headed god will kill and devour me. Lin Luo took out a book and handed it to Diana. Diana glanced at the cover, stopped eating, and took the book. Chinese and foreign mythology stories. Diana began to flip through the pages and finished it in a moment. Is there anything I'd like to ask? Lin Luo said, this book records thousands of gods. I'd like to know how many of them are in the devouring world. Diana said, I only know a few, not all of them. There are so many gods in the devouring world that only a small number can descend to Earth each time the world connects. Most gods are in a deep slumber. They don't even know the devouring world is connected to the real world. Lin Luo said, I understand what you mean. You're the group of gods descending this era. The gods who descended in previous eras have nothing to do with you. That's exactly what I mean. My last descent was 6 eras ago, so there's a total gap of 6 eras. 6 eras is considered a short gap. Many intervals are over a dozen, or even hundreds of eras. Then tell me about the gods you know. In ancient Greece, there's me and a dozen other powerful gods. Most of the others are dead. How did they die? Some died of starvation, unwilling to devour others. Starved to death? Lin Luo asked in confusion. Diana explained, they died of starvation. You believe that after entering the devouring world, you gain endless life. No matter how much the real world outside is destroyed, the devouring world will exist forever. The devouring world's existence comes at a price. It's a virtual world, and it requires energy to sustain itself. This energy is provided by us gods. Every once in a while, the devouring world draws energy from us gods. This energy is enormous, and gods generally need to devour other creatures to survive. Ancient Greece records many gods, many of whom I encountered before. I remember how powerful my era was, boasting hundreds of gods, and known as the home of the gods. When the devouring world first connected with us, we all thought it was crazy. With our strength, we would definitely destroy this virtual world. She thought of something unfortunate and sighed. It turns out we were naive. The devouring world was far more powerful than we imagined. As a result, only about 20 of the hundreds of gods survived. After several powerful eras, only a dozen or so remain. You don't need to explain it again. Lin Luo felt a surge of pressure. Diana said, I don't mean to criticize you. I'm just stating a fact. Even the era known as the home of the gods failed. What do you think your chances of winning are? 1 in a billion? You overestimate yourself. The possibility of you stopping the devouring world is negligible. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. After such a blow from you, I think it's best to give up treatment. Diana said, with your potential, if you enter the devouring world, you might become a being like my father god in the future. Is that consolation? No, I'm being honest. Tell me about the other gods you know. Lin Luo wanted to know about the gods of Yin Nation. Diana didn't hide it. In your Yin Nation, I seen a monkey and a handsome man with 3 eyes. I might have seen the other gods, but I don't have a very deep impression of them. One of them is definitely the 4 Dragon Kings. I read your mythology, and the 4 Dragon Kings are much more frustrated than the 4 Dragon Kings in the devouring world. Besides my uncle Poseidon, the only powerful Dragon Kings in the devouring world's waters are the 4 Dragon Kings. Lin Luo was surprised. The 4 Dragon Kings in the devouring world can rival Poseidon. It seems they're quite powerful. Diana nodded. Yes, they are. My uncle Poseidon is only slightly inferior to the father god. He was a celestial god long ago, and so are the 4 Dragon Kings. Have gods already descended into the sea? Lin Luo has been living on land lately, dealing with the gods that descend from the land, and hasn't had time to manage the sea. Perhaps gods have already descended into the sea, but he just doesn't know about it. Diana said, it's very likely. My uncle doesn't have many followers, so it's unlikely that a god has descended. The 4 Dragon Kings recorded in your Yin country have many descendants, so it's possible that one of them has descended. As she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo. Diana meant that Lin Luo had dragon blood and would likely have many children in the future. Lin Luo, influenced by his bloodline, had a strong desire and was constantly thinking about reproduction. If he hadn't taken such good measures, Su Qing and Cheng Xuexin might already be pregnant. It seems I'm planning to attack the sea. This is the right choice. Lin Luo wanted to evolve quickly, and the sea had always been a good choice. The sea had helped him evolve so quickly in the devouring world. Earth's land area is only 30%, and gods frequently descend upon it. The ocean covers a whopping 70%, so it's impossible that gods don't descend upon it. Diana understood Lin Luo's intentions, and focused on explaining the situation in the ocean. It's indeed very good. I persuaded you as much as I should. Now it's up to you. Diana said nothing more, concentrating on her delicious food. After Diana and Yunshu succubus finished their meal, Lin Luo led them out of the villa. Ever since Lin Luo devoured the kneeling god, Longhai City has briefly regained its peace. People occasionally walked along the streets, enjoying the fresh air. The goddesses, Diana and Yunshu succubus, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they left their homes. Lin Luo was already handsome, and the 5-clawed golden dragon had improved his physique, making him even more handsome. Some people harbored some evil thoughts about the 3 of them, but they suppressed them. Few who have survived the apocalypse are simple. Don't underestimate the 3 handsome men and beautiful women. They are not to be trifled with. I drop you off here. Go and do your own thing. I don't need you to accompany me anywhere for the time being. I'm more interested in TV dramas right now. Diana paused. Of course, Lin Luo said. Before the two left, Yunshu Succubus waved, If you need anything, master, please come directly to me. I will serve you well. Her every move exuded a sense of charm. Any normal man would be unable to resist such temptation. This little devil. Lin Luo laughed. Chapter 178. After Diana and the succubus Yunshu entered the secret villa, Lin Luo prepared to leave. A graceful figure blocked Lin Luo's path. It was Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui wore a custom-made combat uniform from the Cataclysm shelter, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her face was delicately painted, her features appearing delicate and pretty. Lin Luo had long sensed Zhou Jiahui, but perhaps fearing inferiority in front of the two goddesses, she had never dared to appear before him. After Diana and the others entered the villa, Zhou Jiahui took the initiative to come out. Hello, dragon god. Zhou Jiahui blushed and quickly greeted Lin Luo. She had expected Master Lin Luo to be a rough and tumble man. After all, when he devoured the world, Lin Luo had shown almost no mercy to Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui hadn't expected the dragon god to be so handsome, tall, with features as sharp as a knife. Standing in the sunlight, he looked particularly dazzling. The most powerful thing was the powerful aura emanating from Lin Luo, which made Zhou Jiahui very nervous. What's going on? Lin Luo couldn't help but smile, remembering his time in the devouring world. When he first entered the Great River, Zhou Jiahui's transformed white snake was much larger than his own. After all, when he logged into the game, it was already the second day of the server launch. Before this, Zhou Jiahui and some other public officials had learned the news in advance and created game characters in the devouring world. Zhou Jiahui mustered up her courage and said, I want your autograph, dragon god. Huh? Lin Luo had anticipated Zhou Jiahui's intentions, but he hadn't expected her to ask for one. Isn't that possible? Zhou Jiahui, pen and paper in hand, looked at Lin Luo expectantly. Of course I can sign it. Lin Luo signed for Zhou Jiahui. Zhou Jiahui happily received the signature and hugged it, thanking her. Dragon god, thank you so much for all this time. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. Lin Luo smiled. You don't have to thank me. I'm doing this for myself. Zhou Jiahui shook her head. That's not what I meant. Lin Luo produced a glass test tube containing a drop of golden dragon blood. Is this for me? Zhou Jiahui's eyes widened, her heart filled with ecstasy. Lin Luo nodded. Your level has reached 73. With this drop of my blood, you can advance even faster and become a god in the future. Thank you, dragon god. Zhou Jiahui accepted the golden dragon blood without hesitation. To be polite in front of a powerful being like Lin Luo would make her seem ignorant of her own limitations. Hurry up and become a god, so you can survive. I will become a god, and then I help you, dragon god. I hope that day comes. Lin Luo smiled. I try my best. Zhou Jiahui knew the chances of her being able to help were slim, but she wanted to try. Lin Luo didn't return to the villa. Instead, he transformed into a giant golden dragon and descended to the seabed. Dragons are primarily aquatic, and so is he, possessing the bloodline of a five-clawed golden dragon. As soon as Lin Luo entered the sea, a massive whale rushed over. The whale had many areas of decay all over its body, and its skin was whitish. The creatures in the ocean are much stronger than I expected. I encountered a zombie whale nearly level 79, just after entering the sea. Most of the powerful mutant creatures on land had been cleared out by the Cataclysm shelter. Lin Luo personally eliminated some particularly powerful mutants. On land, Lin Luo eliminated the most powerful creatures, which were only level 75. As soon as he entered the ocean, a zombie whale charged over. Powerful mutants infected by the zombie virus acted on instinct. Several powerful creatures with independent consciousness, sensing Lin Luo's power, had already fled. Only this zombie whale, foolish enough, unaware of Lin Luo's power, came rushing to its doom. With a sweep of his massive dragon tail, Lin Luo pulverized the zombie whale, devouring its crystal core. After killing the zombie whale, he swam towards the island nation. Riyah? Recently, fishermen discovered a gigantic monster in the waters near us. It resembles the Godzilla we often see on TV. Hashimoto Naoto stood on a small island, gazing at the vast ocean. After Lin Luo killed the shark god, Hashimoto Naoto thrived in adversity, possessing the ability to transform into a giant turtle. Large turtles are not considered a good thing in Yin country, but in the island nation, they represent auspiciousness and longevity. When the game was shut down, his level wasn't very high. After the fall of the Inagami, Hashimoto Naoto seized the opportunity and reached level 63. Hashimoto Naoto's main responsibility was to investigate and prevent danger wherever incidents occurred. Yamakawa Ryoto said, Hashimoto-kun, why don't we tell our superiors about this and have them report it to Yin country, hoping the dragon god can help us? Hashimoto Naoto shook his head and said, Yamakawa-kun, it was the dragon god who helped us last time, but you have to understand that we are not on the same page as Yin country. We can't rely on him too much. Yamakawa Ryo said, but this Godzilla is too terrifying. He might attack us, and then many more people in our country will die. Hashimoto Naoto said sternly, there's an old saying in Yin country, he who knows the times is a hero. We, an island nation, can't rely on the dragon god. There are so many powerful gods in the devouring world. The dragon god is powerful only relative to us. He's no match for the devouring world gods. We need to find a new backer, and that new backer is Godzilla. Yamakawa Ryo said, is this method feasible? Hashimoto Naoto smiled, that depends on you, Yamakawa-kun. If you say yes, then so be it. I try to communicate. If not, we have to leave early. Okay. Yamakawa Ryo used his communication ability to attempt to communicate with Godzilla. After a brief exchange, Yamakawa Ryo beamed with joy, saying, Sir, the communication was successful. Hashimoto Naoto excitedly asked, what did Lord Godzilla say? Yamakawa Ryo said, it said that if our island nation provides a regular supply of food, it will protect us. We see how difficult it is in the early stages, so we only need to prepare 5 level 60 crystal cores each time. We gradually increase our strength. Hashimoto Naoto exclaimed, that's fantastic. The Gale Nation doesn't have a guardian deity, but our Ryan Nation does. Yes, this is all thanks to Hashimoto-kun's wise decision, Yamakawa Ryo said excitedly. Hashimoto Naoto smiled and waved his hand, saying, Yamakawa-kun, this isn't just my achievement, you deserve most of it. Yamakawa Ryo said, we split it half and half. We should report this to our superiors. Of course. Hashimoto Naoto reported the matter to Itojiro. After Yamano Ichiro's death, Itojiro returned home. After a series of power struggles, he successfully gained control of the entire island nation. Itojiro was delighted to hear this news, and immediately had Yamakawa Ryo communicate with Godzilla. He meant that from now on, it would be the guardian deity of the kingdom of Rhea, and it would be displayed before the entire island nation. Yamakawa Ryo immediately communicated with Godzilla, and Godzilla, after a moment's thought, agreed. Chapter 179. This Godzilla is quite nice and easy to communicate with, unlike the Godzilla portrayed in the Gale Kingdom movies, who is impossible to communicate with. Yamakawa Ryo's face was filled with smiles. Godzilla had become the island nation's patron saint, and he was the one whose status had risen the fastest. He was the only one who could communicate with Godzilla. No one else had this ability. From now on, if anyone wanted to please Godzilla, they would have to please Yamakawa Ryo. Hashimoto Naoto smiled, this is just the beginning. When we become friends with Lord Godzilla, we can have him go to Gale Kingdom, and ask them to apologize to us. Yamakawa Ryo gave a lewd grin. The current ruler of Gale Kingdom, Ash, is very beautiful. I'd like to make a movie with her someday. Sure. As long as you communicate well with Lord Godzilla, you can have any woman you want. Hashimoto Naoto smiled. After a dozen live broadcast drones arrived, a massive creature emerged from the water. With pointed horns on its head, and a body covered in strange scales, it stood about 100 meters tall, and weighed over 40 tons. The devouring world is amazing. Not only do we have ancient Greek gods, but we also have monsters from our island nation's cartoons. This Godzilla looks so powerful. Godzilla exists. Do you think the gods that once existed in our Ryan nation will also appear, like our Amaterasu and Yamata no Orochi? It's very possible. It's said that the gods we know about are all passed down through information passed down by survivors from previous eras, and they may all exist in the devouring world now. If the gods of the devouring world are all from our mythology, then we won't be able to resist them. As the old saying goes in Yin Nation, he who knows the times is a hero. We should have joined the devouring world god sooner rather than later. Lord Yamakawa Ryo has already communicated with Godzilla. Lord Godzilla is willing to become our nation's patron saint. From now on, the dragon god will be a villain in our eyes. After the live broadcast began, a large number of islanders flocked to the scene. The number of people watching online reached over 1 million. After the divine advent, the island nation's total population plummeted from approximately 200 million to 10 million. Over 1 million people in the live broadcast room was already a significant number, representing 1/10 of the island nation's population. Last time, Lin Luo helped the island nation defeat the shark god, and most of the island nation was grateful. But with Godzilla's willingness to protect the island nation, all the islanders suddenly defected and sided with Godzilla. Some of them were even more vocal, hoping that Godzilla would go to Yin Nation and destroy the dragon god. Just as the island nations were in an uproar, a snake body covered in golden scales swooped through the water. Splash! A giant golden dragon, about twice the size of Godzilla, appeared before Godzilla. Looks like I'm lucky after all, finding a level 83 Godzilla here. Lin Luo's journey from Yin country to the island nation was filled with devoured humans. Before the people of Rya could react, Lin Luo's golden dragon claws slashed towards Godzilla. The sharp golden claws tore through his armor like skin, and blood flowed from the wounds. The dragon's mouth spitted flames, roasting Godzilla. Then he swallowed Godzilla in one gulp. The familiar smell of chicken. Lin Luo discovered that ordinary monsters, when cooked, smelled like chicken. Why is the dragon god here? Isn't he in Yin country? And Godzilla is too weak to withstand a blow from the dragon god. Just now, someone suggested that Godzilla go to Yin country and devour the dragon god. They're worried the dragon god won't be full, and Godzilla will be the one delivering the food. I hope the dragon god doesn't know about our situation here, or we're doomed. The joy of the islanders came to an abrupt end, and they all prayed that Lin Luo didn't know the details. Lin Luo, having devoured the mother goddess of sorrow and joy, was extremely sensitive to sound. He had long overheard the conversation between Yamakawa Ryo and Hashimoto Naoto. These island nations are truly ungrateful. Lin Luo killed the shark god and helped the Rhea kingdom, only to have the people of that nation sell him out. It seems he'd been too kind to the Rhea kingdom, causing them to lose their respect for him. He glared at Hashimoto Naoto and the other man with his golden dragon eyes, and said coldly, "You two are so brave. I helped you kill the shark god, and this is how you repay me. And if you're looking for a backer, find someone a little stronger. What's the point of just using someone to deliver food? Are you afraid I starve?" The two men trembled violently, wishing they could escape immediately. But Lin Luo's pressure on them was too great, leaving them unable to move. Yamakawa Ryo hurriedly explained, "Lord Dragon God, it was Hashimoto Naoto who instigated me to contact Godzilla. I have always respected you, and have no intention of harming you." Hashimoto Naoto immediately retorted, "Lord Dragon God, don't let this guy talk nonsense. He was the one who asked me to contact Godzilla. He even told me to communicate with Godzilla and have it destroy you. You two don't need to explain. I heard your previous conversation." Lin Luo glanced at Hashimoto Naoto and Yamakawa Ryo. One had the idea, the other did the deed. He extended his golden dragon claws, grabbed the two, and instantly crushed them into a pulp. They were too weak, not even worthy of being devoured by Lin Luo. The dragon god heard what these two said. This is terrifying. It's as if the dragon god is mourning the mother goddess's acquisition of the power of sound, able to hear voices from afar. I just posted a barrage of comments, which was disrespectful to the dragon god. If he finds out, he'd kill me. These two, Hashimoto Naoto and Yamakawa Ryo, are such idiots. Not only did they get themselves killed, but they're also dragging us down with them. Is the dragon god that powerful enough for us to defeat? The people of the island nation worried about the dragon god's next move, whether he would retaliate against their own country. With the dragon god's power, if he wanted to destroy the entire Gale nation, no one could stop him. Their worries were completely unnecessary. After killing the two, Lin Luo swam towards the depths of the Pacific. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Luo could kill them any time he wanted. He had more important things to do, and didn't have time to worry about these islanders. "Mom, thank you for protecting me from up there." Iojiro breathed a sigh of relief. Of all those worried about the island nation, he was the most fearful. Before the game server shut down, he had encountered the dragon god many times, and knew how powerful he was. Iojiro felt like he had lost his mind, actually following Hashimoto Naoto's advice. It was so close, he was about to be punished by the dragon god. The dragon god must have been in such a hurry to leave this time. Something must have happened. If he returns and remembers this, he might take the opportunity to seek revenge. I must make the dragon god happy, and not destroy our country. Iojiro, unable to think of a good idea, immediately gathered his men. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. One of his men suggested destroying the Yasukuni shrine, and building a dragon god temple. As a Yin nation man, the dragon god would surely be delighted to know about this. I object. The people inside the shrine are our ancestors, and they made tremendous contributions to our nation. We simply cannot destroy this shrine. Abe Haru disagreed. Musashi-kun, your idea is excellent. Let's do as you say. Itojiro was only concerned with saving his own life, not caring about his ancestors. I object. Abe Haru protested vehemently. Itojiro said coldly, before you do this, kill this Abe Haru. Musashi-kun, your ability is firearms mastery. Using a firearm increases its power. Just shoot him dead. Okay. You can't do that. Bang. Abe Haru was shot and fell heavily to the ground. The shooter, Musashi-sun, was known as the top male gunner on the Japanese server. He was level 60, 2 or 3 levels higher than Abe Haru. Abe Haru couldn't withstand Musashi's gunfire, and there was virtually no chance of his survival. Itojiro didn't forget to lash out, post the video online to show the dragon god our sincerity. Chapter 180. Lin Luo had arrived at the center of the ocean, sensing the presence of his own kind. A giant Saiyan dragon, no less massive than himself, suddenly emerged from the water. The Saiyan dragon, hostile toward Lin Luo, created a particularly large wave. Lin Luo said coldly, "Is this how you 4 dragon kings welcome me?" The Saiyan dragon sneered, "A frail human who, through sheer luck, acquired the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon, has no right to parade before me." A frail human? Lin Luo no longer concealed his aura, unleashing it all. The Saiyan dragon's face shone with pain, its entire body trembling. "Are you courting death?" The Saiyan dragon raged. "Didn't you say I'm a weak human? How could a noble dragon like you be unable to withstand the aura of a mere human?" "You?" Lin Luo said with murderous intent, "If you're not strong enough, then keep a low profile. Believe it or not, I devour you right now." The Saiyan dragon was furious, but he didn't dare offend Lin Luo too deeply. In terms of strength, he was no match for Lin Luo. If they were to fight, Lin Luo would easily devour him. The Saiyan dragon suppressed his anger and said, "I apologize for what I did just now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ao Hai, a direct descendant of the 4 dragon kings of the devouring world." Lin Luo deliberately said, "An apology shouldn't be sincere. Merely saying it isn't enough." Ao Hai angrily said, "You're truly shameless. I've been polite enough to you, yet you constantly challenge my boundaries. If you can't bear it, then don't bear it." Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body, his golden claws clawing towards Ao Hai. Not good. Ao Hai quickly used his claws to block. Lin Luo, regardless of level or bloodline, crushed him. The Saiyan claw flew out, and a large amount of blood flowed from the wound, staining the entire sea red. "Wait a moment." Ao Hai, sensing the gap between them, immediately shouted for a halt. Lin Luo showed no sign of stopping, and his sharp claws clawed at Ao Hai again. Ao Hai was terrified, and did not dare to fight Lin Luo. Lin Luo's speed was too great, and Ao Hai had no time to dodge. A large dent was left in his body, and blood flowed profusely from his flesh. The blood flowed into the sea, staining the surface bright red. "Grandfather!" Ao Hai cried out for help. A red dragon, moving at breakneck speed, blocked Ao Hai's path. With a loud bang, the golden dragon claws and the red dragon claws collided with a resounding roar. Then the 2 dragons separated. The red dragon was slightly larger than Lin Luo, at level 88. "Grandfather, you need revenge. This guy just tried to kill me." Ao Hai glared at Lin Luo with resentment. "Shut up." Ao Chang scolded, "You're weak, yet you blame others for being strong." "I'm sorry, grandfather." Ao Hai apologized hastily. Grandfather Ao Chang was usually very protective of his own people and couldn't stand the slightest injustice. Under normal circumstances, Ao Chang would have already struck down the man on the other side. Ao Chang's unusual behavior might have been due to the man's strength, forcing him to negotiate. Lin Luo remained unmoved, saying, "There's no need to act in front of me. If I were weaker, you would have already taken action." Ao Chang didn't deny it, saying, "Talking to intelligent people saves a lot of effort. It's just as you said. You 4 dragon kings are quite capable, quietly making a fortune. I'm dealing with the gods that descended on land, and I don't know when several gods have descended from the sea." Lin Luo looked at Ao Chang coldly and said, "Tell me how many gods you 4 dragon kings have descended into Earth's oceans." "What a look!" Ao Hai said angrily. Ao Chang raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Only 2 gods descended normally on land. The others were forcibly descended against you. The only gods who descended from the sea are me and my nephew." Lin Luo said indifferently, "It's okay if you don't tell the truth. Once I devoured you, I can slowly search for you." Ao Chang suppressed his anger and said, "Sir, you misunderstood one thing. We bear no ill will towards you. We are both members of the Dragon Clan, and there are many possibilities for cooperation between us. Lin Luo retorted, don't try to be too close. My incarnation is a dragon, but at heart I'm still human. The two-headed god and Apollo both call me human. Ao Chan shook his head, saying, don't worry about what they say. Whether you are a member of our dragon clan is up to the 4 dragon kings. What they say is meaningless. Oh, you mean I am a dragon? Lin Luo looked at Ao Hai, who was furious. If Ao Chong hadn't been there, he would have loudly retorted. Ao Chong nodded and said, the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon is the bloodline of an ancient true dragon, second only to that of the ancestral dragon. If you're not a dragon, then who else is? Among the many dragon clans of our 4 dragon kings, your bloodline is second only to those of the 4 dragon kings. Lin Luo nodded with satisfaction and said, although I don't know how true your words are, I still like to hear them. Of course I'm telling the truth. There's no need to waste time on this nonsense. You're trying to establish kinship with me here, so just tell me what your purpose is. Talking to smart people saves a lot of effort. Ao Chong confessed, we want to work with you. You recently captured a moon god and a succubus. You should have gained a lot of information from them. When he mentioned the moon god and the succubus, Ao Hai's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Luo internally complained. As expected, the dragons are the most lustful race, sparing no race. The moon goddess Diana is a god from an epoch, and in every way, she resembles humans. The Yunshu succubus, after being trained into a succubus, also resembles humans, except for the horns on her head. Ao Hai is a true dragon, unlike the dragons in mythology, who can transform into any form. The scene was truly beautiful, almost unimaginable. I did gain quite a bit of information. Lin Luo didn't deny it. Ao Chong got to the point. Information about our 4 dragon kings reached you and who knows when, and in the mouths of your ancestors, it became yet another myth. What heavenly palace? We dragons are ruled by the so-called Jade Emperor. These are all fabrications. Anyone can bully us 4 dragon kings. The truth is nothing like that. We 4 dragon kings are far more powerful than the myths you've been taught. If you have a novel called Journey to the West, what's it called? The Dragon King in Journey to the West is truly despicable. He promised something, but then reneged midway, causing the monkey to become very angry, and fought to the death with our East Sea Dragon King. In the end, the East Sea Dragon King was forced to apologize to avoid being killed by the monkey. This myth is clearly a fabrication by your ancients. The truth is that the monkey is a deity born of chance. That era was much more powerful than yours. We 4 dragon kings predetermined which era it would be. The monkey didn't want us to destroy his era, so he fought us to the death. In the end, one of our dragon kings descended, the East Sea Dragon King you mentioned, and nearly killed and devoured the monkey. The monkey escaped by entering the devouring world, where he now sleeps. Chapter 181. Ao Hai said coldly, you humans have such powerful imaginations. You think our 4 dragon kings are so despicable. Lin Luo, unwilling to be outdone, said, your 4 dragon kings are just SOSO. They lived for who knows how many years, yet they were nearly killed by a monkey who had just become a god. Think about it, they're pretty worthless. Ao Hai taunted, that's because you haven't seen us 4 dragon kings. You think you're so powerful. In front of us dragon kings, who are on the verge of becoming god kings, you're nothing. I'd love to know how many epochs you lived to say such childish things. Childish? What? What do you mean? My point is simple. The Dragon King has lived for several epochs, while I live for only a short time. If we live for the same epoch, I believe I'm no weaker than them. How arrogant! You live for the same epoch as the Dragon King, yet you can't possibly be as powerful as him. I don't know about the others, but I see it in you. You must have lived for several epochs, at least 3 or 4, and yet, you can't even withstand a direct blow from me. Lin Luo sighed, a loser like you will remain just as weak even if you live a few more epochs. You bastard! Ao Hai's face turned ashen with anger. Ao Chong stopped Ao Hai and said, Ao Hai, don't say that. The human before you is our kin from now on, and you need their help in some matters. Ao Hai's face was grim, but he didn't dare to contradict his grandfather. My dear great-grandson, hurry up and call me great-grandpa. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. Lin Luo smiled. Ao Hai could only stand there helplessly and furious, unable to do anything to Lin Luo. Seeing Ao Hai being ridiculed, Ao Chong felt irritated. Ao Chong usually doted on Ao Hai, so seeing his grandson being mocked must have been distasteful. He even went so far as to call himself his great-grandfather, while Ao Hai called Ao Chong grandfather. Before arriving on Earth, Ao Chang had learned a great deal about Yin Nation. In other words, he should have called Lin Luo dad. Ao Chang's expression sullen, he said, "I be frank about some things, so we can work together better. We arrived on Earth early, some time ago. In this era, our dragon race also had a role. Our competitor was Poseidon, a figure who appears in Western European mythology. You should be familiar with that. Our arrival on Earth was no easy task. We held off Poseidon and several powerful sea gods." Lin Luo asked, "Do you mean I should thank you?" Ao Chang shamelessly said, "Why would a fellow race member say such things? We're family from now on, and this is as it should be." Lin Luo had seen shamelessness before, but never such audacity. Ao Chang treated himself completely like one of the clan members and said, "Fellow clansmen, please don't be offended by my harsh words. Your era is too weak, and you're the only variable. The era of the monkeys I mentioned earlier was far stronger than yours. There were 4 powerful monkeys there. Those are the 4 great divine monkeys you mentioned: the spiritual stone monkey, the red-butted horse monkey, the long-armed ape, and the 6-eared macaque. Among them, the spiritual stone monkey, whom you consider the most powerful, is probably the weakest. The other 3 divine monkeys are also very powerful. Your strength is comparable to mine, but there's a huge gap between you and any of the spiritual stone monkeys. You understand what I mean?" Lin Luo said, "You mean I should help you seize control of this era?" Ao Chang said, "Indeed. Helping us is the same as helping ourselves. Once we devour this era, we definitely reward you. With the strength of your bloodline, becoming a true god is a piece of cake." "Hungry?" Lin Luo deliberately burped. "You're painting a very big picture. I'm already full before I even start eating. Do you think there's a possibility that you successfully devour this era and then kill him?" Ao Chang patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry about that. We dragons are very honest. What will you do to me if I say I don't agree to your terms?" "We won't do anything to you. Cooperation is a matter of mutual consent. If you disagree, there's nothing we can do. I hope you consider it carefully. You can take as long as you like." "I already considered it," Lin Luo said seriously. Ao Chang smiled and said, "Tell me your choice." "My choice is to devour you." Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and spit out a stream of golden flames. The golden flames burned fiercely, illuminating the entire ocean with a golden glow, and steam continuously seeped out. "Damn it!" Ao Chang quickly spurted out red flames to counter. The moment the 2 flames clashed, the outcome was immediately decided. The golden flames crushed the red flames, sweeping towards Ao Chang. Ao Chang had previously been able to resist Lin Luo with his physical body, mainly because Lin Luo hadn't used his full strength. When Lin Luo used his full strength, Ao Chang immediately felt the difference. "Leave first," Ao Chang said to Ao Hai. Ao Hai left without hesitation. Leaving would relieve Ao Chang's pressure. Staying here would only burden him. The golden flames burned fiercely, tormenting Ao Chang. Ao Chang knew he was no match for Lin Luo. "We are all dragons. You disagree with my plan, so there's no need to make things so awkward. If you kill me, we just have a grudge." Lin Luo said, "I'm going to fight the entire devouring world. It doesn't matter if we're from the same clan or different. You're being polite to me now, not because you're kind, but because I'm powerful enough. You regret what you did today." Ao Chang felt excruciating pain from the golden flames, and a burning stench emanated from his body. Unable to bear it any longer, he fled. Suddenly, the sun hanging in the sky was obscured, plunging into eternal night. Is this the power of the Black Sun God? There are many gods in the devouring world, and they all know each other. Ao Chang knew about the Black Sun God, and that Lin Luo had devoured him. As for Lin Luo's acquisition of the Black Sun God's abilities, he wasn't entirely sure. He could easily learn about what was happening in the devouring world. Compared to the devouring world, the real world was much harder to understand. Ao Chang felt a chill in his heart. After only a few rounds of fighting, Lin Luo had already used several abilities. If Lin Luo devoured a god, he would gain a new ability. Then his growth potential would be very high, even surpassing even some god kings in their godly stages. If you kill me, the 4 dragon kings will not let you go. Think carefully about the consequences of your actions. You're talking too much nonsense. Lin Luo's golden dragon claws gripped Ao Chang's head, piercing through it. Golden flames erupted, roasting Ao Chang instantly. Lin Luo swallowed Ao Chang whole and rushed towards Ao Hai. Chapter 182. Eastern Pacific Ocean. A giant cyan dragon sped forward at breakneck speed. Ao Hai suddenly sensed something was wrong, his eyes bloodshot as he angrily cried, This damn human killed my grandfather. Sooner or later, I avenge him. Though he spoke of revenge, his flight didn't slow down at all. No sooner or later. I'm right in front of you now. Come here if you want revenge. A cold voice echoed beside him. Don't kill me. I grant you anything you ask. Aohai quickly begged for mercy. Why did you go so early? Lin Luo opened his dragon's mouth and spurted out golden flames. The golden flames covered the entire sea, tinting it a golden hue. Ah! Aohai screamed, unable to resist. The giant cyan dragon was roasted, its scales charred to a scorched golden yellow, emitting an alluring aroma. Lin Luo opened his dragon's mouth and swallowed the dragon whole. Chicken flavor. Crunchy steel. After devouring 2 dragons, Lin Luo reached level 88. My choice was right. Gods truly exist on the sea. Lin Luo felt a surge of joy. After devouring Ao Chang, his flame power was enhanced. The crimson flame was inferior to his golden flame, but it had a unique effect. It could burn a person's soul. Lin Luo controlled the golden flame, primarily inflicting a burning sensation on the body. The crimson flame affected the soul, inflicting pain. Ao Chang had just happened to encounter Lin Luo. Lin Luo's 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline was far stronger than his, and his bloodline had been suppressed to the extreme. As for Aohai, he could be ignored. None of his abilities stood out. Lin Luo felt that whether he comprehended them or not was irrelevant. It would be difficult to use them anyway. We still need to find the gods. Lin Luo controlled the massive dragon body and disappeared from the spot. Kangaroo Country. Capital, Canberra. Capital Director, these 2 evil dragons are wreaking havoc on the sea, attacking our country from time to time. They already caused us heavy losses. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it. Admiral Paul said. Stephen sighed helplessly. I know everything you said. To resolve this matter, we must invite the Dragon God. You know we sided with the Fierce Wind Nation a while ago, and our relations with the Flame Nation weren't great. Paul angrily said, the previous Prime Minister was a fool. Why didn't he just stand in the middle? He insisted on siding with one side, and chose the Fierce Wind Nation. Not only did he not receive any benefits, but he was also sanctioned by the Flame Nation, causing a significant economic decline. Stephen said, our country has suffered heavy losses. We must invite the Dragon God. We should apologize sincerely, and the Dragon God will probably intervene. If the director doesn't feel comfortable, we can send the deputy director, Paul suggested. No, we must show our full sincerity. Stephen shook his head. I arrange it right away. Just as Paul was about to leave the meeting room, the chief of staff rushed over. Sir, good news. Just tell me what you have to say. The director is here too. Okay. The naval chief of staff told the 2 men everything that had happened at sea. A giant golden dragon appeared and roasted and devoured the red and blue dragons. Stephen exclaimed ecstatically, no need to guess, the golden dragon is the dragon god. Yes, it must be. Paul nodded. Now, let's release the video and thank the dragon god properly. Invite all the important people. It has to be a grand occasion, okay? Stephen instructed. Paul patted his chest and said, I arrange it right away. Originally, they believed that they had to invite the dragon god several times before he would take action. Now that the dragon god had taken the initiative and slain 2 evil dragons, all the high-ranking officials of the Kangaroo Nation were delighted. They weren't short-sighted either. They knew they had thanked the dragon god this time. In the future, they would need the dragon god's help, so they could invite him. The video took 3 hours to shoot and upload online. So that the dragon god could see it, Stephen specifically posted it on a domestic short video platform. The moment it was released, it caused a sensation. The dragon god is amazing. I thought he was resting peacefully since no gods had descended recently, but I didn't expect him to appear in the Pacific. The Kangaroo Nation isn't very strong. It even wanted to sanction our Yen Nation back then, but now it's lowering its guard and thanking us. Who else but the dragon god could deal with these 2 evil dragons? These 2 dragons seem to be descendants of the 4 dragon kings from our mythology. I used to think the characters in mythology were all fake, but now that the devouring world has connected to me, I realize they're all real. It's just that our ancients were ignorant and couldn't fully understand the information they received. The dragon god is awesome. The gods of the devouring world are nothing compared to the dragon god. The people of Yen Nation were in a frenzy after seeing this short video. Succubus Yunshu munched on an apple, the juice soaking a large area of her chest, leaving almost no residue. I wonder if this is good or bad. Succubus Yunshu happened to see this video and asked, Lord Moon God, the dragon god they're talking about must be our master, right? Indeed, Diana nodded. Succubus Yunshu said, it seems our master hasn't listened to Lord Moon God, and still wants to evolve quickly to fight the impending two-headed god. Diana remained skeptical of Lin Luo. I can only say his courage is commendable. Let's continue watching the TV series. I wonder how long this era will last. These beautiful things will soon be gone. In my eyes, humans have almost no merits, selfish, greedy, inherently weak, and so on. But their emotions are far richer than ours. After seeing so much of their emotions, I want to be human too. Diana gave a fair assessment of humanity, and happily watched a Korean drama with Succubus Yunshu. Atlantic Ocean. A gigantic shark swam towards the depths. In a magnificent palace, a handsome man with blue hair sat on the throne. His upper body was human, his lower body a fishtail. He was Poseidon's eldest son, Triton, a male mermaid covered in seaweed. The great shark approached Triton and told him what he had learned. Triton smiled and said, I was worried about not being able to defeat these two evil dragons, so I wanted to ask my father for help. Unexpectedly, a human god intervened, saving me a lot of effort. One of his male mermaids, Scar, worriedly said, Sir, let's temporarily dive into the deep sea to avoid the human god, just in case he attacks us. Triton said dismissively, How dare a mere human god attack me? My father is Poseidon, soon to become the king of gods. The 4 dragon kings must be polite to me. Scar advised, the 4 dragon kings know the power of the sea god, so they dare not attack you. But the natives of Earth don't know how powerful the sea god is, and he's likely a reckless man. What are you afraid of? Even if he appeared before me right now, I wouldn't be afraid at all, Triton said dismissively. Just as Scar was about to speak again, a giant golden dragon swam over. Triton sensed something strange happening to his men, and turned around to see the golden dragon. Chapter 183. The 2 men had just claimed they weren't afraid, but when they saw the dragon god approaching, fear crossed their faces. Lin Luo said coldly, talking about others behind their backs is not a good thing. With the power of the mother goddess of joy and sorrow, he could sense everything around him even while deep in the ocean. Triton's palace was built deep under the sea, yet Lin Luo had still found it. Of course, he had overheard the 2 men's conversation. Scar, struck by an idea, quickly flattered, I heard the dragon god displayed his might in the Pacific Ocean, slaying those 2 evil dragons. We want to express our sincere gratitude to you. Those 2 evil dragons have committed countless evil deeds. If you, my lord, don't intervene, my master will. Triton forced himself to remain calm and said yes. Yes, those 2 evil dragons have committed countless evil deeds. We, the gods of the world-devouring ocean, completely disapprove of their actions. I see. I thought you were in league with those 2 dragons, Lin Luo said. Triton quickly said, How is that possible? We always been incompatible. To use an old saying from your Yin nation, people with different philosophies cannot work together. It seems you have a deep understanding of my culture. That's all thanks to you, dragon god. I lived through many eras and encountered powerful figures from several eras, but I can't compare to you. I have to admit, you're truly formidable. Triton despised the native before him, but he couldn't help but speak against his will. It was mainly because Lin Luo was too powerful. Triton could sense the threat of death. The 2 evil dragons were no match for the man before him, let alone him. Triton ordered Scar, prepare the finest banquet for me. I want to properly entertain this distinguished guest from Earth. Okay. Scar nodded. No thanks. I be leaving shortly. Lin Luo waved his hand in defiance. So your distinguished guest has something to ask. I won't try to persuade you to stay. Triton breathed a sigh of relief and said, We, the sea gods, are a simple people. We welcome visitors from outside. There's something I'd like you to consider. What is it? Lin Luo asked. Triton replied, I want you to join us. You should know that Earth in this era cannot resist the world-devouring gods. Sooner or later, it will be swallowed up. If you join our Poseidon clan, with your strength, you will become my father's right-hand man. Scar echoed, Sir, if you join our Poseidon clan, you will be treated with the highest regard. We are not like the 4 dragon kings, who prefer to use their own people. Our Poseidon is a particularly fair and just god. As long as you have the ability, you can join us. You be treated very well. It's clear you're a very capable individual. Under the training of our Sea God clan, you have a great chance of becoming a celestial god in the future. Lin Luo said gravely, Just a celestial god? The moon goddess's opinion of me is much higher than yours, saying I be no less capable than her uncle, the god king Zeus. Under you, I be mediocre. Scar internally complained, then quickly agreed, It's my fault for underestimating your potential. I apologize. Triton forced a smile and asked, Dear guest, what are your thoughts? I agree, Lin Luo said. Excellent. I tell Father God about this right away. Poseidon has several children, and Triton is quite mediocre among them. Triton was sent to Earth early, which is why Poseidon paid little attention to him. He was merely there to scout the way ahead. The main force was still Poseidon's other sons. If Triton could convince the most powerful being of this era, he would surely be rewarded by Poseidon. No need to rush to tell Father God. Now that I promised you, you should also agree to mine, Lin Luo said. Triton said cheerfully, of course. We Poseidons have always valued loyalty. If you helped us, we will help you in return. Scar echoed, There's an old saying in the Yin Kingdom. A drop of water is repaid with a spring. It quite aptly describes our Poseidon clan. I'm asking you to help me. I offended the two-headed god, and he's planning to descend upon Earth to kill me. I need to level up quickly to be able to fight him. So, please help me, both of you. Lin Luo opened his dragon's mouth and spurted out a crimson gold flame. The two men were far weaker than Ao Chang, and they barely offered any resistance before being consumed. Lin Luo devoured them both in one gulp and headed towards his next destination. The sea is vaster than the land. It's a vast treasure trove. Swallowing the world. Poseidon was in his palace, flanked by many stunning mermaids. The mermaids danced gracefully, and he held fine wine in crystal goblets. Poseidon's daily life was rather extravagant, spent every day watching beautiful women dance. When drunk, he would casually embrace a stunning mermaid and engage in a game only men and women could enjoy. Poseidon, you seem quite relaxed. A dark blue dragon approached the palace's perimeter, its enormous eyes fixed on Poseidon. Ao Guang, our relationship isn't good. Why did you call me here? Poseidon's attitude was unpleasant. Ao Guang asked, Don't you usually care about your son's life or death? Didn't your eldest son, Triton, descend into Earth's waters? Poseidon smashed his wine glass to the ground and angrily declared, If you, one of the 4 dragon kings, kill my son, I will kill 100 of your sons to avenge him. If my people kill your son, I won't come to you. What's going on? You see, Ao Guang used his divine power to construct a mirror, which displayed a scene unfolding on Earth. A giant golden dragon roasted his son, Triton, and devoured him whole. Damn it! Poseidon shouted, causing the entire ocean to tremble. Ao Guang's face darkened as he spoke. Not only did your son die, but my son and great-grandson also died at the hands of this human god. This ant is so audacious, it even dared to kill my own son. Now I'm sending my other son to slay this ant. Poseidon exclaimed in indignation. Ao Guang said, There's no need to go to all that trouble. Someone is coming to Earth to slay this human. Who is it? Poseidon asked. Ao Guang replied, The two-headed god is coming to Earth. Many of his men have died at the hands of this human god. Yes, I have him take my harpoon and kill this ant. Poseidon, doting on his children, immediately summoned the two-headed god. When the two-headed god arrived before Poseidon, his usual arrogance vanished, and he became respectful. He feared that something he did wrong would anger Poseidon. Chapter 184. Although the gods of the devouring world cannot devour each other, they can in the real world. Unless the two-headed god never descends into the real world, he wouldn't dare offend Poseidon. Poseidon said, I'm handing you this harpoon. Please use it with caution. You only have one chance to use it. This isn't my artifact itself, it will disappear after use. The two-headed god accepted the harpoon and said joyfully, Thank you, Lord Poseidon. Apollo said, This damned human is so disgusted with himself that he's not dying fast enough that he dares to anger the two gods. I will definitely kill him. Poseidon nodded in satisfaction and said, You're my nephew. I believe you have the ability. Ao Guang glanced in a certain direction and said coldly, How dare you, human? You devoured my offspring in the real world, and now you're eavesdropping on my conversation in the devouring world. This damned human. Poseidon gritted his teeth. As expected of a celestial god, far more powerful than a true god, you were able to detect me. Lin Luo revealed his true form, and for the first time, his massive dragon form felt insignificant. Both the two-headed god and Apollo were significantly higher in level than Lin Luo, and their bodies were even larger. After devouring Poseidon's son, Lin Luo reached level 89. After searching for a while, he found no other gods and returned to Yin Nation. Upon his return to Yin Nation, Lin Luo immediately landed on the devouring world and reached the canyon where the two-headed god resided. The mother goddess of sorrow and joy's abilities were extremely useful, allowing him to overhear the conversation between the two gods without being detected. Ao Guang, his face etched with murderous intent, said, "It's a pity that the devouring world can't take action, or I would be the first to slay you." Lin Luo showed no fear. "Then I have to thank the devouring world." "Don't be so arrogant. You won't be able to avoid this calamity, no matter who comes," Apollo said expressionlessly. "You're right. I have my login device destroyed right now. I stay in the devouring world forever, and see how you guys kill me," Lin Luo said seriously. Apollo's face turned green as he said, "It's just a last-ditch effort." The humans in front of him chose to remain in the devouring world forever, making it very difficult for him to kill them. Unless they reconnected to the devouring world and Lin Luo chose to descend to Earth, Apollo happened to be in that era. If Lin Luo chose not to leave the devouring world, Apollo wouldn't have much to do. Level 89 was close to a true god, capable of absorbing energy from the devouring world for 10 epochs. "Okay, enough rambling. I'm leaving the devouring world." Lin Luo didn't linger any longer and chose to exit the devouring world. The Yunshu succubus asked, "Master, how is the situation?" Lin Luo smiled wryly, "It's getting worse." Diana had anticipated this. "If you hadn't devoured the 4 dragon kings and Poseidon, would these two have stopped pursuing you?" Lin Luo nodded. "I expected revenge from these two, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly." Diana said, "The gods who devour worlds have nothing to do all day long. Their only concern is to reduce their energy consumption and fall into a deep sleep. You killed 2 gods sent to Earth, and they will definitely retaliate immediately. We can only take it one step at a time now. You said too much, and I'm getting tired of it myself. You had a slight chance of winning, but with these 2 joining, it's practically gone. How about I stay in the devouring world forever?" Lin Luo said with a helpless smile. Diana said, "Don't test me. I know you won't give up. I help you when the 2-headed god descends." "Master, goodbye." Diana left with the Yunshu succubus. Lin Luo had considered devouring these 2 gods, but knew he couldn't upgrade to a true god. Keeping Diana's powerful external support would be more advantageous for him in battle. Besides, Lin Luo wasn't a devouring world god, capable of severing all emotions and focusing solely on devouring and evolving. The Yunshu succubus was like an innocent little girl, having been very obedient since being captured by Lin Luo. Needless to say, Moon Goddess Diana helped Lin Luo understand many things about the devouring world. Diana was the person who had the greatest influence on Lin Luo's successful leveling to 89. He arrived in the living room. Cheng Xuexin, still as beautiful and charming as ever in her home clothes, was cleaning the living room. "Sister Cheng, has anything happened while I was away?" Lin Luo held Cheng Xuexin in his arms. Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes at Lin Luo and said, "You're getting more and more daring. Aren't you afraid Yan Yan might suddenly emerge from her room?" "It's okay. I could sense it. A lot happened while you were away." Cheng Xuexin began to recount Yi Tian's ascension to godhood and his battle with the Heartless Worm Mother. The Heartless Worm Mother was the strongest of the 5 Zerg races in the devouring world. She was ranked 1st during the game server shutdown and 4th overall. She had always been very low-key, quietly developing. In his previous life, Lin Luo had a deep impression of the Heartless Worm Mother, a ruthless femme fatale. At her peak, the Heartless Worm Mother destroyed several cities and devoured all the living creatures within them. When Yi Tian was invincible, the only person who could challenge him was the Heartless Worm Mother. Lin Luo thought it might be because of his powerful destruction of the Diamond Demon and Blood Ancestor that the Heartless Worm Mother had become more low-key. His rebirth had changed many things, but some things remained the same. The Heartless Worm Mother didn't evolve by devouring 10 cities, as she had in her previous life. But her stealth development was effective, and she seemed even stronger than in her previous life, on par with Yi Tian in this life. The battle began when the Heartless Worm Mother ambushed Yi Tian, intending to devour him and become a god. The Heartless Worm Mother somehow gained a great opportunity, raising her level to 79, just one step away from becoming a god. Yi Tian, having experienced the Eagle God's ambush, was extremely cautious. The Heartless Worm Mother failed to gain a significant advantage, and a fierce battle ensued between them. In the end, Yi Tian emerged victorious, devouring the Heartless Worm Mother and reaching level 80. Another person who achieved deification was Zhou Jiahui, and the Cataclysm Shelter was delighted. Before Zhou Jiahui's deification, the Cataclysm Shelter offered her the utmost protection. A member of the Fierce Wind Nation also achieved deification, seemingly Supreme Commander Ash. The Bear Nation above them also saw deities, and so did the other nations. Cheng Xuexin said happily, "Our Yin Nation is getting better and better. With Yi Tian and Zhou Jiahui both becoming deities, the pressure has been reduced a lot. It has been reduced a lot." Lin Luo didn't feel the pressure had been reduced much, instead, it had grown heavier. The gods descending from the devouring world were growing stronger, and their regard for him was increasing. Not only were true gods at the level of the gods taking action, but also celestial gods. Cheng Xuexin's strength was too weak, and Lin Luo's words were useless. His worries were in vain. With Lin Luo's help, Yi Weiwei and Su Qing should also be able to achieve deities. After understanding the general situation, Lin Luo headed to the Cataclysm Shelter. Chapter 185. Dragon God, you're here. Zhou Jiawei happened to be standing outside the door, a happy smile spreading across her lips. Lin Luo said, "It seems you haven't absorbed enough energy. Your level has successfully increased to 80. Zhou Jiawei said happily, "I can become a god, all thanks to the Dragon God." Compared to Yi Tian's life or death battle, she felt much more relaxed. Yi Tian and the Heartless Worm Mother were both among the Yin nation's most powerful, just one step away from godhood. Yi Tian was the victor, but it was a dangerous one. He nearly died at the hands of the Heartless Worm Mother, and his victory in that battle was a stroke of luck. Dragon God, you're here. Chen Limei didn't dare neglect him. Lin Luo didn't waste any words. How's the little girl I brought back from the Gale Nation last time? Chen Limei said, you mean Annie? She's in pretty stable condition. But she's seeking revenge against the murder of her parents, and something quite bizarre has happened to her. How bizarre? Lin Luo asked. Chen Limei replied, her strength is growing stronger day by day. How fast is it growing? Sometimes a level a day, but usually a level every 10 days. Did she grow stronger on her own? Didn't she swallow a crystal core? Yes, that's why it's so bizarre. And the little girl is growing up so quickly. She was only 8 when you brought her back, and now she's a teenager. Every part of her body has developed. I go take a look. As a true god, the Rune God must be someone he values so highly. The fact that the little girl can continuously level up through wishes without a crystal core demonstrates her uniqueness. The girl inside is Annie. Chen Limei pointed at a blonde girl. The blonde girl looked about 14 or 15 years old. Because she was a foreigner, her figure was exceptionally well developed. In her home country, her figure would be even better than some adults. Annie was at level 75, and her leveling speed was extremely fast. When Lin Luo brought Annie back, she was only level 50. Before, Annie wasn't particularly powerful among the mini Esperers. Now, Annie ranks very high among the mini evolvers. Annie saw Lin Luo approaching and said, "Hello, big brother, thank you for saving me earlier." Chen Limei explained, Annie possesses terrifying abilities, but her mind is no different from a child's, making her easily deceived. Annie asked innocently, "Big brother, everyone says you're powerful. Can you help me kill the world-devouring god and avenge my parents?" Annie's family was a happy family of 3. Her parents had respectable jobs and were both kind. The Minotaur descended upon New York, and Annie's parents tragically perished in the disaster. Annie waited for her parents at home for a long time, but they never arrived. She wished for her parents to return home, and they returned, their damaged bodies. Annie then realized they were dead, and used her wishing power to bury them. Although Annie was young, she knew a great deal. She blamed the world-devouring god for everything, and wished for the death of the alien race. Annie wanted the world-devouring god to die, but her power was limited, and she couldn't wish for it. If Annie forced herself to make the wish, she would die suddenly. While the ability to grant wishes has virtually no side effects, it does have its limitations. Annie can grant the death of a certain being, but only if that being's power is lower than her own. If the powerful being she wishes for is significantly more powerful than herself, Annie suffers a backlash, being killed by the power of the wish. Even with this limitation, Anne's wishing power remains incredibly powerful. Of course, I don't want the earth to perish at the hands of the world-devouring god. Helping you is like helping myself. Lin Luo stroked Annie's head, and Annie half closed her eyes in delight. Annie happily said, "I will do my best to help you, big brother. Thank you for your help last time. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by the Rune God." The Rune God's power is also incredibly perverse, capable of seduce a person's heart. If a person is powerful enough and deeply desires something, then the Rune altar will take effect, guiding them to the Rune God. Thunder was guided to the Rune God in this way, and so was Annie. Annie arrived before the Rune God and was bewitched by him. The Rune God claimed to be Earth's deity, having slept for a long time and awakened to save the planet. His voice held an irresistible, bewitching power, and Annie, still young, chose to believe the Rune God. Lin Luo said, "It's okay. This is the Rune God's fault, not yours." "Yes, yes." Annie nodded and asked, "How can I help you, big brother?" Lin Luo didn't hide anything from Annie. A level 75 figure would reveal it. Damn world-devouring god. I must avenge my parents. Annie's eyes blazed with anger. Lin Luo pulled out 3 blue crystal cores, each imbued with powerful energy. On his return from the ocean, he had encountered a 3-headed giant snake. Lin Luo slew the 3 snakes, retaining the crystal cores within. 3 level 79 crystal cores, Lin Luo intended to give to Annie. Are these for me? Annie's eyes lit up. Yes, for you. After absorbing these 3 level 79 crystal cores, will your level reach 80? Maybe a little short, but I can make a wish. That power is truly incredible. Lin Luo couldn't help but envy her. Annie shook her head and said, "Compared to you, big brother, I'm still much weaker. The earth can survive without me, but not without you. Focus on improving yourself." Lin Luo knew Annie was serious. Annie was just a child, without many petty thoughts. She wouldn't flatter others like an adult would. "Okay." Annie nodded happily. "Wow, haha." A familiar male voice rang out from outside. "That middle school boy is here again," Zhou Jiahui said with disdain. Chen Limei smiled and said, "Yi Tian's personality is a bit immature, but otherwise he's quite good. Unlike the heartless worm mother, who secretly devoured several cities and spared no one within them." Zhou Jiahui nodded and said, "Fortunately Yi Tian won. If the heartless worm mother had won, not only would it not have helped us, but it would have been a disaster for all of humanity." Chen Limei said, "With the dragon god around, even after becoming a god, the heartless worm mother would probably have chosen to leave Yin country. After all, even after becoming a god, she's still too weak in front of the dragon god." Yes, it was only after the dragon god left Yin country that the heartless worm mother dared to emerge from the shadows and attempt to devour Yi Tian. The dragon god is truly powerful. The two began boasting about him in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo laughed and said, "You're praising me so much in front of me. Aren't you afraid I become proud? Zhou Jiahui, this heavenly emperor has become a god." Before Chen Limei and Zhou Jiahui could reply, a handsome young man, with a middle school-like demeanor walked in. Chapter 186. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian laughed heartily. This heavenly emperor successfully slew the heartless worm mother. You must have seen how handsome and powerful he was. I saw it. Zhou Jiahui replied perfunctorily. Yi Tian frowned. Your perfunctory attitude really annoys this heavenly emperor. Wait a moment. He quickly realized something was wrong. Zhou Jiahui's aura was as powerful as his own. Yi Tian's jaw dropped. You become a god too? Zhou Jiahui replied modestly. It's just becoming a god. That's not easy. I'm not like someone who, after becoming a god, was afraid everyone wouldn't know and went around advertising it. Yi Tian was completely irritated, speechless for a long time. He had intended to show off, but he failed and was mocked by Zhou Jiahui. Yi Tian looked at Lin Luo and asked, "You are the dragon god, right?" Chen Limei smiled and said, "Yes, he is the dragon god." Yi Tian muttered, "No wonder I met you last time in Hangzhou." I said, "How dare anyone without great power appear there?" So you are the dragon god. He extended his hand and said, "You are the first powerful being recognized by Yi Tian." Lin Luo made no move to extend his hand. I don't like shaking hands with men. Yi Tian wanted to say the same, but thought of Lin Luo's strength and let it go. Other people can be a little more presumptuous on their own, but not in front of Lin Luo. Yi Tian withdrew his hand in frustration, thinking of revenge in the future. Yi, will remember this humiliation today. You can ignore me now. You won't be able to reach my future self. Yi Tian still envied Zhou Jiahui, envious of Lin Luo's help. He had braved death to become a god, while Zhou Jiahui had done so without any risk. Another point, Zhou Jiahui's level was much lower than his, but now they were at the same level. Zhou Jiahui possessed true dragon blood, so becoming a god wouldn't necessarily mean she was weaker than him. Brother Lin Luo. A graceful figure appeared and threw herself into Lin Luo's arms. A stunning face, a perfect figure, no flaws to be found. Another god? Yi Tian's mind was a little shaken. When he first became a god, he was filled with joy. Yi Tian's self-confidence was overflowing, believing that besides the dragon god, he would be second in Yin country, perhaps even in the world. Zhou Jiahui's godhood was understandable, but now another one had become a god. To be honest, Yi Tian's mind was a little shaken. Godhood? Lin Luo hugged Su Qing, feeling her softness. Su Qing nodded and said, "Thanks to Brother Lin's help, I was able to become a god." "Did the dragon god help you too?" Yi Tian felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Yes. Su Qing looked at Yi, her eyes growing colder. You're the Yi online, always mocking Brother Lin. Today I'm challenging you to a lesson. Zhou Jiahui, unfazed by the prospect of a fuss, smiled and said, I want to join in too. Yi wouldn't necessarily lose to Su Qing, but with Zhou Jiahui in tow, there was little chance of victory. And me too. Another stunning woman walked in. Dressed in a tight black outfit, her heroic presence captivated everyone. Su Qing called out sweetly, Sister Weiwei. Yi Weiwei glanced at Lin Luo and said awkwardly, hello. Another deity. Yi felt his mind collapsing. He hadn't had much contact with Su Qing or Zhou Jiahui. Yi had a lot of contact with this stunningly beautiful woman from his family, Yi Weiwei. He clearly remembered that Yi Weiwei was at level 70, still a long way from becoming a deity. Now that Yi had just become a deity, Yi Weiwei had followed suit. It's not that deities are rare, but that becoming one is difficult. Yi had just become a deity, and 3 others had already done the same. Yi quickly noticed a common point. All 3 women were beautiful. He mentally complained. Who says hard work alone can make you strong? Sometimes gender is important, but appearance is even more important. Yi quickly explained, back then, I was young and ignorant, and didn't know the dragon god's power. Now that I know how powerful he is, I realize how insignificant I am. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction. That's about right. Ha ha ha. A large black dog ran in, letting out an anthropomorphic laugh. What's so funny? Yi was furious. He Huang grinned and taunted. Didn't you say you were so awesome? The second god of Yin Nation. So powerful. Please don't lower your noble head. Yi angrily shouted, you bastard. He Huang didn't hold back at all. There's a guy named Yi who's hard to tease. He's quite powerful when he mocks others, but he's terrible when others mock him. You bastard. Yi was so angry that he wanted to punch He Huang, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Lin Luo. Black Emperor, also relying on his superiors, attacked Yi with a barrage of attacks. Okay, let's get to the point. Except for Yi and Black Emperor, who came uninvited, everyone else was invited by Lin Luo. Black Emperor hadn't achieved godhood, and couldn't help Lin Luo. Yi had already achieved godhood, and could be of some assistance to Lin Luo. I called you here this time mainly to deal with the 2-headed god. I be the main force, and you be supporting me from the side. Lin Luo got to the point. Okay. Everyone expressed their opinions on how to help Lin Luo. They had achieved godhood, but they were far inferior to Lin Luo. Lin Luo could confront the 2-headed god head-on. They weren't qualified. With the 2-headed god's power, a single encounter would kill any of them. Devouring the world. The time has finally come. I can descend to Earth. The 2-headed god had long been prepared, awaiting this opportunity. Devouring the world had its limits. He had used Apollo's method, and even if he wanted to force his arrival early, he would have to wait for the right moment. Apollo smiled, I await your good news. Just an ant, no need to take it too seriously. The 2-headed god considered Apollo the most dangerous, fearing he might use trickery to harm him. The gods who devoured the world had experienced countless ages, each one a remarkable being. A god without deep cunning wouldn't survive this era. A rift in space and time suddenly opened, much larger than those previously opened by the other gods. The 2-headed god stretched out his rough hands and grasped both sides of the rift. With a sudden increase in strength, the rift stretched open. I'm coming! A cruel smile played on the 2-headed god's lips. In his era, only one powerful race ruled the entire world. Compared to human rule on Earth, the 2-headed race's rule over the real world was even more absolute and cruel. Except for a few races that survived the 2-headed race, all others were brutally exterminated. As the most powerful being of the 2-headed tribe, the 2-headed god is even more brutal, and his methods are even more cruel. Chapter 187. The devouring world descended upon the 2-headed world, and the 2-headed god was the strongest gamer. His storyline was similar to Lin Luo's, having become a god within the game. The 2-headed god's choices, however, were completely different. Lin Luo wanted to save the Earth and fight against the devouring world. But when the devouring world's god descended, the 2-headed god's first concern was his own life and death, and his own self-interest. In the early days, he fought against the devouring world and slew several gods. When the devouring world's true god was about to descend, the 2-headed god immediately betrayed the 2-headed world. He sold the 2-headed world for a good price, and successfully entered the devouring world. During this time, the 2-headed god descended for several more epochs, gaining immense benefits through his own strength and wisdom. In the last epoch, The two-headed god achieved his wish and became a true god. Compared to other gods, the two-headed god was far more ruthless. While other gods devoured without killing, the two-headed god preferred to slaughter. Many of his slain enemies had endured a life worse than death. The place he chose to descend was Lawhai City in Yin Nation. The two-headed god was always ruthless and merciless, never sparing anyone who humiliated him. The kneeling god, the paper god, and other beings, his hard-earned subordinates, all perished at the hands of these abominable ants. Among the many true gods, the two-headed god had relatively few subordinates. Lin Luo devoured several of his subordinates, leaving the two-headed god practically without a commanding officer. Before the two-headed god descended into Lawhai City, Zhou Jiawei had already evacuated all the citizens. The battle between the gods was already dangerous enough. One misstep, and the entire city would be buried with him. Fortunately, the dragon god's attacks were powerful enough on several occasions, quickly destroying the gods that descended from the world-devouring god. If the dragon god and the world-devouring god had engaged in a stalemate, the citizens of Lawhai City would have suffered the most. Now that the battle between the gods has escalated to that of true gods, the situation would have become even more dangerous. Chen Limei didn't dare gamble with everyone in Lawhai City again. If the dragon god won, no one in Lawhai City would have survived. That would have been a tragedy. Before the two-headed god descended, Chen Limei organized a group to leave Lawhai City. Chen Limei released drones for free, constantly monitoring the entire city. If anything happened in Lawhai City, Chen Limei would be the first to know. Look, a spatial rift has appeared in Dongcheng District. It's several times larger than the previous one. Officials haven't said anything, but last time we stayed in Lawhai City, and this time we left. This indirectly suggests the impending deity is even more powerful. It's said that the dragon god's defeat of the moon god last time infuriated the world-devouring god, and he's about to send down a powerful deity. A pair of hands reached out from the spatial rift and forcefully tore it apart. Under the immense force, the spatial rift was stretched open, stretching to a vast width. A massive head emerged from within. Triangular eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and a face devoid of any flesh. This is the two-headed god, the one who fathered two children with the mother goddess of joy and sorrow. He's come for revenge. The two-headed god is a true god, level 90. I wonder what level the dragon god is. Level 90 is a barrier. A gap of 1 or 2 levels between gods makes it easy for the weak to defeat the strong, but the gap between true gods and gods is so vast it's almost impossible to bridge. I hope the dragon god can win. If he loses, our death is inevitable. The spatial rift widened, and another head emerged from it. Two enormous heads, each with the body of a muscular adult man, their upper body awash in explosive muscle, and their lower body brimming with legs as thick as pillars. They stood nearly 200 meters tall, and weighed over 30 tons. A terrifying humanoid monster. Even the tallest building in Lawhai City pales before the two-headed god. It's been ages since I smelled such fresh air. The two-headed god sighed. Compared to the boredom of the devouring world, the real world is far more interesting. He glanced around at the surrounding drones, a sinister smile on his face. I advise you to commit suicide as soon as possible, because that way you be painless. If you fall into my hands, you regret living? The neck was exceptionally long, and the two heads moved constantly. A massive golden dragon, no less massive than the two-headed god, appeared before everyone's eyes. Damn ant. This time you're not playing tricks. You're just appearing right in front of me. The two-headed god's eyes were filled with disdain. Who do you think you are? Why should I hide from you? Lin Luo taunted. I hope you be as confident later. The two-headed god's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Its neck stretched out rapidly, and its two heads bit towards Lin Luo. His name was the two-headed god, and his strength lay in his two heads. Lin Luo didn't dare to underestimate him. Golden flames emanated from his dragon's mouth. The golden flames possessed an extremely high temperature, and the temperature around him rose rapidly as they appeared. The two ferocious heads passed through the golden flames and attacked Lin Luo at an extremely fast speed. The all-powerful golden flames failed, causing no damage to the two ferocious heads. Lin Luo didn't hold out much hope. If the two-headed god were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be a true god. Bang! The golden dragon claws collided with one of the ferocious heads, making a sound like steel clashing. The other ferocious head, at breakneck speed, slammed into Lin Luo. Lin Luo was sent flying, and it took him a long time to steady himself in the air. This is the power of a true god. The dragon god was directly sent flying, and the golden dragon claws collided with the heads, causing injuries. It seems the two-headed god hasn't used his full strength yet, but the dragon god is already unable to resist. If the two-headed god uses his full strength, the dragon god will be completely unable to withstand it. It's over. This time, the dragon god will have a hard time defeating the two-headed god. The end of the earth is approaching. Everyone was pessimistic. The two-headed god sneered, "You're too weak. I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you're already overwhelmed. Who said I couldn't resist? You didn't do me much harm." Lin Luo possessed a remarkable ability to recover, and his golden dragon claws had already healed. "I told you I haven't used my full strength yet. I was just testing you, using less than 1/10 of my original power." The two heads of the two-headed god charged towards Lin Luo once again. Lin Luo opened his dragon maw, and golden flames spurted forth once more. "I thought you were so clever. The golden flames didn't work on me before, and now you're using them again. Do you think they work?" The two-headed god taunted. "Ah!" The two-headed god couldn't help but scream at the first contact with the golden flames. The golden flames, which had previously had no effect on him, now caused him excruciating pain. The excruciating pain was so excruciating that even the two-headed god couldn't help but cry out. He pulled back both heads, not daring to hit Lin Luo directly with them. Chapter 188. The two-headed god's head had been polished to an incomparable hardness. Ordinary external objects, unless possessing terrifying power, could not harm its two heads. But the soul within the heads had not been strengthened, and would be consumed by the flames that restrained the soul. The dragon god is so powerful. He's still so naive. That's hilarious. This two-headed god is about to explode. He just boasted and got slapped in the face. It seems the two-headed god isn't that powerful, to be toyed with by the dragon god. The two-headed god angrily shouted, "Despicable ant." Lin Luo asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Never mind. I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm going to kill you now." The two-headed god's body began to transform, slowly swelling. After a while, he transformed into a winged lizard, much larger than even Lin Luo. His appearance at this moment was identical to the dragons described in the West. Oh shit, this is a Western dragon. It seems many legends aren't just groundless, but real. The two-headed god has transformed into this Western dragon, and seems to have become much stronger. I'm afraid the dragon god can't withstand it. It seems the two-headed god is a bit similar to our era. He's not inherently powerful, but has become powerful through the game. The two-headed god said confidently, "Once upon a time, in my own era, I entered the devouring world and became a god before the game shut down. Back then, I was no worse than you." Lin Luo said, "So, you must have devoured several eras to become a true god. I'm only one step away from becoming a true god in my own era. Do you think you can compare to me?" Okay. The two-headed god cried angrily, "You say I can't match you? Then I bet you die here. How can you possibly compare to me?" He lunged at Lin Luo, his dragon jaws biting at his neck. Lin Luo chose to distance himself from the two-headed god rather than engage him. The sun suddenly vanished, replaced by a bright moon. Arrows imbued with moonlight pierced the two-headed god. Bang, boom, boom. The arrows struck the two-headed god, emitting brilliant moonlight. Ouch! The two-headed god howled in pain. "Take my sword." A sword beam, hundreds of meters long, hurtled towards the two-headed god. The sword beam, imbued with terrifying power, severed one of its wings. Bang! The wing fell heavily to the ground, bleeding crimson, and the air was thick with blood. Ouch! The two-headed god was furious, trying to find the one who had swung the sword. Yi Tian had already fled long after striking the sword. Damn it! The two-headed god suppressed his urge to kill Yi Tian. It didn't matter when Yi Tian was dealt with. The main thing was to kill the human called the dragon god. He could see that after striking the sword once, Yi Tian was no longer able to swing a second time. That was a close call. After sensing the danger was over, Yi Tian ran a distance before stopping. He had been panicking, fearing the two-headed god would catch up. The two-headed god was too powerful, so he could only resort to sneak attacks. If Lin Luo hadn't confronted the two-headed god head-on, Yi Tian wouldn't have even had the courage to strike. Next, Su Qing, Yi Weiwei, and Zhou Jiahui attacked the two-headed god one after another. Except for Zhou Jiahui, the others succeeded. Especially after Su Qing dug a piece of flesh from the two-headed god, blood continued to flow from the wound, and the air around him was thick with the smell of blood. Faced with the three-men sneak attack, the two-headed god was about to explode with rage. But the two-headed god had no intention of pursuing them, instead transferring his anger to the human before him. Ants are ants. They don't even have the courage to confront me head-on, and only use despicable tactics. The two-headed god said angrily. It's okay. It's mainly because your level is higher. What's wrong with letting a junior have a little? Lin Luo smiled. Okay. The two-headed god said angrily, you use despicable tactics, so don't blame me. Lin Luo devoured Poseidon's Sun Triton, gaining the ability to dodge from him. The two-headed god transformed into a two-headed lizard dragon, its body becoming much heavier. If Lin Luo continued to dodge, the two-headed god would be unable to attack. The two-headed god lunged at the moon goddess, forcing Lin Luo to intervene. Lin Luo bit down on one of the two-headed deity's necks, emitting a torrent of two-colored flames from his mouth. The two-headed deity resembled a western dragon, lacking hard scales, only bluish-black skin. The two-colored flames failed to burn through its skin, emitting only a faint, burnt odor. The force within Lin Luo's mouth intensified, and the two-headed deity's face showed signs of pain. The sharp teeth pierced through the skin, drawing bright red blood. The two-headed deity controlled its other head, and bit down on Lin Luo's neck. The lizard-like head bit down on Lin Luo, its force increasing rapidly. The golden scales shattered, and golden dragon blood flowed out. Facing the powerful two-headed deity, Lin Luo held back nothing, and used all his might. A duel between masters, a life-or-death struggle. The slightest negligence could lead to death. This is the dragon god's true strength. He can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with the two-headed god. Actually, the dragon god is stronger. The two-headed god is level 90, while the dragon god is only level 89. It's not that there's a huge gap between gods and true gods. Gods can't defy the rules of true gods, but that doesn't apply to the dragon god. The dragon god is fighting against the two-headed god. The eastern dragon and the western two-headed dragon clashed, unable to determine the winner. Damn it! The two-headed god attempted several fierce attacks, attempting to kill and devour the human before him. But his sudden attacks not only failed to inflict significant damage on Lin Luo, but also exposed several weaknesses. The two-headed god bore several noticeable wounds, and was briefly suppressed by Lin Luo. Two-headed god, didn't Poseidon give the sea god the trident? He's not using it now, but waiting until then. Apollo's voice echoed in his ears. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The two-headed god was still struggling, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Lin Luo. But Lin Luo's own strength was no less than that of the two-headed god. He was assisted by the moon goddess Diana, providing continuous auxiliary attacks. The arrows, imbued with powerful lunar energy, dealt a heavy blow to the two-headed god. Diana looked at Lin Luo, who was still fighting. It seems I underestimated him. I can help him through this true god crisis safely. The Yunshu succubus assisted Diana, providing energy. Most succubi lack offensive abilities, most have healing abilities. The Yunshu succubus acted as a nurse to Diana, constantly replenishing her energy. This allowed Diana to continuously wield her bow and arrows, dealing blows to the two-headed god. The Yunshu succubus said happily, Sister Moon Goddess also affirmed Master's strength. It seems Master is truly formidable. Diana said, Indeed, he is quite formidable. The Yunshu succubus said happily, According to what you said, Sister Moon Goddess, Master is a sure winner? Not necessarily. Diana shook her head. Chapter 189. Ah! The Yunshu succubus questioned. With the help of Sister Moon Goddess, as time goes on, my master's advantage will become increasingly apparent. Can't he defeat this two-headed god? Diana explained, Your master may have suppressed the two-headed god, but that doesn't mean he can kill it. If the two-headed god wants to escape, your master won't be able to stop him. That's true. Very few gods can survive the hands of a true god. Lin Luo is already quite impressive for allowing a true god to escape. Yes, my master is the strongest. The Yunshu succubus continued to play nurse, frantically nursing Diana. Diana's movements continued, becoming increasingly rapid. One after another, arrows imbued with terrifying power landed on the two-headed god's back. The two-headed god felt the excruciating pain in his back, nearly going mad. As he endured the agony, Lin Luo's golden dragon claws clawed at him. Sharp claws tore through the bluish-black skin, piercing the inner layer, and causing a large amount of blood to flow. Ouch! The two-headed god, unable to bear the excruciating pain any longer, let out a scream. The dragon god is too strong. The two-headed god simply can't resist. Without any unexpected events, the two-headed god might be killed. The moon god and the Yunshu succubus work together perfectly. One heals furiously, the other attacks proactively. And these two goddesses are so beautiful. As expected, you can always trust the dragon god. I thought the dragon god was doomed, but he actually overpowered the two-headed god. Everyone was excited. Two-headed god, if you don't use the trident of Poseidon, you have to run for your life, Apollo scolded. Shut up, the two-headed god said with a grim expression. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Whether you want to use the trident of Poseidon or not is none of my business, Apollo said coldly. Ouch! The other head of the two-headed god screamed, its neck nearly severed by Lin Luo's bite. He had a strong recovery ability, but he couldn't afford such an injury. The two-headed god really didn't want to use the trident of Poseidon. It was shameful for a true god to bully a god. Poseidon handed the trident of Poseidon to the two-headed god, but the two-headed god had no intention of using it. Especially with Apollo urging him to do so, he had even less intention of using it. For a while now, the two-headed god had been collaborating with Apollo. Their collaboration was limited to devouring the earth, and they normally disliked each other. Now he had no choice but to use it, otherwise it would be even more humiliating. The two-headed god had chosen to escape today, and returning to the devouring world would become the biggest joke of all. On the contrary, if he used the trident of Poseidon to kill the human before him, there wouldn't be many gods mocking him. You forced me to do this. Use this divine weapon, and I will exterminate all of humanity. The two-headed god produced the trident of Poseidon. It possessed an extremely terrifying power, emitting a dazzling blue light. This is like the trident of Poseidon in mythology, now in the hands of a two-headed god. Recent research has concluded that the myths we encountered all occurred in previous eras, and that many people entered the devouring world and gained so-called immortality. Apollo's rank is that of a veteran true god, and Poseidon, as one of the most powerful Greek gods, is likely a veteran celestial god. The two-headed god holds the Poseidon trident, but that doesn't mean the dragon god is doomed. How disgusting. A true god bullies other gods, and even borrows someone else's weapon. Everyone grumbled. The Yunshu succubus's eyes flickered with a blue light. This weapon possesses incredible power. Diana's expression grimaced. The Poseidon trident is the weapon of my uncle, Poseidon. In my era, it ranked third, behind only those of my father Zeus and Hades. What level of weapon is this? Poseidon has been a celestial god for a long time, and is very close to becoming a god king. This is a weapon of near god king level. The Yunshu succubus worried, a god king level weapon. Doesn't that mean the master has no chance of survival? Diana corrected, it's a weapon of near god king level. There's still a huge gap between the two, but for Lin Luo, the difference isn't that significant. I hope the master won't die. The Yunshu succubus began to pray. I hope your prayers will be granted, Diana sighed. Go to hell. The two-headed god picked up the sea god trident and hurled it at Lin Luo. The sea god trident moved with incredible speed, transforming into a streak of blue light in midair and piercing Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo was pinned to the ground. The sea god trident began to shatter, transforming into tiny specks of blue light imbued with an extremely rich water element. His golden dragon body disintegrated and vanished in an instant. The dragon god is dead? This sea god trident is truly insane. There was almost no resistance. This sea god trident is far more powerful than the two-headed god. The dragon god is gone. It will soon be our turn. Everyone, enjoy your last moments. Everyone was practically despairing. Succubus Yunshu couldn't stop crying. Master, is he dead? Diana sighed. I'd be the next to die. The two-headed god won't let me go. You're just a succubus. He spared your life for my brother's sake. But, Succubus Yunshu's expression remained gloomy, and endless sorrow welled up in her heart. Memories, once sealed away, were reopened. The real world was destroyed, her clan dead, her friends and family dead, her parents dead, leaving her alone. A handsome man, as noble as the sun, abducted her, brought her into the devouring world, and raised her as a succubus. Diana patted Yunshu succubus's shoulder and said, with the devouring world, the real world is already hopeless. Live or die, it's your choice. I think death is better. I lived another epoch, and I'm already quite content. Yunshu succubus made her decision. When she first arrived on Earth, she knew nothing and simply lived in a daze. During her time on Earth, Yunshu succubus felt less like an object and more like a person. I respect your choice. Diana had long since given up hope, believing death would bring her liberation. Lin Luo became the light of her last moments, but unfortunately, this ray of hope didn't last long. The dragon god is dead? Yi Tian, in the distance, was bewildered. He had previously spoken of challenging Lin Luo, but inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. Yi Tian didn't worry about anything in the devouring world because he had the dragon god to support him. But today, with Lin Luo's death at the hands of the devouring world, Yi Tian felt a mountain of pressure. He lowered his sword and began to doubt himself. If I were to fight the devouring world on behalf of the dragon god, I wouldn't be able to survive even a single wave. Yi Tian considered retreating and entering the devouring world for eternal life. Lin Luo had given Yi Tian the method, meaning that he had suffered an accident, and that Yi Tian's journey to the devouring world would preserve the flame. Yi Tian was caught in a state of hesitation. For a moment, he didn't know whether to go to the devouring world or remain on Earth for a final, desperate struggle. After all, even someone as powerful as the dragon god had perished at the hands of the two-headed god. Chapter 190. Brother Lin. Tears welled up in Su Qing's eyes as she hurried back to Longhai City. The two-headed god had killed Lin Luo, leaving her with only one thought: to kill him. Even though she knew she would die if she went forward, she was determined to rush forward and fight him to the death. Yi Weiwei wasn't as irrational as Su Qing and chose to secretly travel to Longhai City. She wanted to see the two-headed god's injuries and attack him if she could. If she couldn't, she would look for another opportunity. Death could easily devour the world. A giant green dragon hovered in midair, next to a handsome middle-aged man with blue hair. Ao Guangdao said, "The overall strength of the race that ruled this era was very weak, but I didn't expect it to produce such powerful individuals." Poseidon snorted coldly, "If he hadn't killed my son, he might have lived longer. Provoking me is doomed to fail. The matter is over. The two-headed god has killed this human, marking the end of the era. Let the two-headed god take advantage. He returned to the devouring world, and see how he treats me. If he doesn't treat me well, I take something from him." As the two were about to leave, a strange change occurred on Earth. Lin Luo, who should have been dead, seemed to have been resurrected. Finally dead? Watching Lin Luo die, the two-headed god breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luo had put too much pressure on him. If he hadn't used the trident of Poseidon, he would have been forced to flee. Next are the four who attacked me. I will capture you and torture you. The two-headed god was in no hurry to deal with moon goddess Diana. His hatred for Yi Tian, Su Qing, Yi Weiwei, and Zhou Jiahui deepened. Suddenly, something strange happened. A tiny bit of golden light appeared, slowly gathering. Not good. The two-headed god sensed something was wrong, and tried to stop the golden light. He blew a blue-black flame from his mouth, attempting to taint the golden light. The blue-black flames failed to taint the golden light, instead emitting an even more dazzling golden glow. The two-headed god controlled his body and lunged forward, attempting to extinguish the golden light. But no matter what he did, he could not extinguish it. The golden light slowly gathered, and a familiar figure reappeared in the world. Is this golden light the dragon god? Great! The dragon god is not dead. We can always trust the dragon god. Facing the true god, the two-headed god, he will not let us down. The dragon god is about to return to Earth. This time, I want to see how the two-headed god will respond. The crowd's hope was rekindled. The Yunshu succubus wiped the tears from her eyes, and cried with joy, "How great that my master isn't dead." Diana's lips curled up charmingly. "This golden flame will burn more fiercely, and longer than I thought." Beijing. After a moment of thought, Yi Tian grasped the sword again. "I am in control of myself, not fate." Yi Tian tightened his grip on the sword. "The dragon god is gone, but I am still alive. I will carry on the dragon god's legacy and protect the earth. Don't dwell on yourselves here. The dragon god is not dead yet, and I don't need you." The Black Emperor appeared and struck back. "Besides, even if I really relied on you, you're unreliable. The dragon god isn't dead? How do you know?" "I know he's dead." Yi Tian was overcome with emotion. "You don't know how to watch live broadcasts," He Huang said sullenly. Yi Tian turned on the live stream and saw the familiar golden dragon appear. Compared to the previous golden dragon, this one was even larger and more dazzling. He excitedly hugged He Huang and said, "Great! The dragon god is alive." The dragon god's survival meant he wouldn't have to bear such immense pressure. "You bastard, let go." He Huang felt embarrassed by Yi Tian's embrace. "Great." Su Qing's bloodshot eyes gradually returned to black and white. Yi Weiwei, who was walking halfway, also stopped and looked towards Longhai City. Zhou Jiahui breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon god still likes to use this trick. Anyone with a weak heart would be frightened to death. Chen Limei looked at Annie beside her. This isn't a deliberate trick by the dragon god, he's simply out of options. Annie stared at the massive golden dragon with wide eyes. "My resurrected big brother will definitely destroy this being before us." "Of course he can." Zhou Jiahui nodded. "You're not dead?" The two-headed god stared at the golden dragon in disbelief. I disappoint you again. Lin Luo had nearly died. The power of the sea god Trident was terrifying. He was no match for it. Before his death, Lin Luo had unleashed his bloodline's innate talent, allowing the five-clawed golden dragon to resurrect with special powers. He wanted to activate this skill, but it was extremely risky, and could only be revived under specific circumstances. The first requirement was being on the brink of life and death. The second requirement had to be activated promptly. If either of these two requirements was not met, Lin Luo would be killed by the sea god Trident. Unlike Suya's five-colored phoenix, which spontaneously regenerates upon death, Lin Luo felt that half the credit for his ability to use it was due to Annie. He knew that Poseidon had given the two-headed god the Trident of Poseidon, and that his ability to fight against it was a special resurrection. Before the battle, Lin Luo had asked Annie to make this wish. You think that just because you've been reborn this time, you can defeat me? If I killed you once, I can kill you a second time. The two-headed god said with a sullen face. You make it sound as if you were able to kill me last time solely on your own strength. Now I see if you have the strength to resist. Lin Luo pounced on the two-headed god and bit his neck. With a powerful bite, he ripped his entire head off. How is that possible? The two-headed god panicked, feeling the pain of losing his head. Just now, he had been evenly matched with the human before him, but the resurrected human had the absolute advantage, having bitten off one of his own heads in one bite. The two-headed god responded with only sharp golden dragon claws, piercing through the dark blue skin, attempting to rip out his heart. The heart was the source of the two-headed god's power. Without his heart, his strength would plummet. The two-headed god quickly moved away to prevent his heart from being ripped out. But the incredibly sharp golden dragon claws still managed to carve out a large mouthful of flesh. Blood flowed like water. The dragon god has returned even stronger. This bloodline is truly powerful. His miraculous resurrection hasn't weakened him, but has made him even stronger. The two-headed god must regret coming to Earth. He thought he'd be a weakling, but he's been completely defeated. Dragon god, quickly devour the two-headed god, and let the world-devouring gods know that while we humans may be weak, we are not to be trifled with. The two-headed god's injuries continued to mount, and bright red blood covered his entire body. Diana offered Yushu, give me a good nudge. I'm going to use all my strength to help Lin Luo land the final blow. Okay. Yunshu's succubus's chest rippled, and her hand on Diana's shoulder glowed pink. Diana drew her bow to full strength, and a silver arrow emerged. Compared to the previous arrow, this one contained even greater energy, emitting a more brilliant silver light. Chapter 191. Go! Diana released the bowstring, and the arrow transformed into a silver meteor, hurtling towards the two-headed god. Bang! The silver meteor struck the two-headed god's back with a terrifying roar, then instantly exploded, sending silver sparks flying. Ah! The two-headed god howled. You can die now. Lin Luo found the perfect moment to strike. His golden dragon claw pierced through the dark blue skin, breaking through the flesh and blood. A moment later, the golden claw, stained with blood, was pulled out. Inside the claw was a bright red heart, still beating. Lin Luo bit down on the other neck of the two-headed god, biting off its head with such force. The two-headed god's vitality was incredibly strong, and even without both heads, it remained alive. Lin Luo exhaled a two-colored flame, which swept towards the two-headed god. Without its two heads, the two-headed god could no longer resist the two-colored flame. As the two-colored flames burned fiercely, a rich, meaty aroma emanated. When the two-headed god was roasted to a golden crisp, Lin Luo devoured it in one gulp. Crunch! It still tasted like chicken. The flavor of snake and dragon meat is generally similar to that of chicken. After devouring the two-headed god, Lin Luo reached level 90, as he had hoped, becoming a true god. His body began to grow even larger, reaching a length of 10,000 meters, and a weight of a staggering 1 million tons. Under the sunlight, Lin Luo radiated a dazzling golden light. The Yunshu succubus's eyes sparkled with stars. Master, you are so handsome. I really want to sleep with you. Diana smiled, and shook her head. Succubi are really blunt. The dragon god has become a true god, more powerful and more handsome than ever. He's practically blinding my 24K titanium eyes. What two-headed god? When he first ascended, he was so impressive, claiming he wouldn't spare a single human. Why is he dead now? I hope the world-devouring god descends more frequently. That way, the dragon god can evolve faster, and one day conquer the world-devouring. Everyone erupted in joy. The world-devouring god. Damn it! Poseidon was furious. This two-headed god is a piece of crap. Before he descended to devour the world, He sounded so confident. I thought he was incredibly powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. Ao Guang said gloomily. Just like the ants on Earth said, the two-headed god descended to Earth not to destroy it, but to deliver food to humans. Apollo shirked responsibility. When humans were still relatively weak, I suggested that the two-headed god descend to Earth and kill them. But this two-headed god was overconfident, believing he didn't need to do it himself, and he kept sending his minions to. He wanted to kill this human. To my surprise, not only did he fail to kill this human, but he actually made them even more powerful. His death was no accident. Poseidon said gravely, Apollo, don't send any other gods next. Descend to Earth and kill this human. Ao Guang said, before the game was shut down, this human had acquired a top-tier bloodline. Their potential is immense. Given enough food, they could reach the level of you and me. Apollo said, you're both right. I agree. We can't allow this human to develop any further. It's already uncontrollable. If you need any help, tell me. This human killed my son and must die. Poseidon said. Uncle, please give me your God King level weapon. Apollo said. You're just like your father, still so cunning. Poseidon conjured the trident of Poseidon and handed it to Apollo. You're my brother's descendant, so I can't be too harsh on you. You can use the trident of Poseidon 3 times, after which it will disappear. Thank you, uncle. No need to say thank you. Don't be like the two-headed god. Poseidon said coldly. Don't worry about that. Apollo said. Ao Guang pulled out a night-shining pearl from his pocket. It didn't matter whether the two-headed god gave it to him or not. Apollo was the son of the god King Zeus, so he needed to build some rapport. Ao Guang handed the night-shining pearl to Apollo. This night-shining pearl is also known as the water-repellent pearl. It allows humans who become true gods to avoid the sea. As a god of fire, entering the sea will be difficult for you. With the water-repellent pearl in my hand, it's completely different. You will be unaffected by the sea, just like on land or in the air. Apollo happily accepted the night-shining pearl. Thank you, Dragon King. Go and take care of your business. Ao Guang did not linger and followed him away. It's a good thing the two-headed god died, otherwise I wouldn't have these 2 items. Apollo obtained 2 divine-level treasures, which meant that ordinary true gods could not compete with him. Since the two-headed god descended to Earth, he had not used the trident of the sea god. Besides wanting to avoid embarrassment, he also wanted to keep the Poseidon trident to deal with stronger true gods. Earth only had 1 true god spot, and the two-headed god's early arrival had some advantages, but he couldn't withstand the arrival of other, more powerful true gods. Among them, the two-headed god was most worried about Apollo. As a veteran true god, Apollo held numerous hidden cards. I let you live well for a while. I won't send any other gods. Apollo sat on his sun throne, looking down at the real world from above. Lahai City. The Yi family villa. You're truly amazing. I almost thought you were dead, but you managed to turn the tables. Yi Weiwei wore a black and white JK uniform, with thin black stockings draped over her snow-white thighs, revealing her smooth, white skin. She wore a pair of black high heels, and her slender calves appeared to be free of any excess fat, remaining slender and straight. Complemented by her delicate features, she looked like a goddess from the 2nd dimension. Lin Luo asked, Sister Weiwei, would you be heartbroken to see me dead? Yi Weiwei replied, Of course I would be. You're my younger brother, after all. If you were simply my younger brother, why would you be wearing the uniform I asked for? Then I go change. Yi Weiwei rose from Lin Luo's arms, only to be forcefully pulled back into his embrace. What are you doing? Yi Weiwei's pretty face flushed. Let's go to the room together, and you find out. There's a big secret. What big secret, you little bastard? I know every little thing you got going on. What's wrong? Sister Weiwei, are you scared? Didn't you say you had many boyfriends in college and at work? Lin Luo smiled. Who said I was scared? Yi Weiwei said unyieldingly. So let's go to the room and talk it over. Wait, did I say you were my boyfriend? I don't care. Ignoring Yi Weiwei's objections, Lin Luo carried her into the room. The two began a deep conversation, a first for Yi Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, haven't you had many boyfriends? Just talking without having sex? That's not normal. Whatever you say, get out of here. Then I leave? Get back here. 3 hours later, Lin Luo emerged from Yi Weiwei's room and headed for the secret villa. After killing the two-headed god, Lin Luo became a true god, but that didn't mean the matter was over. As long as the devouring world existed, the gods would continue to descend, and the disaster would never end. Chapter 192. Secret Villa. Yunshu Succubus wore a thin nightgown, her arms clutching a cartoon pillow, revealing a vast expanse of white flesh on her chest. A pair of snow-white, yet voluptuous thighs, slender and straight, exuded the utmost allure. A soap opera was playing on the screen. She loved watching such melodramatic plots. Yunshu Succubus pouted her red lips and said, "Sister Moon Goddess, our master hasn't come to see us in a few days. Could something have happened?" Diana debunked, "You're not worried about your master, but you missed him after not seeing him for a long time." Yunshu Succubus blushed. "I don't have such thoughts. Your thoughts are written all over your face, I can tell. Besides, you watch soap operas every day. It would be strange if you didn't have such thoughts." Diana laughed. The Yunshu Succubus blinked her big, innocent eyes and asked curiously, "Sister Yuetian, you watch soap operas every day. Do you have feelings for my master?" Diana feigned composure. "I live much longer than you. So-called love between man and woman means nothing to me." The Yunshu Succubus said, "Although Sister Yuetian didn't blush or show any other emotion, your immediate response was wrong. You just watch too many soap operas. You're always thinking about love. Don't talk about me. Your master is here." Diana subconsciously changed the subject. "Great. My master is here." The Yunshu Succubus, stepping on her snow-white jade feet, rushed out. Lin Luo had just reached the door when he was attacked by the facial cleanser. "Stop rubbing me, I can't breathe," Lin Luo said. The Yunshu Succubus sniffed Lin Luo and said unhappily, "Master, you smell like another woman's perfume. You can smell it all." Lin Luo didn't try to hide it. The Yunshu Succubus put her arms around Lin Luo's neck and said seductively, "Master, from now on, if you need anything, just come to me. I understand you better than any of them." "All right, you little devil, I have something to ask the Moon Goddess." "All right." The Yunshu Succubus was more obedient and dismounted from Lin Luo. The two entered the villa, where Diana prepared some snacks and drinks. She had been in Yin country for some time and was familiar with many of its customs. Diana said, "You're far more powerful than I thought. You killed the two-headed god. I admit I underestimated you." Lin Luo smiled wryly, "Moon Goddess, there's no need to say this. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to win. I'm just being honest. Your victory over the two-headed god isn't due to the help of others. It's primarily due to your immense strength. Stop praising me, I get proud." Diana said sternly, "Let's not waste this nonsense. You came to me to ask about the devouring world, right?" "That's right." Lin Luo expressed his concerns. "I killed the two-headed god and became a true god, but things haven't gotten better. On the contrary, the future has become even more difficult." Diana nodded. "Your concerns are valid. The devouring world didn't take you seriously before, which is why it kept sending weaker gods down, giving you the opportunity to devour and evolve quickly. You killed the two-headed god this time, and the devouring world gods are starting to take notice. After the two-headed god, the next true god to descend should be Apollo. Apollo is my brother. I know him well. He's experienced many epics, is very cunning, and extremely powerful. He won't send weaker gods for you to devour and grow stronger. Apollo will wait until he can descend and personally destroy you. Apollo is level 99, just one step away from becoming a celestial god. He possesses the blood of the gods, and is far superior to the two-headed god. You possess a top-tier bloodline, but it's still difficult to fight Apollo. You need to be at least level 98 to fight him." Lin Luo said, "If no gods descend upon the devouring world, the outcome I foresee is that Apollo will be killed." Diana nodded. "It seems you know better than me. Any solution?" "I don't have a good idea at the moment." "I do have one. Tell me about it." Lin Luo and Diana exchanged questions, but Yunshu Succubus was of no help at all. It wasn't that Yunshu Succubus wasn't smart, but rather that she had too little experience. Lin Luo said, "I want to disrupt this situation and make all the gods of the devouring world want to descend to Earth." Diana's beautiful eyes lit up. "That's right. If Apollo doesn't send gods to Earth, other powerful celestial beings or true gods won't care much and will still send their minions to Earth. There are so many gods in the devouring world, far more powerful than Apollo. If I succeed, there won't be a godless devouring world for a while." Lin Luo had thought of this method a long time ago, but executing it proved quite challenging. There weren't many gods targeting Earth. He had already destroyed the two-headed god, leaving only Apollo, Ao Guang, and Poseidon. Poseidon and Ao Guang disdained to attack him, leaving only Apollo. He thought of a possibility and asked, "If the gods of the devouring world awaken, will they choose to descend upon Earth?" Diana shook her head. "Generally speaking, no. The gods of the devouring world are clearly divided. Each era has its own powerful gods, and many awakened gods won't interfere. Lin Luo said, unless something drives the devouring world gods mad, there's no chance of a fight between the gods. You're really thoughtful, step by step. There was no solution originally, but according to your ideas, I found a solution for you. I got it, but I'm not sure if my method will work. Tell me how I implement it. In your Yin Kingdom mythology, there are two beings, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, and the Erlangshan Yang Jian. You can start with these two gods. Lin Luo asked curiously, what level are they? Do they possess any powerful treasures? Diana nodded and said, yes, I explain. In Yin Kingdom mythology, Sun Wukong was born from stone, a naturally occurring alien species. After training and journeying to the west, he ultimately attained Buddhahood. This is not the case. The real Sun Wukong was born on a planet called Chekian, which is over 10 times larger than Earth. The species that inhabited it are called stone monkeys. The creatures on Chekian are not like those on Earth, where male and female mate to produce offspring. The planet is filled with living stones, which, exposed to wind and rain, gradually give rise to new life. Sun Wukong was born. Due to his inherent strength, he was already a god before the devouring world arrived. Subsequently, while battling the devouring world's gods, Sun Wukong devoured many powerful beings and ascended to true godhood. Chapter 193. Planet Chekian is much more powerful than Earth, but it ranks only in the middle among the many eras. For example, Diana's Land of the Gods is far more powerful than planet Chekian. Era periods as powerful as Land of the Gods were destroyed by the devouring world. Not to mention planet Chekian, which ended with the deaths of Sun Wukong's 3 brothers. These are the 3 great monkeys from the Yin Kingdom story, the 6-eared macaque, the red-butted horse monkey, and the long-armed ape. The 3 great monkeys were all near god-level powerful beings, yet they were still slain by the devouring world's gods. Even if they survived the devouring world's gods, there were still god-king level beings behind them. The situation Lin Luo faced was even more difficult than Sun Wukong's predicament. It could be described as hell. Even a true god would have a hard time surviving this, let alone a powerful god. With the help of his 3 brothers, Sun Wukong landed in the devouring world and destroyed the teleportation gate. The devouring world is a mysterious virtual entity that can accommodate many gods of various levels and connect to various real worlds. There are many connections to the real world, not necessarily to technologically advanced places. Earth is technologically advanced, and the connection is through various game logins. The creatures on Chekian are relatively powerful, but their technology is relatively weak. Their method of accessing the game is a teleportation gate. The teleportation gate is not possessed by all creatures on Chekian, but only by some particularly powerful beings. Perhaps the laws of the devouring world dictate that only powerful creatures are worthy of entering their own world. The devouring world connects to Earth, and its selection process is rather snobbish, allowing only the wealthy to access the devouring world. Poor people logged into the game using gaming headsets, but they still couldn't compete with the wealthy. This login method is deeply unfair, but the world itself is unfair. Rich and poor are inherently opposed, and it's impossible to treat them equally. In the eyes of the devouring world, only the rich on Earth are powerful, and the poor are weak. Only the rich can participate in this game, the poor aren't worthy. The era in which Erlangshan Yang Jian lived is called the Three-Eyed Era. This era exists not as a planet, but as a complete interface. Like Earth, the Three-Eyed Era also has a powerful race, the Three-Eyed Clan, which is why this era is named the Three-Eyed Era. Compared to humans, the Three-Eyed Clan is far more powerful. Erlangshan Yang Jian isn't a myth recorded in Yin Nation, where the Jade Emperor's sister had an affair with a mortal and gave birth to 3 children. Because Yang Jian was ranked second, he was known as Erlangshan. The truth is that Yang Jian's talent far surpassed that of any other Three-Eyed Clan member, and he was the first to become a powerful deity. Erlang means invincible in the Three-Eyed tribe, and Yang Jian means a god invincible in the world. Before the devouring world connected to the Three-Eyed Era, he had already become a god. Lin Luo asked, after the Three-Eyed Era ended, how powerful was Yang Jian, and how did he fail to enter the devouring world? Diana replied, the Three-Eyed Era in which Yang Jian lived was very similar to yours. For example, you were extremely powerful, while others were very weak. You were already capable of slaying true gods, while others had only just achieved godhood. The Three-Eyed tribe was similar, perhaps even more extreme. Before the devouring world arrived, Yang Jian was already a powerful god, nearly as powerful as a true god. The rest of the Three-Eyed tribe didn't even have a single god. Every time the devouring world connects to the real world, it gives the creatures of that world some hope. With the help of these trials, they become stronger than before. In front of the many powerful devouring world gods, this kind of training is nothing, but it's better than nothing. The Three-Eyed Tribe's training results were very poor. Except for Yang Jian, who became a true god, the rest of the Three-Eyed Tribe failed. Their failure was even worse than that of Sun Wukong on the Chekian planet. Yang Jian was able to resist at first, but eventually, unable to fight against 8 true gods, he had no choice but to enter the devouring world and become an immortal. Lin Luo understood the general situation and asked the key question, "Do the two of you possess any treasures that could attract the true gods of the devouring world?" "Yes," Diana replied. Before entering the devouring world, Sun Wukong took away the most precious item on the Chekian planet, the 5-colored stone. The 5-colored stone is very useful. It can be used to enhance weapons and the body. In the past, many powerful gods of the devouring world coveted the 5-colored stone and were eager to pay a huge price to obtain it. Later, Sun Wukong harbored a grudge against the gods of the devouring world and deliberately brought the 5-colored stone into the devouring world. If you could obtain this 5-colored stone, it would surely drive the true god-level beings of the devouring world mad. Erlangshan Yang Jian also possesses a treasure called the Supreme Bone. Since the birth of the Three-Eyed Clan, there has been a chance for a bone to grow within their bodies. Those Three-Eyed Clan members, who develop the Supreme Bone, are often much more powerful than ordinary Three-Eyed Clan members. The Supreme Bone in Yang Jian's possession was left behind by a powerful Three-Eyed Clan member. It is said that this Three-Eyed Clan member, at his peak, possessed Divine King-level combat power and possessed the Three-Eyed Magic, which includes abilities such as dispelling illusions and shifting space. Everyone in the devouring world knows about this treasure, and is eager to obtain it. Even 1 or 2 God Kings want it, which shows how precious it is. Lin Luo asked, "There's a reason these two haven't used such a precious treasure, right?" Diana said, "Sun Wukong sprang from a stone? This is just like your Yin nation's mythology. Your ancients didn't make many changes." Lin Luo immediately understood. "You mean Sun Wukong sprang from a multicolored stone, which is why he can't absorb it?" Diana nodded. "If Sun Wukong could absorb it, he definitely wouldn't keep it on himself. Carrying such a treasure is too dangerous. It would be a constant target." Lin Luo said, "It seems Yang Jian has a Supreme Bone, preventing him from absorbing the Supreme Bone, which may belong to the God King ancestor." "That's right," Diana said. "It seems I need to find a way out of this situation. I need to find these 2 seniors." Lin Luo had a clear plan. Diana nodded and said, "There are many people I could recommend to you, but after careful consideration, these 2 seem most suitable. They both deeply hate the world-devouring god, and have never been able to integrate. Neither of them has descended into the real era. They are separated by an era, and are nearing the end of their rope. Go find them. There's a good chance they'd be able to help you." Lin Luo asked, "Who do you think I should approach first?" Diana replied, "Sun Wukong. He's not too cunning, and is more approachable. Compared to other countries' mythologies, which are often missing parts, your Yin nation's mythology is more complete. Although some of the plot is fabricated, the characters are accurate. Sun Wukong is a bit more reckless than Yang Jian, and easier to convince." Lin Luo shook his head and said, "I think the first Erlangshan would be better." Chapter 194. "Why?" Diana asked, puzzled. Lin Luo explained, "The reason is simple. Sun Wukong may be reckless, but he's more cautious than a wise person. If I were to meet him directly, he'd doubt me. But if I tell him I convinced Yang Jian, things will be completely different. He won't be overly suspicious, and will likely agree immediately." Diana said, "Your method sounds promising, but you have to figure out how to convince Yang Jian, which is inherently difficult." "I understand that." Lin Luo, having received the information he needed, did not linger and prepared to leave. The Yunshu succubus deliberately exposed her breasts and spoke in a seductive voice, "Master, are you so eager to leave? Why don't you play some addictive games with me?" Lin Luo patted the Yunshu succubus's head and said with a wry smile, "Don't tempt your master. You have things to do." "Okay." The Yunshu succubus nodded with a look of regret. "I wish you success," Diana said, waving her hand. Lin Luo returned to the villa and immediately logged into the devouring world. Following the address Diana had given him, he approached a handsome man. The handsome man stood approximately 10,000 meters tall, a massive figure, clad in divine armor. His upper body and legs were covered in fiercely muscular, imbued with a powerful beauty. A cleft slit hung tightly shut on his forehead. The handsome man bore a passing resemblance to Jiao and Juan's Erlangshan, a character Lin Luo considered quite coincidental. Lin Luo also sensed a weakness in the handsome man. As the moon goddess had said, Yang Jian had always been dissatisfied with the devouring world and had never descended upon the real world. To maintain its status quo, the devouring world periodically draws energy from the gods. The handsome man before him was also the renowned Erlang Xian Xingzhenjuan of Yan Nation mythology. While he appeared powerful on the outside, he was already very weak on the inside. Without any external intervention, Yang Jian might not last more than 3 epochs. Yang Jian's eyes were tightly closed, paying no attention to Lin Luo's intentions. It was unclear whether he ignored Lin Luo or was simply in a deep sleep. Lin Luo took the initiative and said, "Greetings, Erlangshan Yang Jian. I grew up listening to your stories." After a moment, Yang Jian's lips remained still, yet a voice rang out. "Are there still legends about me in your era?" "Of course. Senior, you are a powerful figure in our Yan Nation's mythology. Even today, many novels are based on you as their protagonists." Lin Luo believed that everyone disliked being praised. It turned out to be quite effective. Yang Jian, who had initially ignored Lin Luo, spoke up. "Okay, enough of this nonsense. You came to me because of the moon goddess Diana's guidance, right?" Yang Jian had been in a deep sleep for a while, so he was still quite familiar with the outside world. "Indeed?" Lin Luo nodded. Yang Jian said, "Actually, there are some things I don't need to point out. You understand better than I do. Even if I helped you, with the power of the devouring world god, your chances of winning were vanishingly small." "I know. I'm being optimistic. In reality, your chances of winning are completely non-existent." "I know that." Lin Luo didn't object. "I already enlightened you. Do you still need my help?" Yang Jian asked. Lin Luo said without hesitation, "Senior, I still need your help." Yang Jian sighed and said, "You're just as persistent as I was back then. You know the result of persistence is likely death without a burial place. With my strength, I barely made it into the devouring world back then. I've been asleep for a while, but I'm still very aware of the outside world. You're quite capable, but that doesn't mean you surpass me in the future. You should understand your predicament. If the devouring world doesn't send down powerful gods to allow you to rapidly devour and evolve, you're just waiting for death. I've been in the devouring world for a long time, and know they use this method more than 5 times. You're not a unique existence in those many eras. Those eras also have chosen ones, weaker than you. They can't fight a level 90 at level 89. True gods, of course, face the might of the devouring world gods. The gods who presided over those eras employed the same methods as Apollo, but ultimately all failed, slain by the devouring world gods. Several of the unfortunate were killed directly in the real world, never even having the chance to enter the devouring world. You're truly not special enough." Lin Luo said, "Although I know the probability of failure is high, I still want to give it a try. It seems I can't persuade you anymore. What do you want me to help you with?" "I want you to give me the supreme bone you hold in your hand, Senior." "Why should I give it to you?" Yang Jian said bluntly, "This supreme bone was left behind by an ancestor of my clan, possibly a god king. The clan leader gave it to me, but I never dared to use it." Lin Luo said, "I'm not using the supreme bone. I just want to borrow it for a while." "I understand your plan. You want to use the treasure in my hand to awaken the devouring world god, so that he can descend upon Earth and allow you to defeat Apollo's plan. That's right. I think you fail. Giving you the supreme bone isn't the same as giving it to the devouring world god. If I were to give it to you, I might as well give it directly to the devouring world god." Yang Jian's words were rather harsh. Lin Luo said, "Senior, why are you saying all this? If you gave it up long ago, why didn't you choose to descend into the real world with the devouring world's gods? With your talent, you can't possibly still be a true god now. You're still one level away from becoming a celestial god." Yang Jian fell silent for a long time before speaking. "Tell me why I should help you." Lin Luo confessed, "Perhaps it's because we share a common belief. When you fought against the devouring world, you must have known you couldn't win, but you persisted anyway. You're right, but that's not enough for me to help you. Sympathy is the most useless thing. Senior, you probably can't hold out much longer?" Lin Luo asked bluntly. Yang Jian didn't deny it. "I can't hold out much longer. I can give you the supreme bone, but you have to agree to one request." "What request?" "Your life. You know my situation. I need to eat. If the devouring world absorbs me a few more times, I might die here." "Of course. There's a price to pay." Lin Luo accepted. Yang Jian's invitation wasn't excessive. No one would give a god king level item for free. Some conditions were quite reasonable. Yang Jian gave it to Lin Luo without asking for anything, and that's when he sensed something was amiss. A blue sternum slipped from Yang Jian's hand, and landed in Lin Luo's. Ding! A level 99 true god bestows upon you a pseudo-god king level supreme bone. The long-lost electronic sound of a game echoed in Lin Luo's ears. Chapter 195. The Devouring World server has been shut down. Players can log in, but they cannot engage in combat or kill in-game creatures. Transferring items is permitted, but no one uses them. The Devouring World gods will not give items to beings they consider insignificant, and humans will not give items to their enemies, as they would be looked down upon by the enemy. Things turned out to be easier than Lin Luo had expected. Yang Jian had given him the Supreme Bone. With this Supreme Bone, upon learning of this, many of the Devouring World's true gods and celestial gods would surely be on edge. Even the Devouring World's God King would likely be on edge. Lin Luo thanked him. Thank you very much, Senior. If I fail, my own life is not my decision, and I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Don't worry about that. I cast a divine thought on you. This is my spatial ability, which allows me to twist space at any time. When you're no longer able to, I use this power to forcibly bring your body back. You can use the Supreme Bone if you absolutely have to. To others, it's a rare treasure, but to me, it's just a worthless item. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of others, it's better for you to use it. Work hard. I hope you succeed. Yang Jian said that Lin Luo couldn't succeed, but in his heart, he held out hope. Once upon a time, he and Lin Luo were the same. The Devouring World God was very powerful, but Yang Jian didn't give up. I have another request, Senior. Just tell me if you have something. I'd like you to post an in-game announcement in Devouring World to let everyone know I obtained the Supreme Bone. Lin Luo said. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Yang Jian agreed. Then I go find the Monkey King. I hope he can help me. Lin Luo said goodbye. Okay. Yang Jian looked at Lin Luo's back, and a wave of sadness washed over him. Back then, he had fought against the entire Devouring World for his people and home. In the end, Yang Jian failed, his home destroyed, and his people dead. The gears of fate began to turn again. Lin Luo was so similar to himself back then, facing an even more difficult predicament, a weakened people, and unwavering confidence. I hope I can succeed. Yang Jian sighed deeply, and closed his eyes again. Lin Luo left Yang Jian's place, and arrived in a world of ice and snow. As soon as he entered the world of ice and snow, he felt the biting cold. Even Lin Luo, a true god, could feel the cold. It was clear that the coldness of this icy world was far greater than the ice and snow created by the Snow Wolf god's power. From time to time, golden light reflected from the center of the icy world. Lin Luo gazed into the distance and found the person he was looking for. A gigantic monkey with golden fur was sealed within an icicle. The monkey's eyes were closed, deep in sleep. Lin Luo approached and spoke first. You must be the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, from the Water Curtain Cave and Flower Fruit Mountain. There are records of you in our Yin Kingdom's mythology. I heard of your fame since I was a child. Seeing you today, I find you much more handsome than I imagined. He had used this method to successfully prevent Yang Jian from feigning sleep. Sun Wukong's eyes remained closed, and he made no effort to acknowledge Lin Luo. Lin Luo wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he understood Sun Wukong's situation. Compared to Yang Jian, who lost his people and home, Sun Wukong suffered far more, and the blow was even greater. Yang Jian had become a powerful god and lived for far too long, leaving most of his family, friends, and wife deceased. Sun Wukong had 3 brothers who became gods at the same time as him, all hatched from the 5-colored stone. It was these 3 brothers who sacrificed themselves to help him escape to the Devouring World. Perhaps haunted by this incident, Sun Wukong had been sleeping in an icicle in the ice world, isolating him from the outside world, and making him even less vulnerable. Lin Luo was in no hurry, and began to recount journey to the west. Sun Wukong was a being nearing the level of a god, and it was impossible for him not to feel Lin Luo's presence beside him. Lin Luo specifically picked out Sun Wukong's impressive features in Journey to the West, emphasizing his strength. After finishing his journey to the west, he moved on to Investiture of the Gods. Investiture of the Gods didn't dwell on much else, focusing primarily on the prowess of Sun Wukong's 3 brothers. Lin Luo's mouth dried, but Sun Wukong remained silent. Knowing the futility of mere boasting, he sighed and said, "It's already happened. Your 3 brothers are dead. Do you think running away will solve the problem?" This time, Sun Wukong didn't remain silent. He spoke, "You haven't experienced my despair, and you don't know the power of the World Devourer. If you had, you wouldn't have tried to persuade me." Lin Luo didn't press the issue, Before I came to see you, I visited another senior, Erlangshan Yongjian. He gave me the supreme bone. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. You didn't lie to me? He's a very cautious person, not one to trust others easily. It seems senior doesn't believe it. Lin Luo took out the supreme bone he carried. It glowed a pale blue light, imbued with terrifying energy. It truly is the supreme bone. Yongjian actually gave you such a precious item. It seems he's almost at the end of his rope, Sun Wukong said. That's not true. It's mainly because he values me more. Lin Luo corrected him. Sun Wukong said bluntly, I didn't notice that. I'm asleep here, but because of my natural intelligence, I can hear many things. You killed a level 90 true god at level 89. You think true gods are very powerful. Among the many gods in the devouring world, true gods aren't even mid-level. At best, they're considered lower middle level beings. I won't waste any more time on this nonsense. Yongjian should have told you that giving up resistance now, and entering the devouring world to gain eternal life is the best option. Lin Luo feigned anger. This is the same being who once claimed to be the great sage equaling heaven and dominated an entire era. All he can do is speak these depressing words, hide away here, and do nothing. Many things are inherently hopeless, but they're created by humans. Sun Wukong, enraged by Lin Luo's rebuke, wanted to retort. Thinking back to the past, he felt dejected again. You're right, I'm a loser. Sun Wukong sighed. Back then, a veteran celestial being named Tathagata appeared. Although the four of us brothers were true gods, we showed no fear. Together, we bravely fought the veteran celestial being. After this battle, we realized that sometimes, so-called courage is useless in the face of immense strength. We were utterly defeated. My three brothers helped me escape into the devouring world. In their eyes, I was the youngest brother, and they were willing to give me the chance to live. At this point, he could no longer hold back his tears. I once promised my three brothers that if I entered the devouring world, I would avenge them. Now my enemy has risen from a celestial being to a divine king, and I'm stuck where I am. How can I achieve revenge? Chapter 196. Tathagata is a deity from Stan mythology. Through the spread of his followers, he spread to Yen. The ancients of Yen glorified Tathagata, portraying him as a figure who advocated equality for all. The real Tathagata is a particularly ruthless being among the many world-devouring gods. The so-called great compassion and majestic appearance are all beautiful human fantasies. The Tathagata devours the real world, leaving almost no one alive. The only exception is Sun Wukong. When Tathagata is mentioned, Sun Wukong is deeply apprehensive, remembering his fallen kin. What do you want? Sun Wukong was silent for a moment, then took the initiative. Lin Luo said, I want the five-colored stone. It seems you come prepared and know my most precious item. I can give it to you, but you must tell me your plan. I sealed myself here, only able to hear certain sounds, and will miss a lot of information. Of course I want that. Lin Luo explained Apollo's plan and his own response. Good, good. Sun Wukong praised, I like your approach. The more chaos you create, the better. That's how you benefit. I give you the five-colored stone. It's of no use to me, but other gods want it. Especially that old bald-ass Tathagata, who wants the five-colored stone to evolve into a five-colored Buddha body. He killed my three brothers. Even if I die, I won't give him the five-colored stone. Now that you convinced me, I decided to give you the five-colored stone. Use it wisely. It's yours now. He took out the five-colored stone and handed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the five-colored stone. It looked like an ordinary stone, occasionally emitting a multicolored glow. It didn't seem particularly special, but he could tell by feeling it with his body. Lin Luo felt that by absorbing the power of the five-colored stone, his body would be further strengthened. However, the five-colored stone had a greater purpose, so Lin Luo suppressed his desire. Sun Wukong praised him. Your willpower is remarkable. You were able to resist the allure of the five-colored stone. Not bad. Lin Luo said bluntly, Senior, I need your help with something. Go ahead, I need your help with something too. Senior, I need your help with something. Senior, I need your help with an announcement in the game announcement stating that I have obtained your five-colored divine stone. You're just looking for chaos. This is a simple thing. Sun Wukong smiled, a rare smile. I wonder what's up, Senior? Lin Luo asked. Sun Wukong said shyly, Didn't you say that in your era, especially in your Yen kingdom, there are many descriptions of my wisdom and bravery? Tell me what they say about me. Am I very popular? Of course I am. Lin Luo hadn't expected Sun Wukong to have such low expectations. He simply wanted to hear someone brag about himself. It was understandable. Sun Wukong entered the devouring world earlier than Yang Jian, and was relatively lonely. Sun Wukong gave Lin Luo the 5-colored stone without any conditions. It was just a reference to the many Earth novels that boast about Sun Wukong. That was too low a request. Lin Luo soon realized he was too young. This boasting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Ding! Level 99 True God Yang Jian presents the Supreme Bone to devouring Jackie Chan. Ding! Level 99 True God Sun Wukong presents the 5-colored stone to devouring Jackie Chan. What's going on? There's actually Sun Wukong and Erlangshan Yang Jian in devouring world. It seems the myths we encountered all happened in the real world before. We all thought the dragon god would be inactive for a while, but he's so aggressive, secretly contacting these 2 gods. I'm curious what these 2 gods look like. Are they as good looking as they are in TV dramas and anime? And the dragon god is truly amazing. Not only did he contact these 2 powerful gods, he also obtained 2 treasures from them. Is there anyone capable enough to analyze the uses of the Supreme Bone and the 5-colored stone? 2 new game announcements in Devouring World immediately caused a stir. The game was down, but everyone was still able to log in. Devouring World. Homeland of 10,000 Buddhas. A place shrouded in auspicious clouds and bathed in radiant rosy light. A majestic Buddha sat upon a lotus pedestal. His eyes were tightly closed, he muttered a difficult-to-understand sutra, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Beside this powerful Buddha stood a group of monks. Each monk was immensely powerful, each a being above the level of a god. A monk with a wretched face and a hunched stature approached the Tathagata. Buddha, have mercy on me. The wretched-looking monk chanted a single Buddha's name. The Tathagata opened his eyes slightly and said, Happy Buddha, if you have any questions, please tell me. The happy Buddha said, the devouring world has ushered in a new era. This era is the turn of the land of 10,000 gods, and the 4 dragon kings to devour. Normally, we of the land of 10,000 Buddhas should not intervene, but something has occurred that compels us to intervene. What's going on? Yang Jian gave his clan's supreme god king bone to the ant known as the dragon god of this era. Giving the supreme bone to you, Lord Buddha, will open a 3rd eye, the so-called heavenly eye, significantly increasing your strength. And the 5-colored stone given by Sun Wukong will allow you to evolve into a 5-colored Buddha physique. Tathagata said expressionlessly, Yang Jian is truly stubborn. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he refused to give me the supreme bone. Now he's giving it to an ant. Does he think a single human can end the devouring world? And Sun Wukong's 5-colored stone is something I'm determined to obtain. The joyful Buddha sighed. Perhaps in Yang Jian's eyes, Lord Buddha, you're only thinking about personal strength. In reality, Lord Buddha, you're striving for ever stronger for the sake of all living beings. Only by continuously growing stronger, until you become so powerful that the devouring world can no longer contain you, can you end the devouring world and stop the suffering of the living in the real world. Persecution. The dragon subduing Arhat nearby angrily said, Since these people don't understand the Buddha's good intentions, then we don't need to show any mercy. Let's destroy this era, and seize the supreme bone and the 5-colored stone. The tiger subduing Arhat said, Buddha, I already learned about this era. It seems to be ruled by a race called the human race, and humans are a very weak race. In the eras connected to the devouring world, among the thousands of races that have existed, humans rank last. It's safe to say that without the devouring world connection, Earth might not even have a single god. These humans are so reckless that they want to fight us. The dragon subduing Arhat said, Let me and the tiger subduing go to Earth together and exterminate this human race, bringing back the 7-colored stone and the supreme bone. The joyful Buddha hurriedly said, Buddha, leave this matter to me. He reported this matter to Tathagata in advance, hoping that Tathagata would allow him to take action. Unexpectedly, the dragon subduing and tiger subduing brothers were so shameless as to try to compete with him for credit. Besides these 3, others also expressed their desire to descend to Earth. Earth in this era was too weak and could be destroyed with ease. Furthermore, Earth itself was a treasure trove, a planet with life. If they, as true gods, could devour Earth, they would greatly improve and move one step closer to becoming a celestial being. I have a different opinion. As everyone was arguing over a spot to descend to Earth, a stunningly beautiful woman with a delicate face and dressed in white gauze expressed her dissent. Chapter 197. The Tathagata looked at the extremely beautiful woman and asked, Guanyin, what are your thoughts? Everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with Guanyin, but they dared not voice their dissatisfaction directly. Guanyin herself was extremely powerful and held considerable influence in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. I don't think things need to get so heated. The human race on Earth is relatively weak, but they still respect us, the 10,000 Buddhas, especially in Yin country, where many of our followers live. The Buddha wants to become stronger. His main goal is to one day become powerful enough to break free from the control of the devouring world. We are different from the other devouring world gods. The other devouring world gods want to destroy the current era, devour the entire era. They have never considered resisting the devouring world, let alone destroying it. We are different from them. If we want to end the devouring world and prevent the deaths of more of the epoch's inhabitants, I believe force should be a last resort, not a first resort, Guanyin advised. Tathagata nodded and said, "Tell me your method." Guanyin said, "I can try to descend to Earth and negotiate with this human, asking him to offer the 5-colored stone and the supreme bone to you, Lord Buddha." Tathagata thought for a moment and said, "Let's try your method first. If that doesn't work, I let the laughing Buddha take action." Okay. Guanyin disappeared into the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Tathagata closed his eyes again. The familiar sound of chanting echoed around him. Amaterasu Temple. A goddess with a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure sat on a throne. Behind her head was a sun, radiating a dazzling light. If the islanders could come here, they would instantly recognize the goddess before them as their nation's most powerful deity, Amaterasu Amakami. Amaterasu Amakami opened her eyes and said, "Yukita, come here." Quickly, a giant snake with 8 heads moved its massive body and approached Amaterasu Amakami. "Great God, what is the matter?" Yukita no Orochi asked. "Come to this era and seize the supreme bone and the 5-colored stone," Amaterasu Amakami commanded. Yamada no Orochi looked embarrassed and said, "I'm afraid this goes against the rules. We just descended in the last era. This era is the land of all gods, competing with the 4 dragon kings. Other true gods can compete, but those above the celestial god level cannot. Rules are set in stone. You must understand how important the supreme bone and the 5-colored stone are to me. I just became a celestial god in the last era, and I'm weaker than many celestial gods. If I can obtain the supreme bone and the 5-colored stone, I'd be no less powerful than the veteran celestial gods in the future, and I won't be the only one to benefit." Yamada no Orochi nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, great god." In a magnificent palace, below a burly, muscular middle-aged man stood 4 true gods. Shiva said, "The 4 of you descend to Earth and help me retrieve the 5-colored stone and the supreme bone. Anyone who obstructs me will be killed, regardless of the people behind them." "As you command." The 4 celestial kings bowed their heads. The 5-colored stone and the supreme bone fell into Lin Luo's hands, and all the gods were restless. The 5-colored stone could enhance physical strength and impart a multicolored hue to the skin, a benefit greatly beneficial to any celestial being. Not to mention the supreme bone, which contained the 3-eye magic technique. Any creature with 2 eyes can develop a third. The third eye is even more powerful than the other 2, capable of seeing things invisible to the other 2. Not only did the gods covet this treasure, but even the God King coveted it. "Damn it, my plan!" Apollo was furious. The 2 treasures Lin Luo had obtained were announced in the Devouring World game announcement. Knowing things were getting out of control, he quickly issued a warning. Apollo used his father Zeus's name to try to intimidate the other gods, but the effect was minimal. These 2 treasures were enough to drive these greedy individuals mad, disregarding the previously established rules. "What has so irritated you?" A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Apollo walked into the Temple of the Sun. Apollo hurriedly and respectfully addressed them, "Father, is it because of the 5-colored stone and the supreme bone?" Zeus asked. Apollo angrily said, "This era clearly belongs to our pantheon and the 4 dragon kings. What right do the other gods have to interfere? They broke the rules this time, and we can do the same next time." Zeus said calmly, "I thought you were angry about something, but it wasn't just this small matter. This is a big deal." Apollo said indignantly, "If these people hadn't interfered, I could have waited for my own arrival. Without the other gods' interference, humanity would have remained stagnant and would never have advanced. Now that they're coming, my plan has failed, and humanity is out of control. Whenever I descended to Earth, that would have been the day this person died. But now the gods have descended, and all my plans have been thwarted." "That damned ant," Zeus said, "it's irrelevant. The gods of the devouring world have never had any rules. They only evolved by devouring each other. If you look at it from another perspective, this human persuading Yang Jian and Sun Wukong to obtain the 5-colored stone and the supreme bone isn't a bad thing, but a good thing. Do you understand?" Apollo said, "Father God means that we must, like the other gods, to send to Earth as soon as possible to seize the Supreme Bone and the five-colored stone. Indeed? Zeus nodded. I also wanted these two items back then, but I was only a god back then, and didn't have the ability to obtain them. I understand, Father God. Apollo gradually regained his composure. Don't rush for now. You can wait. Some are about to take action. We must be absolutely certain, and not give the enemy any breathing space. I understand. You are truly my cherished son. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Zeus nodded with satisfaction. Okay. After Apollo respectfully saw Zeus off, his mood soared. If he could obtain the five-colored stone and transform his body into a five-colored divine body, his bloodline would be upgraded by a level, and his physical strength would be greatly increased. The Supreme Bone was even better than the five-colored stone, and could help Apollo open his third eye. However, Apollo didn't dare swallow the Supreme Bone, unless he wanted to stop being associated with Zeus. Yen Nation. Before Lin Luo stood the white-skinned moon goddess, noble and beautiful, with a pair of crystal-clear thighs that were particularly attractive. Diana said, I thought you would fail, but I didn't expect you to succeed so easily, obtaining the five-colored stone and the Supreme Bone. That's good. Without you telling me where they were, I really wouldn't have been able to find them. Lin Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having obtained these two treasures, he had finally broken Apollo's deadlock. The devouring world was a mysterious world. Among the many gods that inhabited it, none could claim to truly understand it. Every time the devouring world connects to the real world, it's equivalent to an expansion. The real world is replicated within the devouring world. The devouring world has gone through so many epochs, no one knows its true extent. Without Diana's guidance, Lin Luo would have been unable to locate Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Chapter 198. The Yunshu succubus wore a cool camisole, revealing a wealth of smooth, snow-white skin. If only Master had obtained these two treasures, we would be safe from now on. Lin Luo stroked the Yunshu succubus's smooth hair. Things haven't gotten better, they become increasingly difficult to handle. The Yunshu succubus thought for a moment, then realized something. I understand what Master means. Without these two treasures, you had no hope of survival. Now that you have them, the future is filled with endless possibilities. Indeed, Lin Luo nodded. The Yunshu succubus was relatively simple-minded, not truly naive. You must prepare well for the future. The challenges ahead will be even greater. I already made this clear, Diana warned. I know this, and I'm prepared. Lin Luo showed no fear, but rather anticipation. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to continually devour and evolve. Similarly, only by continually devouring and evolving could Lin Luo protect the earth. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. An extremely beautiful woman in a long white dress stood outside the glass door. The woman's appearance and figure were secondary, the main thing was her inherent aura. She was like a fairy, untouched by the mundane world, fresh and unworldly, holy and otherworldly. Diana frowned slightly and asked, Lin Luo, did you feel this woman when she came? No. Lin Luo shook his head. Given her power, she must have come from the devouring world, and is likely a being above the level of a god, Diana explained. A being higher than a god? It's not their true form descending, is it? Lin Luo asked. Diana replied, those who reach the level of a god are generally quite extraordinary. They are constrained by the devouring world, and their true form cannot descend into the real world. However, they do have other ways to enter and converse with its creatures. It seems there's a formidable being outside. Lin Luo rose from the table and opened the door. The holy woman outside had been able to arrive here so quietly, so it would have been easy for her to enter. Lin Luo couldn't escape, so he might as well let her in. Hello, benefactor. The holy woman greeted. Monk? Lin Luo was stunned. No, none. The holy woman smiled and said, according to your Yin nation's customs, you can address me as such. My rudeness. Lin Luo apologized. It's alright, I don't think it's insulting. Our land of 10,000 Buddhas was passed down to stand by people from a previous era, and later on through believers, it was passed down to your Yin nation. It flourished in your Yin nation, and even now, our land of 10,000 Buddhas still has many believers there, so I have a very good impression of your Yin nation. The holy woman said with a peaceful expression. May I ask your name, Venerable One? Lin Luo asked. The holy woman smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Please address me as Guanyin. Guanyin Bodhisattva, the savior of suffering? Lin Luo asked in astonishment. Guanyin shook her head and said, that title is an insult to me. I am one of the many deities that devour the world. How can I be called a savior of suffering? I can't even save myself, so how can I help others? Lin Luo chatted with Guanyin for a few more minutes, gaining a general understanding of the situation in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The land of 10,000 Buddhas bears many similarities to the land of the gods, where Diana resides. It was also a powerful era, home to many gods. In terms of the sheer number of gods, the land of 10,000 Buddhas likely has more. 10,000 Buddhas is a self-proclaimed title. Becoming a Buddha means becoming a god. The most powerful figure in the land of 10,000 Buddhas is Tathagata, followed by the lower Buddhas, Guanyin being one of them. When faced with the invasion of the gods from the devouring world, Tathagata led a large number of Buddhas to fight. Before entering the devouring world, Tathagata had already reached the rank of celestial god. Facing the powerful land of 10,000 Buddhas, the gods of the devouring world faced an unprecedented predicament. Tathagata alone was too much for the gods of the devouring world to handle. 5 or 6 celestial gods from the devouring world descended upon the land, all of whom perished at the hands of Tathagata. In the end, none of the gods of the devouring world dared to touch them. Their primary purpose for descending into the real world was to devour and evolve, not to commit suicide. To kill Tathagata, a powerful being of the Divine King level would be necessary. Thus, Tathagata, like Lin Luo, was being held captive by the Divine King of the devouring world. Once the Divine King of the devouring world descended upon the land of 10,000 Buddhas, a catastrophe would befall him. Finally, Tathagata wavered and decided to abandon the land of 10,000 Buddhas and enter the devouring world. Now, Tathagata has devoured for dozens of epochs, becoming a rare divine king in the devouring world. Please sit. Lin Luo asked Guanyin to sit across from him, and Diana took the initiative to move to Lin Luo's left. Guanyin was breathtakingly beautiful, yet ethereal and holy. The contrast between Guanyin and the Yunshu succubus was particularly striking. One was so pure and inviolable, the other so alluring as to beguile. Guanyin spoke first. I just told you about my experience in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. I wonder what you think of it, benefactor. Lin Luo said, You mean I have obtained these 2 treasures, which have thwarted Apollo's plan. But attempting to resist the devouring world is tantamount to seeking death. Guanyin nodded. With your intelligence, benefactor, I don't need to be too explicit about some of my words. You understand correctly. Will you hand over these 2 treasures to Tathagata, the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas? Lin Luo said without beating around the bush. Guanyin shook her head and said, You misunderstood me. I never intended for you to give the 2 treasures to the Buddha, especially the 5-colored stone. Sun Wukong, who gave you the items, would not approve of you doing so. You should keep these 2 treasures for yourself. Using them will be the best explanation to Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Giving the others to any god in the devouring world will only make them unhappy. Lin Luo asked, Didn't you come here for these 2 treasures? Guanyin said, I came here for these 2 treasures, but the Buddha's order. They are dead, but I am alive, and I have my own ideas. Lin Luo said, Even if I simply absorb these 2 treasures, the gods of the devouring world will still hunt me. I still need to enter the devouring world. Guanyin nodded and said, It will take a long time to fully refine these 2 treasures. Eras alone aren't enough. I need to enter the devouring world and spend a long time refining them. I understand. I will refine the 2 treasures, but I won't enter the devouring world. Lin Luo had no intention of fooling Guanyin. The gods of the devouring world were ancient monsters who had lived for countless years. The legends of these gods had existed for countless epochs. It was basically impossible for him to deceive Guanyin. If Lin Luo really did that, he would likely receive a wave of disdain from the god before him. It was better to face it with sincerity. Chapter 199. Guanyin showed no emotion. Donor, won't you give it some thought? Lin Luo shook his head. No need to think about it. I know the world-devouring god is very powerful, but I still want to give it a try. I understand what you mean. Guanyin stood up from the table. You made up your mind, and I can't persuade you any further. Let's just say goodbye. Lin Luo felt the solution was too easy. Wasn't this Guanyin threatening him? Guanyin saw what Lin Luo was thinking and smiled. I can't save the suffering, but I can distinguish right from wrong. Your path is the same as the Buddha's. I never thought it was wrong. It's a pity that the Buddha gave up. He has chosen this path now. In the eyes of the Buddhas, it's right, but in my eyes, it's wrong. The Buddha will do anything to become stronger. This itself is. It's wrong. It goes against your original intention. She sighed helplessly. I can't say the Buddha was wrong. If he hadn't entered the devouring world, he would likely have died. Now, his path might be the right one. Lin Luo asked, If I had absorbed the 2 treasures and insisted on staying in the real world, Would the Bodhisattva have taken action against me? Guanyin smiled and shook her head. No, I made my position very clear. You and the Buddha are on different paths. You're following the path the Buddha once walked, which I believe is the right path. I believe the Buddha is on this new path, which is wrong. But then again, what I believe is right or wrong doesn't really matter. The true test of these two paths will require time. Time will tell which path is right. There's also the possibility that both paths are wrong. Diana sighed. The devouring world is too mysterious. Even a powerful god king might be nothing more than an ant in it. Guanyin said, don't be too pessimistic. Death is the best way to escape, but it's not the best solution. I understand. Diana nodded. I concluded my mission today. I can leave now. Guanyin took out a bamboo stick and placed it on the table. It will take some time for the others from the land of 10,000 Buddhas to descend. I'll let you know when they're about to arrive. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for the bamboo stick. Lin Luo put the stick away and invited, Bodhisattva, you've been in the devouring world for a long time. Finally descending into this era, you must be eager to have some fun. Guanyin smiled. You want me to be your free combat force, right? This is just an avatar of mine. I can't help you in any way. It's not easy for my real body to descend to Earth. What are you talking about, Bodhisattva? I'm simply being hospitable. Lin Luo became even more welcoming. Guanyin disliked soap operas and gourmet food, but she loved tea. Lin Luo called Chen Limei and sent a large batch of fine tea. Guanyin temporarily lived in a secret villa, slowly savoring a life steeped in tea. Lin Luo also prepared for her a series of classics and mythological stories, all depicting Guanyin in a positive light. In mythology, Guanyin is selfless and wholeheartedly dedicated to relieving suffering. To say Guanyin is selfless is inaccurate. Rescuing suffering is also a form of obsession. Not even the Guanyins of mythology are free from desire, let alone the real Guanyin of the devouring world. No one dislikes praise, unless that person has transcended the realm of living creatures. The devouring world gods are also living creatures, a higher order. Lin Luo wanted to reassure Guanyin by telling her about the devouring world gods. Mythological stories from various countries have been altered and are no longer valid references. He wanted to learn accurate information about the descending gods, and Guanyin was the easiest source. Diana knew a great deal, but due to her low level, her knowledge was limited and far inferior to Guanyin's. I leave it to you. Do your best to meet their needs. If you can't, tell me and I handle it. Lin Luo prepared to leave the secret villa to deal with the gods, who had descended first. The land of 10,000 Buddhas and the land of the gods were both considered major devouring world organizations, and they were determined to kill Lin Luo and obtain the two treasures he held. There were also some powerful gods, who also wanted the treasures Lin Luo held, and would descend to Earth first to compete with these two major organizations. Chen Limei couldn't help but ask, Dragon God, may I ask if this woman in white, radiating a holy aura, is she from our Yin nation's mythology? Lin Luo replied, yes, she's a familiar figure to you and me. Chen Limei thought of a possibility. Could it be Nuwa? No. Avalokitesvara, the Bodhisattva who saves the suffering? Yes. Lin Luo nodded. Avalokitesvara is a real person, not something our ancients invented. No wonder she has such a holy aura. Chen Limei was stunned. She's a nice person. I have important matters to attend to, so I'm leaving now. Lin Luo didn't waste time with Chen Limei and left the secret villa. He was fighting against the entire world-devouring god, the capital. It was the 5th day of the 12th lunar month. In previous years, the weather was freezing cold, with heavy snow outside and a blanket of ice and snow. But this year, the capital wasn't cold at all, and many people were wearing short sleeves. Pang Bo sensed the danger early and organized the army to retreat. The longer the catastrophe lasted, the less useful the army became. Initially, the country wanted to use people with superpowers to replace ordinary soldiers in the army and improve its combat capabilities. Initially, this method worked well, and the army once again played a significant role. But the catastrophe was so rapid that the superpowers' replacement of ordinary people was almost useless. After all, in front of the powerful world-devouring god, people with superpowers were just ants, slightly larger than ordinary people. Now, the army's greatest role was to help the people escape in a timely manner. Yi Tian asked, Pongwa, have you investigated which deity from the devouring world descended upon the capital? They dare to wreak havoc in my Yi Tian empire. They're like a cow on a plain, and he's so arrogant. Pongwa shook his head. No, we haven't. In the past, when aliens from the devouring world descended, there were game announcements, but there was no warning of the Devouring World's god's arrival. He Huang said, "It's normal for the Devouring World to have no warning. Many of the Devouring World's gods, who descended were stowaways, secretly arriving on Earth. Don't worry too much. I, Yi Tian, am in charge of the capital. I don't believe the scoundrels from the Devouring World would dare descend upon my city." Yi Tian patted his chest confidently. Black Emperor mercilessly attacked, "Stop bragging. If the Dragon God were in the capital, I wouldn't object to him saying this. You better get out of here. Last time we faced the two-headed god, you struck out with your sword, and you ran faster than a rabbit. If you had run even faster, the two-headed god wouldn't have known who had struck you." Chapter 200. Yi Tian angrily said, "Can you please not bring up the past? The two-headed god is a true god, and I'm just a god. Should I stay here and die?" He didn't forget to mock He Huang. "I'm not like that dog, who doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword." He Huang argued, "That's because I haven't reached level 80 yet. If I had, my performance would have been no worse than yours." Yi Tian laughed even louder. "No way. That dog talks so much, but he's not even a god. He's too weak. No way. Becoming a god isn't easy. I've been at this level for a long time. I can't be that rubbish." "Yi Tian, don't think I don't know what you're talking about." He Huang was about to explode with rage, ready to fight Yi Tian to the death. Pang Bo shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. A god's arrival on Earth should be a very tense event, but after hearing what they said, I'm not nervous anymore. Suya had been transferred from Hangzhou to Beijing, strengthening the city's defenses. Without Lin Luo's help, she couldn't level up quickly. But thanks to her own talent and the nation's extensive training, Suya had already reached level 79, one level away from godhood. Suya asked, "Pang Bo, have you contacted the Dragon God?" "Yes, he said he would intervene," Pang Bo replied. "That's good," Suya breathed a sigh of relief. He Huang, upon hearing that the Dragon God would intervene, remarked with joy, "As long as he's there, we don't need to worry too much." Yi Tian rarely objected, knowing he couldn't handle it. He also wanted to show off, but the gap was too great to force. Oh no! A massive spatial fluctuation is occurring southeast of the 7th Ring Road in Beijing. The god of the Devouring World is likely descending here, Pang Bo said urgently. How dare a mere god of the Devouring World dare to wreak havoc on my Yi Tian territory? I will make sure you never return. Yi Tian grasped his black iron sword and charged toward the southeast of the 7th Ring Road. I'd be there to assist Yi Tian, Suya said hurriedly. Okay, Pang Bo said. All areas of Beijing were filled with drones, constantly transmitting the latest information. Confirming the arrival of a god in the southeast of the 7th Ring Road, all drones rushed in. A rift in space and time opened, gradually expanding. A giant white egg fell from the Devouring World side of the rift into the real world. What's going on? Isn't it the arrival of the Devouring World's gods? Why did a white egg drop out? This white egg won't sprout arms and legs anytime soon, and it might even take a branch and draw a circle on the ground to curse you. Is that really possible? Could it be that the TV series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf successfully predicted the arrival of white eggs? A white egg suddenly descended upon the Devouring World, and everyone was saying something. Upon learning it was a white egg, Yi Tian smiled and said, could it be that my earlier worries were too naive? This wasn't a deity descending, but rather a gift from the Devouring World. Suya transformed into a 5-colored phoenix and frowned. You're overthinking it. The Devouring World would be so eager to destroy us, yet it's kind enough to offer us a gift. Yi Tian smiled. Of course, it wouldn't be possible for others, but it's different for me. I'm the protagonist. I shouldn't have to walk away. A great opportunity is about to fall on my head. Black Emperor, perched on Suya's back, grumbled, I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. You're so shameless, yet you're still the protagonist. Which protagonist is as miserable as you? It's the Dragon God, the protagonist. You're just a sidekick at best. Yi Tian was unconvinced. You're just jealous of my talent. Who says the protagonist has to be the strongest? In many TV dramas and novels, the protagonist isn't necessarily the strongest, as long as he's the strongest in the end. Black Emperor sighed, you can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. What do you mean? Are you a pig? You can't even hear that. The two of them engaged in a verbal spat. Alright, both of you, cut the smack. Suya was speechless. Every trip was filled with arguments. But a quarrel between the two of them was a relief. It eased the fear. Suya had never fought a god head-on, and her first battle was nerve-wracking. The closer she got to the white egg, the more she felt a familiar presence. The aura was so familiar. Suya pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a familiar person. Stop arguing. I know what a white egg is now. The man and the dog stopped taunting each other. Suya realized that the familiar aura came from her own body. My white egg is not an ordinary egg, but a phoenix egg. She continued to explain. The other party descended to Earth as a white egg, mainly to avoid the punishment of the devouring world. This method allows the devouring world's gods to descend to Earth unscathed. It's all the fault of this big black dog. He kept arguing with me, and I missed the best opportunity. Yi Tian said nothing, and immediately rushed towards the white egg. Black Emperor angrily declared, "This Yi Tian has no moral integrity. He's the one who keeps coming to provoke me, and now he's putting all the blame on me." Suya anxiously asked, "This guy is so impulsive. Why is he running away so fast before I even finish my sentence?" "What?" Black Emperor asked. Suya said, "What I'm saying is that anyone who can descend in this way must be at least a true god. This means the owner of the white egg is likely a true god, while Yi Tian is just a god, unable to even crack an eggshell." Black Emperor said, "If Yi Tian rushes over and cracks someone else's eggshell, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death?" "That's right." Suya sped up, hoping to catch up with Yi Tian. Having become a god, Yi Tian possessed spatial abilities, and his speed far surpassed Suya's. The white egg, standing over 20 meters tall amidst the buildings, stood out prominently. "If I break this egg, I make fried rice with it. It'd be delicious." Yi Tian's mouth watered at the thought of fried rice. "First, split the egg. I collect some of the liquid and take it home for Pombo to cook." Yi Tian swung his black iron sword and struck the egg with all his might. Clang! The sword collided with the eggshell, making a clanging sound. Undeterred, Yi Tian wielded the black iron sword, striking it repeatedly. The invincible black iron sword still failed to split the eggshell. Yi Tian refused to believe this. With all his might, Yi Tian struck the egg with his sword. Bang! The sword's power was immense, exploding against the egg. Did it work? Yi Tian gazed at the egg's surface expectantly. The egg didn't shatter, but a crack appeared on the surface. This is outrageous. Yi Tian is a god now, and yet he couldn't crack the egg with his full-strength sword. There must be something terrifying inside the egg. If it breaks out, only the dragon god can handle it. Yi Tian probably can't solve this problem. The dragon god is the only one who can resolve it. Yi Tian's face was grim. "I used my full-strength sword, and it only cracked the eggshell. Are you sure you're not kidding me?"